Chapter 839. Entrepôt trade. Scott kept this matter close to his chest, merely indicating that so long as the East India Company was willing to sign a long-term trade agreement, the Lingao side could supply any Ming commodities they required, including the raw silk and silk goods the Dutch most coveted. As for prices, they would undercut both Zhang Zhilong and Liu Xiang. Scott proposed that the finest Nanjing silk at Guangzhou fob price would be 110 taels per dan. The Dutch currently paid as much as 145 taels per dan for Nanjing silk transported by Chinese merchants to Taiwan. This price delighted Van der Lanthroen. If sufficient raw silk could be loaded at Lingao, then ships departing from Batavia need not return immediately to Batavia after unloading. Some vessels could proceed directly north to Taiwan port and onward to Japan. Copper and silver exported from Japan and transshipped through Taiwan could likewise be brought to Lingao as payment for transactions. Trade route arrangements would become far more flexible than before, and ship transport capacity could be maximized. Van der Lanthroen immediately expressed willingness to sign the trade agreement. Both parties initialed a draft special trade agreement covering the re-export of Ming commodities. The Department of Colonization and Trade would sell raw silk, silk goods, tea, porcelain, medicinal materials, and sundries to the Dutch East India Company. Both parties agreed upon related prices. Specifically, 2,500 dan of raw silk at 110 taels per dan, 5,000 dan of refined white sugar at 4 taels per dan, 10,000 bolts of silk at an average price of 1.2 taels per bolt, and various other sundries. The Dutch East India Company would prepay 100,000 Spanish reals to guarantee that Lingao could maintain steady supply through 1631. The Dutch were not stingy about advance payments in trade. It was precisely through such prepaid deposits that the East India Company could secure cheap and sufficient goods regardless of market fluctuations, rendering their competitors unable to turn a profit. Because the matter was of such magnitude, Van der Lanthroen lacked authority to formally sign such an agreement, so both parties merely initialed the draft. Of course, this agreement alone was enough to leave Van der Lanthroen so giddy with joy he scarcely knew where he was. This arrangement was far more favorable than the unfulfilled supply agreement that Governor Nautz, stationed at Taiwan, had signed with Zhang Zhilong several years prior. Not only had prices been reduced, but there was also growth in the supply quantity that had long vexed the East India Company. The signing of this single agreement could make Van der Lanthroen famous throughout Batavia. After all, this was the door to direct China trade that the Dutch East India Company had always dreamed of opening. Now it had actually been accomplished by this minor junior merchant. How could he not be overjoyed? Whether the agreement could actually be executed remained to be seen. But Van der Lanthroen did not doubt that this band of Australians had the capacity to deliver. If the entire agreement could be fulfilled, his own future in the company would be bright indeed. He might very well become a member of the Dutch East India Company's Batavia Council before long. Van der Lanthroen struggled to maintain his composure so as not to betray his elation at the negotiating table. Scott then made several special commodity requests, specifically horse imports. Throughout Southeast Asia and East Asia, horses were scarce commodities. Not only were the breeds poor and the animals undersized, but the numbers were insufficient as well. Nike had submitted a report to the Planning Institute requesting efforts to expand the horse population and improve breeding efficiency, but he looked down upon the Dian horses that could be obtained from nearby regions. The Dian horse's small stature and wretched pulling power made it of little use for Lingao's industry, agriculture, or military. Mongolian horses, while passable, could not be obtained in large quantities, and frankly, everyone looked down upon them too. Both the military and the agricultural department called loudly for quality riding horses and draft horses to be obtained as soon as possible. Obviously, relying on Nike and his apprentices and helpers at Gaoshan Ridge to perform artificial insemination on their own, even if one stallion could cover 200 mares a year. Given the current base population of horses, many years of self-breeding would be required before they could supply sufficient numbers. Purchasing large quantities of horses from external sources was plainly the only viable path. Moreover, their current stallion resources were far from ideal. Besides a pair of tiling draft horses, they possessed only a single retired racehorse. Although the various famous horse breeds the senators coveted were almost all found on the opposite side of the globe, the biological department under the agricultural department had confirmed that horses meeting senator requirements were indeed produced in Persia and India. These could serve as the urgently needed riding horses and draft horses. After research by the biological department under the Agricultural People's Committee, they concluded that several types of horses could be imported through the Dutch. First was the Japanese Nanbu horse. This was a small strain from the Reiki lineage produced in northern Hangzhou. Adult horses could reach approximately 150 cm at the shoulder, considerably taller and more robust than the 120-130 cm average shoulder height of Mongolian horses. They could serve as either riding horses or draft animals. This breed had been purchased and employed by Allied forces during the Second Opium War, becoming the mounts for Allied artillery and supply units. At that time, the Allied forces had purchased several thousand horses across Southeast Asia and Japan to supplement their strength, and they rated the Nanbu horse highest of all. This was the horse breed closest to Lingao that could provide a relatively large quantity all at once. Another was the Marwari horse from India. This breed was said to descend from crossbreeds of the war horses used by Alexander's armies, allegedly carrying Turkmen and Arabian horse bloodlines. It had evolved in India into a breed that could thrive in arid and barren terrain, and was widely used across the Indian subcontinent as mounts for both armies and nobility. Its greatest advantage was that this horse was already in widespread use on the Indian subcontinent, which obviously gave it a significant edge in adapting to Hainan Island's climate compared to other breeds. Van der Lanthroen was not particularly enthusiastic about the business of transporting horses. Among goods shipped across the sea, livestock were the most troublesome to transport. Horses were sensitive animals, prone to becoming startled and dying during sea voyages. They had exacting feed requirements and demanded large amounts of drinking water. They also occupied enormous cargo hold space. So although horses commanded high prices in East Asia, the East India Company had little interest in transporting them. Of course, since the Dutch were the sea coachmen, they would not refuse any goods their customers required. The East India Company had even transported elephants in Southeast Asia, not because the Dutch needed them, naturally. Now that the Australians, who had promised to open the golden door of China trade, needed horses, the East India Company would do its duty and would go through fire and water to obtain them. Furthermore, Scott had already made clear that generous prices would be offered for horses. "This matter, I will most certainly do my utmost for your excellency," Van der Lanthroen said respectfully. Transporting Nanbu horses presented temporary difficulties. The Hirado trading post was currently closed, but transporting Indian horses posed no problem. The company already had trade routes to India and trading posts established there. Additionally, he could request the Persian trading post to purchase some horses as well. Of course, horses from both sources would not come cheap. Of course, Scott nodded. Besides these several types of horses, I know that Europe possesses many excellent breeds. It will take a very long time, Van der Lanthroen said. If you require European horses, I will only be able to deliver them at least 3.5 to 4 years from now. And frankly speaking, I fear the price will be unacceptably high. Indeed. Scott sighed with regret, but I still hope to obtain some fine European horses. He then submitted a list of breeding horses. Van der Lanthroen took it and glanced down. He stared in astonishment for several minutes. The list enumerated excellent horse breeds common across Europe. It was remarkably comprehensive, light, medium, and heavy types, warm-blooded and cold-blooded alike. There were many breeds even Van der Lanthroen himself did not recognize. "Good Lord," Van der Lanthroen muttered quietly. "You have studied horses quite thoroughly. We are genuinely fond of horses. Unfortunately, there are not enough quality horses here." Scott laughed heartily. "As long as you bring me the horses alive and kicking, the price is negotiable. Oh, and I want no geldings. All horses must be young, not over 2 years of age. And fertile. I will do my utmost to serve your Excellency." Van der Lanthroen bowed respectfully. "I am your Excellency's faithful servant." That evening, Scott hosted a reception to celebrate the trade agreement between the two parties. Scott was beaming. Reaching a trade agreement with the Dutch was highly advantageous for Lingao. First, it effectively alleviated gaps in material supply. Second, the other parties shipped at their own expense, delivering directly to the door. The ideal arrangement for Lingao, which suffered from severe shortages of transport capacity. And this Entrepôt trade arrangement, he believed, fundamentally solved the foreign exchange problem. Not to mention that the Dutch had also promised to prepay an advance of 100,000 reals. Of course, Scott harbored many more ideas about Entrepôt trade. As for reaching an agreement with the Dutch to purchase horses, while this was greatly appreciated by the agricultural department and the military, Scott considered it incidental, merely icing on the cake. Without horses, development would not stagnate, but without grain, timber, and the other specified catalog commodities, the impact would be on the entire situation. Van der Lanthroen attended the reception in the newly decorated trading house hall. The brilliant light emanating from the electric lamps and the abundance of exquisite glassware and bone china employed at the banquet left him dumbstruck. Although the gathering was not large, as a junior merchant of the East India Company, being hosted at a banquet by a high official who ranked among the 9 members of the Senate's Executive Committee, made this minor Zealand nobleman feel enormously honored. After all, in Batavia, he did not even possess the qualifications to attend the governor's small banquets. Van der Lanthroen gulped down copious quantities of rum mixed with sugar and fruit juice at the reception, and finally passed out and had to be carried away. End of chapter. Chapter 840. The role of Hong Kong. Gonzalez gazed at Van der Lanthroen sprawled on the bed, dead drunk and snoring thunderously. He could not help but frown. The room reeked of alcohol fumes, making sleep impossible. Has no tolerance for drink, yet insists on overindulging. Gonzalez stroked his little mustache. He too had drunk a fair amount. In that god-forsaken place called Batavia, alcohol was scarce, of poor quality, and expensive. The most popular beverage was the beer the Dutch drank incessantly, a brew that held absolutely no appeal for Southern Europeans accustomed to wine, who dismissed it as piss. At the reception, rum had been served, along with fruit wines brewed at the demonstration farm by Zhu Ziliang and several other enthusiasts. Although Lingao could not grow grapes suited for winemaking, the farms and communes promoted 10-edge, planting and courtyard economy, so considerable quantities of fruit were cultivated. Besides supplying the army, students, and workers, the surplus was mostly used for wine making. When Zhu Ziliang lived in America, home brewing had been a hobby, and he had even owned specialized small fermentation equipment, so he was intimately familiar with the process. The fruit wines produced by these small-scale brewing workshops were varied in type but modest in quantity, primarily reserved for senators and formal banquets. A few reached the shops as special provisions for the upper echelons among the naturalized citizens. Gonzalez had naturally not squandered this rare opportunity to drink heartily. Spanish soldiers were second to none when it came to drinking. He had successively polished off several bottles of apple wine, jackfruit wine, and wild fruit wine, then consumed copious amounts of rum in one go, all while appearing entirely unchanged. He then went to chat up Miss Mendoza, who served as interpreter. He had not seen a woman from the homeland in far too long. Although this charming woman spoke Spanish peppered with many words he could not understand and bore an unfamiliar accent, Gonzalez surmised she must be a Creole from the American colonies. He immediately became exceedingly warm and courted her enthusiastically. Though he could tell she was also somewhat fond of him, whenever he drew too close, she would slip away. This puzzled Gonzalez greatly. Although Miss Mendoza felt warmth at encountering a European who also spoke Spanish, the smell emanating from the Spanish soldier was nauseating. In truth, Gonzalez's hygiene habits were better than most of his contemporaries. Serving in a place like Batavia, one could not survive without frequent bathing. After arriving in Lingao and checking into the sailor's lodge, he had also been compelled to bathe. After the reception concluded, he and Leibtrinis returned to their lodging room. Although the trading house could provide single rooms, Van der Lanthroen, fearing he would spend too much of the company's funds, had insisted on a triple room. By 17th century in standards, this triple room could be considered luxurious and comfortable. But with this drunkard in the room, the place had become somewhat unbearable. The Italian was likewise struggling to tolerate the smell wafting from the Dutchman. "How about we step outside for another drink?" Gonzalez asked in Italian. As a soldier of the King of Spain, he had served in Italy, and many of his comrades in arms had also been Italians. "By all means, I would be quite delighted." Leibtrinis' primary task was to draw, and wandering about observing things fell well within his mission. He thought for a moment, "But we have no interpreter." "We need no interpreter." Gonzalez produced a real coin. "This is the interpreter. What if we become lost? They will find us and bring us back." Gonzalez said carelessly, "Don't you want to find a woman?" The Dutch seem even happier about the results of this negotiation than we are. After the reception concluded, a group from the Department of Colonization and Trade gathered in the office building's conference room. Hong Xuyen, the commercial representative stationed in Hong Kong who had been temporarily recalled for the negotiations, spoke first. He had been recalled because Su Tianqi, who possessed the best German among the senators, had already departed for the mainland, leaving Hong Xuyen as the only one who could communicate fluently in German. "Of course they are. The Dutch have been played miserably by Zhang Zhilong. Now that they have finally encountered honest people like us, how could they not be delighted?" Scott was well pleased. The trade agreement signed with the Dutch East India Company several days prior had been approved by the Senate after 3 readings. Although everyone held no particular affection for the Dutch, this agreement was genuinely too advantageous for the Lingao regime. "I still propose listing Hong Kong as an entrepôt port." Hong Xuyen made his proposal once more. The large quantities of Ming commodities the Dutch required were currently traded primarily through Jiangnan Bay, meaning goods were shipped mainly from Fujian. This trade channel was currently controlled by Zhang Zhilong. It was not that the Dutch did not wish to trade in Guangdong. Guangdong trade was largely monopolized by the Portuguese. In terms of supply convenience, however, Guangdong actually surpassed Fujian as a source of export products. The mainland commodities sold to the Dutch, including raw silk, silk goods, sundries, and medicinal materials, could in fact be traded directly with the Dutch at the Hong Kong station, eliminating an intermediate transshipment and storage step. This would free up transport capacity between the mainland and Lingao that was currently devoted to loading mainland commodities for Dutch trade. The spices the Dutch were so desperately trying to sell could also be traded in Hong Kong. The Hong Kong station could purchase them and sell locally or pass them to the Guangzhou station for sale, pocketing the price difference. Through trade with the Dutch, Hong Kong could become an entrepôt port just as it had in the old timeline, expanding Hong Kong's influence as a trading port on the mainland and building momentum for the empire to control the Chinese merchant trade route to Batavia. Additionally, we can utilize the Dutch's empty cargo space. We currently specify half the freight capacity. Suppose Dutch ships arrive carrying half rice and half spices. After their ships unload rice at Lingao, they still must proceed to Hong Kong to unload spices. We can make full use of the half of their hold that is already empty. Entrusting Dutch ships to transport goods, we need transship to Hong Kong and Guangzhou. This proposal greatly appealed to Scott. After all, the biggest headache for the Department of Colonization and Trade at present was insufficient transport capacity. Now they could not only conserve transport capacity but actually leverage the Dutch's capacity. Hong Shuyan's suggestion was attractive indeed. Scott nodded repeatedly. This idea is quite excellent. Actually, there is no urgency to open Sanya. Hong Shuyan continued. Except for slaves, most of the goods the Dutch bring there cannot be absorbed locally and have to be shipped back to Lingao or Hong Kong by ourselves. And the goods sold to the Dutch from the Sanya side are also mainly transported from Lingao. It amounts to adding an extra step for nothing. Scott was moved by his words. Building Sanya into an international trading port was indeed in the Senate's plan. Now that international merchants had arrived, rejecting them seemed inappropriate. After some thought, he concluded that since Sanya's planning was intended to be long-term anyway, focusing energy on Hong Kong for now posed no great problem. But Hong Kong is still under construction. If we truly open it, can you handle things there? The Dutch will not dispatch ships immediately. I expect at least the second half of the year before they send the first batch of ships. By then our basic construction will be mostly complete and the Guangzhou station's work will have resumed. At most, the Dutch will send 2 or 3 ships. We can manage. Scott nodded. If so, he would need to discuss with Jian, the customs director, about establishing a new customs office in Hong Kong and conducting clearance directly there to simplify procedures. This way you can truly spread your wings, he said. Yes. Otherwise, what exactly is a commercial representative doing in Hong Kong? Hong Shuyan said without disguising his ambition. Hong Kong's development potential is still somewhat limited, but it serves well enough as Guangzhou's outer port. Therefore, in the final trade agreement draft, Hong Kong was added to the list of open trading ports. However, among the open ports, stationing a consul was limited to Lingao only. And the question of whom to send to Batavia as consul became a new problem. Hong Shuyan firmly refused this opportunity, despite being the senator with the best German. He simply did not wish to go, claiming that someone fluent in Spanish or other languages could equally well serve in Batavia. Had they not observed that the Dutch entourage included Spaniards and Italians? The Senate was hesitant about dispatching a senator to serve as consul in Dutch territory. There were few senators, and each one's knowledge and skills were precious. Placing a senator thousands of kilometers away in potentially hostile territory with uncertain returns was a dubious proposition. The senator sent could not be of low caliber either. He had to know a foreign language capable of communicating with the Dutch, possess considerable negotiating ability, and enjoy good physical health. If anything went wrong, the Senate would be entirely unable to help. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau was most interested in sending a consul. This represented an opportunity to openly dispatch intelligence personnel. But the risks were even greater than dispatching to the Ming, and Batavia was not presently a primary strategic target, so the Intelligence Bureau also did not display excessive enthusiasm. Yet sending no consul at all seemed like a lost opportunity. After all, the other party could station a consul in Lingao, and dispatching a consul could also spread Australian influence among the Chinese population in Batavia. After some discussion, Wang Yan from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau proposed a compromise: send a consul to Taiwan in Taiwan. Compared to Batavia, the Taiwan strategy was a matter for the next few years. An intelligence officer in Taiwan would prove far more useful than one in Batavia, and if anything happened, the distance from Hainan to Taiwan was considerably shorter. But this makes no sense, Scott objected at the meeting. Our trade agreement was signed with the Batavia authorities. Unless they transfer jurisdiction over trade with us to the Taiwan Council, it would be difficult for us to propose stationing a consul permanently at an unrelated port. Author's note: from today until around the 5th of the new year, family will be going to visit relatives in another city for the new year, so updates will be paused. If I have time, I'll update 1 or 2 chapters, but I can't guarantee regularity. After the 5th of the new year, normal updates will resume. Thank you all for your continued support of this book and the author. Wishing everyone a happy year of the dragon and all the best. Here's an early New Year's greeting to all readers. End of chapter. Chapter 845, after extensive deliberation. Although some proposed simply sending a naturalized citizen or hiring an influential local from Macau, or even from Batavia itself, to serve as consul, in the 17th century, hiring foreigners as consuls was quite common. Scott felt that squandering such an excellent opportunity to directly observe and influence Batavia would be regrettable. Diplomats are the best spies, Zhang declared solemnly to a group of senators from the Intelligence Bureau, gathered in the Intelligence Bureau's office building. It would be too great a pity to forfeit this opportunity. If there is no suitable candidate, I am willing to go. One person in the conference room spoke up. This individual was in his 30s with a long face and beard and a pair of piercing black eyes. He wore his hair in a topknot and presented an appearance both scholarly and chivalrous. He was clad in a blue pleated robe, attire that immediately identified him as a senator intelligence officer receiving mainland deployment training in Class B of the Intelligence Bureau's training program. I know English, German, French, and Latin, and can read Spanish, though I cannot understand it by ear, he said. Knowing German means there will be no great obstacle in communicating with the Dutch. Old Zhao, you should not go. We are about to receive people from Zhejiang, and then we will have large-scale transfers of mainland population. The layout in the 2 Jiangnan regions is extremely important. Jiang immediately rejected the idea. If you leave now, it will take at least 3 or 4 months to effectively settle in, and at least half a year to get things moving. If you go to Batavia, all the training work up to now will have been wasted. The main work of the Intelligence Bureau in the second half of 1631 was to obtain and transfer population on a large scale from the Jiangsu-Jiangnan region. The station to be opened in Hangzhou would serve as a crucial node in the Intelligence Bureau's southeastern network. Naturally, Jiang was unwilling to see his overall plan disrupted. In the end, following standard recruitment principles, a volunteer was recruited from the finance sector to go to Batavia. Fortunately, a consul was a public identity and required no cover training. The volunteer willing to go to Batavia as consul was a senator named Zhu Yuan. He was a certified public accountant and certified tax accountant. Within the finance sector, he specialized in constructing fiscal and tax systems. Tired of building systems and doing fiscal work, he longed to venture out and see if there might be other, more exciting work to be done. Zhu Yuan knew neither German nor Spanish, but was proficient in English, French, and classical Latin. If push came to shove, he could manage in Batavia. Fortunately, the finance sector had a fair number of personnel. Chengdong confirmed he could be released. The scale of Dutch financial operations in the 17th century was remarkable. Placing someone familiar with finance in Batavia might reveal some opportunities. When Scott learned that someone was willing to go, he was pleased. Also, we can introduce some modern international trade systems into our import-export trade with the Dutch, or simply open a bank branch in Batavia. Scott spoke with mounting enthusiasm. We will discuss this later. Jiang interjected. First, we need to get old Zhu settled in Batavia before anything else. So the final decision on the consul to be stationed in Batavia was Zhu Yuan. This made the senator, who had long been buried in ledgers and numbers, overjoyed. After I arrive in Batavia, I will strive to establish a Batavia branch as quickly as possible, he said excitedly. To be honest, I am worried about your future. Yan Ming, the president of DeLong Bank, said with a face full of melancholy at the finance sector's farewell banquet. "You must be careful in that God-forsaken place. Whatever you do, don't catch a tropical disease. Even if we immediately dispatch a doctor to save you, it would be too late." These words immediately deflated Zhu Ruoang's enthusiasm by 9/10. Although before the transmigration, everyone had been vaccinated with as many vaccines as possible, including some vaccines typically administered only when traveling abroad to Africa or Southeast Asia, many vaccines did not remain effective indefinitely with a single immunization. Some had validity periods that were close to expiring. Although the biological laboratory's vaccine development work had made great progress, there remained a long way to go before restoring 21st century immunization levels. "It's fine. If the Dutch can survive there, so can I," Zhu Ruoang said with feigned bravado. "Besides, there are quite a few Chinese there. I will be careful and will be fine." Before departure, Zhu Ruoang received a survival box. "This is what the organization has prepared for you." Scott pointed to this small box of exquisite workmanship, an outer rattan cushioning layer, an inner stamped tin lining, and an animal hide interior for moisture-proofing. The box was quite small, equipped with a special carrying strap so it could be conveniently worn on one's person. When necessary, one could simply grab it and flee. Inside the box were medicines specially prepared by the health department for the local conditions of Batavia. There were anti-malarial drugs, antivenom, antibiotics, and various other emergency medicines and wilderness survival tools. Finally, there were 50 Portuguese gold coins. "I hope you never have to use this," Scott said. "I hope so too." As was customary, Zhu Ruoang would bring his life secretary along. Zhu Ruoang had once very much hoped to acquire a Dutch woman in Batavia, but people at the Department of Colonization and Trade thought this unlikely. The Dutch rarely shipped European women there. Even the few women present were invariably other men's wives. After the decision was made to go to Batavia, Zhu Ruoang's life secretary received confidential training at the Political Security General Bureau's Classified Communications class, learning ciphers and radio operations. Through the radio, the Department of Colonization and Trade could effectively monitor Batavia's commercial and political situation. Excerpts from Leibtrinis' correspondence with his Venetian friend. "Dear friend, I am delighted to be able to write to you. Since arriving in the Far East, all manner of strange sights have been constantly flooding my mind. It is a great honor to share these wonders with you, and being able to visit Lingao has truly opened my eyes. As a company employee, I was permitted to visit the city that the so-called Australians have established on Hainan Island, Lingao. After obtaining a formal trade agreement, we were permitted to move freely and observe the city built by this race we had never before encountered. You surely know that as a painter, I have a strong interest in observing things. Whether during the sea voyage to the Far East in Batavia or in various parts of the East Indies, whatever scenery I witnessed with my own eyes, I would endeavor to record in my sketchbook. In Lingao, I naturally had the same compulsion, not to mention that this was also one of the reasons the company sent me as an employee. Mr. Gonzalez, the Spaniard, and I left the trading house at night. The door attendant did not restrict our comings and goings, merely using a sign written in multiple languages to remind us not to leave the East Gate market area after dark. To ensure we could return to the trading house, he also gave us a small paper card bearing some manner of writing, which I believe to be Chinese characters. As long as we showed the card to passers-by on the road, we could be smoothly guided back to the trading house. Eastgate Market at night was no different from during the day. The glass lampshades of the street lamps lining the streets emitted brilliant light, illuminating the road so brightly that even a dropped button could be easily found upon the ground. The street lamps existed not only on the main streets, but also in the side roads and alleys, merely less densely placed and more dimly lit. Obviously, on such nights without darkness, East Gate Market's public security surpassed that of any city I knew. Light had driven away the evildoer's best cover, darkness itself. Mr. Gonzalez and I wandered the streets until midnight. Even when pedestrians had grown few, we still felt entirely safe. Not only did we feel this way, but the shops that remained open until late at night clearly shared our sense of security. Out of curiosity, Mr. Gonzalez and I ventured deep into the remote alleys. It truly astonished me. The streets of Eastgate Market, whether main thoroughfares or back lanes, were all immaculately clean and tidy. This was genuinely miraculous. We could not discern traces of garbage or excrement in any corner. Every inch of road surface was paved with flagstones, gravel, bricks, or hard black sand, so there was no standing sewage anywhere. It was not difficult to understand why the Australians enforced strict quarantine measures for any foreigners entering their territory. In such a clean and sanitary city, epidemics would indeed be difficult to break out. To ensure hygiene, they had placed rattan baskets for collecting garbage in many locations. All refuse was deposited within them. Public toilets were likewise established on street corners everywhere. Of course, these two provisions alone were insufficient to ensure hygiene. As you know, many nobles and personages of importance relieve themselves, even defecate, beneath the staircases of their own and others' palaces without any regard, even though the palaces possess toilets. I can only conclude that under Australian rule, the moral standards of the local populace have been greatly elevated. We had originally planned to seek out a tavern for a drink, but the exotic sights along the streets of East Gate Market had captivated us. We frequently entered the shops lining the street to examine the wares within. The shop owners and assistants did not seem surprised by Europeans, as if they encountered Europeans regularly. Later, we learned that there were indeed Europeans among the Australians. Of course, how these Europeans had become Australians, we had no means of knowing. The goods sold in the shops were abundant. Almost all the Chinese goods commonly seen in East Asia could be found here, and the prices were not especially expensive. There was a generous supply of local fruits, and there were even shops specializing in selling fruits and fruit products. Preserved fruits in particular were available in great quantities. Obviously, they suffered no shortage of sugar supply. The Australians have a distinctive approach to producing various snacks. You would be hard-pressed to find a shop elsewhere that sold so many varieties of confections. We entered a shop specializing in candy. The shelves were lined with glass jars filled with all manner of colorful sweets. Even my brush could not have reproduced the colors and shapes of these candies in such a short time. They emitted various sweet and fragrant aromas that were simply intoxicating. End of chapter. Chapter 842. Leibtrinis' observations if I could secure such an abundant supply of candy in Italy. Opening a shop that catered specifically to nobles and dignitaries might very well make me rich. But here, candy prices were remarkably cheap. Out of curiosity, Mr. Gonzalez spent £1 and purchased an entire large bag of assorted candies. The sweets were packaged in small waxed paper bags, exquisitely made. The shop gave us a straw-woven bag to carry the candy. The bag itself could be called a work of art. The most peculiar pastime was their tobacco. You surely know that this plant from the New World is currently fashionable around the globe. People have devised various different methods for enjoying it. But in Lingao, there existed a new way of consuming tobacco. They manufacture it into long paper rolls for sale. White paper rolled into delicate tubes about as thick as a pen, evenly filled with shredded tobacco. They call these cigarettes. Those who smoke them typically use a hollow bamboo, wooden, or stiff paper tube attached to the cigarette to avoid burning their lips as the cigarette nears its end. Cigarettes are sold in packs or boxes of 10 or 20 in various colors and patterns. Although each individual cigarette appears much the same to us, the prices vary enormously depending on the color and pattern of the packaging. The most expensive pack could purchase 10 packs of the cheapest variety. Neither Mr. Gonzalez nor I could furnish a reasonable explanation for this disparity. To our eyes, apart from the packaging, the two seem to have no obvious difference. A form of paper money called circulation vouchers is used here. Marco Polo once claimed that the Tatars used paper money in China. I had always been highly skeptical of this assertion, because there is no one in this world who loves silver more than the Chinese. Except for very few goods, the Chinese always insist that the company pay in silver. But in Lingao, they do indeed employ paper money. The bills are beautifully printed, with intricate and finely executed patterns. Especially on the background, exceedingly delicate line-drawn patterns are traced. Even as a painter, I felt such precise rendering was beyond my capabilities. As for what method they employ to print the patterns in layers onto the paper, that is an even greater mystery. Obviously, they possess highly skilled copperplate engravers. All the shops here accept paper money. Of course, the shopkeepers are also pleased to accept our reals, but when making change, they can only provide paper money. For this reason, we were obliged to purchase exactly 1 real's worth of goods each time to avoid accumulating piles of paper money worthless outside this place. This shopping method ultimately left us returning laden with purchases. We lingered in every shop. Each one opened our eyes. I can well understand why the company was so eager to dispatch a merchant here. Lingao is also a treasure trove for trade. There are many, many novel goods here that we have never seen or even heard of before. There are even shops here that sell ready-made clothes. This is truly surprising. Without a tailor taking measurements and cutting fabric, how could they produce clothes that fit? Admittedly, Australian clothing by our standards is rather crude and shabby. Their garments use neither woolen cloth nor silk nor leather, only cheap Indian or Chinese cotton and linen. The style of clothing is so simple that it is only marginally better than the attire of the Batavia natives. At the reception celebrating the trade agreement, the Australian senators in attendance almost universally wore these crude and shabby clothes. Such a custom is truly difficult to comprehend. The clothes sold at the ready-made clothing shops have no style to speak of. It is said this is the standard dress of the Australians and their subjects. Except for certain details, the garments are almost entirely identical, and even the colors are limited to merely a few: black, gray, blue, and brown. Regarding the Australians and their subjects, based on my observations, this is the situation. The Australians have clear requirements for their subjects. They must adopt the same attire as the Australians themselves. This includes men shaving their hair very short and women keeping short hair. Regardless of gender, all wear Australian-style clothing, which is the simple clothing that Australians of all ranks wear, as I described earlier. They call them uniforms. Whether they are native soldiers the Australians have recruited and trained locally, they're hired workers, farmers laboring on their behalf, commercial personnel, or others, all without distinction wear clothing of identical style. Certain groups, such as the military, have slightly specialized clothing. Others are distinguished by various ornaments, markings, and special equipment, similar to our heraldry. Just as we saw on the night streets, there were special police officers on duty. Their clothes were exactly the same as those sold in the ready-made shops. The conical hat, white leggings, small cloth patch at the collar, and cloth badge on the chest distinguished him from others. Of course, he also carried a short wooden club as a weapon. Using this method, I think the only advantage is that it facilitates mass production. Obviously, the Australians feel obligated to provide clothing for all their subjects. To clothe tens of thousands of people, the style must be simplified as much as possible to facilitate production. As for why they provide uniform clothing for their subjects, I have not determined. We initially surmised that perhaps it was to allow the Australians to distinguish their subjects from the local Chinese at a glance. After all, they all have Chinese faces. But this was disproved when Mr. Gonzalez had no difficulty purchasing a set of the same style of clothing at a clothes shop. Obviously, anyone can purchase this plain and simple clothing, and many of the common people we saw on the streets of Eastgate Market still wore traditional Chinese clothing with topknots. Setting aside reasons we cannot fathom, the obvious explanation should be that the Australians love uniformity. This is evident from how they regulate their subjects' attire. Not only that, but the various buildings we observed in Eastgate Market also exuded a sense of uniformity. Although from the exterior these closely packed buildings were varied and of different heights, in their details, all buildings were constructed following nearly identical patterns. In my view, all buildings in Eastgate Market were assembled from the same structures and dimensions in different configurations. The Australians employ completely identical building materials on a large scale. Fired bricks are their most commonly used building material, the primary material of all buildings. Most are red, though some are blue. The texture is solid and fine, obviously the result of high-temperature firing. I carefully observed several buildings along the street. They generally use 3 different sizes of bricks. Each size of brick is employed in different parts, but follows the same usage principle on every building. The windows, doors, steps, and railings they use on buildings, based on my observation, can all be attributed to several completely identical types. Obviously, these building accessories are mass-produced at some workshop according to a few fixed sizes and geometric shapes, rather than fabricated on-site by craftsmen. Using this method should considerably accelerate the construction of houses. It must be through employing such methods that the Australians were able to build a prosperous city here in just a few years. Unlike the Chinese or European buildings I have seen, Eastgate Market houses have almost no decoration whatsoever. Whether on roofs, eaves, or walls, you cannot detect a trace of carving, sculpture, or murals. Walls are simply painted white or black, or sometimes the bare brick is left exposed. In Batavia and along the Chinese coast, I observed that the Chinese love to carve detailed bas-reliefs or apply various colorful paintings on the beams and columns of their houses. But here, wooden structures are merely coated with the simplest layer of paint. There is a peculiar sense of uniformity pervading this place. After discovering the characteristics of the buildings, I suddenly realized that many things in Eastgate Market were the same: streetlights, garbage baskets, street signs. Even the people walking on the streets bore a curious resemblance to one another. This is a feeling I cannot adequately describe. Our walk was most pleasant. No one disturbed us on the main streets, and the shopkeepers were uniformly friendly. We discovered a church of the Holy Church in Eastgate Market. This truly overjoyed us. As you know, in Batavia, the fanatical Puritans forbid us from praying and compel us to attend their services. Now, under Australian rule in Lingao, there actually existed a Catholic church. This church, from its appearance, was both simple and elegant. More importantly, it was relatively non-standard. Its appearance reminded me of the little churches found in the small towns of my homeland. The church door stood open, and bright light shone from the windows. This was the sacred glow that made us feel warm. We immediately went inside. Wu Shimeng yawned continuously but still had to maintain a serious expression. He was supervising John Dermott, an apprentice friar from Ireland, painting murals on the wall. The Eastgate Market Church had recently been renovated. Daoist, the Taoist master, had just refurbished an already abandoned old temple in Lingao County town, held a consecration ceremony, and made it the official base of the new Taoism. This stirred a competitive spirit in Wu Shimeng, prompting him to crack down hard on both hardware and software improvements. The Eastgate Market Church had not been built very long, so of course it could not be demolished and rebuilt. But Pastor Wu felt the interior of the church remained too austere and lacked impact. The arrival of Jin Lige and others provided him with free renovation workers. Painting murals, installing stained glass, and using tiles for interior decoration were all placed on the agenda. Shortly after Jin Lige and his apprentice arrived in Lingao, they were put to work on mural painting and interior decoration of the entire monastery. These two priests worked from dawn to dusk painting murals, sculpting plaster statues, and even reluctantly participated in creating stained glass windows. Of course, this was not solely for religious service. The propaganda and architecture departments likewise required new art forms for their respective purposes. End of chapter. Chapter 843. The sinners working overtime every night. The gas bill is appalling. Dean Wu was fairly satisfied with the Jesuit priests' work, but harbored some complaints about them laboring through the nights as well. The pious priests refused to abandon their daytime work of preaching and spreading the faith, insisting on reserving the artistic labor for nighttime hours. This caused Dean Wu some distress. The fuel department refused to offer discounts on gas fees to religious venues under the Religious Affairs Office system, and would not charge at the internal allocation price, insisting instead on billing at general commercial rates. And the Lingao church system received virtually no fiscal appropriation support. More than 90% of expenses had to be self-raised by the Lingao church. Of course, Dean Wu had the backing of the Jesuits, that great money source, providing everything from manpower to finances. Otherwise, he truly did not know how he would maintain church operations. The church's properties were limited, and the believers they had developed were mostly poor people and Li tribespeople. Though fanatical in their piety, they could not produce much money for offerings. Have to make propaganda and the architecture department fork out some blood, he muttered to himself. And Hu Qingbai's place too. Have Father Jin give sculpture and art classes, charging fees on the side. The entrance of Gonzalez and Trini immediately caught his attention. He naturally knew about the recent arrival of the Dutch East India Company representatives. Not only did he know, he had also seen photographs and brief introductions of the three principal representatives. So the moment these two entered, he recognized them. Spaniards and Italians were both Catholics, so from the moment the Magdeburg submitted its crew list and accepted quarantine, the Political Security Bureau and Colonial Trade Department had issued notices reminding the various Catholic churches in Lingao that Gonzalez and Trini might enter the church, instructing all departments to prepare reception and propaganda work. Wu Shimeng had presided over church work for several years and had dealt with Europeans most frequently, understanding their religious sentiments exceedingly well. Spaniards were especially noted for their fervent religious feelings, so after just a few words upon entering, this old Spanish soldier, a rogue at heart, became so emotionally moved he nearly had tears in his eyes. Mr. Trini, being Italian, was not particularly zealous in religious matters, but during the several years in Batavia, he had enjoyed absolutely no religious freedom, being compelled to participate in Protestant ceremonies every day and feeling profoundly repelled. This made him fervent about his originally lukewarm Catholic faith. Wu Shimeng had worked in marketing in the old timeline and had served as a human resources trainer, originally possessing a full repertoire of smooth-talking skills. In this timeline, he had long been immersed among religious people, encountering missionaries most frequently. His talent for persuasion had advanced even further, and in no time at all, he made these two Europeans feel incomparably warm in their hearts. As for Father Jin Lige and his disciples who were working, being able to see two fellow believers from European lands thousands of miles away naturally pleased them greatly as well. Both parties soon struck up lively conversation. The three spoke happily in Italian, which they all understood. Wu Shimeng stood aside with a charming smile. Though he could not understand a single word, he did not mind in the least. He carried a voice recorder with him. Soon the content of their conversation would be delivered to the Political Security Bureau, where senators who understood Italian would be asked to translate. The two visited the church, praising its scale and structure considerably. Trini paid particular attention to the details. As an Italian draftsman, he himself was proficient or at least passable in multiple crafts. This was a common characteristic of Italian artists since the Renaissance. A painter was often also sculptor, metal worker, architect, or even engineer. Da Vinci was merely the most accomplished among them. Trini examined the murals and sculptures under construction on the walls, revealing a somewhat contemptuous smile. In this professional artist's view, Father Jin Lige and his disciples' skill was still lacking. Jesuit missionaries going to China and Japan learned astronomy, mathematics, physics, and art for missionary purposes before departing for East Asia, but their professional standards were generally not particularly high. Though out of courtesy he refrained from commenting on this, he shifted his gaze from the walls to other areas, and soon noticed the stained glass windows being installed on both sides of the chapel under construction. The patterns were not of religious subjects, but depicted large landscapes, somewhat similar to the simplified line-style paintings Trini had seen on medieval tapestries. Boundless fields rolling with golden waves of wheat, numerous red houses standing with enormous chimneys, densely planted orchards on green hillsides with white flocks of sheep grazing below, boats returning with full loads upon the azure sea. These patterns were simple yet vivid, quite different from traditional church decorative glass windows. Trini observed carefully, attempting to divine the meaning expressed within. Obviously, these glass mosaic paintings were expressing a vision of beautiful and abundant life. Under the glow of gas lamps, climbing on scaffolding, and carefully installing glass pieces into iron frames was a group of women and half-grown children. They wore uniform undyed plain cloth short tunics. Each worked silently and carefully, installing and fixing glass pieces to the frames. "Who are they?" Trini asked, somewhat surprised. Obviously these people were neither monks nor nuns, but some aura of asceticism emanated from them. "Some poor sinners." Father Jin Lige made the sign of the cross. "May God save their souls." These people were bandit dependents, sinners, under the monastery's management. Beginning with the 13 Villages Bandit Suppression Campaign, bandits with less severe offenses were released home after a period of education and hard labor upon capture. Those meeting qualifications were accepted for recruitment or enlistment, but the families of those extremely evil bandits killed in the suppression had to receive special disposition. Young and middle-aged men were sent to labor camps and organized into specialized labor teams. Women and minors were transferred to the Lingao monastery for re-education and reformation, while performing simple work. The purpose was brainwashing, weakening the hatred mentality so they could become useful members of society in the future, rather than destabilizing factors. Although reformation work was housed in the monastery, it was actually jointly managed by several departments, with the Political Security Bureau serving as the guiding department. After a set period, the Security Bureau would evaluate and score the sinners. Those considered adequately reformed, meeting the IVB level, unreliable but usable, would be released and relocated to new locations for resettlement. Those considered to have shown insignificant educational effects would be transferred to labor camps for disposal. The priests did not oppose this work. In Europe, monasteries taking in and supervising sinners was not uncommon. Moreover, the priests believed that the Australian secular government being willing to entrust this work to the church represented reliance on and trust in the church, so they approached reformation work with considerable enthusiasm. As for Dean Wu, he naturally did not oppose it even more. For him it meant free labor. The sinners worked in dedicated shoe and garment factories opened by the Light Industry Department, which paid the church a per-head fee to cover their food and clothing expenses. The remainder naturally subsidized church construction. So Dean Wu was quite satisfied with this system. During the pacification operations in northern Qiang, there had been a constant stream of sinners being sent over. Initially, the personnel accepted were limited to bandit dependents, but the category later expanded to include families of all hostile elements that had been eliminated. Thus Dean Wu always maintained a considerable number of sinners on hand. Mr. Trini, however, was quite moved. He too made the sign of the cross, murmuring prayers. At this point, Gonzalez spoke. "Father, I wish to confess." When the two departed, they donated 10 Spanish reals to the church. Only 10 Spanish silver coins. Wu Shimeng smiled broadly as he saw them off, but inwardly felt rather contemptuous. He had originally thought that with Gonzalez's demeanor, he would produce at least 50 silver coins. Just now Father Jin Lige had even heard their confessions. These two had been under the Dutch for a long time, compelled to perform Protestant religious ceremonies, and failing to observe fasting according to Catholic rules, leaving them feeling most uneasy. So they had made a thorough confession. As for the contents of the confession, he would not know until tomorrow noon. The senator who understood Italian would not listen to the recording until the following morning. If any secrets could be extracted, he, the great general of the Religious Affairs Office, would claim first credit. Wu Shimeng was profoundly dissatisfied with current religious work. He even felt he had chosen the wrong promotion path back then. He had originally intended to transform the Catholic Church into the state church of the future Transmigrator Empire. To this end, he had long ago drafted numerous specific plans and schemes, including how future dioceses would be divided, how church property would be managed, and more. Dean Wu had even selected the address for the future Holy City. Even the Crusader army had a blueprint. In his conception, the future state church would be an essential force guaranteeing the Transmigrator Empire for thousands of generations. The church's monastic knight orders and Crusader army would serve as the Senate's shield and sword. Of course, he could not be so lacking in vision as to forget armed nuns too. In short, his ambitions were vast. But the Senate kept an extremely tight hold on the religious system, having absolutely no intention of establishing a state religion. Nor did they permit him to act freely. They had even created a neo-Daoism to muddy the waters. This left Wu Shimeng deeply disappointed. Regarding religious expertise, he was obviously no match for Qianzi, who was well-versed in Daoist classics and had developed a systematic approach to reforming the texts. In what he considered his strongest areas, organization, management, and operation, the Senate imposed many restrictions. After much reflection, Wu Shimeng concluded that if he did not intend to abandon the religious system, the best approach was still large-scale expansion of believers, especially in Li areas and new zones. The Senate believed that missionary work helped stabilize rule over unstable areas. At the same time, the better the missionary results, the more resources he could obtain from the Jesuits. End of chapter. Chapter 844. Return to Guangzhou. Wu De was strongly opposed to the Guangzhou Great World Project in the Executive Committee. Besides him, Chengdong also stood in opposition. Their reasons were identical. The 1631 budget and material allocation plan had already been completed. Suddenly adding a major project meant all existing plans would have to be redone from scratch. Chengdong held a fiercely opposing attitude toward this. The year 1631 marked the first time the Fiscal Controller's Office had prepared a formal annual budget. The second counter-encirclement campaign of 1630 had caused economic turbulence, a cascade of problems including sharp declines in imports and exports and currency overissuance. The Fiscal Controller's Office's fiscal measures for 1631 were moderately tight. We may face multiple unexpected events requiring additional budget in 1631, Chengdong pointed out. In analysis reports submitted by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, Military General Administration, and Planning Bureau, it was believed that the Senate would likely confront several major military operations in 1631. Highly probable ones included southwestern border military operations, war against Liu Xiang, and war against Zhang Zhilong. On Hainan Island proper, the Northern Qiang Pacification War had already entered its final stage. The next step was for the military to enter southern Qiang and begin operations there, an expense that would also be quite considerable. The war funds currently in the budget were certainly insufficient. We have not specifically planned for a deficit, but it is entirely imaginable that this year's fiscal budget will certainly run a deficit, Cheng Dong warned. This has a great impact on stabilizing the value of circulation coupons. Currently, the inflation of circulation coupons was temporarily masked. The transmigrators' military victory had greatly expanded their ruled territory, and circulation coupons were promoted at bayonet point to all counties of northern Qiang. The social wealth of northern Qiang counties absorbed the purchasing power inflated by circulation coupons, effectively supporting their stability and preventing any flaws from showing. One had to remember that the tensest moment had come at the end of 1630, when 2/3 of Lingao's silver reserves had been transferred to Lizhou to purchase sugar goods. At that time, the fiscal controller's office had operated in an extremely tense state. SCOD strongly supported this project. But once this project is launched, the returns are quite substantial. Most importantly, we will break away from our current extreme dependence on Lingao industry, processing raw materials locally in Guangdong, hiring labor locally, selling locally. Since we originally intended to establish light industrial production enterprises in Hong Kong and Guangdong, using Guangdong's manpower and material resources in the vicinity, building a base for large-scale commodity sales cannot be considered wasteful. Zhan Wuya also expressed approval from an industrial perspective. As for the financial and material resources needed for construction, I think we can figure something out from Guangzhou locally. Don't simply take the full appropriation path. Li Mei once again brought forward her shareholding approach. She proposed that Guangzhou Great World absorb private capital in the manner of Great Wave Shipping. Li Mei suggested state capital would occupy 51%, leaving 49% for stock offerings. Specifically, one approach was to absorb funds directly from local gentry and large households in Guangzhou. Another was to absorb private funds through the institutional investor of the Long Guangzhou branch. Whether to issue stocks or corporate bonds could be discussed separately. Before the second counter-encirclement campaign, the Long Guangzhou branch had absorbed considerable amounts of deposits through Purple Enterprises and directly. A large portion of these deposits had been employed as trade working capital for the Guangzhou station and to support development of the Lizhou sugar industry. In the several years of De Long's operation in Guangzhou, considerable credibility had been established. With the current capital situation, investing in Guangzhou Great World was entirely feasible. As for the large quantities of materials needed for construction, they could be purchased locally in Guangdong, including timber, bricks, tiles, and stones. One could even consider building a building materials factory in Guangzhou or Hong Kong, using Lingao's advanced technology to process and manufacture materials, so even cement could be solved locally in Guangzhou. Cement was fundamentally an industrial product requiring large quantities of raw materials. Lingao's cement industry relied on externally transported coal, which was not particularly advantageous economically. Although Guangzhou lacked coal mines, at that time many small and medium coal pits were active in Guangdong, so obtaining cheap coal locally was not difficult. As for limestone, clay, and other materials, these were not difficult to obtain near the Pearl River Delta, far better than Lingao's cement factory, which often resorted to burning oyster shells for lime. Eventually, this proposal was also passed in the executive committee. It was decided to add the Guangzhou Great World project to the Planning Bureau's 1631 material production and allocation schedule and fiscal budget as an additional project. Of course, a considerable portion of the funds needed to be self-raised by the project team. Master, we have arrived at Tianzi Wharf in Guangzhou. A respectful voice from an attendant came from outside the door. Gu Yi nodded. The life secretary standing beside him, Yi Liu, responded loudly, "Master knows." His two maids had undergone political vetting and re-education after returning to Lingao and now appeared on the Guangzhou station's roster. Yi Liu was a secretary. Zhai Tao was a classified document clerk. He rose, and Yi Liu hurriedly lifted the silk cover from a large mirror mounted on the cabin wall so he could inspect his appearance. The man in the mirror was dignified and impressive. Every gesture radiated the noble bearing of someone rich and powerful. This sensation left him momentarily dazed. Is this still me? Recalling his appearance when working in the security department back then, Guo Yi felt that had been an entirely different person. "How is Mr. Liu?" he asked. Everyone else was fine, either senators or naturalized citizens, but Liu Yizhang required close watching. Although this individual had fully exposed his utterly spineless character in the POW camp and left behind a series of stains, such as writing peace advocacy documents to the viceroy, he could now only work wholeheartedly with the senators. The Guangzhou station planned to have him serve as the public figure managing communications with Guangdong officialdom, but the senators were not particularly confident about this person's reliability. "Mr. Liu changed clothes just now and is waiting in his cabin to go ashore. Nothing unusual." Guo Yi nodded. Zhai Tao helped him smooth the wrinkles in his garments. He stood majestically still, waiting for the women to make final adjustments. Then Yi Liu lifted the door curtain for him. Guo Yi emerged onto the deck. The river wind made him shiver slightly. Looking out, a crowd had already gathered on Tianzi Wharf, with drums and music arrayed in formation. The wharf had been cleared in advance. Irrelevant personnel and boats had all been driven aside. The moment he emerged from the cabin, drums and music immediately struck up grandly on the wharf. Firecrackers and high-rise fireworks crackled and popped. Guo Yi smiled, waving slightly toward the wharf before descending the gangplank. Among the crowd welcoming him on the wharf were quite a few local gentry. Guo Yi immediately spotted Liang Kunhu, his face wreathed in smiles. Then he saw Gao Ju, whose plump countenance was full of joy at their reunion after long separation. A group of young masters who had frequently visited Purple Brightness Tower gathered together, fanning themselves and chatting. But the one leading this group was Li Ziju. Though he displayed no official pomp, everyone knew this person represented Guangdong Governor Li Fengji in welcoming Master Guo. As if fearing a single private secretary of the Guangdong governor was insufficiently dignified, Guangzhou Prefecture, Nanhai County, and Panyu County had all dispatched yamen runners to maintain order at the scene. The pomp was nearly on par with a departing high court official. 3 large blue-cloth 4-barrow sedan chairs and more than a dozen 2-barrow small sedan chairs stood lined up on the wharf. The large chairs were prepared for Guo Yi, Pei Lixiu, and Zhang Shangji. The smaller chairs were prepared for their maids. One of them was the luxurious sedan chair Guo Yi had used originally. After the Guangzhou station's evacuation, this sedan had been seized by Tian De, who intended to bring it back to the capital as tribute to his master. After Tian De was 70-yarded, the sedan had been abandoned and had fallen into disrepair. This time Li Ziju had specially located it and sought skilled craftsmen to restore it completely. Except that the glass on the sedan windows had been pried off and could not be replaced, substituted instead with strings of fine pearls fashioned into bead curtains, everything else was restored. Li Ziju approached with a beaming face to exchange greetings. Subsequently, all the gentry present to welcome him came forward to exchange courtesies. Most of those present were people who had commercial dealings with the Guangzhou station or had been regulars at Purple Brightness Tower, originally pro-hair people. When the government launched its punitive expedition, they had suffered somewhat. Young masters like Dong Zhijiang and Wu Jixiang in particular had received considerable scolding from their fathers and elder brothers at home for associating too much with hair bandits. Now they could finally hold their heads high, each one in buoyant spirits. Gao Ju was beaming, cupping his hands. "The clouds part and the sun appears. Has master been well? Many thanks to Lord Gao for your kind assistance." Guo Yi knew that after the Guangzhou station's departure, Gao Ju had protected and looked after its interests in numerous ways. He was a tested and proven partner. You are too kind, too kind. With Master's return to Guangzhou this time, it is like a dragon escaping the shallows, ready to spread great soaring ambitions. Gao Ju's mouth overflowed with flattery. Only then did he say in an exceedingly low voice, "May I know when I might visit your residence? I would not dare presume. Just give me 3 days, and this humble one shall call to pay his respects." "Very well, very well." Gao Ju nodded smiling and stepped aside. After the gentry finished exchanging courtesies, there was another flurry of chaos. Everyone boarded the sedan chairs. Luggage and goods would be transported to the Huifu Street residence by the Qiwei escort agency personnel accompanying the ship. According to Li Ziju's instructions, the residence had already been unsealed and cleaned. The procession of sedan chairs, led by top horses, mounted escorts, proceeded toward Huifu Street with crowds before and behind. The procession not only had yamen runners from Guangzhou Prefecture and Nanhai and Panyu counties clearing the way and maintaining order, but multiple yamens in the prefectural city had also dispatched personnel to assist. This attracted citizens along the streets to come watch the spectacle. "That's Guoye." Someone said, "Look at this scale and style, truly grand. Didn't they say hair bandits were rebels?" SHH, rebel is a word you can just say. He is properly Master Guo. The government changes face faster than flipping a book. That is called times change. Besides, whether hair bandits or master, it doesn't have much to do with us common folk. But now that he's back, all the purple brand stores can open, and there'll be a place to buy Australian goods again. Seated in his sedan, Guo Yi recalled the panic when the Guangzhou station had fled in disarray more than half a year ago. It felt like a different lifetime. Guangzhou was still a world where he could accomplish great things. End of chapter. Chapter 845. Reconstruction. The sedan chairs proceeded toward Huifu Street. The Qiwei escort agency had organized a large contingent of escorts to follow and guard the procession. At every street corner, high-rise fireworks and 10,000-character firecrackers were set off. Sun Keqiang led the escorts in matching newly tailored livery, personally following behind in tight formation on foot, looking as though they could finally hold their heads high. Ever since the Navy had fire-attacked the Yuan postal station, the Qiwei escort agency, which had been keeping a low profile, had finally escaped the position of acting like a subordinate. After the secret agreement between both sides was signed, the Qiwei escort agency suddenly found itself prominent. Sun Keqiang had long been suppressing his energy, waiting for Master Guo's return to make a grand display. When the procession reached Huifu Street, the street entrance had already been sealed off by yamen runners dispatched from Nanhai and Panyu counties, with no idle people permitted near. The original residence and the storefronts of Purple Sincerity Record and Purple Treasure House had already been washed clean and refreshed. The seals that had been posted for more than half a year had long since disappeared, and the weeds before the doorsteps had been pulled clean. The road surface was also swept clean and dry. The only problem was that the large glass windows of Purple Sincerity Record and Purple Treasure House had all been smashed and carried away. For now, they could only leave the board shutters temporarily removed. Led by head shopkeeper Shen Fan, the workers and craftsmen of the original Purple Enterprises stood lined up at the store entrance, eagerly watching the sedan chairs approach. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Ever since the Guangzhou station had evacuated completely, the workers and craftsmen had received their severance pay and gone home separately to lie low. Some unlucky ones who had failed to hide in time were caught by yamen runners, suffering considerably and losing some money. Fortunately, Sun Keqiang had been secretly helping, with Gao Ju also lending a hand from time to time, stabilizing people's hearts. Although this group had received severance pay and need not worry about food and clothing, sitting idle and eating away their resources day after day made them uneasy. Each one had waited eagerly for Master Guo to return one day earlier so everyone could resume working and doing business. Looking forward and looking forward, they finally received news of Master Guo's return to Guangzhou. Sun Keqiang had sent someone to communicate the news, and the Purple Enterprises people could not help but spread the word to each other. After being dismissed, Shen Fan had returned to his hometown to lie low in the countryside. Because he had been the head steward of Purple Enterprises, he was a key person Tianda was hunting for. Before leaving Guangzhou, he had nearly been kidnapped by Tianda's evil servants. Fortunately, Qiwei had dispatched people to secretly protect him from the beginning, which kept him safe enough to escape. Shen Fan, carrying the roster of the entire Guangzhou station's workers and craftsmen on his person, had fled to his hometown to lie low under escort protection. Unexpectedly, Tianda had extensive reach, actually sending Yamen runners through the local county Yamen to arrest him. His entire family had been forced to flee overnight under escort protection, hiding in one of Qiwei's branch offices for several months. During those days in hiding, he could track the situation in Guangzhou through the Qiwei Escort Agency's communication network. Although he was not as restless as the workers and craftsmen below, he also harbored serious doubts about whether Master Guo and the others could actually return to Guangzhou. After all, the Australians were dealing with the government. When the Qiwei Escort Agency informed him to return to Guangzhou to prepare for reopening, this old shopkeeper could not suppress the excitement in his heart and immediately set off for Guangzhou. After arriving in the city, he first stayed at Qiwei's inn. Qiwei's people went out everywhere to notify the workers and craftsmen scattered in various villages and even neighboring counties to return to work. The whole inn was jubilant for a time, all waiting for the master to return and business to resume. At this moment, Shen Fan stood first among the workers, barely able to contain his excitement. In this whole affair, although he had not been able to help the master much, the master had actually come back. The terrible power of the government, which made common people tremble merely at the mention of it, had actually been turned back by cannons. The Australians' tough style, keeping their word and fearing no one in power, had left a deep impression on him. Watching the sedan chair set down nearby and the curtain lifted, Master Guo emerged from within. He stamped his feet lightly and dusted the dust from his sleeves, exuding an aura of royal hegemonic qi that made people feel they could not measure up. Then Miss Pei also descended from her sedan behind, still radiant and beautiful, utterly stunning. Shen Fan forcefully suppressed the excitement swelling in his chest, walked forward several steps, and fell to his knees with a grand bow, about to kowtow to Guo. The workers and craftsmen of Purple Group present also all dropped to their knees in a single wave. Before the door, a dense black mass of people knelt. Guo was startled. He had not expected these people to have such deep feelings for Purple Enterprises. Seeing Shen Fan actually performing a grand bow to him, he hurried forward to help him up. Seeing this old shopkeeper already in tears, choking and unable to speak, Guo himself felt his heart turn slightly sour. This was probably what loyalty and righteousness meant. He sighed inwardly. "Please rise, everyone." Guo steadied himself and swept his gaze over the assembly. Separated for more than half a year, everyone has suffered. At that time I said we would eventually return to Guangzhou, revive the old business, and set off firecrackers together for the shops to reopen. Saying this, he felt his eyes moisten somewhat. "Come, bring the firecrackers." Coming. With one call from Shen Fan, workers had already prepared 100 high-rise fireworks and 10 strings of 10,000-character firecrackers, arranged in dense rows along Huifu Street. Guo took an incense stick, lit the fuse of a high-rise firework, and then high-rise fireworks and 10,000-character firecrackers went off one after another. The whole of Huifu Street was immediately deafened by firecracker sounds and filled with smoke. Guo sat in the flower hall. The flower hall, which had once been magnificently furnished, was now completely empty. Even the chair beneath him and the table before him were temporary purchases from second-hand shops. In ancient times there was no concept of furniture stores. Furniture had to be crafted by artisans. To buy ready-made furniture, one could only buy second-hand. The 12-12-panel windows, made by skilled craftsmen and inlaid with glass, had disappeared without a trace. The greedy yamen runners had not only taken all movable property and furniture, but had not even spared the building materials that could be dismantled and removed. You had just gone to inspect Purple Sincerity Records' liquor workshop. The distillers and atmospheric boilers inside had been destroyed before the withdrawal to prevent others from using them. Examining them again now, they had become dilapidated, with many parts missing. Obviously someone had dismantled these items and moved them elsewhere, then recently moved them back. Almost none of the business equipment returned by the government was intact. Yu shook his head looking at them. Most things probably only had value for being dismantled for firewood or recycling materials. As for ordinary household items, the kitchen did not possess even a single pot or bowl. It was even difficult to boil water to drink. Fortunately, the house had already been cleaned multiple times several days prior by Sun Keqiang and Shen Fan organizing people. The weeds in the courtyard had also been pulled out. Even so, this once flourishing property still looked utterly decrepit, truly ruined beyond recognition. Yu sighed. Where do I sleep? Pei Lixiu glanced at her former boudoir on Huifu Street. Inside could be described as bare walls. As for Purple Brightness Tower, that went without saying. She and Zhang Shangji had originally wanted to go immediately to Purple Brightness Tower to see the situation, but shopkeeper Sun asked her to wait until tomorrow. They were still cleaning there. It probably could not be inhabited yet. You and Zhang Shangji should stay at Qiwei's Inn for tonight. I have already instructed shopkeeper Sun to prepare a luxury room, with a bathroom very clean. Yu instructed people to first set up a camp bed in his bedroom, along with a desk for office use. I will not stay there. Just set up a temporary bed for me too. Tonight is perfect for reconsidering the plan to restore Purple Brightness Tower. Zhang Shangji was career-minded and felt that roughing it was manageable. Yu instructed people to first post notices outside the residence on Huifu Street, at Purple Sincerity Record, Purple Treasure House, and Purple Brightness Tower. Reopening soon. All workers and friends of this shop and residence, please report back within 3 days to resume positions. Although most people had already come back to report before opening, some still had not been contacted. As for furniture in the rooms, daily necessities, and business equipment in the stores, craftsmen were immediately sought to make them, sparing no expense, having carpenters work as quickly as possible. Items that could be purchased from second-hand shops should be bought first, but Yu required that only quality items be bought with no inferior substitutes. That's easy enough. Recently, there are quite a few wealthy households selling confiscated goods here in Guangzhou. There are plenty of good things in the second-hand shops, not to mention furniture. Even decorative objects are available to choose from, Shen Fan said with a smile. He was so busy his feet did not touch the ground, running back and forth making arrangements. Yu gave him a DeLong Guangzhou branch passbook to draw funds from freely. Oh. What's going on? Yu asked curiously. It's all because of the Australians. Shen Fan lowered his voice but could not suppress a laugh. The government army suffered a great defeat in Jiangnan prefecture. The civil and military officials leading troops died or were captured. Those captured need ransom money to get released. Back here, the imperial court still has to punish the guilty. Those guilty need to escape punishment. The innocent want promotions. It's simply chaos. Doesn't all this require money to grease palms and work connections? Ah, so that's the situation. Yu thought our victory at Chiang Mai really taught these officials a good lesson. Now there are even those selling land and houses. If the master is interested, you can also quietly look to see if there is anything suitable. You help me keep an eye out first. Report back when there is something suitable. Yes, quite a few people in the Guangdong officialdom were implicated this time. Shen Fan no longer had any feelings for the great Ming imperial court, feeling no sympathy whatsoever for these officials who preyed on the people and abused their power, falling into misfortune. "Rest assured, master, I will take buyer Zhou with me. He is known as Zhou the Skinner. I must squeeze these dirty officials properly and vent some anger for the master. These officials have quite a few good things in their hands." "Good, go ahead." Guoyi nodded. Guoyi's boat had brought along a construction team from Lingao General Construction Company, prepared to repair the residence and properties. They had also brought some building materials that might be needed, such as large panes of glass. But looking at things now, the damage to the buildings was far beyond his expectations. The prepared materials were insufficient in both quantity and variety. Boilers, distillers, and sanitary fixtures also all had to be ordered from Lingao. Guoyi knew Purple Brightness Tower's condition would only be worse than here. Many of the strange crafts and cleverness items inside had probably survived only 1 in 10. Quite possibly, even the water pipes and faucets had been dismantled and taken away. End of chapter. Chapter 846. A scene of devastation amidst the bustle. Someone had already brought up a thick stack of calling cards and gift lists. Guoyi took them and casually flipped through, sighing inwardly. Indeed, might makes right and strength wins friendship are the same in any era. Compared to the scene of deserted doorways and panicked flight the previous year, it truly moved one to endless reflection. The calling cards were of various kinds, some merely paying respects, some inviting him as a guest, and of course some eagerly requesting an audience. Liu categorized them in the guest ledger according to the owner's status and position, closeness of relations, and respective purposes. Some required return cards, some required receiving, and some need not be bothered with. Just say, "The master is not home." As for gifts, some should be accepted, some should not, and some should be half accepted and half returned. All this was decided by Zhang Shangji. Although she rarely appeared in the Guangzhou station's external dealings, she actually played the role of lady of the house. She not only managed all general affairs but also handled all matters of reciprocal courtesy. Liu flipped through the cards, set aside several important ones Guoyi had indicated, and took the rest to Zhang Shangji to handle. First was Gao Zhu's card, with an enclosed banquet invitation. The banquet naturally had to be attended. The Guangzhou station not only had outstanding accounts to settle with him, but also needed to thank him in person for looking after the Guangzhou station's interests these many months. Of course, this also encompassed future cooperation plans for the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Colonial Trade Department's entry into the capital. Second was Liang Kunhu's, likewise a banquet invitation card. Although the Liang family had not been of great help during this turmoil, thanks to their reputation, the Sihu Hall, Charity Hall, that the Guangzhou station used to absorb and circulate vagrants had been preserved. Because Sihu Hall held considerable property and land in its hands, quite a few people had been eyeing it at the time. The Liang family had also stepped forward to protect several of Purple Enterprises' workers who had failed to escape in time and been caught. This favor had to be repaid. Third was Li Ziju's card. This person was presently the liaison designated by Li Fengji for dealings with Guangdong officialdom. Besides these three, the other cards posed no urgency. As for the group of young masters circling around Pei Lixiu, once Purple Brightness Tower was somewhat restored to order, she could entertain them herself. The architects who had accompanied the team from Lingao Construction Company, Mei Lin and Li Ziaolu, walked in. They had just conducted a detailed survey of the destruction throughout the Huifu Street building complex to formulate a repair and renovation plan. Both wore awkward Ming-style attire. Mei Lin wore a Liu Yidong hat. Li Ziaolu wore a crooked fake hair bun. They looked exceedingly uncomfortable. This was the core section of the residence, with political security personnel guarding at the courtyard gate. Except for senators and their secretaries and classified document clerks, neither naturalized citizens nor local workers could enter without being summoned. It was a place where one could speak relatively freely. Guoyi greeted them while instructing Liu to pour tea. "How is the situation? Will repairs take a long time?" Mei Lin took a sip of tea, stretched his legs and tugged at his clothes. It won't come to that. The buildings themselves are not severely damaged. It's the building components that are heavily damaged. Not much masonry work, but quite a bit of carpentry. As for how long repairs will take, that depends on how quickly you can provide components here. I looked at the remaining parts and much of the craftsmanship is very elaborate. I'm afraid it cannot be completed in less than 1 or 2 months. Yes, Yu nodded. Just recruit more local carpenters and have them work faster. As for wood, check Gao Ju's warehouse. He has fine timber stored for many years there that can be used immediately. Looking at the situation, we didn't bring enough interior components. I'm afraid we will have to order more from Lingao. Li Ziaolu consulted his notebook. We don't yet know what condition Purple Brightness Tower is in. It won't be much better. Zhang Shangji interjected, sighing. I plan to proceed as follows, Mei Lin said. First, concentrate on restoring security and access control facilities everywhere, and on inspecting walls and roofs. Then restore the storefront portions of Purple Treasure House and Purple Sincerity Record to resume business as soon as possible. As for the residents, first restore the front areas for receiving guests and entertaining. The garden should also be restored as soon as possible if feasible. These are where we socialize and interact. Having just returned to Guangzhou, there are many social events and guest entertaining matters. We need a proper place. Good. Mei Lin noted the requirements in his notebook. I will also arrange for someone to repair the inner residence first. At least restore the plumbing and bathroom equipment first so you can use them. Tomorrow I want to go see Purple Brightness Tower's condition, Li Ziaolu said, to estimate the construction period and materials. The next day, Zhang Shangji and Pei Lixiu accompanied Li Ziaolu and others to Purple Brightness Tower, inspecting the situation on site. Opening the tightly locked main door, although it had already been cleaned once, the interior was still a complete mess. As Guo Yi had estimated, Purple Brightness Tower's destruction was no less severe. Half the carpets had been cut away, all the glass in the windows had been smashed, the window sashes and carved screens had been dismantled and taken. The glass chandeliers had vanished without a trace. Although the large bath pool had been cleaned, the statues, plumbing hardware and tiles above were largely missing. Obviously, someone had also attempted to dismantle the plumbing equipment and fixtures in the private rooms, causing extensive destruction. Flush toilets, bathtubs, and various pipes were almost all destroyed or seriously depleted. Because the pipes had been damaged, water from the cistern had leaked out, leaving watermarks of erosion everywhere. Furniture, furnishings, and other items inside the building were almost entirely gone. Even the animal-powered machine used to pump water up to the water tower had been dismantled. Many items were piled in the main hall. These were objects returned by the government, a miscellaneous heap of junk. Zhang Shangji looked through them. Many were simply refused to make up numbers. Some were indeed Purple Brightness Tower items, but had been ruined beyond recognition. Several large sofas originally placed in Pei Lixiu's salon had their brocade upholstery ripped open, exposing the kapok stuffing inside. Zhang Shangji looked. The springs were already gone. The full-length dressing mirror and large grandfather clock from Pei Lixiu's boudoir had vanished without a trace. These 2 items had been taken by someone, their current whereabouts unknown. Her vanity and Zhang Shangji's desk were still present, fine rosewood furniture, but for some reason someone had carefully chopped them into pieces with an axe. They were looking for secret drawers. Zhang Shangji sighed regretfully. What a pity. That desk was very useful. Pei Lixiu was so angry she could not speak. Seeing her carefully decorated boudoir and salon ruined beyond recognition, she nearly cried. Zhang Shangji also felt intense anger. This was simply wanton destruction. After Mei Lin and Li Ziaolu surveyed the premises, they also devised a restoration plan. Restoration here was not urgent. Moreover, building materials that needed to be ordered from Lingao were considerably more numerous than for the Huifu Street side. The construction period had to be scheduled later. Although Pei Lixiu was dissatisfied, she had no choice but to accept it. I don't think you need to rush for the moment. Zhang Shangji sat in the same sedan chair with her, counseling gently. Once the Huifu Street side is repaired, you can stay on Huifu Street first. Here, first invite all the past regular customers once, then make a round of calls. It doesn't matter if the building isn't repaired. Gather the network of relationships first. There is no choice but to do that. Pei Lixiu was dejected. It's fine. A fresh opening is only a matter of time. Besides, hasn't the planning bureau approved our flagship store plan? The number 2 store will be much larger. Let us plan specifically first. Yu went out every day to pay calls or hosted guests at the residences of local famous courtesans. He first met with Gao Ju. Gao Ju's face was full of enthusiasm. The relationship between them seemed far warmer than before. Gao Ju declared, "This can be considered having shared hardship together. The bond between us brothers is different from before." Yu understood this was the result of them having fully demonstrated their strength. Gao's family and life were all in Guangzhou, and his source of wealth was on the sea. Of course, he had to cultivate a friendlier relationship with this maritime power that was vaguely rising. Besides words of thanks, both sides discussed the work of clearing up remaining accounts. They also had in-depth discussions about the next steps of cooperation. When Gao Ju heard that the Australians would be bringing in large quantities of spices at Xiangshanao, he knew a new opportunity to make money had arrived. Spices were major consumer goods in China at that time, and one of the few products China was willing to import in large quantities. Besides edible spices, other incense materials from the South Seas, such as benzoin and ambergris, also commanded a large market in China. If the Australians could supply them in abundance, this source of wealth would be no less significant than his current Australian goods business. Easy to say, easy to say. Gao Ju nodded repeatedly. I won't hide it from you, brother. This elder brother here has quite a few goods that can be sold. If brother has ships that can transport overseas, this elder brother has complete goods as much as you want. That could not be better. Yu thought, this immediately brings a big deal for Hong Kong. Gao Ju was both a major importer and major exporter. With him as the baseline, goods brought by the Dutch and goods shipped out all had destinations. The senators merely needed to change hands in Hong Kong. Yu said, there is another matter I would like to consult you about, brother. Whatever it is, brother, just speak. Shopkeeper Wen wishes to send some people to the capital to do business. Yu watched Gao Ju's face closely, and would like your help, brother. Gao Ju's face tensed momentarily, then relaxed. He did not answer immediately, thinking before asking. Between us brothers, let us not speak outsiders' words. You have now established a foothold in Guangzhou and now wish to enter the capital. What exactly are you after? Making money, of course. Gao Ju smiled slightly, leaning back against his chair and shaking his head. Brother, what you say is too distant. Although this elder brother is not someone who likes to pry, some things still need to be known clearly before one can be at ease. You said, we crossed distant seas and came to the great Ming for the purpose of doing business and making money. Going to the capital is naturally still for making money. Unavoidably, we also need to observe the imperial court's mood, probe the direction of the wind, and ask you, brother, to introduce a few friends, lest one day the court's thunderous wrath stirs. He. Gao Ju laughed and nodded repeatedly. Shopkeeper Wen is indeed extraordinary. End of chapter. Chapter 847. Reunion. Lu Yizhang's quarters occupied a quiet courtyard along the western wing of the Huifu Street compound, a space originally reserved for distinguished visitors from distant lands. Beyond the main hall stretched the east and west wings, and though his rooms were comfortably appointed with servants attending his every need, he could not leave. The courtyard had become his gilded cage, the view from his windows reduced to a modest garden of ornamental trees and flowers. His spirits were bleak. For a man who had long since abandoned all hope of seeing the mainland again, the unexpected chance to return to Guangzhou should have been cause for celebration. Most of the strategists captured during the Chiang Mai campaign had been ransomed after the peace agreement, all except a handful of impoverished scholars from other provinces who lacked relatives or connections in Guangdong to redeem them. The prisoner camp had emptied almost entirely, yet Lu Yizhang had never dared write home requesting ransom money. Only when his wife, growing anxious as others returned one after another while her husband remained silent, dispatched a trusted household servant with silver to Hainan to search for him, did she finally receive news. He could not bring himself to return. During his interrogation, he had told his captors everything he knew about Guangdong's officials and military, a transgression not in itself unusual, for nearly every captive had confessed what they knew. But Lu Yizhang had gone further. Driven by cowardice and a craven desire to ingratiate himself with the transmigrators, he had not merely written letters urging the Governor-General to pursue peace negotiations. He had said things during questioning that should never have been spoken aloud. If he returned home now, the slightest whisper of this betrayal would destroy him. Even if the court chose not to punish him, he would become a pariah among the literati, reviled as a traitor by all who had once been his peers. The Governor-General was gone, and with him Lu Yizhang's greatest patron in official circles. As for the disaster in Qiangzhou, should the court decide to assign blame, Lu Yizhang made a perfect scapegoat. The charges practically wrote themselves. Without his protector, the officers who had fled the debacle could fabricate whatever accusations they pleased against him. The transmigrators, for their part, had shown no intention of releasing him. Though they permitted his family to send silver and provisions, they never mentioned letting him go home. Even the household servants his wife had sent to attend him had been turned away at the gates. And now, one of the Australian elders had spoken with him, commanding him to accompany Qiwei back to Guangzhou and serve their interests henceforth. Lu Yizhang dared not refuse. He understood all too well what materials the Australians held in their possession. If those documents were released, his reputation would be instantly annihilated, court investigation or not. For a man whose entire livelihood depended on his standing and credentials as a literatus, such ruin was terrifying, especially for someone who had attained the Tongshi degree and served twice as a prefect. At best, society would call him shameless. At worst, traitor to imperial favor. So he had obediently followed Qiwei, slipping quietly back to Guangzhou to serve as the man's strategist, or more precisely, as the liaison between the Guangzhou station and the government authorities. Before their departure, the Australians had made it clear that the Guangdong government would not pursue his case. As long as he faithfully served as their intermediary, neither side would trouble him. But if you get any strange ideas, the transmigrator who briefed him had warned with naked directness, not only will we refuse to protect you, even His Excellency the Governor-General would probably be displeased to see you resurface. Yes, this humble one understands. Lu Yizhang had nodded rapidly. This humble one is absolutely loyal. Heaven and earth bear witness. The Australians provided him with clothing and luggage, and returned all the silver and goods his wife had sent. His attendants, however, were all assigned by the Australians themselves. Gripped by fear and melancholy, Lu Yizhang embarked on his journey back to Guangzhou. Aboard the boat, Qiwei treated him with reasonable courtesy, occasionally sending over fruit, sometimes inviting him to dine or take tea together. Looking at this young man from overseas, Lu Yizhang could not help but remember how just last year their positions had been reversed. Qiwei had been the one who was nervous and deferential, currying favor with flattering smiles and generous gifts just to obtain a few words or a casually scrawled note of recommendation. Now Qiwei was his master, and it was Lu Yizhang who wore the sycophant smile. The feeling was profoundly depressing. Yet with decades of experience navigating official circles, such wounded pride was easily self-repaired. What truly worried him was his own future. His official career was finished. Originally, After serving a few years as strategist under Governor Wang, he might have been recommended for a provincial office, perhaps a prefectural appointment in the prosperous regions of Guangdong and Guangxi. A few terms in such positions would have secured adequate provisions for his old age and his descendants, but now that path was utterly closed to him. Finding another position as a strategist elsewhere was equally impossible. Rumors were already circulating that the real architects of Governor Wang's reckless military expedition, the debacle in Qiangzhou, had been his coterie of strategists, who had urged the governor-general to mobilize troops to advance their own glory. This narrative had not even required fabrication by the Australians' intelligence department. Plenty of officials in Guangdong were eager to shift blame. With the governor-general gone, his now powerless strategists made perfect scapegoats. Thus the original cohort of strategists from the governor-general's staff had all slunk away in disgrace. A fortunate few found shelter with other officials, most scattered and fled Guangdong entirely. Lu Yizhang, as one of the governor-general's confidants who had also fallen into enemy hands, would certainly never be sought out for counsel again. The saying goes, starvation is a small thing, but losing one's integrity is a great matter. How true! Lu Yizhang spoke these words with profound bitterness. Having already forfeited his integrity, only two paths remained: suicide, or, if he chose life and still wished to live well, to sell out entirely. Thinking thus, as if burning his boats and bridges behind him, he finally felt a measure of peace. Even if one day the transmigrators can no longer hold Guangzhou, they can certainly still hold onto the island of Qiangzhou. At worst, I'll move my entire family south and spend my remaining years on the island. Lu Yizhang had witnessed firsthand Lingao's current standard of living and prosperity. If he absolutely had to spend his final years there, it would hardly be a terrible fate. Upon arriving in Guangzhou, Guo assigned him no immediate tasks. He was simply told to write a letter home reassuring his family of his safety, then rest at the Huifu Street compound. After that, for several days, there was no summons. In his idleness, despite having resolved to sell his loyalty, paranoia crept in. Perhaps the Australians had no intention of using him after all. This thought weighed heavily on his spirits. Just as boredom was settling into despair, a call came from the doorway. "Master." The visitor was the manservant the Australians had assigned to attend him. Lu Yizhang knew the man was almost certainly a spy placed at his side. He asked, "What is it?" Master Guo instructed this servant to deliver these. He says please review them over the next 2 days. Also, he wishes to invite the master to go out and pay calls together tomorrow. Please make preparations. What the servant brought included the newly published directory of officials from the bookshops, Kopid Dibao, the official court gazette, from the prefectural offices, and copies of various memorials collected from different sources. Lu Yizhang leafed through them. Memorials from the major officials of Guangdong and Guangxi had almost all been transcribed, dated within the past few months. He understood immediately. This was so he could grasp the basic state of affairs in Guangdong and at court, to serve as Guo's informed consultant. It seemed the Australians might yet make use of him after all. At this thought, his formerly gloomy mood lifted somewhat. The next day, Guo Yi and Lu Yizhang changed into 2 inconspicuous small sedan chairs and proceeded to Lotus Retreat on Henan Island. This was the same location where Gao Ju had previously negotiated peace terms with the Naval Pearl River Detachment on behalf of Li Fengji. Guo Yi was here to meet with Li Ziju and discuss post-war matters. Li Ziju had originally been part of the Governor-General's staff. Though quite capable, he had been recommended to participate in important affairs without ever being fully trusted. When Li Fengji assigned him to handle Australian affairs, it was essentially passing him a scorching hot potato. Throughout Guangdong officialdom, one could find people experienced in dealing with the red-haired foreigners and the Portuguese, but not a single soul who knew how to handle Australian affairs. As the official point of contact with the Australians, Li Ziju's first order of business was compensation and reparations. Though not an official himself, he was still Li Fengji's chief strategist. Despite everyone being well aware of his role, too much open contact with the Guangzhou station remained inadvisable. Li Ziju did not fully understand what agreement his master had reached with the Australians, but even the little he knew would be enough to brand someone a traitor. He had to be especially careful. For safety's sake, both parties had agreed to meet at Lotus Retreat on Henan Island, close to the city yet relatively secluded. It was here that Li Ziju and Lu Yizhang found themselves reunited. Both felt somewhat awkward. In the past, they had worked together on the Governor-General's staff, participating in confidential matters, plotting strategies against the Australians. Now both served those same Australians, smoothing the way for their ambitions. The irony of fate was not lost on either man. Awkwardness aside, proper business had to be conducted. During their meeting, both parties formally agreed that Lu Yizhang would serve as liaison for the Australians, while Li Ziju would serve as liaison for the government. All negotiations and arrangements would be handled by these two men. For now, Lotus Retreat would serve as their meeting place. If a more suitable location presented itself later, they would change venues. The Guangdong government guaranteed the personal safety and property of Lu Yizhang and his family. After these procedural agreements, they turned to the matter of land acquisition, securing land for the Guangzhou Grand World Project. In terms of the old time space, this meant obtaining approval for a major commercial real estate development. Even in the Ming Dynasty, purchasing land on such a scale for commercial purposes was a sensitive matter, especially just outside Guangzhou City. This was not merely a question of money. Without the overt or covert support of local authorities, large-scale real estate development would be extraordinarily difficult. Moreover, while Ming officials were greedy, they were not stupid. What the grand world outside Guangzhou was really about, anyone could figure that out with their toes. This matter will be difficult to handle. Li Ziju drew a sharp breath. Although you're permitted to purchase land freely in Guangdong, acquiring so much land right outside Guangzhou City, I'm afraid. He could not think of any specific objection to articulate, so finally he simply repeated, "This will be difficult indeed." Chapter 848, Planning Guo. He had no intention of letting Li Ziju wriggle out of this so easily. He was counting on the government to serve as his demolition crew. Although the buildings requiring demolition outside the city were few, land acquisition remained complex work. Landlords, great households, and clan organizations would make the process impossibly difficult if the transmigrators attempted it alone. While Guangzhou was essentially already in the Elder Council's pocket, the time had not yet come for open and brazen political control. They're just country bumpkins, how worldly can they really be? Guo wore a knowing smile. Besides, we're not stingy people unwilling to spend money. With government assistance, what matter can't be accomplished? Surely no one expects to work for nothing. Well, Li Ziju genuinely did not dare commit to anything. Australian affairs could be made into something major or minor, and they had become a thorny matter that everyone in officialdom desperately wanted to avoid. After thinking it over, he had no choice but to continue his delaying tactics. This matter is of great importance. Allow me to return and think it over carefully. Guo gave a cold laugh and lifted his teacup to his lips. Such a trivial matter and you still need to think it over. Li Ziju felt a chill, not because Guo was radiating some powerful fighting aura, but because he recalled the grand spectacle of just a few months past. Transmigrator warships bombarding human, their forces arriving at Baiyatan, the burning of Wyang Post Station. He had witnessed with his own eyes how government troops had collapsed at first contact, how the transmigrators' advance to the walls of Guangzhou had been like crushing rotten wood. Within the Governor-General's staff, he had never been fully trusted. If these negotiations went well, fine, but the slightest mishap would make him a ready-made scapegoat. If he offended the transmigrators and provoked some incident, the governor might simply hand him over to appease them. A desolate sense of having no one to rely upon settled over him. He could only nod. I wonder what insight Master Gu might offer on this matter. I have no particular insight. Gu's expression softened. But I do have a proposal here. This matter will certainly not put you in a difficult position. Not only will it not inconvenience you, but it will benefit everyone. On Huifu Street, a temporary Grand World Project team was established. The project team was headed by Hong Xiuyan, the Hong Kong trade representative. He currently had nothing to do in Hong Kong. Dutch ships would not arrive for several months at least, so he was temporarily transferred to lead the new project. The other key member was the future Grand World's general manager, Zhang Yikun. The Grand World project had originally been Zhang Yikun's brainchild. In the old time space, he had run a small business, and his commercial instincts and public relations abilities were quite sharp. But in Lingao, there was little room to exercise such talents, so he had spent his time idling about in the commerce department. Li Mei already felt her own workload was too light. His situation was even more dire. With so much idle time on his hands, he had been conscripted by Hu Qingbai to serve as a part-time teacher at Fangqiati, instructing everything from arithmetic to language to natural science. Getting the Guangzhou Grand World Project approved had immediately elevated Zhang Yikun's standing. As the project's initiator and planner, and given his relevant expertise, he easily won the appointment as operations manager in the open recruitment held by the organization department. At this moment, he was in a courtyard on Huifu Street, studying the draft design for the future Grand World, hand-drawn by Li Xiaolu just a few days prior. To ensure speedy construction, Mei Wan had specifically instructed both Mei Lin and Li Xiaolu to remain in Guangzhou to support the project. To facilitate her work, Li Xiaolu had been provided with a set of professional drafting tools and even special lighting, powered by a hand-cranked generator assigned to the Guangzhou station. The guiding design philosophy of the Grand World was essentially an armed trading post combined with a shopping mall. Li Xiaolu had no concept of what this peculiar hybrid should look like. Though she had spent her days in the old time space doing drafting work, she had never drawn structural diagrams for a bastion, let alone one with commercial functions. Hong Xiuyan and the others had explained and sketched until she finally understood what they envisioned. However, the draft she had produced remained quite far from their vision. At least the basic shape was there now. The drawing showed a pentagonal building complex, figuratively speaking like the Pentagon. Now we're getting somewhere, Zhang Yikun nodded repeatedly. But the internal structure, we'll refine it gradually. It would be best if you could give me a clear functional and structural sketch. That way I can produce a proper design. Li Xiaolu stretched. Some concepts simply can't be designed. They conflict with building function and structure. Of course, we'll defer primarily to your professional opinion. Zhang Yikun nodded vigorously. He was exceedingly courteous to the female architect, not only because she was quite professionally capable, but also because of the rumor that she had an ambiguous relationship with someone on the executive committee. People had seen that someone enter and exit her apartment overnight. There's also the geological data, Li Xiaolu said. Next, I need to design the building structure. You'll need to get me the geological data for the construction site as soon as possible. We'll send people to survey as soon as we confirm the site. Zhang Yikun studied this somewhat listless woman and thought that, although she was fair-skinned and delicate-looking, with a scholarly demeanor, she possessed no particularly impressive figure or features. She was also rather inactive, spending all day with a languid air. How had she caught the eye of someone on the executive committee? Multiple proposals existed for the Grand World site, but the project team's basic requirements were clear. It must be outside the city walls and backing onto the Pearl River. Being outside the city meant being away from the government's core area of control, allowing greater freedom of action and making it easier for authorities to turn a blind eye. It also meant more open land, making acquisition, demolition and construction far more convenient than attempting urban renewal inside Guangzhou. The Guangzhou station had learned this lesson the hard way. When building the facilities on Huifu Street and elsewhere, just getting construction materials into the city each day had been a headache. The roads were narrow and winding. All building materials had to be carried to the site by hand. The inefficiency of transporting materials had significantly delayed the entire construction schedule. However, the Grand World could not be too far from the city either. Excessive distance would make it difficult to attract sufficient customers while also increasing road construction costs. Thus, the proposal to build in Huangpu was rejected. The distance from Huangpu to Guangzhou City, unless the station also built a small railway to transport customers, would simply fail to draw clientele. No more than 5 kilometers from the city walls, under good road conditions, that's still an hour's walk. This would significantly reduce how often city residents visit our Grand World. If a city resident left home, averaged half an hour to exit the city, then walked another hour, the round trip alone would consume 3 hours. Spending too much time traveling would keep him from visiting the Grand World frequently. The group concluded that 2 to 3 kilometers was optimal. Backing onto the Pearl River was primarily for convenient water intake and drainage. The Grand World's water consumption would be enormous. Wells and small streams could never suffice. As for drainage, great rivers had served as natural waste channels since ancient times. Building along the Pearl River would also facilitate cargo transport and the projection of deterrent force. If necessary, naval gunboats could anchor offshore, conveniently supporting the trading post's defense or covering an evacuation. After discussion, they settled on a location roughly 2 kilometers east of the Great East Gate, then slightly south, approximately where the Dashatu used goods market or the Star and Light Electronics City would stand in the old-time space. This area was alluvial land along the Pearl River, mostly unclaimed official land with minimal acquisition and demolition requirements. The space was also ample enough to accommodate their ambitions. However, to build something as enormous as the Grand World, building materials will be a major problem. We can't rely on Lingao to ship them all to us. Mei Lin studied the design drawing. Though it did not fully match Zhang Yikun's vision, in terms of scale it followed the group's specifications exactly. Each side of this pentagon stretched a full 200 meters. The Grand World's perimeter would be nearly a full kilometer. A building complex with a 1-kilometer perimeter would be practically a small city by the standards of this era. Mei Lin had worked as a project manager before and understood immediately the engineering volume and quantity of building materials such scale would require. Hasn't the Planning Commission agreed to establish building materials factories and light industrial enterprises right outside Guangzhou City? Exactly why the scope of land acquisition can't be too small, Mei Lin said. We need to factor in construction land for supporting enterprises. We can source bricks, tiles, and stone locally, but we'll absolutely have to build our own timber processing plant. Traditional lumber processing is far too inefficient. Ideally, we'd build our own brickworks too. Traditional brick firing couldn't supply anywhere near enough volume, Hong Xuyan added. During his construction work in Hong Kong, he had initially purchased bricks and tiles from kilns in Kowloon and elsewhere, only to discover that these purchases were unsuitable. The dimensions were too large, and the production volume too low. Procurement agents had soon traveled so far to secure adequate bricks and tiles that transportation costs exceeded the cost of the bricks themselves. But would it be appropriate to site those factories next to the Grand World? Zhang Yikun raised the concern. Brick-making and timber processing were both highly polluting. Placing them adjacent to a commercial center would severely impact the environment. We can find another location. We don't even need to invest ourselves, Hong Xuyan proposed. Let local magnates invest. We'll contribute technology and equipment as our stake. With a guaranteed market, they'll definitely want in, right? We need a cement plant, Mei Lin said. Shipping cement from Lingao isn't practical. The same goes for lime production. All of that needs to be solved locally. Building materials were low in value and high in transport cost. Even cement, with its relatively higher value, had a sales radius of no more than 500 kilometers in modern society. Though local raw materials for cement production were limited around Guangzhou, the production sites were not far away, and all were connected by the Pearl, East, and West rivers. Transportation was convenient, and a timber processing plant and woodworks factory, Yuan added. In the near term, we can process lumber and produce woodwork for the Grand World Project. Later, we can supply the Hong Kong shipyard. In the future, we can support the new Guangzhou project. Chapter 849, Land Acquisition. Zhang Yikan spoke up. New Guangzhou and such are still far off. I think the first step should be establishing a Guangzhou industrial park. The location should be relatively distant from the city. The first phase would naturally focus on building materials factories, supplying the Grand World, and the Zizi brand enterprises initially. Later we can add light industrial ventures. I recall the light industry department has also mentioned wanting to make full use of Guangdong's abundant agricultural products. Wouldn't food processing plants and textile mills be very suitable projects? In the near term, these enterprises would provide products for the Grand World and wholesale operations. In the long term, the industrialized production of these factories would deal a devastating blow to Guangdong's handicraft industries. This destructive productive capacity would ultimately exert enormous influence over the province's entire economy and society, eventually accelerating the collapse of traditional society. Hong Shuyan said. As for the location, I suggest we still choose somewhere not too far from the Grand World. That way, in case of armed conflict, the two sites can support and coordinate with each other. And it definitely needs to be built along the Pearl River, with a water transport dock to facilitate the shipping of raw materials and finished goods. From a planning perspective, the construction site should be downstream and downwind of the Grand World, to prevent smoke and wastewater from affecting the commercial complex. The two sites should be 3 to 4 kilometers apart, connected by a good road. In the long term, a small railway could link them. The group then discussed specific details regarding water supply and drainage, lighting and cooling, and other matters, gradually shaping an overall plan. Let's get this organized and send someone back to Lingao for approval right away, Zhang Yikan said excitedly. Send it to Qiwei first, Mei Lin reminded him. He is the head of the Guangzhou station after all. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Zhang Yikan shook his head. That would be going over his head. I've been self-employed too long, I'm not used to thinking about these things. The plan quickly received Qiwei's approval, followed by approval from the Planning Commission. Zhang Yikan personally made the trip back to Lingao to shepherd the proposal through. Technically, he only needed to hand the plan to the couriers who regularly traveled between Lingao and Guangzhou. But at Qiwei's suggestion, he went back himself. The Guangzhou Grand World was an unplanned project. Though it had received approval from the Elder Council and the Executive Committee, in Qiwei's experience, if the person in charge did not personally follow up, such projects would inevitably be delayed during implementation, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Production departments had extremely tight schedules, and every demanding unit was watching closely. For the Guangzhou Grand World to break ground soon, Zhang Yikan would have to personally work the ministries. Thanks to Zhang Yikan's efforts, the project finally received approval item by item. Wu Du agreed with his suggestion to first establish several factories to complete the groundwork. From his perspective, this would reduce pressure on Lingao's existing material supplies. Additionally, it meant the entire Grand World construction would be delayed. From the factory's land acquisition and groundbreaking to formal production, it would take at least half a year to establish stable production capacity. Only then could the Guangzhou Grand World formally enter its construction phase. The material demand pressure it would create would thus be pushed back to the second half of 1631. The overall plan took shape. Beginning in March, there would be land acquisition and infrastructure preparation, leveling, water, electricity, and road access. Besides the core Lingao construction engineering team, all construction workers would be locally recruited laborers. After the project concluded, these workers could become factory employees on the spot. The machinery and equipment the enterprises needed would be produced off-plan, as arranged by the Planning Commission. The first batch of building materials would be procured locally in Guangzhou, with specialized materials shipped from Lingao, all coordinated and allocated by the Planning Commission. The Commission would also convene a coordination meeting to transfer technical staff from the brickworks, timber processing plant, and woodworks factory to Guangzhou for equipment installation and technical guidance. Some native workers would also be transferred to serve as the backbone labor force for the new enterprises. Chengdong allocated funding and a foreign exchange quota for the Grand World Project as well. Of course, this allocation was far from sufficient. It could only be considered seed funding. The Guangzhou Grand World Project was reported to Li Fengji through Li Ziju's channels. Li Ziju recounted Guoya's plan in full. When Li Fengji received this news, he was reading a book. Hearing the report, he remained silent, his eyebrows not even twitching. Li Ziju knew these senior officials all cultivated depth of composure and had mastered the art of controlling their expressions. He simply stood respectfully, waiting. After turning 3 or 4 pages, the governor finally spoke. "What do you make of this matter?" It would certainly be best not to permit them. Although Li Ziju had been compelled by Guoya to accept this project at their meeting, he felt clarity was essential on this issue. He harbored a vague sense that behind this Grand World Project lay an extremely deep plot by the Australians, probably not as simple as just building another grand establishment like Ximing Tower. Most likely they intended to build an Australian concession outside Guangzhou. He hastened to add, "This is a case of borrowing land to dry waterlogged goods. We have a precedent to warn us. Please consider this, master." Li Fengji stroked his beard in silence. Li Ziju understood what occupied his thoughts. Guangdong officialdom from top to bottom had been cowed by the transmigrators. Last year they had raided the Guangzhou area, occupied Yuan, bombarded Guangzhou, thrown the surrounding counties into chaos, killed many gentry, and plundered vast amounts of property. This matter had already attracted the court's attention. Fortunately, heaven was high and the emperor far away. His Majesty was occupied day and night with the roving bandits and the eastern Tartars, unable to spare attention for affairs down here. Even he Reuben's disaster in Qianzhou still awaited an official court ruling. According to letters from Li Fengji's secretaries, fellow examination candidates, and friends in the capital, there was a good chance the matter would simply be glossed over. The government forces had lost troops and officers, sustaining army losses, but they had not actually lost territory. In the court's eyes, this still compared favorably to the provinces plagued by roving bandits. However, responsibility would eventually be assigned. General He would likely become a washed-up officer. With the Qianzhou mess as precedent, the attacks around Guangzhou had been characterized as sea bandits exploiting their victory to raid. After all, such things had happened before. Once, a few hundred Japanese pirates had rampaged through southern Zhili, fighting all the way to the walls of Nanjing. The court had not considered the sky falling then either. Li Fengji cared nothing for He Reuben's future. What concerned him most was how to maintain stability in Guangdong, especially around Guangzhou. Last time, resolution had only come through secret territorial concessions and reparations. If he offended the transmigrators over this matter, who knew what new tricks they might devise, he would have no way to answer to the court. But these were words he would never speak to Li Ziju. After a long pause, he finally put on an air of indifference. "Why bring such a trivial matter to me? Let them go see Prefect Yu." Prefect Yu was Yu Baikun, the prefect of Guangzhou. Li Fengji had made up his mind, whether it was land acquisition or building some sort of world. It was all a local Guangzhou matter. Let it be Yu Baikun's responsibility. Thus the matter landed on Yu Baikun's desk. Li Zijyu naturally could not escape either. He had to meet face-to-face with Prefect Yu to convey instructions while doing his best to correctly interpret the leader's intentions. Obviously, His Excellency the Governor had no intention of opposing the transmigrators on this matter. The land parcels are right here and here. Lu Yizhang, who had been ordered to discuss the details with Yu Baikun, showed complete indifference to the prefect's surprise. He produced the map he had brought along, a simplified map of Guangzhou and its suburbs that specifically annotated all-terrain features and settlements outside the city walls. Yu Baikun had already received word from Li Fengji. He silently cursed the governor for passing him yet another scorching hot potato, but this was indeed his responsibility, and he had no grounds to refuse. Besides, he still needed to count on Governor Li not to slip any poison pills his way regarding the commissioner's departure. For that alone, he had already gifted the governor's favorite concubine quite a few valuable Australian goods. He studied where Lu Yizhang was pointing. Both parcels lay outside the Great East Gate, right along the river. Yu Baikun had never seen a modern map, but he had at least seen geographic charts. He examined it carefully. The two parcels the Australians wanted were across the river from each other, several li apart. Yu Baikun was an official with practical local government experience. Though he could not read the scale, based on the surrounding terrain he could roughly estimate the area of land the Australians wanted, approximately 1,000 mu altogether. Most of it was official land, which would not be too troublesome to handle. Yu Baikun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master Gu's meaning is this: he is willing to pay for all these parcels. He simply asks the prefect to help facilitate matters, said Lu Yizhang. Of course, of course. Yu Baikun nodded repeatedly, privately cursing Lu Yizhang as utterly shameless for immediately defecting to the transmigrators. But this man had been untouchable before, and was even more untouchable now. He could only smile and agree to everything. Several people gathered to discuss how to make this matter both legitimate and satisfactory to all parties. The Australians' land purchase could not be made public. An official pretext was required. After consideration, Yu Baikun suggested using the name of establishing a commercial port. The reasoning would be, Guangdong had recently suffered military disaster, natural calamities had been frequent in recent years, and the common people were displaced. Meanwhile, the court was constantly raising large armies, straining imperial finances. Now the only option was to open up new revenue sources and collect more commercial taxes to serve the court. Therefore, they had decided to designate a commercial port along the Pearl River and invite merchants to build there and conduct trade. This reasoning was righteous, reasonable, and easy to implement. Yu Baikun ordered the county magistrates and secretaries of Panyu and Nanhai to be summoned for joint consultation. After conferring, they decided to allocate as much official land for sale as possible, to avoid disputes during land acquisition that might cause problems. Everyone understood this land was actually being purchased by the Australians, so caution was paramount. With local officials' full support, the land acquisition proceeded smoothly. Gu Yi understood well that in the Ming Dynasty, even if you possessed foreign guns and cannons, without proper lubrication, affairs would progress at a glacial pace. After all, he could not simply drag people out and shoot them. Thus, through Lu Yizhang, he hinted to the major local officials that the Guangzhou Grand World project would be open for public share offerings. If they were interested, they could enjoy the privilege of purchasing subscription certificates in advance. Chapter 850. Stocks and Bonds. The Executive Committee had approved the Guangzhou project's use of stock offerings and bond issuance to raise funds. Cheng Dong himself was highly supportive of this approach. A whole group of finance professionals in the fiscal departments had been frustrated and melancholy because they had no work matching their expertise. With the Grand World Project, they could eventually promote this model, establish a stock market, and continuously drain capital from Guangzhou. However, the executive committee harbored concerns about whether share offerings might lead to loss of enterprise equity. Although Dabo Shipping and Runchitang Pharmaceuticals were both share-based enterprises open to natives, their private shareholders were still drawn from within the system, naturalized citizens and collaborators. The Guangzhou Grand World Project, on the other hand, would be an entirely public offering. The shareholder base would be complex, and some worried whether opening up share sales might create future entanglements over interests and obstacles to social transformation. When we formally rule Guangdong, we will certainly conduct a major purge of the existing gentry class, annihilating them completely in body and spirit. Du Wen attacked this proposal fiercely at the meeting. I find it strange. As a system founded on planned economy, why are we engaging in these capitalist crooked schemes? Tianshui rapped his gavel. Please keep your remarks on topic and don't bring up irrelevant matters. Though Du Wen was generally unpopular among the elders, her words struck a chord with quite a few. Many felt they should not entangle themselves too deeply with the Ming Dynasty's vested interest groups. Therefore, the person sent from the Finance Supervisory Department to respond was Chen Si, Policy Division Chief of DeLong Bank. In fact, he was not only the bank's Policy Division Chief, but also the head of the entire Finance Supervisory Department's Policy Planning Division. I would like to remind all my fellow elders, Chen Si spoke calmly, that whether it's public stock offerings or issuing corporate bonds, the essence is providing capital services for enterprise development. I trust everyone understands my meaning. He paused, wanting to control the board of directors through stock purchases, and thereby ultimately gain a voice in or control of an enterprise's operations. That kind of thing only happens in what Elder Du calls decadent capitalist countries. It didn't happen in the old time space, and it certainly won't happen in this one. After all, we are the majority shareholders. The faces of certain elders showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Others did not quite understand and waited for him to continue. Big enterprises and big companies don't necessarily have to pay dividends. Chen Si began to speak more plainly. Besides, we can separately establish a holding company specifically for issuing stock. What? You never read the financial sections in the old time space. But Chen Si's approach was not entirely workable either. Profiting from speculation required a relatively regulated stock trading market, and Guangdong currently had no conditions to establish such a market. Both the Planning Commission and the Finance Supervisory Department opposed immediately promoting these financial instruments from the new time space. Ming Dynasty people understood the concept of shares, but the sophisticated notion of buying and selling stocks for profit was beyond them. Their only concept of shareholding was that profits should be distributed as dividends. The Grand World Project could hardly claim it was perpetually losing money. After repeated discussions, the gentlemen of Wujiaku Tea House reached a consensus. For now, no stock market would be established. The Grand World Project could offer public shares while also issuing corporate bonds, with corporate bonds as the primary source of funding. To obtain working capital for construction as quickly as possible, Guo Yi immediately took action after receiving formal approval. He consulted with Meng Xian on how to actually implement this. Fine. First tell me how much money you need and how much you currently have. Meng Xian rubbed his chin. His bushy beard had long been shaved off because it made him look less like a respectable person, but he unconsciously retained the gesture. You know exactly how much money I have, Guo Yi said with dissatisfaction. According to financial regulations, the Guangzhou station's cash flow now all pass through DeLong Guangzhou branch's accounts. It's not the same. Though I know your accounts perfectly well, that's the entire Guangzhou station's money, not the Grand World Project's investment. Those funds can't be mixed. The allocation from Chengdong is 35,000 taels. That's the total value of all the reparations and personal compensation Guangdong paid us. Yu spoke quietly. This sum is now allocated to the Grand World Project team, but this money also had to cover the various refurbishment costs for reopening the Zizi brand shops, which alone would cost around 10,000 taels. The money left for the Grand World Project was just over 20,000. 20,000 taels isn't nothing, Meng Xian observed. Not nothing, but hardly adequate given the upcoming expenses. The Planning Commission had provided an estimate sheet. The entire Grand World Project, including the preliminary building materials ventures, full completion including all equipment and personnel, would cost roughly 70 to 80,000 taels. Meng Xian said, "Let's calculate based on a pool of 100,000 taels. Better to collect a bit more." Given the Guangzhou station's operational capacity, earning 80,000 taels was not particularly difficult, but the vast majority of the station's revenue had to pay for the enormous quantities of imported goods already scheduled by the Planning Commission. That could not be changed arbitrarily. "I'll put together an underwriting syndicate," Meng Xian proposed. "I'll contact several major money houses in the city to handle the sales. That way you'll immediately get 100,000 taels, without having to count small coins every day waiting for funds to accumulate." He glanced around. "Besides, selling stocks and bonds in your shops wouldn't look very professional. Two types of securities would be issued. The first was Grand World Project stock, 7 Cayenne 2 fin of treasury silver per share, equivalent to $1. Stock returns were not fixed. Annual dividends would depend on the Grand World Project's operations and profits. If business was poor, there would be no dividends or smaller ones. The second type was Grand World Project bonds, also priced at 7 Cayenne 2 fin per certificate. Bonds had a 3-year term with annual interest of 2%. No compound interest. Principal and interest would be repaid in full at maturity. All stocks and bonds would be unregistered and non-replaceable if lost. This effectively acknowledged that stocks and bonds could be privately transferred, preparation for establishing future stock and bond markets. Europe's stock markets had originally begun as nothing more than private buying and selling in coffee houses. Led by the Guangzhou branch, 6 other major money houses in Guangzhou were contacted to distribute this 100,000 taels in stocks and bonds. Meng Xian himself subscribed first, taking 20,000 taels. The financial strength of the Zizi brand shops, the Australians' power, and Meng Xian's unhesitating subscription convinced the money houses to subscribe without hesitation. The full 100,000 taels was quickly distributed. News that the Zizi shops were raising capital through the money houses immediately caused a sensation among officials. Everyone knew that Master Guo's enterprises generated a fortune every day. Many people had long been trying desperately to deposit their savings with the Zizi counters. Now there were shares available to purchase. Buying shares meant raising a goose that laid golden eggs. Officials at every level eagerly counted up the silver they had accumulated through years in office. With officials so enthusiastic, ordinary commoners naturally would not fall behind. Gentry and great households with government connections received the news quickly and scrambled to send representatives to the underwriting money houses to pre-register, reserving quantities for purchase. But Meng Xian was conducting a hunger marketing campaign this time, strictly controlling the subscription certificates. He gave each underwriting partner certificates for only half their allotment. The rest would be sold publicly. The obvious result was that subscription certificates immediately became a black market commodity. A certificate allowing purchase of 500 shares cost only 100 yuan as a processing fee at Delong Guangzhou branch. On the black market, the price escalated from 200 yuan to 1 cayenne, then 5 cayenne, 1 tael, 10 taels, and finally reached quotes of 50 taels. By anyone's standards, that price was insane. It seems greed and speculation cannot be avoided in any time-space. Meng Xian remarked with a sigh upon hearing that subscription certificates were being speculated upon. With officials and great households so eager, common people would not be left out either. At only 7 Caiyan 2 fen of silver per share, middle-class families could afford them. The common folk of Guangzhou had witnessed the various wealth legends of the zizi shops with their own eyes. Now that they could share in the fortune, they were unwilling to miss out. They crowded in front of the money houses. Even buying just 5 or 10 shares felt like something. In only 4 or 5 days, the underwriting syndicate's 100,000 tael quota was completely sold out. In fact, if Meng Xian and Qiwei had not deliberately allowed common people and middle-class families to purchase some of the securities, the local officials, gentry, and great households alone could have absorbed the entire allocation. We could absolutely have placed 200,000 taels. Zhang Yikun, head of the Grand World Project, grinned from ear to ear. With gleaming silver in hand, the project could now be pushed forward at full scale. What's the rush? This Guangzhou city is practically a black hole for silver. What's 200,000 taels? Meng Xian waved dismissively. Who knows how much silver is hidden in old misers' wall crevices and under their floors? We need to find ways to dig up all their money for our use. Consider this the first round. Later we'll issue a second, third, fourth round, extract it all. Zhang Yikun nodded eagerly. That's ideal. Selling continuously using other people's money, such a great feeling. He thought for a moment. We should sell more stocks and fewer bonds. Bonds have a guaranteed 2% annual interest. With stocks, we can just say business was bad and skip dividends. Those shareholders can't audit our annual reports anyway. Meng Xian sneered. This stock market mentality of yours is exactly how it gets ruined. You think shareholders are pigs, willing to be bled day after day while still rushing to get in. The way I see it, for the first 5 or 6 years we should definitely pay dividends no matter what. Even if we don't actually make money, even if we lose money, we still pay. That way the second and third rounds and future project stocks will actually sell. Chapter 851. To Hangzhou. Zhao Yingong stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at Hangzhou city as it appeared through the mist of centuries, momentarily transfixed. For a modern person with a special attachment to the Song dynasty, Hangzhou held a sentiment that enthusiasts of that lost era found impossible to release. Capital and residence, he murmured. I have arrived. He had departed from Guangzhou in January. Traveling first by boat, then by sedan chair, sometimes on horseback, nearly 2 months had passed before he finally arrived in Hangzhou amid the brilliant spring light of March. The hardships and tribulations of the journey hardly bear elaboration. He had also encountered several dangerous situations. 3 times bandits had targeted his party, and once he was caught in a sudden flash flood. Had it not been for the escort bureau's men accompanying him throughout, Zhao Yingong doubted whether he could have reached Hangzhou safely on his own. His bloodstream now coursed with various antibodies developed in the new time-space. His personal medicine pouch contained all manner of remedies: bleaching powder, water purification tablets, antiparasitics, anti-malarials, and antidiarrheals. To ensure safety, the health department had warned him that he must not consume any meat on the road, lest he contract some parasite. If he fell ill en route, in this time-space, it would almost certainly mean death. So Zhao Yingong's journey had been particularly arduous. His only sources of protein and fat were grassland No. 10 rations consumed at night in private, specialized supplements including jerky, pickled lard in glass jars, and nuts. These dreadful provisions made his journey even more difficult. Now, with Hangzhou finally before his eyes, Zhao Yingong breathed a sigh of relief. He calculated that once he reached his destination, he needed a proper bath, a change of clothes, and to unbind and wash his girl-like long hair. Bathing had been inconvenient during his travels, and his hair gave off a foul smell. Despite his best efforts at personal hygiene, his body had acquired quite a few lice and nits, causing extreme discomfort. In this time-space, such loathsome parasites were everywhere. Inns were especially major hubs and transit points for them. Bedbugs were particularly rampant. Zhao Yingong had never suffered like this in his life. In the old time space, even visiting a small town in a national poverty-designated county, there were still clean inns and passable food. Some places had terrible public safety and chaotic cityscapes, but at least you would never see corpses lying by the roadside or people defecating in the open. But all of this he had witnessed during his journey. Not merely witnessed frequently. The overall impression the great Ming had left upon him was deeply poor, even worse than his lowest expectations. He had observed the actual conditions of ancient society on D-Day, but had always believed that was because Hainan Island was an out-of-the-way place, a product of economic and cultural backwardness. Later, when he arrived in Guangzhou for pre-departure adaptive training, the city, after all a trading port, with the Pearl River Delta having been a land of fish and rice since ancient times, had seemed different. But once he left such prosperous regions, all along the road he encountered only darkness. He had departed precisely during the spring famine, already the hardest time for farmers. In places where disasters had struck the previous year, stored grain had run out by spring, and large groups of refugees were fleeing starvation. Sitting in his sedan chair, Zhao Yingong had often seen crowds of beggars on the road, and farmers barely able to work their fields, no better off than the beggars themselves. His mood grew heavy beyond control. He had read countless accounts of the chaos of the late Ming and early Qing in history books, but only now, actually walking through that historical scroll, did he feel the terror and sorrow of an age of disorder. No, strictly speaking, this was not yet an age of disorder. The hellscape that would unfold across the Chinese lands had not truly begun. The places he was passing through would remain relatively peaceful even into the early Qing. Yet already the scene was this wretched. One could only imagine the grotesque horrors of places truly devastated by the great chaos to come. Because signs of disorder were already appearing, the External Intelligence Bureau had carefully arranged this journey to Jiangnan. Not only had they assembled a team of 3 men and 1 woman from the Qiwei Escort Bureau, they had also selected several professional security personnel from the Political Security General Administration to accompany him. The route stayed as close as possible to the main official roads, following the postal stations. In ancient society, this was the safest way to travel. To guard against official bandits, along the way, the External Intelligence Bureau had arranged for the Guangzhou station to obtain several 8-line letters of introduction and visiting cards from the gentry and high officials of Guangzhou to serve as talismans. Besides frightening off petty demons and avoiding much harassment and extortion, in case of danger, these could also be used to request assistance from the authorities. Most useful indeed. The head escort responsible for protecting Zhao Yingong was a distant nephew of Sun Keqiang named Sun Wangkai. Though called a nephew, he was actually not much younger than Sun Keqiang, a robust man in his early 40s. He was quick-witted, skilled in martial arts, and possessed extensive underworld experience. At Qiwei, he was a man whose words carried weight. Moreover, he frequently escorted official convoys, accompanying officials who had completed their terms in Guangdong and their families returning home. He was quite experienced in dealing with dignitaries, so the External Intelligence Bureau had selected him to serve as Zhao Yingong's security team leader, also as part of a strategy to gradually break up the Sun family clique and Jiangxi gang within Qiwei. The original core members of Qiwei had all been sent out as personal guards for Intelligence Bureau and colonial trade personnel on foreign assignments. Sun Wangkai stood behind him now. He knew the elder's status was precious, and that Qiwei owed the Australians a great debt, so he had been extremely careful and solicitous throughout the journey. He always walked at the front of the procession, and whether stopping for rest, booking inns, or chartering boats, he would go ahead first to inspect conditions. Now that they had safely arrived at Hangzhou, Sun Wangkai finally allowed himself to relax. Zhejiang, especially northern Zhejiang, had always been a land of fish and rice, more prosperous and stable than other places. There were no longer so many rovers with dangerous looks in their eyes. In some places they had passed through, he had been forced to order all the men in the group to display their weapons to intimidate the restless refugees. "Master, we've finally made it here safely," Sun Wangkai said quietly. "Would you like to enter the city today, or rest at an inn outside first?" Zhao Yingong desperately wanted to enter the city immediately, purchase a residence and take a long, satisfying bath. But buying a house and furnishing it could not be done in an instant. With so many people and so much luggage in the entourage, they needed to find an inn to settle in first. Sun Wangkai was accustomed to serving gentlemen. Seeing his hesitation, he understood his thoughts at once. "Master needn't worry. This is the provincial capital, seat of the 3 judicial offices, not some rural backwater. There are quite a few large, extremely clean inns that cater exclusively to gentlemen." Zhao Yingong nodded. "Good, do as you suggest. Find a large inn to stay for now." Sun Wangkai had escorted official convoys far and wide and had been to Hangzhou several times. Going ashore, he quickly secured an inn. Hangzhou was a provincial capital and a prosperous center of the southeast. Its commerce flourished and its population was large. As for violations of dress codes, no one cared. The inn sent a waiter to welcome Zhao Yingong, calling for a 4-man sedan chair. For the womenfolk, they summoned 2-man small sedans. Additionally, over a dozen porters were hired to carry the luggage. The party abandoned the boat and went ashore, walking along the embankment. After less than half a li, the city wall loomed magnificently in the distance, the city gate towering high. Zhao Yingong was not from Hangzhou but was quite familiar with it. He knew that Hangzhou's current city walls and gates were mostly no longer Song dynasty relics. Zhang Shicheng had rebuilt the city at the end of the Yuan dynasty, and its layout had already changed from Song times. But seeing the city gate, he could not help feeling a sense of nostalgia. Around the city gate clustered inns of various sizes. The large ones bore golden signboards reading "Hostel for Officials," while the small ones simply advertised lodging for merchants. The Lao Rongji inn that Sun Wangkai had arranged was naturally a hostel for officials. The buildings were grand and imposing. The front entrance bustled with people, and sedan chairs coming and going. Waiters hurried back and forth. Sun Wangkai had reserved one large and one small courtyard. The small courtyard had 3 main rooms, the large courtyard 5, both with side rooms, spacious, clean, and free of annoying insects. The space was more than sufficient for the entire Hangzhou station crew. Responsible for managing the station's internal affairs was Zhao Yingong's life secretary. She was plain-looking and small of build, but she was from Zhejiang. Her ancestral home was Shaoxing, and she had been sold to Guangdong. The reason Zhao Yingong had originally purchased a life secretary rated only D was precisely that he had anticipated being posted to Jiangnan someday and wanted a local person. He had named this girl Fenghua. "We'll be staying here for a while. Make arrangements as comfortably as possible," Zhao Yingong instructed her. "Especially make sure everyone attends to hygiene tonight." The inn had no bathing facilities available. Sun Wangkai promptly had the waiter lead him out to purchase new tubs for the elder and the women to use. The others made do, scrubbing themselves with soapberry pods and rinsing with hot water in the main courtyard. Zhao Yingong enjoyed a hot bath under Fenghua's attendance, changed into clean clothes, stepped into a pair of Chengqiao straw slippers, and strolled a few paces in the courtyard. Looking at the sun hanging in the sky, he felt more comfortable than he had in ages. For the first time during this journey, he had a sense of stability. The next step was to make inroads in Hangzhou. Time was not on his side. The 1632 northern Zhejiang drought and the Dengzhou operation launching in the second half of the year both required support from the Hangzhou station. Before early 1632, he had to complete his basic positioning in Hangzhou and obtain sufficient freedom of action. preparing the material and social foundations for transporting refugees. The material foundation was easier to address. Once he was settled, the Intelligence Bureau's land and sea systems would soon move into the Yangtze River Delta region. With the large quantity of new products they possessed, making money would not be difficult. And the Finance Supervisory Department had special allocations for the Hangzhou station to support local industry and commerce. But how to establish his own social position, that was the most critical question. Zhao Yinggong knew that in this time space, merchants were extraordinarily vulnerable. Without engaging in ruinous, sycophantic collusion with officials, it was almost impossible to establish a foothold in this social system. His primary role, therefore, could not be that of a merchant. Chapter 852, Master Zhao, the External Intelligence Bureau had thoroughly discussed this issue. Obviously, Zhao Yinggong could not be linked to the Australians. Jiangnan was not Guangzhou. It lay beyond the Elder Council's cannon fire. Unlike Guangzhou, where Qiwei had operated in a semi-public capacity from the very beginning, here discretion was essential. With the assistance of historical researchers at the Grand Library, Jiangshan ultimately decided to falsify Zhao Yinggong's household registration. Using the Elder Council's influence in Guangdong and the eager assistance of petty officials quite willing to run errands for the Australians in exchange for silver, Zhao Yinggong conveniently obtained false registration in Tianshui County, Guangdong. Not only did he secure the false registration, but working through the Guangdong education intendant's connections and spending several hundred taels, he also obtained the status of supplementary student in Tianshui County. He was now a proper Ziguang, a government-recognized scholar. Jiangshan was also planning to arrange a Juran degree for him during the Guangdong provincial examinations to facilitate further operations. With Ziguang status, one was no longer an ordinary commoner in Ming society. Various rogues and scoundrels would have to show some respect. This provided considerable protection for the elders' personal safety and social activities. Once the group had settled in, Zhao Yinggong instructed son Wangkai to immediately search for a house. To integrate into Hangzhou society, he needed a residence befitting his status, not too extravagant, yet exhibiting the graceful bearing appropriate for a descendant of the Song royal house. In this time space, there did exist one family that could claim genuine descent from the Zhao Song imperial line, the descendants of Zhao Ryu, Prince of Minchang Commandery, who lived clustered together in Fujian and had built Jiajia Fortress. During the Hongwu era, with Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's permission, the ancestors of Jiajia Fortress had been allowed to restore the Zhao surname, thus reclaiming their identity as Song imperial descendants. Jiangshan had considered whether to establish contact with this family to provide backing for Zhao Yinggong's identity, but after discussion, they decided not to invite this trouble. After all, this family held no prominent official positions and had retired from public life since the 28th year of Wanli. They had little influence. I believe that for at least the next few years, it would be inadvisable to openly declare yourself a descendant of the Song imperial house, Yu Shui had said at an External Intelligence Bureau meeting after carefully considering the matter. Because many of the things you'll be doing are mass public welfare activities, there would be suspicion of buying hearts and minds, and if you were also claiming to be a Song royal descendant, it would invite unnecessary suspicion. Yu Shui advised that, until the time was right, Zhao Yinggong should only hint at his distinguished origins but absolutely must not openly or explicitly reveal his identity. All right. But doesn't that ruin my idea of building an ancestral hall? You can build one inside your own residence. Just don't build it on Phoenix Mountain or by Westlake, Yu Shui replied. Express just a touch of Song Dynasty elegance to evoke a sense of nostalgia for the ancients. Song Dynasty elegance, Zhao Yinggong scratched his head. He knew something about Republic-era elegance, bare legs and cheongsams and such, but what did Song Dynasty elegance look like? Just let your daily life and surroundings show a bit of Song style, that's all, Yuan explained. When the time comes, I'll put together a little booklet for you, a guide to Song Dynasty interior decoration and furnishing arrangements. Just follow that. Fine. And see if you can procure some Song Dynasty antiques to display. Those won't be easy. The prices won't be cheap, Yuan warned. Take your time. If genuine pieces won't work, start with reproductions. It's the idea that counts. However, so far Zhao Yingong still had not figured out what Song Dynasty elegance truly meant, though generally it seemed to involve refined and understated grace. He was pondering how to explain this more clearly to Sun Wangkai when the time came. The house should be fairly large and the location quiet, but not too remote, Zhao Yingong explained in detail. There should be a garden. If the location is suitable, even an abandoned residence with an overgrown garden would be acceptable. Finally, he added, when you go out, stop by the docks and see if that mark is there. Daoist Daoist had traveled with him, but they had parted ways before reaching Hangzhou. The Daoist believed it would be better for the two groups to enter the city separately. When you see my mark, you'll know I've arrived safely, the Daoist had told him. Don't come looking for me. When the time is right, I'll find you. Look carefully. If it's not there, you should go check every day from now on. Sun Wangkai acknowledged the instruction and went off to find a house. Finding accommodation in a place like Hangzhou was no simple matter, and suitable houses were especially difficult to come by. Though Zhao Yingong had brought several thousand taels of silver, this money had to cover many expenses. He needed to spend as frugally as possible. Sun Wangkai searched for several days before locating a suitable property. The buying, contracting, and transfer of ownership consumed another 10 days or so. Nothing covert could be done at the inn, so Zhao Yingong brought his staff to wander the streets and alleys of Hangzhou every day, familiarizing himself with the local cultural and geographic environment. He also took the opportunity to practice his Hangzhou Mandarin. Ming Dynasty Hangzhou was no longer the Song Dynasty's capital and residence. Hardly any trace of that remained. The year after the Song surrendered, a great fire destroyed the southern Song court's palaces on Phoenix Mountain. In the 4th month of the first year of Zhang in the Yuan dynasty, a fire in Hangzhou spread from the southeast to the northwest, covering nearly 30 li, burning half the public and private dwellings, destroying 15,755 official buildings, private houses, and temples, affecting 10,797 households and 38,116 people, killing 74. The following year, Hangzhou suffered yet another great fire that consumed over 40,000 civilian dwellings, an unprecedented disaster. What had been a flourishing metropolis for several hundred years gradually fell into decline. At the end of the Yuan and beginning of the Ming, Zhang Shicheng demolished the Nine-Bend city and rebuilt Hangzhou, mobilizing 200,000 laborers to dig a canal around the walls. But shortly after the city was completed, Chang Yuchun attacked Hangzhou. After more than 3 months of siege with supply lines severed, 6 or 7 out of 10 residents starved to death. After the army withdrew, many more died of disease. It was not until the Yongle era that Hangzhou gradually recovered its vitality and prosperity. As Zhejiang's premier district, merchants gathered here and all trades flourished. Since Jiangnan was the most prosperous region in the late Ming, by modern estimates Hangzhou's permanent population exceeded 500,000. After roaming inside and outside the city several times, Zhao Yingong felt this place had even greater potential for development than Guangzhou. The house was in the upper city. As the name suggested, this was Hangzhou's upper-class district. The main building had 5 bays and 3 courtyards, with east and west wings, a sedan hall in front, and a very large garden at the back. However, most of the garden had been completely neglected. The previous owner had sectioned off a portion to create a charming small garden, leaving the rest to run wild. Zhao Yingong looked it over and felt quite satisfied. Though the house itself was not particularly large, the abandoned garden covered a vast area. Besides expanding the garden, there was sufficient land for building extensions. The house itself was of excellent quality, reportedly once belonging to an official's family. After the master passed away, his unworthy descendants quickly squandered the estate, and the house was sold off to divide the inheritance. Son Wangkai knew that the greatest fear when purchasing property was becoming entangled in inheritance disputes among heirs, which could lead to endless trouble. So he did not hesitate to spend extra silver at the broker's office, and also specially registered the transaction at the county Yaman's household office, ensuring everything was handled properly and thoroughly. After completing the purchase, Sun Wangkai found a construction carpentry firm at the Tea Guild meeting and had the entire residence refurbished and repainted. At the same time, the abandoned garden was given a basic cleanup. For now, there was neither the funds nor the energy for a proper garden expansion. Various furniture and household items were purchased in a hurry. Zhao Yinggong instructed that for now, they should not buy too many things, just the essential furniture and supplies. Furniture could only be bought second-hand, but fortunately, Hangzhou was a provincial capital with many gentry and great households. Fortunes rose and fell. There were always a few declining families selling off their possessions. There were also many officials here, and outgoing officials needed to dispose of furniture and sundries they could not take with them. Thus the second-hand shops were well stocked, business was brisk, and prices were not too expensive. Zhao Yinggong did not want to appear like a nouveau rich, but he also found it difficult to grasp what Song dynasty elegance truly meant. After much thought, he reasoned that parvenus typically liked things that were new, big, and expensive. To appear understated and tasteful, one needed old goods. But these old goods could not be cheap either. In short, things that looked like they were not worth much but were actually quite valuable, that was the key. Weighing these considerations, he had Sun Wangkai first purchase half-worn rosewood tables and chairs, along with some decorative objects, and arranged them about the residence. As for calligraphy and paintings, he had brought quite a few, many works by minor artists from Guangdong and Guangxi, as well as some pieces by scholars who had served as officials in Guangdong. These demonstrated both his Guangdong origins and his wealth while also projecting an air of cultivation. I need to find a kink, Zhao Yinggong thought, a literary companion. Otherwise, handling all these matters himself would surely lead to embarrassment. No matter how many history books he read, he was not a person of this era. Money makes things easy. Once the carpenters finished renovations, the entire party moved from the inn to the new residence in just 3 or 4 days, with everything properly arranged. Even the kitchen staff, gatekeepers, sedan bearers, rough maidservants, and all other servants were promptly hired. This was a typical consumption-oriented city, with an enormous population engaged in the service industry. These people naturally could not be trusted, but for now the Hangzhou station had no clandestine activities anyway. He first needed to establish a proper household before he could begin operations. Later, he could gradually select reliable and suitable personnel. In his newly completed study, he pondered deeply over the problem of recruiting additional staff. Reliable people were plentiful in Lingao. Talents from all walks of life could be found among the politically vetted naturalized citizens, but they were mostly from Guangdong, Guangxi, Fujian, Jiangxi, and Hunan. The few from Zhejiang were mainly from southern Zhejiang. People from the Jiangnan region were very few, and what he most needed now were local guides. In Guangzhou, they had Gaoju. In Hangzhou, they were completely in the dark. Gaoju had some business dealings in Jiangnan, but no deep connections. His main network of relationships was in Beijing, so Gaoju's only use was to provide a few business partners. Li Luoyu also had no substantial network in Jiangnan, so breaking into Hangzhou's social scene would be quite difficult. The Ziyukai status the intelligence bureau had arranged was too low, and Zhao Yinggong lacked literary fame. There was no hope of making inroads through that angle. After much consideration, Zhao Yingong concluded that he would have to start with the novel goods and clever devices. By opening shops selling new products, he could attract the attention of local merchants and eventually gentry, and thus gradually enter the social circles of local gentry and great households. Chapter 853. The Daoist. Ideally, such a person should come from a commercial background, someone who had worked as a clerk or manager and had lived in Hangzhou for a long time. That way, doing business would come naturally. Zhao Yingong thought, what a pity that such fortunate encounters do not happen twice. He probably would not find another retired manager whose grandson had malaria who would come to serve him. Just as he was deep in thought, a servant came to announce Daoist had arrived. Bring him here at once. Zhao Yingong's spirits immediately lifted. Within a few minutes the servant brought Zhang Yingchen over. He looked somewhat haggard, but his Daoist robe was clean, though obviously an old garment. Upon closer inspection it even had patches. Zhao Yingong was puzzled. This was not the new Daoist robe the Daoist had designed himself. And he had been absent for several days, yet he showed no sign of travel fatigue. Evidently, he had found a place to stay. As if reading Zhao Yingong's confusion, I'm currently staying at a small Daoist temple outside Yangjin Gate, Zhang Yingchen explained. This robe was given to me by the abbot Daoist Ma. Daoist Ma is a fine fellow and quite presentable too. You're really something. You found yourself a boyfriend the moment you arrived in Hangzhou. What are you talking about? Zhang Yingchen scoffed. The past couple of days I've been wandering the streets and alleys of Hangzhou, looking for a suitable place to lodge. I reached Qingyun Temple where the abbot was ill. You know I practice traditional Chinese medicine and I had some emergency medicine with me. One dose and he recovered immediately. That's how I obtained lodging. Well done. Zhao Yingong laughed heartily. Your survival skills aren't bad. You could definitely survive on your own. I'm confident of that too, Zhang Yingchen replied. Setting aside everything else, how many people in the Elder Council would be willing to venture alone deep into the Li territories? Actually, once you're there, it's nothing. The Li territories aren't some dragon's pool or tiger's den. Of course, I did fall ill a few times, but with modern medicine helping, I pulled through. Stop boasting. Let's talk about how to get started here in Hangzhou. Zhao Yingong laid out all the issues he had been considering. I'd like your opinion. Right now, I don't dare follow Zhao Gu, merchant route opening strategy. In a place where Ziyukai and Juran are as common as dogs and Jinchi walk the streets, establishing myself first as a merchant would be very disadvantageous for later trying to enter scholarly circles. Though Jiangnan's industry and commerce were thriving, spawning what some called reactionary ideological trends of money worship, and though merchants had greatly elevated their status, with gentry and scholars also engaging more or less in business, overall, a considerable gulf remained between scholars and merchants. The difference in their social positions still could not be compared. But to befriend scholars with your current status and manner of speech, you probably can't manage it, right? Zhang Yingchen pointedly identified the main contradiction. Exactly, Zhao Yingong nodded. I'm just a fake Ziyukai, someone who can't even recite the entire Analects. Hoping to win over local scholars through literary talent is clearly hopeless. Should I plagiarize Nanjing's poetry? Or go all dominant and quickly brush up on Chairman Mao's poems? He smiled bitterly. Everything you're saying is trivial details. Thinking you can earn literary fame with a few verses of poetry is just dreaming, Zhang Yingchen said dismissively. That's just another form of King's dominating aura. It has no future. He studied Zhao Yingong. I think you should at least learn how to converse with local scholars, master their style of discourse, just as I'm completely natural at the Daoist temple because I'm familiar with how Daoists talk, their scriptures, and their way of life. You have a point. Zhao Yingong stroked his chin. It seems I'll have to memorize the Analects properly. Actually, it's not just the Analects. According to Yu Shui, a Ziyukai should at least be able to recite the 13 classics backwards and forwards. Imagine you're chatting with a group of Confucians. Someone starts spouting classical phrases, and you don't understand a thing. Wouldn't they treat you like an idiot? Zhao Yingong's expression soured. The thought of memorizing texts made him apprehensive. But what Zhang Yingchen said was quite reasonable. Apparently, he would have to put in this effort. Back when he was in the Intelligence Bureau training class, he had worked hard practicing calligraphy under a Ziyukai's tutelage, and now his brushwork was basically presentable. Also, it doesn't matter if you yourself don't act as a merchant. That doesn't mean your household has no businesses. The land and sea routes people will follow along to set up positions. Once they open shop, you pick one to serve as the proprietor of. Then you'll have real standing. In this time space, money still makes you the boss. The Jiangnan deployment of the land and sea routes had originally been scheduled to roll out fully in 1630, but was delayed due to the anti-encirclement campaign. So far, only Wanyu had completed its positioning in Nanjing and Qingyun on the land route. On the sea route, Qiwei had just established a presence in Nanjing and Shanghai, each with one trading post. By comparison, DeLong's expansion was much faster. After the victory of the anti-encirclement campaign, through negotiations with Li Luoyu, he eventually agreed to serve as a joint clearing agent for DeLong. Through this method, DeLong was able to extend its remittance and exchange services to Jiangnan and the northern and southern capitals. Next, Chengdong planned to open directly operated branches in both capitals. DeLong's rapid expansion was primarily to accumulate capital, and secondarily to provide financial support for the next stage of the mainland campaign. The elder council's dispatched agencies would need to move large sums of money across a very wide range in the future, urgently requiring a financial network. As an elder's enterprise, Wanyu was well positioned as a north-south goods trading house. Zhang Yingchen's suggestion that Zhao Yingong become its proprietor was indeed a reasonable arrangement. Now that you put it that way, I feel somewhat enlightened, Zhao Yingong said. I had originally wanted to get involved in the silk weaving industry, but I've had reservations. You're right, with the Wanyu signboard things will be easier. We just need a good manager to run things. No rush on that, take your time looking. Once the business is big enough, people will come seeking patronage. Good birds choose their trees, Zhang Yingchen observed. Zhao Yingong asked, "What's your next step? Will you continue lodging at the Daoist temple?" "Of course," Zhang Yingchen nodded. Qingyun Temple is a small temple and a poor one, including the lay Daoists. There are fewer than 10 people. Easy to control. I plan to stay there offering medical consultations, build up a small reputation, and by the way, spread my new Taoism to the temple's Daoists. There are a few good-looking young Daoist acolytes there who seem like promising material. The two settled on their method of contact and code phrases, establishing a schedule for regular communication. Zhao Yingong wanted to share some of the supplies and silver he had brought, but Zhang Yingchen refused. "I don't need those things, they could easily give me away. If you have extra prepared medicines, give me some of those. As for silver, I don't have much use for it. When I need some, I'll ask." After seeing the Taoist off, Zhao Yingong paced around his study, feeling there were many things he should be doing yet not quite knowing where to start. Finally, he stopped and called out, "Someone, help me change." Rather than sitting in his study wallowing in idle thoughts and making plans, he might as well go out for a walk right now. Who knows, he might have an unexpected encounter, might find some inspiration and come up with a completely new idea. He could also look for suitable children to purchase and properly educate. Though Feng Hua had received strict training, her innate aptitude was limited. It would be better to train children from a young age. Thinking of this, his spirits rose. Feng Hua hurried over with washing water. She attended him as he washed his face, then brought out a new outfit. This had been made by a Guangzhou tailor before departure, in the most fashionable style of the great Ming. The fabric and tailoring were extremely refined. Feng Hua helped him dress. It was a pale blue Ziguang robe fully embroidered with flowing cloud patterns in gold thread, paired with a blue headscarf embroidered with red Yuan characters. Zhao Yingong studied himself in the mirror. He felt wearing these clothes was somewhat like being in an opera, especially the headscarf. Was it not a bit too ornate for a man? Feng Yue suppressed a smile as she helped him dress. What are you laughing at? He adjusted his headscarf while asking. Is there something funny about me now? This servant wouldn't dare, Feng Yue quickly said. It's just that the master now is completely different from before, like two different people. Oh, Zhao Yingong said, do you think I look like a local person? Of course not. Feng Yue shook her head. Just the master's physique and bearing, how many on the street could compare? Once the master goes out, anyone who sees him will surely never forget. Hearing these words, Zhao Yingong was momentarily stunned, then smiled. You certainly know how to flatter. Feng Yue said nothing more, carefully helped him straighten his clothes, then fetched a genuine Japanese folding fan. Folding fans were still relatively expensive playthings in the Ming Dynasty, not as common as they would become in the Qing. Though domestically produced versions now existed, fans from Japan and Korea remained luxury items. The Intelligence Bureau had positioned Zhao Yingong as a wealthy young gentleman from Guangzhou, and his clothing and accessories were all prepared according to this requirement. There was also a hint of overseas flavor. After all, Guangzhou was a foreign trading port. This also provided a pretext for Zhao Yingong to maintain a steady supply of foreign goods. Sun Wangkai selected 2 Qiwei escorts to accompany and protect him. These 2 escorts had actually received training at the Political Security General Administration and were specifically responsible for the elder's personal security. An external intelligence, bureau-trained native intelligence agent served as his personal attendant. Finally, they enlisted a local Hangzhou servant named Kaishi to serve as guide. Kaishi had only recently joined the household. He had originally been a servant at this very residence, and when the previous owners moved away, he had lost his position. This was his return to employment. The party exited through the mansion gates. Since they had not decided on a destination, they did not use sedan chairs but simply strolled along the streets. The area where they lived was near King Ward. Here were mostly residences of great households, with hardly any shops visible along the streets. The stone-paved roads were nearly empty of pedestrians. Master, may I ask, where would you like to go first? Kaishi inquired, seeing they were about to reach the end of the alley. Chapter 854. The Markets of Hangzhou. Zhao Yingong said. Since you're a native of Hangzhou, just lead the way and we'll stroll wherever you like. Kaishi had recently joined the household and was keenly aware that all the servants around the master had been brought from Guangdong. Having come to serve as an outsider, if he wanted to rise in the household, he would need to carefully discern the master's wishes. He therefore paid close attention to everything. Now being asked to lead the way, this was where his advantage as a local came in. He immediately perked up. He reasoned that since the master was a wealthy young gentleman from Guangdong, ordinary pleasures and entertainment probably held little appeal for him. Since arriving in Hangzhou, the master had been moderate in his daily habits and had not rushed out for sightseeing. This suggested he had not come to Hangzhou simply to enjoy the prosperity of Jiangnan, but harbored other purposes. Considering that recently the master had sent him to buy the directory of officials, had instructed him to purchase the court gazette from the Yamen daily, and asked about market prices for various commodities, it seemed the master was either positioning himself for an official career or planning to engage in commerce. It was rather difficult to tell. After much thought, Kaishi decided that taking the master to the busy markets would serve both as sightseeing and as a way for him to understand commercial conditions. This would surely please him. With his mind made up, he led the party toward the city's main marketplaces. After turning through several alleys, the buildings gradually became smaller and humbler, though even the smallest structures were brick and tile houses. The streets were paved either with bricks or crushed stone, reasonably tidy. However, garbage was scattered everywhere along the roads, and when the wind blew, dust flew up. Some areas lacked underground drainage, Open ditches flowed with sewage mixed with refuse of every kind. Pedestrians, porters, and vendors gradually increased in number. Zhao Yingong noticed that while local women who appeared in public and conducted business were not as numerous as in Guangdong, they were not uncommon either. A considerable number of working women had unbound feet. Their features were pleasant enough, though they were generally short, of course. The men were not tall either. Looking at the clothing and complexion of the common people, they were far better than those in many places he had passed through on his journey. Their expressions were relatively cheerful in content. Middle-class pedestrians wearing inexpensive silk or high-quality cotton linen cloth made up a large proportion. Late Ming Jiangnan was indeed a blessed land within China. Of course, beggars and vagrants were also numerous. Some begged along the streets, others huddled beneath the eaves of small temples at street corners, dressed in rags, their faces sallow with hunger. But such sights were utterly commonplace in this time-space, and Zhao Yingong had grown accustomed to them. Ming Dynasty Hangzhou was far from the prosperity of the Song Dynasty capital and residence, and even fell short of its splendor during the Mongol Yuan era. However, this was still a provincial capital, and Zhejiang was a land of fish and rice. The cream of the entire province's wealth gathered here. A hub of land and water routes, a gathering place for domestic and foreign trade, where 100 goods convene, considerable prosperity had been restored. Hangzhou city, within and without, streets and alleys extended for dozens of li, the people numerous and thriving, products abundant in profusion. The streets were wheel hubs striking, shoulders rubbing. Zhao Yingong followed Kaishi along the streets, observing the prosperous scenes of 17th-century Hangzhou. For a true song enthusiast, the sight before him evoked profound melancholy. This flourishing scene already exceeded his earlier imaginings tenfold. What must the capital and residence have looked like in its heyday? Seeing that the master walked without speaking, his face bearing complex, wistful expressions, Kaishi wondered if perhaps Master Zhao had visited Hangzhou before, or perhaps he had some memorable encounter here. Considering that this master was around 30 years old and had an unusual accent, he was probably someone who had traveled far and wide. "Master, this is Shaoan Ward Market," Kaishi announced. Zhao Yingong knew this had been the flower market in southern Song times. In the Ming Dynasty, it was a comprehensive marketplace selling all manner of handicraft products, vegetables and fruits, candies and grain products, and more. There was even a night market. It was one of the larger markets within Hangzhou city. However, by the late Ming, this market had declined, its scale reduced to less than a tenth of its peak. Zhao Yingong strolled casually through. The place was crowded with many carrying poles. Kaishi hurried forward to clear a path, and the party proceeded slowly through the crowd. In ancient cities, streets were narrow. By old time-space standards, even the widest main streets were merely somewhat wider alleys, only 5 or 6 meters across, barely enough for 2 cars to pass. However, the ground was paved with stone slabs and was reasonably neat. Besides the shops, peddlers along the street occupied more than half the road with their wares. Shop signs from both sides extended toward the center of the street, looking dense and chaotic. The crowding was extreme. Kaishi and the 2 escorts had to exert considerable effort to squeeze a path through the throng. Zhao Yingong appeared to walk casually, but he was actually paying close attention to the merchandise sold in shops and even by street vendors. From time to time, he entered shops to examine products and often asked prices. To demonstrate his usefulness, Kaishi would push forward to haggle in Hangzhou dialect, but Zhao Yingong just smiled and waved him off. After a few times, Kaishi understood that the master was actually surveying market conditions, which further confirmed his earlier judgment. Zhao Yingong was indeed investigating market conditions. Shaoan Ward Market was primarily a retail market. From here, one could gauge the local population's consumption capacity, product preferences, and general price fluctuations. Compared to Guangzhou, prices here were not low at all. Evidently, large quantities of silver circulated here too, and the variety of goods was quite large. Though this was not a textile market, the shops retailed all kinds of satins, silks, cotton and linen cloth in great variety and many colors. Even European-made woolen cloth and cotton fabrics from India and Southeast Asia were for sale. Clearly, the local middle class had considerable purchasing power. Let's go see another market. After touring the market, Zhao Yingong instructed Kaishi to take them to another one. Somewhere with cheaper goods, things that ordinary poor people can afford. Kaishi did not quite understand the purpose, but since it was the master's order, he could not refuse. He led the party toward Mapo Bridge. The streets above and below Mapo Bridge, extending to Shangxian Bridge and Wangxian Bridge, also hosted a market. Before they even reached the intersection, they could smell a strong odor of animal dung from afar. It was nearly noon and pedestrians had thinned. Most vendors had already packed up, with only a few merchants gathering their goods and preparing to leave. The street was strewn with garbage and animal droppings. Zhao Yingong observed that this place was quite different from Shaoan Ward Market. First, there were far fewer shops, and they were less imposing. Most sellers were peddlers with carrying poles. The merchandise was extremely mixed: cloth, clothing, livestock, vessels, everything imaginable. Much of it was obviously second-hand goods, giving the impression of a flea market. This has something of the feel of Beijing's ghost market, Zhao Yingong thought. He knew from his reading that Beijing had a ghost market that set up stalls at dawn, selling all kinds of second-hand goods and counterfeit products. Reporting to the master, this place is called Eastern Garden Market, also known as Pauper's Market. Most items sold are cheap and worn. It opens when the city gates open and disperses at noon, Kaishi explained. Many of the Eastern Garden Market's vendors came from the surrounding countryside. Thieves also fenced their less valuable loot here. The party strolled on until they came to a stone bridge. On the bridge were carved the characters Wangxian Bridge. Kaishi said that crossing the bridge led to Wangxian Bridge Street, where the local cloth market was located. Cloth from both outside the province and local production was traded in bulk here, with many cloth shops concentrated in the area. Zhao Yingong's interest was piqued. Let's go have a look. He waved his folding fan. Wangxian Bridge was a small stone bridge, looking very similar to the bridges he often saw during Watertown tour in the old-time space. Small and elegant. He stepped onto the bridge, quickened his pace for a few steps, then suddenly stopped as if someone had seized him by the shoulder. On the bridge surface lay a human form with a sallow, swollen face. It could only be called a human form because the entire body was filthy beyond recognition, covered in dirt and even garbage. Judging by size, it was a child of about 7 or 8 years old. Corpses of the starved, bodies fallen on the roadside, whether in Guangzhou or along the way through various prefectures and counties, such scenes were all too common. Zhao Yingong had felt some distress seeing them in the past, but now he had grown accustomed to it. Kaishi immediately stepped forward to guide him to the other side of the bridge, muttering a curse. Dying anywhere would be better than dying on this bridge. Before he finished speaking, the corpse moved slightly and emitted a faint moan. The person was still alive. Kaishi gave it no further thought and invited Zhao Yingong to pass. But now Zhao Yingong's compassion was stirred. He walked over to take a closer look. It was a girl, completely naked. Her hair was matted and filthy. Some parts of her body were festering and oozing yellow pus. She looked utterly disgusting and repulsive. Who knew whose family had abandoned her? He made a gesture, and one of the escorts immediately checked the girl's breathing and felt for the pulse at her neck. He turned back to report. Reporting to the master, "She's alive," Kaishi at his side said. "Master, every time this servant comes by this bridge there are people like this. They're all children whose families cannot feed them, some refugees who fled here, abandoned in hope that someone would take them in. The master needn't concern himself." Zhao Yingong knew Kaishi spoke the truth. Along the journey to Hangzhou, he had seen plenty of people on the roadside hovering between life and death. but they had been traveling and could not take them in. Though it was the Elder Council's consistent policy to collect orphans wherever possible, this child might not survive even if rescued. Leaving her here to live or die on her own seemed like the safest choice. After all, in this age of chaos, who knew how many were destined to perish? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Yingong finally said, "Take her with us." Kaishi felt obliged to remind his new master, "Master, this child looking like this probably won't survive even if we bring her back. Even if she lives, she'll need treatment and care. She won't be useful for at least a year or half." "Bring this child along," Zhao Yingong repeated. "Though life and death are fated, I simply cannot bear to just stand by and do nothing." Kaishi quickly said, "The master has a benevolent heart." He immediately moved to lift the child, paying no mind to her filth while muttering, "Your luck has turned. This master is willing to save you." Chapter 855. How to conduct charitable activities. The child was so limp she could not even sit up. Kaishi tried several times but could not get her to remain upright. Zhao Yingong nodded, and one of the escorts came over without hesitation, lifted the child and carried her on his back. "Wait!" Zhao Yingong tapped with his fan. "Jiying, bring out my cloak." Jiying was the native intelligence agent trained by the Bureau, serving as Zhao Yingong's personal attendant. He carried a clothes bag for changing or adding garments when going out. Though it was already late March and spring had arrived, Zhejiang during the Little Ice Age, where some mountain peaks retained year-round snow, was still quite cold. In the bag was a blue duolo woolen cloak. Jiying immediately opened the bag and took it out. Zhao Yingong received it and wrapped it around the child, tucking it in snugly. Kaishi's eyes widened. Having served in great households for years, his standards were quite high. The master's cloak was made of duolo wool, an imported foreign good worth several taels of silver per bolt, and such a valuable cloak was now wrapped around a filthy, half-dead child. He could not help exclaiming, "The master is truly righteous." Nearby shopkeepers and passers-by, seeing a gentleman pick up the dying sick child from the bridge, all poked their heads out to watch the spectacle. A middle-aged man who happened to be shopping in a store by the bridge remarked, "Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. That child has been given a life." The shopkeeper leaning against the wooden counter remained unmoved. "He's only saving this one. Tomorrow, the day after, people will still die here just the same," he sighed. "Heaven is claiming souls. It wasn't this common in earlier years. Now it's become a regular occurrence." Zhao Yingong had intended to leave with the child, but hearing this chatter, he casually walked down from the bridge and entered the shop. The shopkeeper hurriedly stood up. Seeing this person's elegant attire and the air of a scholar who had passed the imperial examinations, probably the son of an official family, he immediately put on a welcoming smile. "This gentleman, what would you like to buy? Our humble shop specializes in all kinds of fabrics." "Shopkeeper, I'm not here to buy anything. I just wanted to ask, are children constantly abandoned on this bridge?" Zhao Yingong asked directly. The shopkeeper nodded. "This gentleman, from your accent, you're not from around here, are you?" "Correct. I'm from Tianshui, Guangzhou." "Sir, your taking in that child today is an act of boundless merit." The shopkeeper first offered a compliment. "These years have been hard. Beggars and refugees increase year by year. Every few days, children are abandoned on the bridge surface or at the bridge foot, hoping someone will pick them up and give them a chance at life. But the children left here are either dying of illness or starved beyond recognition. Who would take them in? They just wait here to die. The crematorium has to cart away several every few days. Alas, they were all born of fathers and mothers. Such sin, such sin." He sighed again. Zhao Yingong nodded. "I see." The shopkeeper continued. "This isn't even the worst of it, sir. If you don't mind hearing something grim, look down at the riverbank by the bridge." Zhao Yingong looked in the direction he indicated. On the muddy riverbank he saw several tattered reed mats with filthy, bare feet poking out from under them. Judging by size, they were all children, some even infants. Even Zhao Yingong, who had witnessed much on his journey, could not help feeling a surge of pity. Every spring famine, every disaster year, I don't dare sit in this shop too late at night. I board up the shop fronts early and head home." The shopkeeper seemed still haunted by the memory. Those refugees, carrying their children, knock on doors one after another, desperately begging to give their children away. When no one takes them, some just throw them directly off the bridge into the river. Such evil, such evil. At this point the shopkeeper sighed yet again. Zhao Yingong had heard enough. Barely managing to thank the shopkeeper, he ordered a return to the residence. He instructed one of the escorts, "Go to Qingyun Temple and ask the Daoist to come." On the way back he kept trying to calm his agitation. Had this been 10 years ago, he might have immediately set about establishing institutions to shelter orphans and refugees, spending all his money without a second thought. But now, he remembered that his foothold in Hangzhou was not yet secure. Acting rashly on such matters would be disadvantageous for him, and besides, he lacked the money and manpower to do it properly. Better to first ask the Daoist to treat the child's illness, then consult with him about how to go about collecting people. After all, the elder council had sent him to Jiangnan primarily to gather population. "Fenghua, give the child a bath first," Zhao Yingong instructed. "She has festering sores on her body. Be careful not to get them wet. Just clean out the wounds first." As a qualified life secretary, Fenghua had received basic nursing training. "Understood, Master." Fenghua hurried off. "Master, I think this child probably hasn't eaten for many days. If we bathe her like this, she might not hold up." Sun Wangkai had accumulated considerable experience helping the elder council collect refugees in Guangzhou. Seeing that a child had been brought back, he quickly spoke up. "Oh, right, first we need to give her something to eat so she can recover." Zhao Yingong spoke rapidly. "Quick, have the kitchen make congee." "No need, I have a way." Kai Shi, though unaware of the elder's habit of collecting orphans, saw how much the master valued this child and naturally wanted to curry favor. "Just use lotus root powder, it's a local product. Mix it with water and she can eat it right away. It won't hurt her stomach." Someone brought lotus root powder, mixed it with water and fed it to the child with a small spoon. In no time she had finished an entire bowl. "She can't eat any more now. Wait half an hour before feeding her again," Sun Wangkai cautioned. "She's been starved badly. If she eats too much at once, she'll burst." Fenghua first brought water and soapberry pods to wash the child's face. The first pass and the water turned black. It took several more washes, changing the water once before her face was roughly clean. "Such a pretty little girl," sighed Sun Wangkai's wife, who had come to help. "Just born with bad luck." "Nonsense, if her luck were bad, would Master Zhao have taken her in?" Sun Wangkai scolded. "Master Zhao taking her in means her ancestors had virtue." The little girl before them, though sallow-faced and breathing faintly with eyes tightly closed, had delicate features. "Wipe down her body too. The doctor will be here soon to treat her," Sun Wangkai instructed the women. Though the child was young, there was still the distinction between male and female, so he did not enter but called out instructions from the doorway. He had 2 braziers sent in as well. After a while, Zhang Yingchen arrived with a medicine bag. He first observed the patient's color and spirit, then took her pulse. "She should be fine," Zhang Yingchen pronounced. "It's from starvation." He took out a box of glucose saline powder and handed it to Fenghua. "Dissolve this in 500 milliliters of water and give it to her. She's somewhat dehydrated." "Yes, should we give her congee?" "You can. Small meals many times a day. Be careful not to stuff her to death." Zhang Yingchen then examined the festering sores on her body, performed minor treatment with a scalpel, cleaned the wounds, and sprinkled on sulfa anti-inflammatory powder. Then he took her temperature. Zhang Yingchen busied himself for quite a while before finishing. Only then did he wash his hands and proceed to Zhao Yingong's study. "This child has no serious illness. It's all from starvation. 2 weeks of recovery and she'll be fine, but the wounds on her legs will take some time to heal. I'll write a prescription, have someone fill it. Once her body is stronger, I'll write another prescription for deworming." Zhao Yingong said, "Having saved her, we must keep her alive. Otherwise, what's the point?" "Heh, looks like quite the beauty in the making." Zhang Yingchen said with a laugh as he picked up his teacup. Zhao Yingong shook his head. Whether she'll be a beauty is a matter for the future. A child right before my eyes about to starve and rot to death, can you be unmoved? Zhang Yingchen smiled without speaking. Zhao Yingong said, I wish I could open a Sihuaheng here in Hangzhou immediately to take in all the children out there. Though this is called heaven, for many it is hell. He stood up and paced a few steps around the study. After all, our purpose in coming here is to collect population. I think there's no need to wait until next year, we can start now. Let's work out a plan together, get the Hangzhou version of Sihuaheng up and running. For now, it will be small-scale operations. By next year, we can expand. Zhang Yingchen said, the problem is we're newcomers here. Where will the money for sheltering refugees and orphans come from? To run a Sihuaheng, we need buildings and manpower. You only brought 3,000 taels of operating funds. Buying a house and setting things up has already cost a great deal, hasn't it? To buy more property, install equipment, hire people, that's an enormous expense. Our sheltering of refugees is essentially a bottomless pit. Take in everyone we can. It's not charity for show. Daily expenses add up. Even mountains of gold and silver wouldn't be enough. Furthermore, where do we find a suitable patron? After all, we're strangers here. This isn't like having the Liang family and the Gao family helping, or naval gunboats that can arrive in a day. If two outsiders start taking in large numbers of refugees, won't the authorities grow suspicious? These words made perfect sense. Zhao Yingong pondered for a moment and said, I understand now. For now, we first need to generate blood. Only with enough blood can we continuously transfuse blood to others. The first step is still to make money quickly, build up our own industries. He turned in a circle. But I also have an idea for sheltering refugees. First collect orphans and establish a charity school. Zhao Yingong's idea was to first section off a piece of the abandoned garden, build a few separate rooms, and use them to shelter and educate orphans. Even if 100 or 200 children gathered, it would not arouse official suspicion. Orphans had more potential than adults. If educated well, they would become future technical personnel, administrative cadres, and business management talent. This approach is workable. Zhang Yingchen nodded, then laughed. I recall you've had this idea for a long time, haven't you? When you used to chat with me, you said that if you were to time travel alone, you'd need to spend at least 10 years educating your own generation of people. Some of the details about refugees in this chapter come from the notes of literati of the late Ming period, recording conditions in Zhejiang at the time. The specific prefecture and county recorded in the notes is not Hangzhou, but such scenes were probably not uncommon. Chapter 856. Expanding the team. Zhao Yingong looked at the dozen or so children of various ages standing or sitting in the courtyard before the entrance hall. Every one of them was disheveled and emaciated. Some looked reasonably healthy. Others had barely managed to walk in before collapsing on the ground, unable to rise again. His heart ached for them, yet at the same time his whole body itched. A few days ago, when he had brought the girl back, he had also brought back her fleas and lice. That night they had bitten him all over, raising red bumps and welts. He had been forced to get up, bathe, change clothes, and spray insecticide. Looking at these children before him now, he did not need to imagine what parasites lurked under their ragged clothes, eyeing his flesh. Everyone kneel and kowtow. Pay respects to the master, Kaishi shouted. Some knelt. Others swayed and collapsed directly to the ground. Zhao Yingong's heart ached. He said, no need to bow. Looking them over carefully, he saw they were mostly boys with a few girls. The youngest were no more than 4 or 5 years old, the oldest around 13 or 14. But Zhao Yingong knew that children of the poor were often malnourished and developmentally delayed. Their actual ages were probably older than they appeared. Are they all orphans? Zhao Yingong asked. Confirmed to have willingly pledged themselves as servants in my household. Indeed they are, Kaishi quickly replied, then shouted at the children, speak up yourselves. Willingly pledged. The responses were scattered, slow, and drawn out. Gentlemen, you see. Kaishi turned to a thin, dried-up clerk beside him. This was a clerk from the household office of Ren County, specially invited today to witness and register the indentures. Generally speaking, such matters did not necessarily require official involvement, but during training they had been warned that in areas beyond the Transmigrator Collective's power, one should be very cautious when taking in people. There were criminals who made their living from such schemes, and it was easy to be left penniless. Intelligence agents operating alone could not afford direct conflicts with strangers. All right, I've seen everything." Clerk Zhu pocketed a substantial red envelope and was in good spirits. He certainly was not going to nitpick. "Let's draw up the contracts and put thumbprints on them." She energetically directed the children to press their thumbprints on the sale contracts, then had them all taken away to have their heads shaved, be bathed, and change clothes. Zhao Yingong had renovated a few rooms in the abandoned garden to serve temporarily as dormitories. He also hired a doctor to treat the children's illnesses. The complete purification procedure was applied according to protocol. He assigned staff to look after them. The dozen or so attendants he had brought were all from the purification camps and were familiar with this system. It was simply a smaller version. Once the orphans' bodies recovered somewhat, he led them in clearing out a space in the abandoned garden to serve as an exercise ground. Every day, they did calisthenics and ran to strengthen their bodies. They also grew vegetables and raised chickens in the abandoned garden, both exercising and supplementing their diet. Zhao Yingong had Feng Hua serve as their literacy teacher, conducting basic education according to C-grade diploma requirements. Zhao Yingong knew that making a significant contribution to collecting and educating population would be very difficult at present, especially given the shortage of manpower. So he paid special attention to the older children, those aged 13 or 14 and above, focusing on cultivating their character and knowledge. In the future, they would be the basic cadre material that the Hangzhou station could quickly deploy. As for children under 10, they would gradually be transferred back to Lingao for schooling. Only the little girl he had rescued from the bridge would he keep by his side to personally educate. He named her Henning. He also named all the other children. The 6 oldest, aged 12 and above, he named Donghua, Zihua, Funning, Furong, Lezheng, and Yan. These names, like Fenghua and Henning, were all names of Song dynasty palaces. The older children lived in a separate dormitory. Every day, Zhao Yingong set aside time to personally teach them. Though older children had more mature minds, those who had spent long periods wandering and begging usually possessed twisted personalities and had picked up various bad habits. Lingao had a complete set of methods for managing and educating refugees, and everyone could be put to use. But here he had to be more careful. So when collecting children, he specifically instructed Shi not to take those vagrant beggars who looked healthy and spoke glibly. For now, he would only take in children who were on the verge of starvation or had been abandoned. Given all this, he felt his current staff was still too few. He instructed Shi and son Wang Kai that anyone from a reliable background willing to sell themselves into service should be kept, all with permanent contracts. Besides collecting children and expanding his servant staff, Zhao Yingong spent several days personally surveying Hangzhou's main markets and the prices of various goods. He gained a general understanding of Hangzhou's trade situation. It seemed the easiest industries in which to make money remained silk and tea. Since the Tang and Song dynasties, Jiangnan had been famous for growing mulberry and raising silkworms. This was especially developed in the Ming Dynasty, particularly in the lower reaches of Lake Tai. Suzhou, Hezhou, Songjiang, Jiaxing, and the Hangzhou area were all important silk-producing regions, producing vast quantities of raw silk and satins every year. As an important transportation hub, Hangzhou not only handled the circulation of goods from all of Zhejiang province, but silk products from Suzhou and Hezhou in South Zhili also gathered and traded here. As for tea, Zhejiang was itself a major tea-producing province. Neighboring southern Anhui was also an important tea-producing area. Every year, large quantities of Anhui tea were transported to Hangzhou via the ancient Hangzhou Road, processed locally, and distributed from there. Both silk and tea were important commodities in overseas trade, and were also popular bulk commodities in domestic trade. If he could control one silk or one tea operation in Hangzhou, the profits would be no less than Liju's sugar. However, how to enter these two industries was something Zhao Yingong could not yet decide. He was unfamiliar with both the sericulture industry and the tea industry, let alone their 17th century particularities. After much thought, he concluded he still needed to find someone familiar with the industry to guide him. Just then, Kaishi brought in another household, a family surnamed Shen who were willing to pledge themselves as servants. "They're willing to pledge the entire family," Kaishi said, presenting a card listing the full names, ages, and genders of this household. Zhao Yingong examined the card. The new household consisted of a married couple around 30 with 3 children. The oldest was 13, the youngest only 5. The total sale price was just 10 taels. Unbelievably cheap. Setting aside everything else, just their 13-year-old daughter could fetch at least 20 taels if sold through a human broker. Zhao Yingong hesitated. What was this family's background that they would sell themselves so cheaply? Kaishi explained that this family were silkworm farmers from Ren County. They had originally owned a few mu of mulberry fields. Last year during silkworm season, there was a shortage of mulberry leaves, and they had borrowed at high interest. The compound interest had rolled up until their entire home and land were seized by creditors. Now with nowhere to turn, they were willing to sell themselves into bondage, but requested that the contract include 2 conditions. The family must not be separated, and if the master relocates away from Hangzhou, they may redeem themselves. No wonder they were only asking for 10 taels, Zhao Yingong thought. There was a catch after all. He had heard that people from Zhejiang were shrewd and capable. It seemed this was a tradition of long standing. Master, they were originally silkworm farmers, raising silkworms, growing mulberry, reeling silk. They're experts in all of it. If the master were to buy a few mu of mulberry fields and entrust them to manage it, you'd certainly profit 100 taels or so each year. Kaishi spoke enthusiastically. He had noticed recently that the master often paid attention to matters concerning silk and raw thread, and believed the master must be interested. So he added this pitch. Zhao Yingong nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, keep them." "Shall I bring them in to kowtow to the master?" "Of course, have them come." Shortly, Kaishi brought them over. The whole family crowded at the foot of the steps to kowtow to Zhao Yingong. He looked them over. Though they were country farmers who worked the land, they were reasonably presentable. The wife especially, around 28 or 29, was petite and delicate, with refined features, very much the look of a Jiangnan water country woman. The eldest daughter, not yet developed, was also quite comely, and both mother and daughter had natural feet. Zhao Yingong was quite pleased. "First allocate a room in the servants' quarters for them," Zhao Yingong instructed Kaishi. "Follow the standard procedures. Provide them with the clothing and food they're entitled to according to the rules. Nothing must be skimped." "Yes, this servant understands," Kaishi bowed. Then he barked, "Why aren't you thanking the master?" The family quickly knelt and kowtowed again. Zhao Yingong asked, "You're silkworm farmers?" "Yes, this humble one formerly made a living from growing mulberry and raising silkworms," the man quickly replied. "So you're quite experienced with silkworm raising." "This humble one and family formerly made our living from this," the man continued. "This humble one grew mulberry, the wife and daughter raised silkworms and reeled silk. We sold the silk to silk merchants and lived on that." Then tell me about how the local silkworm business works. Explain it in detail." "Yes, master." The man, newly pledged into service, had been anxious. Now hearing that the master wanted him to discuss mulberry cultivation and silkworm raising, he realized the master might have use for him. He gathered his spirits and began explaining at length. He spoke in Hangzhou dialect, and as a country person who rarely interacted with outsiders, his speech was poorly organized and somewhat muddled. Fortunately, Kaishi was there to translate and explain, allowing Zhao Yingong to grasp the general picture. To raise silkworms, first you needed mulberry leaves. So those who raised silkworms invariably had at least a few mu of land planted with mulberry for leaf harvesting. If their own land was insufficient or their mulberry leaves ran short, they had to pre-lease or purchase from others. Thus specialized leaf markets for trading mulberry leaves had long existed. The former method involved paying a deposit in advance and harvesting when the time came. The latter was buying at market prices. After silkworms entered their third dormancy, leaf consumption increased dramatically. If one's land was small and mulberry prices were high, silkworm farmers often had to borrow at usurious interest. But the returns from silkworm raising were substantial. If that year's dried cocoon and raw silk prices were reasonable, after repaying principal and interest, the remaining income was not only enough to pay taxes but could cover the family's expenses for an entire year. In terms of profit, it was far better than growing rice or cotton. But if cocoon prices happened to be bad that year, farmers could be forced to sell land, house, and even children to pay off their debts. Chapter 857, Silk. The Shen family's ruin had nothing to do with falling silk prices. Disease had destroyed them. Last year, sickness took our silkworms, the entire crop gone. The man's voice was hollow with remembered despair. That is why we are destitute. We beg the master to take us in. Zhao Yingong understood the mechanics well enough. Viral infections caused most silkworm diseases, and the conditions of rearing made outbreaks almost inevitable. In closed spaces, thousands of larvae packed together in suffocating density. Without rigorous cleaning and proper disinfection, concepts that traditional methods addressed only haphazardly, pestilence could sweep through a silkworm house like wildfire. Reduced harvests were common. Total losses were not unheard of. When disaster struck on that scale, families lost everything. So sericulture was not the simple, reliable livelihood he had imagined. It was a gamble, high stakes, high rewards, and the ever-present specter of catastrophic failure. Zhao Yingong found his interest sharpening. If he meant to enter this business, he needed to understand it thoroughly. He pressed for details about the rearing process itself, but the man hesitated, clearly out of his depth. In the countryside, sericulture belonged to women. Girls began their apprenticeship at 12 or 13, learning to protect the eggs through the bitter cold of the 12th month, to spread the birds when spring's first warmth arrived, to guide the worms through their 3 sleeps and the critical emergence from fire, through the final climbing of the mountain, when the silkworms spun their cocoons, and finally to the baking and reeling that transformed those cocoons into gleaming raw silk. All of this was women's work passed from mother to daughter across generations. The man knew the basics but feared bungling the explanation. He called for his wife. "This servant greets the master." The woman was comely, her speech a distinctive Hangzhou blend of northern and southern inflections, not so different from the dialect Zhao Yingong remembered from his own time. He found the sound pleasant and smiled. "Rise. What is your name?" "Country women have no proper names. This servant's maiden name is Wang, and I was 4th born in my family. People called me Wang Xingyang. The master may call this servant whatever pleases him." She spoke with practiced ease. Jiangnan peasant women did more than tend fields and raise silkworms. They went a market to hawk their wares, and such commerce had sharpened their tongues. Wang Xingyang began describing the art of sericulture. From hatching to cocoon took 28 to 40 days, every hour of which demanded exacting attention. Fresh mulberry leaves had to be added on a rigid schedule, even if it meant rising in the dead of night. There could be no delay. The silkworm frass and wilted leaf fragments required constant removal. Neglect invited disease. Temperature control was equally unforgiving. The worms needed warmth but not heat, shelter from drafts but not stagnant air. Rearing rooms were sealed tight as tombs. When temperatures dipped, fires were lit. When the silkworms climbed the mountain to spin, braziers burned beneath the trays to speed their work and keep the emerging silk dry, improving the cocoon's quality. But fire meant danger. Blazes sparked by careless silkworm fires were grimly common. Zhao Yingong nodded. He was familiar with the ancient metaphor of the silkworm chamber, sealed, warm, carefully tended. These methods had been refined since the Qin and Han dynasties, 2,000 years of accumulated wisdom. During the rearing season of March and April, silkworm households shut themselves away from the world. Villages fell silent, paths lay empty. Neighbors and relatives suspended all visits. Red paper talismans appeared on every door, warding against interruption and ill fortune. Even local officials knew better than to venture into the countryside during those critical weeks. After the cocoons were harvested, most farmers reeled the silk themselves before selling. Only households short on labor or facing unusual circumstances sold dried cocoons directly to cocoon brokers. "Why go to the trouble of reeling themselves?" Zhao Yingong asked. "Selling to the cocoon brokers invites theft by 1,000 cuts." Wang Xinyang's expression hardened. "Country folk always get cheated." She explained the system. The cocoon brokers operated under government-issued trading licenses that granted them formidable monopoly power. They organized themselves into guild associations that fixed the days when purchasing would begin and end, and set prices by mutual agreement. No broker was permitted to offer more than the agreed rate. These rates were invariably, deliberately, crushingly low, but low prices were only the beginning. When farmers brought their cocoons to market, the brokers deployed an arsenal of petty frauds, declaring cocoons too damp, subtracting phantom weight deductions. The most devastating tactic was the sudden suspension of purchasing. In the very heart of peak cocoon season, warehouses would simply close their doors for several days, refusing all business. Why would they halt purchasing? Cocoons cannot wait. Wang Xinyang's voice carried the bitterness of hard experience. Once harvested, they must be reeled or sold immediately. After a few days, the pupae inside will chew through the silk, and the cocoons become worthless. The country folk have no choice. They sell at whatever price they can get. The realization settled over Zhao Yingong with cold clarity. This was manufactured scarcity, an artificial crisis designed to drive prices into the dirt. He had seen such schemes in the old time-space too, different goods, different centuries, same predatory logic. After the cocoon brokers buy the cocoons, he continued, how do they sell them? They reel the silk themselves and sell to the silk merchants. Inside and outside Hangzhou, many households specialize in reeling for others. They raise no silkworms of their own. The brokers contracted out their purchases to these specialist reelers, paying processing fees by weight of finished silk. Whenever possible, silkworm farmers preferred to reel their own silk and sell it as raw thread. The margins were better. Reeling was women's work, an important rural sideline. Wang Xinyang and her daughter had both practiced the craft in the Shen household. Now she demonstrated the process with eloquent gestures. Reeling began with a large pot of boiling water. 10 or 20 cocoons went in at a time, stirred with bamboo sticks to scald them properly. When the water reached a rolling boil, the surface was swept with the sticks, and the silk ends floated free, gossamer threads rising like pale ghosts from the churning water. These ends were gathered by hand, threaded through a bamboo needle's eye, wound onto the guiding spindle, hooked onto the thread-transferring rod, and finally sent up to the big frame wheel powered by a foot treadle. Work the treadle steadily, and raw silk streamed forth in an endless gleaming ribbon. It was brutal, exhausting labor, and it permitted no rest. Once the cocoons formed, time became the enemy. If the silk wasn't reeled quickly, the pupae would mature and bite their way free, destroying the cocoons from within. During reeling season, entire families worked together. Even the men pitched in, toiling through day and night without pause. A skilled worker could reel perhaps 30 liang of silk in a day. For the finest grade, the delicate head-wrap silk, daily output dropped to 20 liang. Zhao Yingong had never read specialized texts on sericulture, but common sense told him enough. Hand-processed silk meant low efficiency and inconsistent quality. In the old time space, when Chinese native silk first encountered Japanese raw silk, produced through modern cultivation and mechanized reeling, Chinese silk was annihilated in international markets. The comparison was simply too stark. "Where is the best silk produced locally?" he asked. Wang Xinyang considered the question carefully. Reporting to the master locally, Ren County produces the finest. But if we speak of all Zhejiang province, the honor belongs to Hezhou. The 7-li silk from Nangshan in Hezhou prefecture is renowned throughout the realm. Guian, Diking, Changde, Tongxiang, all those counties produce excellent silk. Only after them comes our local Ren product. She elaborated on the distinction. Ren County mostly produces thick silk, while Hezhou and Jiaxing specialize in fine silk. For weaving patterned satins and brocades, the warp thread had to be fine silk. The jacquard looms required thread of specific strength, and silk from those two prefectures possessed the necessary tensile quality. Inferior silk simply snapped under the loom's demands. Even the weaving office and dyeing bureau in Hangzhou City, when weaving satins for the imperial household, must procure their raw silk specially from Hezhou and Jiaxing. Local silk from Ren and Qiantang counties sees little use. Zhao Yingong listened with keen attention, the shape of an industry resolving before him. Sericulture, like Lizhu's sugar trade, remained mired in small-scale production, cottage handicrafts, petty loans at usurious rates, the whole creaking apparatus of traditional commerce. And wherever such systems persisted, opportunities for intervention and profit multiplied. 7 or 8 schemes were already spinning through his mind, possibilities at every link of the chain. He caught himself growing scattered and forced his thoughts into order. First, the general direction. The details could follow. "Where do you sell your silk?" he resumed. "Specialized silk merchants buy it. As soon as new silk comes out, the silk traders arrive at the market towns." Wang Xinyang explained that prices fluctuated, but ordinary raw silk had consistently held above 30 to 40 taels per dan. Since the Wanli era, massive exports of raw silk and finished goods had driven prices steadily upward. Some years were lean, certainly, but most years the silk business returned solid profits. "Tell me more about these silk merchants," Zhao Yingong said, nodding. "Do they also require trading licenses? Do they have their own guild? I have heard it is the same, but this servant only knows the silk traders who come to the villages. The internal workings of the merchant houses are beyond my knowledge." Wang Xinyang added that some of these traders also dealt in loans. Silkworm farmers could borrow from them and repay when the new silk came in, using their harvest as currency. Convenient in theory, but in practice the valuations were ruinous. Farmers repaid far more than they had borrowed. The silk traders were no gentler than the cocoon brokers in squeezing farmers, but the dynamics differed slightly. Once cocoons became raw silk, time still pressed, but less mercilessly. Silk left too long would yellow and lose value. Traders who deliberately delayed purchases could certainly force down prices, but such tactics shortened the window for their own resale. The calculus discouraged the most egregious delays. Farmers reeling their own silk received somewhat better treatment. Where does the silk merchant's raw silk ultimately go? Mostly to the weaving workshops. Some goes to merchants from other provinces. And locally woven satins, are there many? Wang Xinyang smiled at the question. Reporting to the master, how could there not be? Setting aside all else, just the eastern and western bureaus in this city, together with the 2 dyeing bureaus, must produce several thousand bolts of robes and fabrics each year under imperial quota. That ignores other categories entirely. Altogether, the silk fabrics woven here for imperial tribute alone exceed 10,000 bolts annually. The eastern and western bureaus caught his attention. Seeing his puzzled expression, Kaishi stepped in to clarify. "Those are the weaving offices the court has established in Hangzhou, located just east of Puji Bridge. Everything woven there is destined for imperial use." The The two dyeing bureaus were similarly official manufactories, substantial operations by any measure. "Can you weave silk?" Zhao Yingong asked Wang Xinyang. "This servant cannot. Silk weaving is the province of specialized artisans, knowledge passed from father to son, master to apprentice. It is not something a country woman could learn. You may withdraw for now. I will have tasks for you in a few days." Zhao Yingong turned to son Wang Kai. "See that these children are enrolled in the charity school as well." The hand-operated reeling machine described here can be found in the exploitation of the works of nature. Headwrap silk refers to a specially fine-grade silk used specifically for weaving head wraps. Chapter 858, Cultural Bookstore. After receiving his new household servants, Zhao Yingong's mind had already turned to calculation. Given the resources currently at his disposal, a direct assault on the raw silk and cocoon trade was beyond his means. His capital was limited. DeLong Bank, still establishing its local presence, could hardly mobilize substantial funding on short notice. And the capitalists of Jiangnan would prove far more formidable adversaries than their counterparts in Lizhou. Not only were they well capitalized, but most operated under the patronage of powerful gentry and officials. His position here was infinitely more precarious than that of the Lizhou or Guangzhou stations. He could not simply encroach on entrenched interests without courting a devastating backlash. After careful thought, the wisest approach was to enter at the production stage. As a transmigrator, his greatest advantage lay in harnessing Lingao's technological capabilities to establish a modernized, semi-mechanized silk reeling factory capable of producing superior raw silk. Wang Xinyang's description had made the situation abundantly clear. Traditional hand reeling was not merely inefficient, it produced inconsistent, inferior thread. If industrial mass production's cheap, high-quality goods struck this market, the transformation would come swiftly. He harbored no illusions about who would suffer. Once such a factory began operations, the resulting shockwave would drive countless silkworm farmers like the Shen family into ruin, stripped of land and property, cast destitute onto the streets, and he would be the architect of their destruction. Yet such an outcome served the transmigrator collective's interests. The Elder Council's agricultural policy had always aimed at dismantling small-scale production. A large, stable class of peasant proprietors, whether freeholders or tenants, was precisely what the council did not want. What they needed was abundant, freely hireable labor. Beyond silk reeling, there was also tremendous potential in modernizing sericulture and mulberry cultivation. Zhao Yingong had witnessed firsthand the explosive productivity gains that the Agricultural Committee's improvements and extension work had brought to Lingao. Introducing similar methods to Hangzhou would certainly elevate both the yield and quality of mulberry leaves and cocoons. Both approaches, however, depended entirely on Lingao's technology and material support. Zhao Yingong himself knew nothing about silk reeling machinery or modern sericulture. He would employ his usual method: first conduct a thorough field investigation. He had already resolved to establish a silk reeling factory, but doing so meant solving a cascade of practical problems: land, factory buildings, equipment, workers, raw material sources. The technical requirements for silk reeling were modest. Having the machinery factory replicate late 19th century reeling equipment would not be particularly difficult. The factory itself would require minimal power equipment. No steam engine was necessary. A water wheel would suffice. When Zhao Yingong had originally designed his vision of transmigrator textile industry, water wheel power had always been part of the plan. To build a factory with water wheel power required suitable land. That land needed to be large enough, with a river nearby. Both mulberry cultivation and silk reeling demanded substantial water. Within Hangzhou's city walls, such conditions were impossible. He would have to look outside. Zhao Yingong had long had a particular location in mind. His eye had fallen on Phoenix Mountain, beyond Fengshan Gate, once the site of the Southern Song Imperial Palace. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, it had lain within the city walls. When Zhang Shicheng rebuilt Hangzhou's fortifications at the end of the Yuan, Phoenix Mountain was left outside. In the 14th year of Yuan, fire had consumed most of the palace complex. 10 years later, Yang Lianzhenji petitioned the Yuan court and used the remaining foundations, structures, and materials to construct 5 Buddhist temples on the mountain. These temples, too, had fallen into ruin during the Yuan dynasty, obliterated entirely in the wars that marked the Yuan's collapse. By the late Ming, Phoenix Mountain had become a desolate wasteland, virtually uninhabited. Zhao Yinggong had already made inquiries. Despite its proximity to the city walls, the area was extraordinarily deserted, populated by only a handful of small villages. For his purposes, this was ideal. Wasteland meant cheap land, which suited his limited finances. Since the terrain had once supported palace construction, it could not be too rugged. The slopes were relatively gentle. Besides constructing buildings, those hillsides could support large-scale mulberry planting to supply the sericulture operation. Phoenix Mountain bordered both the Central River on one side and the Qiantang River on the other, providing convenient access to water for power and for production and daily use. Should more factories be built in the future, water access and drainage would be close at hand. The future Hangzhou station would also need to process incoming populations. Establishing a purification camp at his city residence would be thoroughly unsuitable. Space was insufficient, and the location was an upscale neighborhood. Large numbers of impoverished newcomers passing through the Zhao residence would attract far too much attention. Phoenix Mountain was a place close to the city yet inconspicuous. Finally, Phoenix Mountain commanded the high ground overlooking Fengshan Gate and bordered the Qiantang River. When the Taiping army had attacked Hangzhou, they seized this very location as a crucial staging base. Controlling it meant preparing a suitable dock for refugee transfers and receiving naval vessels. And for Zhao Yinggong, who styled himself a descendant of the Song imperial house, Phoenix Mountain held particular political significance. This high ground was one he absolutely had to secure. Of course, the entire expanse of the palace ruins stretched from Shijiawan in the south to Wansong Ridge in the north, running along the western bank of the Central River to the eastern foot of Phoenix Mountain, with a circumference of 9 li. Such a vast area was neither within his means nor necessary to acquire completely. After all, he was here to establish industries, not to create a memorial park for nostalgic contemplation of Song dynasty ruins. He immediately instructed Kai Shi and son, Wang Kai, to begin local inquiries about land ownership around Phoenix Mountain, approximate prices, and to survey locations suitable for establishing an estate. He also drafted a telegram, reporting his ideas and plans in full to the External Intelligence Bureau, including all the support he hoped to receive: funds, machinery and equipment, and specialized technical personnel. While awaiting a reply, Zhao Yinggong explored other business opportunities, not merely for profit, but with an eye toward breaking into local social circles. He had considered opening a printing press. Movable type and lithographic printing were among the transmigrator's most readily profitable technologies. The collective also possessed vast resources available for plagiarism, texts that had been carefully collated in the old time space, editions whose content quality alone would surpass the books sold in local shops, to say nothing of printing quality itself. Jiangnan's woodblock printing industry was famous throughout the realm, a natural outgrowth of the region's flourishing literary culture. Nanjing, Suzhou, and Hangzhou all boasted substantial bookshops that integrated editing, publishing, printing, and sales into considerable commercial enterprises. The market was unquestionably there. Moreover, books were considered elegant objects in contemporary thinking, intimately connected to scholars and scholarship. In a society where knowledge was monopolized by the few, books held not only practical value but cultural and psychological significance. Bookshop owners who printed, edited and sold books enjoyed a certain air of refinement, making it easier to be looked upon favorably when dealing with literati. But printing presses required equipment, technology, and personnel, currently available only in Lingao. As far as Zhao Yingong knew, the problem of carving type dies for casting movable type remained unsolved. Before his departure, the head of the printing office had specifically asked him to watch for master woodblock carvers in Jiangnan who might be recruited to Lingao. Skilled woodblock workers might also prove capable of carving type dies. At this thought, Zhao Yingong smiled bitterly. Truly, it was difficult for one person to accomplish much alone. Solo time traveling was indeed a demanding proposition. However, opening a bookshop was far less daunting. Even without movable type printing, traditional woodblock methods were perfectly acceptable, established technology with a complete industry chain already in place. Woodblock materials, printing paper, skilled woodblock workers, all were readily available. He need only invest. Simply opening a bookshop, though, remained a merchant's endeavor. Literati might condescend to look upon it favorably, but would never treat him as an equal. He needed something more refined. Zhao Yingong suddenly recalled the cultural bookstores of the old-time space, establishments with tea seating or coffee bars where customers could browse freely, linger over a cup of tea and a book, and leave without purchasing anything. The owner simply made money on the refreshments. Everyone considered such places terribly elegant and artistic. What if this concept were introduced to the great Ming? The more he thought, the more the vision expanded. This bookshop should have as many volumes as possible, creating the atmosphere of a library. Besides the classics, histories, philosophers, and collected works, he could also introduce some of the Australian books printed in Lingao. These volumes, superior in printing quality, paper, and content, would serve as curiosities to attract readers. Every business needed a distinguishing feature. Beyond books, he could also sell Australian paper, stationery, and other small items. This would set his shop apart from ordinary bookstores, avoiding direct competition for their regular business. He could even establish a membership-based lending system, allowing readers to borrow books and read them at home. Through the membership registration process, he could survey the local network of connections. And of course, the greatest benefit was reputation. In ancient times, books were rare and precious. Not only were there few varieties, but prices were extremely high. An ordinary poor scholar typically owned only a handful of 4 books and 5 classics volumes and essential examination essay collections. To read more broadly, one had to borrow from others constantly. For major multi-volume works or rare editions, one needed to seek out people with private libraries, often pleading and requesting introductions for any chance of borrowing. Precisely because books were so scarce, collectors were reluctant to lend, and around this scarcity had grown countless stories, anecdotes, and legends of book collecting and borrowing in ancient China. Chapter 859, Hangzhou Printing Office. Zhao Yingong's application report encountered no objections during the Planning Commission's project review. However, the supervising department, the External Intelligence Bureau, harbored reservations about his immediate entry into the silk industry. In Jiang Shan's view, and that of others, the proposal was reckless. Silk was a lucrative sector in which officials and gentry were deeply enmeshed. For Zhao Yingong to establish a modernized silk reeling factory now would be a textbook invitation to disaster. He's preparing to be a fattened pig, just waiting for the slaughter. We absolutely must stop him. Li Yan spoke bluntly in the conference room. The moment a silk reeling factory opens, it will create an earth-shaking spectacle, just like the Lizhu sugar factory. He claims he'll confine himself to reeling, staying out of distribution and weaving. Well, the Lizhu station thought the same thing, and they were immediately targeted. If Lizhu hadn't been just across the strait, with the Elder Council rushing support at full speed, they would have been annihilated. Jiang Shan nodded. I agree, but we can't be paralyzed by caution either. He's eager to generate revenue and establish a foothold. I understand that. Without money, he can't open up the situation. There are many ways to open up a situation. Besides, doesn't he have land and sea route support? Wanyu is about to open a Hangzhou branch. He has no authority to draw freely from Wanyu's funds. You know the financial discipline. Jiang Shan reminded him. At a recent interdepartmental meeting, they had coordinated financial protocols for overseas stationed elders. The rule stipulated that no elder could directly withdraw cash from land and sea route businesses beyond their designated intelligence allowance. Emergency borrowing was permitted within strict quotas, but nothing more. This rule existed to prevent overseas elders from fancying themselves commercial geniuses and privately engaging in business ventures. Wasting operational funds was bad enough, but if their schemes failed and crashed enterprises entirely, that would be genuinely embarrassing. So whether state-owned or joint venture, the land and sea route enterprises remained under centralized commercial department control. Unless an elder was specifically designated to manage and operate such outlets, their role was limited to providing support for overseas stations. He can find other ways to make money, starting with low-capital industries, Li Yan said. I suggest beginning with the book business. Publishing. Hangzhou's publishing industry was only mid-tier by Ming Dynasty standards, far below Suzhou and Nanjing. Bookshops were relatively few, their influence modest. Compared to the silk industry's extraordinary profits, the book-carving trade was capital-intensive, slow to turn over, and not particularly lucrative, hardly an industry that officials and gentry scrambled to dominate. Li Yan believed that having Zhao Yingong start with book carving represented the optimal choice. Jiang Shan said, but Zhao Yingong's enthusiasm is very high. And his proposal immediately captivated the Light Industry Department, the Foreign Trade Company, and the Agricultural Committee. Those departments will probably express enthusiastic support. I suspect it will sail through the Elder Council Committee meeting in one vote. If the Standing Committee approved it, the project would become a Planning Commission operation. Even objections from the External Intelligence Bureau would have little effect. He paced several circles, then stopped. No matter. The equipment for a modernized silk reeling factory cannot be completed overnight. It will take at least half a year. In the meantime, we'll have the Agricultural Committee assist the Hangzhou station with silkworm egg improvement and mulberry cultivation technology. That's the foundation of sericulture reform, and Zhao Yingong won't object. Improving silkworm varieties and mulberry planting would attract minimal attention, far less dramatic than immediately erecting a new method reeling factory. To people of this era, such work was merely agricultural fundamentals. Gentry could personally manage such operations without anyone looking down on them. In fact, it was considered quite respectable. This will occupy at least most of a year. By the time Zhao Yingong is ready to build his reeling factory, the situation should have evolved. Building the factory then won't pose a problem. Jiang Shan was quite pleased with himself. Li Yan recognized this as a stalling tactic, but he acknowledged the logic was sound. He also considered that Zhao Yingong's report had outlined two directions, a silk reeling factory and a printing publishing business. Given Hangzhou's available manpower and resources, pursuing both simultaneously was impractical. Focusing on one project for now was entirely reasonable, and Zhao Yingong would probably accept the reasoning. Li Yan first consulted with the Planning Commission, then summoned Tan Ming, the printing factory director, and Zhou Dongshan from the Publication Guidance Group. Several people convened to discuss how to approach publishing in Hangzhou. Wu De's opinion was straightforward. For now, there was no need to establish printing operations in Hangzhou. They could simply ship books from Lingao for sale. Lingao's printing factory had already installed lithographic equipment and could produce lithographic materials at considerable scale. Shipping a certain quantity of books to Hangzhou was entirely feasible. But I don't know how many books Hangzhou needs, or what types. Tan Ming was uncertain. Production capacity had increased, but the printing factory's workload remained crushing. The massive volume of textbooks and instructional pamphlets kept the facility extremely busy. Zhou Dongshan said, looking at his application, Hangzhou will definitely require many varieties in small quantities. That will be somewhat difficult for the printing factory. Many varieties meant composing numerous different typesetting runs with low print runs each, quite uneconomical for a printing operation. The final decision was this. First, ship a batch of existing books from Lingao to Hangzhou. Simultaneously, ship simple printing equipment. Zhou Dongshan recommended sending 2 types. The first was the simplest hand-cranked printing press, which required no typesetting. It used paper or lead stereotype plates for printing. Although many people think of movable type printing, when modern printing is mentioned, true movable type was actually not widely used. Including modern photo typesetting, most printing technologies followed the principle of block printing. The only difference was that the speed and efficiency of making blocks had dramatically improved compared to carving wooden plates. In the movable type printing era, book printing used movable type composition. Then thick cardboard or thin lead plates were pressed onto the composed type to create paper stereotypes, or lead stereotypes. These stereotypes were then mounted on printing presses. After printing was complete, this method greatly reduced lead type wear. Moreover, paper and lead stereotypes could be preserved for considerable periods. If a book might be reprinted, stereotypes could be retrieved from storage and printed immediately, eliminating the need to recompose with lead type. This essentially combined the advantages of both movable type and block printing. Paper and lead stereotypes were lighter, smaller, and cheaper than heavy wooden printing blocks. They remained the most common book printing technique before modern photographic plate-making technology spread. Zhao Yingong's planned Hangzhou printing office could not possibly train a new batch of specialized typesetters, so the simplest solution was to duplicate the various paper and lead stereotypes currently stored at Lingao's printing factory and ship them over. Hangzhou need only prepare a few simple manual printing presses to meet its needs. I recommend the Albion type, Zhou Dongshan said. This manual press has been considered the finest of its kind since its invention. Many print shops in the 20th century still used it. To this day, printing enthusiasts revere this machine. The Albion press was simple and lightweight in structure, yet produced powerful printing force, an excellent choice for Hangzhou's printing office. The drawback was common to all platen presses. Flat plate pressure meant printing efficiency could not match that of cylinder presses. Last time, when we researched replicating this machine with the machinery factory people, we concluded we could improve it to increase production efficiency, including using water wheel or steam engine power. We'd also eliminate the spring. The Albion press relied on a key spring component. After research, they had devised an alternative mechanism to replace it. But proceeding this way means typesetting work still falls to Lingao's printing factory, and most of our current stereotype stock isn't suitable for sale in Hangzhou anyway. Tan Ming noted that the factory's typesetting queue was already overburdened. Lingao's printing office had accumulated over 1,000 types of stereotypes, but the vast majority were technical and management pamphlets for internal Lingao use, various textbooks, and propaganda materials. Books suitable for sale in the Ming Dynasty were limited to modest quantities of the 4 books and 5 classics, Qing Dynasty annotations of the 13 classics, some common classics, histories, philosophers, and collected works, plus Catholic Church and new Daoist religious pamphlets. Zhou Dongshan acknowledged the constraint. That cannot be helped. We'll gradually build up local typesetting capacity later. The second piece of equipment was a lithographic press. Lithography was essentially another form of block printing, but it used protective coatings and etching agents as materials. The technique was well suited for printing images and small batch text materials, quite appropriate for the Hangzhou printing office's anticipated need for small quantities of many varieties. Though these two types of equipment seemed simple, they still could not be replicated with 17th-century technology. There was no possibility of the technology leak that the elder council most feared. Zhou Dongshan said, "I've applied before, wanting to visit the Nanjing, Hangzhou, and Suzhou area to observe the local woodblock printing industry. I'd also like to see if I could recruit some master woodblock craftsmen. The printing factory has great demand for block workers. This time, I'd like to accompany the books and printing equipment to Hangzhou, help Zhao Yinggong establish the printing office. After all, I'm a professional. I can also examine Jiangnan's printing industry and recruit a few craftsmen." Zhou Dongshan had submitted this application long ago. At the time, there was no base in Jiangnan, so the Planning Commission had naturally declined to approve it. Now that he was raising it again, his reasons seemed quite sound. Wu De naturally offered no objection. He turned his gaze to Li Yan. "He hasn't received training. Is there a problem sending him to Jiangnan?" Li Yan said. "Escorting him to Jiangnan isn't a problem. We have contingency plans for elders making short-term trips to red zones." Chapter 860. Finding a new path. The second technical support team bound for Jiangnan was formally assembled. The machinery factory manufactured 4 Albion-type printing presses and 2 lithographic presses, along with 1 small water wheel. Local craftsmen could produce water wheels to contemporary standards, but their efficiency fell far short of the machinery factory's machine-built versions, whose superior transmission and gearing systems were simply beyond what handmade construction could achieve. All equipment was disassembled and packed into crates for shipping. The shipment also included assembly tools for installation, easily damaged spare parts and lithographic printing supplies, stone plates, engraving pens, etching agents, and protective coatings. Originally, Mo Xian had proposed establishing a paper mill in Hangzhou. Such mills required simple equipment and straightforward processes. The Hangzhou-Jiaxing-Hezhou plain offered abundant rice straw, while the mountain counties provided bamboo and wood resources, raw materials sufficient for papermaking. Such an operation could not only supply the printing office but also sell locally. Hangzhou at that time was already an important paper distribution center. High-quality paper would find no shortage of buyers. Papermaking was also not an excessively lucrative industry, attracting little attention from wealthy gentry. According to Zhao Yinggong's observations, most paper workshops were small family handicraft operations, scattered through the mountainous counties around Hangzhou such as Yuhang, Linan, and Liuxia. Their paper was then transported to Hangzhou for sale by merchants. This group posed no threat to Zhao Yinggong's enterprises. However, modern papermaking required large quantities of acids and alkalis. Lingao could not supply chemicals over such distances, so Mo Xian's proposal was temporarily shelved. The Jiangnan inspection team consisted of 4 elders, including Zhou Dongshan. When word spread that there was an opportunity to visit Jiangnan, many scrambled to join, a low-risk business trip to the legendary dreamland of Ming Dynasty Jiangnan. Everyone had heard of the 8 beauties of Qingyun. Those who had read even a bit of classical literature knew of the Yangzhulin horses. When Mei Lin learned of the inspection team, he immediately sought out Mei Wan, pleading tearfully to be included. His reasoning was actually quite sound. Since Zhao Yinggong was planning to build an estate, how could the construction company not be involved? If buildings were constructed according to local craftsman methods, the project would inevitably waste land area, building space, and construction materials. My back is fine, Mei Lin insisted. If I go, I'll definitely turn Phoenix Villa into an impregnable fortress. Mei Wan, pestered beyond endurance, could only caution him. I should warn you, we're definitely going to Hangzhou this time. Whether we'll go to Nanjing is uncertain. Mei Lin's yearning for the 8 beauties of Qingyun was well known throughout the Elder Council. He hadn't even taken a life secretary because of those legendary beauties. He was regarded as somewhat eccentric. His current enthusiasm for Jiangnan clearly had ulterior motives. No problem, no problem. Hangzhou is fine too. Suzhou and Hangzhou produce, excellent craftsmen, the Xiangshan artisans. If you're that eager, go ahead. Mei Lin was one of his generals, usually quite enthusiastic in his work. Mei Wan couldn't refuse some accommodation. Besides, blocking someone over women was the sort of thing that bred resentment. The reasoning about helping build houses was sound enough, and Mei Wan immediately agreed to recommend him for the inspection team. One more thing, do you know how I can exchange my circulating certificates for silver? Mei Lin asked with sudden seriousness. Or gold would work too. What for? Mei Wan was puzzled. In theory, elders weren't supposed to hold precious metals. Using silver or gold required approval. Travel expenses will be allocated, you don't need to worry about that. Mei Lin mumbled, no, I was thinking, in case I might need ransom money. I don't know how much silver would be enough. Mei Wan stared. Surely not, you're actually serious about this. The final person heading to Hangzhou was a missionary currently preaching in Lingao, Father Trigault or Father Jin Lige. This time he would travel to Hangzhou to liaise with the local church. Trigault was thrilled by the prospect. In Europe, he had been intensely fascinated by this heavenly city described by Marco Polo. Now he had an actual chance to personally visit Hangzhou and meet the lambs of the Holy Church that Father Nicholas Trigault had originally established there. The External Intelligence Bureau was going to the trouble of including him in order to leverage Jesuit influence. Hangzhou's Catholic Church included a number of locally influential gentry. Although two of the three pillars, Yang Tingyun and Li Zhiz, had passed away in 1627 and 1630 respectively, both had been Hangzhou natives, Yang Tingyun from Qiantang County, Li Zhizao from Ren County. Many of their relatives and friends remained Catholics, and the Jesuits wielded considerable local power. So much so that, during the Nanjing persecution, Shanghai and Hangzhou had been the two safest refuges for foreign missionaries. Zhao Yingong was currently an outsider in Hangzhou, lacking sufficient influence and protection. The network the Jesuits had cultivated locally could certainly prove useful. Moreover, this connection could facilitate ties with Su Guangqi. Su Guangqi was closely connected to Sun Yuanhua, who would play an important role in the coming Dengzhou rebellion. Both men were Catholics. Establishing this connection would be extremely advantageous for future operations. Wouldn't this require Zhao Yingong to become a Catholic? That seems somewhat inappropriate. And getting too deeply involved with the Catholic Church wouldn't look good locally, He Ying observed when reviewing the External Intelligence Bureau's application. Zhao Yingong doesn't need to become a Catholic, and he doesn't need deep involvement. He merely needs to display friendliness toward the church and assert interest. Li Yan explained. The Jesuits are pragmatic. They'll urge Hangzhou's Catholic gentry to serve as protectors. They understand perfectly well that to make progress in China now, they rely mainly on our military power. He added, according to the Political Security General Administration's compilation of Jesuit missionary and Macau mail inspections, they currently pin their greatest hopes for spreading Catholicism in China on us. They'll do whatever they can to satisfy any request we make. As long as Zhao Yingong has Jesuit introductions, he can receive support from this group of Hangzhou Catholic gentry, which will benefit his activities there. But Zhao Yingong is planning to claim descent from the Song imperial house. He Ying's implication was clear. For a proper Song imperial descendant to become entangled with a foreign religion was quite improper, problematic in terms of political correctness. Regarding this Song imperial identity he's invented, I think having a few flaws is actually better for everyone, Li Yan replied. Besides, as I've said, he doesn't need to be baptized. He merely needs the Jesuits to make introductions and establish a friendly relationship. In the long run, it's also inadvisable to let Zhao Yingong become too entangled with Hangzhou's church. My suggestion is to place a naturalized Catholic among his staff to serve as a channel for building relations with the local church. This person is reliable. Of course, someone trained by our bureau. Father Trigault, completely unaware of the elder's machinations, went off excitedly to prepare his luggage. He had first received a warning from He Ying. He must not reveal that Zhao Yingong was coming from Lingao. He could only follow the External Intelligence Bureau's standard script. You understand, our current situation on the mainland is very delicate. If an elder's identity were exposed, it would not only have adverse effects on our enterprise, but would also produce unpredictable and serious consequences for the missionary enterprise. He Ying was direct. I trust you understand my meaning. Father Trigault grasped this diplomatic language perfectly. The Jesuits had never been so naive as to believe the Australians were devout believers intent on serving as a Catholic elder council. The cooperation between both sides was ultimately a mutually beneficial relationship, so he indicated very clearly that all his words and actions would follow the inspection team leadership's guidance. Beyond the Jesuit channel, they also needed to rapidly build reputation through the bookshop. The plan was to make Zhao Yingong's library bookshop sufficiently distinctive from ordinary ones, just as the purple brand shops had risen swiftly in Guangzhou. Therefore, this shipment would also include various Australian building materials and luxury goods, cement, ceramic tiles, plumbing hardware, glass, and more. Some of this, of course, was for the Hangzhou station's own use. Although some elders questioned whether heavy use of Australian goods might create an obviously Australian association that could invite trouble, Li Yan believed it was no major concern. The reputation of Australian goods was famous not only in Guangdong, even in Jiangnan and the capital, it was already well known. Zhao Yingong's identity was that of a wealthy young master from Tianshui County, Guangdong. Possessing abundant Australian enjoyments was not unusual at all. It was entirely plausible, because this shipment included considerable cargo and personnel, particularly some heavy items. Overland travel would be too slow. The Jiangnan inspection team decided to take a Dabo shipping ocean-going vessel. What if we encounter Zhang Zhilong? This was a concern everyone shared. Zhang Zhilong now completely dominated the waters off Fujian, effectively strangling the maritime route north. How to deal with Zhang Zhilong had always been hotly debated between the Elder Council and the Navy. Beyond the immediate need for shipping goods to Jiangnan, future involvement in the Dengzhou Rebellion and population trade with the Manchu Qing might all hinge on Zhang Zhilong's stance. Some argued they could temporarily pay passage fees in exchange for peaceful transport. Others thought they should attack Zhang Zhilong now and completely clear this obstacle. Zhang Zhilong's primary concern is monopolizing ocean-going trade, especially the routes to Japan and the Philippines. Historical records don't indicate he ever monopolized coastal shipping routes. Furthermore, with Zhang Zhilong's forces, he might not even be able to effectively blockade such routes. The intelligence we've gathered from merchants in Guangdong and elsewhere also shows no evidence that Zhang Zhilong collected transit taxes on coastal routes. What we should actually worry about is scattered pirate attacks along the coast, Zhang Zhilong's maritime hegemony. Chapter 861. The inspection team, the External Intelligence Bureau's Su Qi, had conducted extensive research on coastal navigation safety. As the Navy's specialized naval intelligence officer assigned to the Bureau, this fell squarely within his expertise. Through consulting historical materials and extensive conversations with native and naturalized sailors and merchants, Su Qi had reached a conclusion. Dabo shipping's small number of transport vessels could pass freely through Fujian waters, but ships needed adequate armament to handle potential small-scale pirate attacks. However, he also pointed out a crucial caveat. If large numbers of ships began passing through, Zhang Zhilong's attitude might change. Any substantial shipping operation could attract the attention of these maritime powers. Additionally, we should consider this. Traditional Chinese navigation generally stayed close to shore. Landmarks along the coast served as reference points. Even routes to Southeast Asia tried to follow island chains as much as possible. but the senior officers we've trained can rely on sextants and nautical charts to navigate the open ocean, keeping well away from coastlines and avoiding coastal routes that are easily monitored and blockaded. After thorough discussion and preparation, the second inspection team boarded a Dabo shipping medium-sized Futyuan and set sail for Hangzhou. This vessel had been specially modified by Dabo Company for transporting important persons and cargo. The ship was equipped with smoothbore cannons for self-defense. Also aboard were plainclothes personnel from the Escort Bureau and the Special Reconnaissance Unit to ensure travel safety. The Special Reconnaissance Unit carried not only SKS rifles and grenades, but also machine guns and disposable rocket launchers, guaranteeing the inspection team's absolute security at sea. Their destination port was Shanghai County. Qiwei Escort Bureau had established a water route branch office there, specifically responsible for transshipment of personnel and goods through the Shanghai docks. Hangzhou had used Yanpu as its seaport during the Yuan dynasty, but by the late Ming, silting had rendered it impractical for ocean-going vessels. The city's seaport had shifted to Jiapu and Ningbo. Naval and Dabo shipping personnel discussed the situation and concluded that rather than sailing to Jiapu or Ningbo, they should proceed directly to Shanghai to first survey local hydrographic and geographic conditions. After landing, an advance team would conduct field surveys of overland and waterway conditions between Shanghai and Hangzhou, laying groundwork for future refugee transfers from Zhejiang to Shanghai. The journey proceeded very smoothly. The Futyuan took an outer sea route, merely coastal by old time-space standards, but in this era, sailing out of sight of land beyond the inner waters was uncommon. The ship encountered no dangers whatsoever and arrived safely at Shanghai port in late April. Shanghai County had a long history, with records dating back to the Tang Dynasty, but it had no city walls until the mid-Ming. The county seat was walled in the 32nd year of Jiajing for defense against Japanese pirates. The wall's circumference was 9 li, height 2 zhang 4 kai, with 6 major and minor gates, 4 at the cardinal directions named Kaizong, Qiwei, Yifeng, and Yanhai, plus 2 smaller gates called Baidai and Kaiyang, commonly known as Little East Gate and Little South Gate. The dock along the Wusong River lay just outside Little East Gate. Since the Longqing opening of the seas, this location had gradually developed into a port city. Shanghai County was in Songjiang Prefecture, famous for cotton cloth and said to be clothing the realm. Even on Hainan Island, birthplace of China's cotton weaving industry, Songjiang cloth could be found. As a cotton cloth export port, Shanghai's streets showed some prosperity. However, compared to the thriving foreign trade of Fujian and Guangdong at that time, Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces lagged behind in this regard. Historically prominent foreign trade ports like Taking, Liu, and Ningbo could no longer compare to Jiangsu, Xiamen, and Guangzhou. As soon as the ship arrived, people were waiting on the dock. Seeing the Futyuan flying Dabo's flag approach the shore, they immediately waved in greeting. Standing at the bow was Su Qi from the External Intelligence Bureau. This trip he had both the task of escorting the inspection team and personally observing hydrographic conditions along the route. He responded immediately with hand signals. The gangplank wasn't even fully secured when the leader of the reception party scrambled aboard, nimble as a cat, clearly someone accustomed to life on the water. The man approached and bowed. Would this be Master Su? News of Su Qi's impending arrival had been sent by coded scroll from Qiwei Escort Bureau's Guangzhou headquarters a month prior, transmitted through the Bureau's chain of branch offices via human messengers and carrier pigeons, station by station, until it reached Shanghai. The scroll detailed how many people were coming, how many rooms and warehouses were needed, and how many porters to prepare. Though not as swift as telegraph, this system was no slower than the court's postal relay. Transmission from Guangzhou to Shanghai took less than 10 days, actually faster than special couriers carrying important court documents. This was partly due to Qiwei's carrier pigeon communication network, established under the guidance of agricultural committee horse and pigeon breeding expert Nick. They had also recruited a number of professional personnel. The court's reduction of postal station staff had released large numbers of experienced relay workers, from whom Qiwei had recruited many capable specialists. After receiving Su Qi's confirmation, the man gave a crisp salute. "Greetings to Master Su. This humble one is Mao Sansheng, at your service." The visitor was the manager of Qiwei's Shanghai branch office, a distant relative of Sun Keqiang's mother. He had formerly worked as a log raft driver on the Gan River. Raft workers on long-distance water routes typically knew some fighting skills for self-defense. Later, finding himself unemployed, Mao Sansheng had come to join Qiwei in Guangzhou, becoming one of the many old cousins who sought out Sun Keqiang. His martial skills weren't sufficient for escort work, so Sun Keqiang first assigned him to run errands, later placing him as a clerk at a branch office. Although Mao Sansheng came from a log rafting background, he had quite a knack for dealing with people. The Political Security General Administration had secretly evaluated him, rating his reliability as B-level, and sent him to Shanghai as branch manager. "Everything is prepared," Mao Sansheng said with a bow. "The masters will be lodging at Pan Garden. Cargo will be stored temporarily at our branch warehouse. Once the boats are ready, everything will be shipped together. Sedan chairs are waiting at the dock." "Good. Go attend to matters at the dock." As soon as Mao Sansheng left, Su Qi returned to the cabin. He instructed everyone to pack up and prepare to disembark, particularly to ensure that their fake hair queues were properly worn to avoid exposure. The others posed no difficulty. Jin Lige was another matter, given his prominent nose and deep-set eyes. Some disguise would be necessary. Because Qiwei's Shanghai branch was still in its startup phase with insufficient housing, Mao Sansheng feared he couldn't properly accommodate the elders. He had borrowed Pan Garden from a local gentry family, the Pans, as lodging for the group. This location lay just behind the city god temple in Shanghai County, precisely the predecessor of what would become Shanghai's famous Yuan Garden in the old time space. In this time space, Yuan was the property of Pan Yunduan, who had served as Provincial Administration Commissioner of Sichuan during the Jiajing era. It remained currently in Pan family hands. Though located in the city's bustling commercial district, it was quiet amid the noise, elegant and serene. Food and access were very convenient. The group stayed at Pan Garden for several days while Mao Sansheng ran about arranging boats. From Hangzhou to Shanghai, there was of course an official road, but for comfortable and safe travel, going by boat was preferable. Besides, they had considerable heavy cargo that would be even more inconvenient to transport overland. "To think we'd be staying in Yuan. It's almost like a dream." Lanterns lit. Several elders sat together in a flower hall in Pan Garden. Su Qi couldn't help remarking on the strangeness of it. All the elders felt somewhat as if they were dreaming. In another time-space, they had all visited Shanghai, had toured the famous city god temple, walked through Yuan, and some had even drunk tea in the tea house by the Nine Turns Bridge and eaten the famous Zaya Longbao. Now they were actually staying in Yuan, though of course Pan Garden was only Yuan's predecessor. Zhou Dongshan picked up a piece of hawthorn jelly from the table. The 4 plates of pastries had been respectfully presented by the Pan family master. The group's board and lodging at Pan Garden was entirely supplied by the Pan family, with Pan family servants attending them. The Pans were gentry, after all, and their fare was extremely refined. This hawthorn jelly bore no resemblance to the old time-space version, mostly sugar, additives, and a gelatinous consistency. This was genuine peeled hawthorn with tribute sugar, simmered until it achieved a sweet tart perfection, soft yet firm. Of course, this hospitality was not entirely free. After they departed, Mao Sansheng would duly present a substantial gift of thanks. "Your horizons are too small," Zhou Dongshan said, savoring his hawthorn jelly. "What's a mere Yuan? Someday I'm going to the Forbidden City, to sleep a few nights in His Imperial Majesty's bedchamber." "That building actually isn't comfortable at all," said Mei Lin, who had toured the palace museum. "I really can't imagine the emperor living in such a place. The inner palace isn't impressive when you think about it, just ordinary brick and tile buildings, not to mention water and heating systems. Hot in summer, cold in winter. Now I understand why Manchu emperors all built travel palaces outside Beijing. I think throwing a grand banquet in the Hall of Supreme Harmony would be quite nice," said Lu Zhanghang from the transportation department. "Set up 500 tables, each person at a large round table, and behind each person a row of princesses, county princesses, titled ladies, young misses of all types and complexions. Orchestras on the terrace, one Chinese and one European. When Director Wen raises his glass to toast, the orchestras play. Bullshit. Why would Director Wen be giving toasts?" Zhou Dongshan expressed disdain. "It's not like he's chairman for life." "Fine, whichever elder then. What do you think of this grand feast?" "Stop with the fantasies," Su Qi interjected. "Mao Sansheng says we'll have to stay here for a few days. During this time, does anyone want to tour Shanghai and observe actual market conditions?" "Yes, of course we do. Otherwise, why did we come here?" Zhou Dongshan was emphatic. "We came to Jiangnan to understand local social conditions. Staying cooped up in a garden, we won't see anything." Although Shanghai County wasn't a famous city in this time space, it was after all a county in Songjiang Prefecture, renowned for cotton spinning. Shanghai itself was alluvial land, mostly sandy soil quite suitable for growing cotton. Local cotton weaving and cultivation were quite substantial, worth investigating. The next day, led by Qiwei personnel, they toured Shanghai County. The county already had over 100,000 households at the time, with more than 30,000 households living within the city walls. Among the more than 1,000 county seats in the realm, it ranked as a fairly large county. When passing bridges and intersections, Zhou Dongshan noticed many people in tattered clothes gathered at bridgeheads and tea houses. Every one of them had a sallow, hungry look, yet they clearly weren't beggars or refugees. He asked Mao Sansheng about them. "Master, those are all weavers, some dyers and calendarers too." Mao Sansheng explained that the county had over 2,000 craftsmen eating cloth for a living, mostly day laborers paid by the piece. Recently the cloth market has been bad. The workshop owners can barely keep their own pots boiling. Who's going to hire craftsmen? Cloth isn't selling well. Since last year, cloth prices have been very poor. Cloth can't be sold at a decent price, Mao Sansheng explained. It's not just workshop owners and weavers suffering. Even the villagers who grow cotton in the countryside are having a hard time. If cloth won't sell, cotton sells for even less. Zhou Dongshan and the others fell silent, sobered by what they saw. They had assumed that since Songjiang cloth was clothing the realm, there would be no shortage of buyers. They hadn't expected the local cotton weaving industry to have declined to such an extent. The Ming economy had problems, serious ones. They walked all the way to a grand mansion in Taking Ward in the county seat, a place commonly called the 9-room building. Mao Sansheng spoke quietly. This was Su Guangqi's old residence. The house currently has no Su family members living in it. Only a few servants are watching over it. As one of the relatively few people in China at that time who had their eyes open to the world, Su Guangqi was already 70 years old, but he was not currently in his Shanghai County residence. He had been made Minister of Rights and Hanlin Academy Scholar the previous year, and was associate manager of the heir apparent's household. His family was mostly in Beijing. Su Guangqi's son Su Zhai was related by marriage to son Yuan. The two were in-laws. Because of the connection to the Dengzhou Rebellion, the External Intelligence Bureau had paid close attention to the Su Guangqi network. One mission of the intelligence team dispatched to the capital was to use Jesuit connections to establish contact with Su Guangqi. On the Shanghai side, for now there would be no action, only orders to Qiwei to monitor the Shanghai Su family's activities. Mao Sansheng told Zhou Dongshan that outside Qiwei Gate, the South Gate, in Kank Lane, the Su family had double garden, ancestral properties serving as the family's vegetable garden and mulberry orchard. Sweet potatoes had been brought from Fujian and Guangdong to Jiangnan by Su Guangqi, who was the first to successfully cultivate them there. Outside the north gate lay a peach orchard with many flourishing peach trees. In Fahua town stood another farmstead villa called Hul Hall, which also housed the Su family cemetery. "That's Zhujiahui," Zhou Dongshan blurted out. He knew the origin of that name. Zhujiahui was the location of this Su family property. Su Guangqi's descendants had once gathered here, which was how the name arose. Mao Sansheng looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding where Zhujiahui had come from. Zhou Dongshan just smiled and offered no explanation. Besides the city residents, the Su family's properties in Shanghai were almost entirely agricultural. Although Su Guangqi's grandfather had risen through commerce, the Su family didn't have much involvement in business. But Su Guangqi wasn't the farming and breeding type either. Though he didn't own extensive land, he cultivated every plot with care, studying agricultural techniques, irrigation and field management in depth, achieving quite good yields. Although later generations would know Su Guangqi as a scientist who spread Western learning, he could actually also be considered a successful agricultural capitalist. Such figures were already appearing in considerable numbers at that time. Evidently, Qiwei's efficiency in the area was quite good. They quickly gathered detailed information about the Su family, though Zhou Dongshan thought the intelligence wasn't particularly significant. The group also visited several land and water docks inside and outside Shanghai County to observe transportation conditions. Lu Zhonghang and the inspection team had been sent by the Transportation Department to survey Jiangnan's road and transportation conditions. He held dual degrees in electrical engineering and bridge engineering, and had previously specialized in road and bridge quality inspection. Surveying transportation wasn't merely for future military planning. More importantly, it prepared for developing Jiangnan commerce. Transportation was always a precondition for a region's economic development. The next day, Mao Sansheng had the boats ready. These were two short-distance passenger boats common in Jiangnan for wealthy travelers, commonly called wuxi fast boats. The vessels weren't large but were fully equipped, with cabins for rest, parlors for dining and leisure, and a galley at the stern for convenient meal preparation. Wuxi fast boats were quite famous for travel comfort. For caution's sake, Mao Sansheng had replaced all the boat's crew with Qiwei personnel. This of course meant they would miss the famously attentive service of the wuxi boat ladies. Besides the passenger boats, 2 freight boats accompanied them carrying luggage. Other cargo would be separately shipped in multiple batches by Qiwei. After Zhou Dongshan's party boarded, they enjoyed the Jiangnan spring scenery along the way. When tired, they chatted in the cabins. Lu Zhonghang had more work to do. He periodically measured water depths and observed channels, accumulating first-hand data for future channel development and dredging. Bored in the cabin, the group discussed transportation planning for the route from Hangzhou to Shanghai. At that time, the most convenient route north from Hangzhou was obviously the Grand Canal. Sailing from Hangzhou along the canal directly to Suzhou was quick and convenient. But if the transfer dock was to be in Shanghai, Suzhou was still 80 or 90 kilometers distant. I've asked around. Mao Sansheng says there's a way from Shanghai County directly to Hangzhou without using the Grand Canal, but the channels along the route aren't as wide and deep as the Grand Canal. They probably won't accommodate heavily loaded large boats. Jiangnan was known as a land of lakes and marshes, with not only lakes and ponds everywhere but rivers crisscrossing, plus vast areas of paddies. Except for prefectural and county seats, most villages weren't connected by land routes and could only be reached by water. Even between prefectural and county seats, though official roads connected them, water routes were more convenient. Inland water transport was highly developed. But most channels hadn't been dredged or maintained. Many were too shallow or too narrow, accommodating only small boats. The largest were just so-called channel boats. By Liu Zhanghang's estimate, these channel boats had a carrying capacity of only about 20 tons. Chapter 862. The Grand Eunuch. In April of 1631, even in the grip of the Little Ice Age, spring had finally arrived outside the walls of the capital. Along the earthen riverbanks, willows unfurled fresh green fronds, and peach and apricot trees bloomed in succession. Delicate blossoms swayed in the still chilly breeze. The earth was turning green once more. Farmers who had survived the chaos of war and famine, gaunt-faced, dressed in rags, were busy again in their fields. The first breach of the Qing army, also known as the Jisi Incident, had ended the previous year. In the 10th month of the 3rd year of Changzhen, the invading later Jin forces had all returned to Shenyang. The 4 cities, including Zunhua, which had been garrisoned by remaining enemy forces, were subsequently recovered by Ming troops. Burned houses had yet to be rebuilt, and along roads and field edges, bones left by the chaos could still be glimpsed. But the people of northern Zhili's various prefectures and counties, who had been on edge and seeing enemies everywhere since the later Jin invasion, had finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The great Ming seemed about to welcome a new spring, just like this awakening land. Yet many officials in the capital, regardless of their political leanings, anyone with even a modicum of sense and foresight knew that the great Ming was ill, and gravely so. But at this moment, no one could yet foresee that the Ming's days were numbered. What officials and scholars in the capital discussed most was the later Jin, which had gradually become a major threat to the court. As for the bandits in Shanxi, the Xian rebellion in Guizhou, and the Eunuch bandits in Guangzhou, these were mentioned in passing, but no one paid much attention. Although Reuben's army had been completely annihilated in Qianzhou with heavy losses, the disaster hadn't caused much of a stir. Compared to the Xian rebellion, where the court had lost a provincial governor and commander-general, senior officials of regional importance, the highest-ranking officer killed in the Qianzhou campaign was merely a brigade commander, and to date, no prefectures or counties had fallen. Beijing's spring was windy. Gusts from the Mongolian plateau carried sand, chapping faces, and yellow dust filled the streets. It had just rained, and the roads were extremely muddy. Through this muck, a small 2-bearer sedan chair made its way, both bearers splattered with yellow mud. Behind the sedan followed a dozen or so porters carrying loads wrapped tightly in rush matting. The sedan curtain was quietly lifted a crack. Someone inside surveyed the street through the gap. Had anyone gotten close enough, they might have heard a barely perceptible, contemptuous snort. The person in the sedan was none other than Leng Ningyun, dispatched to the capital to carry out work. Leng Ningyun had worked in finance and trust services in the old-time space, familiar with financial history, IPOs, and derivatives. He held a bachelor's degree in management. He was fluent in English, could conduct simple conversations in Japanese, and knew a few phrases of French. The Transmigrator Collective's finance department was well-staffed, but the work available to finance professionals was simply too rudimentary. Many specialists could only work as accountants. Bored to death, Leng Ningyun had gotten the idea to work abroad. After applying and training with the External Intelligence Bureau, his financial background caught the attention of Jiang Shan and others. Ultimately, he was assigned to Beijing as station chief and branch manager of DeLong Bank's Beijing office. The Beijing station was different from other overseas stations. It wasn't required to conduct commercial or industrial activities locally. Its main tasks were intelligence collection and absorbing the wealth of capital officials. So the Beijing station focused primarily on financial operations. Having a finance professional in charge was most appropriate. Entering Beijing was easy. Conducting operations in Beijing was not. Especially since Leng Ningyun's main task was to attract deposits, how could DeLong, with no foundation whatsoever in Beijing, earn the trust of corrupt officials enough for them to confidently deposit their silver? This was where Leng Ningyun would be truly tested. The person he was going to visit was a key figure for his work in Beijing, Eunuch Yang. Eunuch Yang was Gaoju's major backer in the capital. When Wei Zhongxian was in power, there had once been a plan to build an ancestral shrine in Guangzhou to curry favor with the 9,000 years, but this never materialized, and Eunuch Yang had escaped disaster. After Wei Zhongxian's downfall, Eunuch Yang's misfortune became good fortune. He was not implicated. He quickly ingratiated himself with Wang Dihua, spending tens of thousands of taels plus many Australian goods sent by Gaoju, and was assigned to head the Bell and Drum Bureau. Something of a comeback. Having returned to power, Eunuch Yang was far more cautious than before. After all, he hadn't been one of the Prince of Xin's original retainers. During the 9,000 years' reign, he hadn't been firm in attitude, clear in stance, at most a fence-sitter. So now he rarely meddled in palace affairs beyond his proper duties, never saying an extra word. Though it was spring, the weather remained quite cold. Leng Ningyun hunched his neck inside the sedan, pondering how to speak with this grand eunuch when they met. Aside from watching movies and television in the old time space, Leng Ningyun had never seen a real eunuch, and of course, movie and TV eunuchs were fake too. What an actual eunuch looked like, what his temperament was hard to fathom. However, grand eunuchs who had made something of themselves in the palace were without exception shrewd operators. He would have to be completely on his guard. After all, this grand eunuch's attitude would be crucial to the Beijing station's future development. He had already inquired about the location of Eunuch Yang's private residence and knew that the master would be returning from the palace to rest tonight. At the gate, his servants handed in his visiting card along with a letter of introduction from Gaoju. Before long, the gatekeeper, a young eunuch, sent word for him to enter. To pay court to a eunuch to flatter him, Leng Ningyun was naturally somewhat reluctant. In his thinking, eunuchs were a pack of cunning, treacherous, greedy people. He harbored a certain disdain and disgust for them. However, Leng Ningyun clearly understood that in this intelligence and commercial contest within Beijing, this grand eunuch's help was indispensable. When he saw the gatekeeper eunuch emerge brandishing the visiting card, Leng Ningyun gave a signal. His servant immediately produced a tael of silver from his chest and slipped it over, while retrieving the card. Only then did Leng Ningyun compose himself and step inside. According to court regulations, eunuchs, as the emperor's personal attendants, were required to live inside the palace walls unless dispatched elsewhere on missions. But wealthy, powerful grand eunuchs like Eunuch Yang all maintained private residences. It was said that Wei Zhongxian's private residence in Beijing had been so extravagantly magnificent it rivaled the imperial palace. Eunuch Yang's residence naturally couldn't compare to Wei Zhongxian's. But just from the glimpses he caught walking in, Leng Ningyun could already sense that the residence was not only imposing but necessarily quite deep, with architecture and decoration quite refined. Clearly a great deal had been spent on its construction. As the meeting approached, his mood instinctively tensed. He began to focus more intently on his mission, and a new kind of unease and anticipation arose. The young eunuch led him into a reception hall. After waiting there for a moment, accompanied by steady, composed footsteps, Eunuch Yang emerged from behind a screen. Leng Ningyun, following proper etiquette, rose to receive him, assuming a respectful posture. From the corner of his eye, he observed that this grand eunuch was a robust man in his 50s. His immaculately combed hair was noticeably graying. His smooth chin, as expected, bore no trace of beard. His well-nourished, broad face had a ruddy glow. Though his large, thick lips wore the customary smile, his half-lidded narrow eyes clearly showed a questioning, probing light. They exchanged formal greetings. As a protective measure for intelligence agents' personal safety and to facilitate their activities, Li Yan had arranged false Guangdong household registrations for every agent sent to Ming-controlled territory. He had also obtained various academic degrees for them. Some were proper government stipend students, some were attached or supplementary students, and some were so-called national university students. All were procured through the Guangdong provincial offices by greasing palms. Sensing that his purpose couldn't be explained in a few words, and since they were strangers to each other, making message relay troublesome, Ningyan dispensed with pleasantries. He pulled out a prepared secret letter from Gaoju along with a gift list and presented them with both hands. "This is what great merchant Gao commanded this student to present to your honor. Please accept it." Oh, Eunuch Yang showed no surprise. He had already learned of Ningyan's visit from Gaoju's letter several days prior. He glanced at his guest, then accepted the letter. "Please be seated." As he made the invitation, he sat down in a chair and began opening the letter. The secret letter's content was very simple. Gaoju informed him that Ningyan was Chief Gu's man, coming to the capital to open a bank and facilitate commercial transactions between North and South. As for Chief Gu's true background, Gaoju had never explicitly told Eunuch Yang. This wasn't because Gaoju intended to deceive him, but because Eunuch Yang didn't want to know too clearly. Though he more or less understood that Gu had an unusual relationship with the Huinu bandits, or Australians as they were called. Possibly even was one of the Huinu, but he had no intention of revealing this. His business with the Huinu brought him handsome profits every year, and he preferred to play deaf and dumb. If the Huinu ever did something improper and the court investigated, he could wash his hands of it entirely. This Ningyan before him was clearly also one of the Huinu's people, Eunuch Yang thought. He was surprised that the visitor was a young man. For a scholar, he wasn't exactly young, but for a merchant supposed to be in charge of things, the guest was really too young. He next opened the gift list. The gifts were extremely valuable, all sought-after Australian precious goods currently hard to find on the market. The half-length glass mirror alone was worth a great deal. Clearly the other party was quite sensible. Out of caution, Gaoju's letter was written very briefly, touching only on the matter at hand. The specific explanation and plan would be presented by Ningyan himself. So from the very beginning, Ningyan had been watching the host's expressions and reactions, hoping to read his mind as thoroughly as possible before the formal conversation, particularly to understand his basic character. Chapter 863, Phantom Shares. However, to his slight disappointment, Eunuch Yang's face remained absolutely expressionless, without even a trace to be captured. "This old monster really gives nothing away," he cursed inwardly. Finally, Eunuch Yang slowly rolled the letter into a small tube, pulled a lighter from his person, struck it 4 or 5 times, lit a flame, and set the secret letter on fire. He kept rotating it until the paper had almost burned to his fingers before dropping it into the spittoon beside the small table. "Sir has traveled 1,000 li from the South Seas to the capital. What is your purpose?" the old eunuch asked, eyes half closed. "This student has come to the capital first to admire its flourishing culture, and second to prepare to open a bank here, to facilitate transfers between North and South," Ningyan seized the opportunity to say. "I must ask for your honor's assistance." How could this humble eunuch have such ability? Eunuch Yang gave a dry laugh. "I wonder how this bank of yours differs from the money shops those Shanxi fellows run in the capital." What Ningyan most feared was that Eunuch Yang would be indifferent to this matter, putting on an air of inscrutability. Now seeing he was interested in discussing it, he immediately gathered his spirits and gave a general overview of DeLong's business scope. The Planning Commission and the Finance Directorate had given DeLong a very broad scope of business. DeLong not only played the role of a central bank, but also undertook all the business of a commercial bank. Even insurance services, which properly belonged to insurance companies, were currently handled by DeLong as well. DeLong's branches operating in the Ming Dynasty primarily dealt in savings, remittances, and loans, also the traditional business of Chinese banking. China's most mature financial institutions, the Qianzhuang private banks, didn't appear until the mid-Qing dynasty, but commercial institutions engaging in similar financial services remittances, savings, and loans had always existed throughout the dynasties. In Ming Dynasty Beijing, there were similar institutions, all run by Shanxi merchants. DeLong's advantage over traditional banking lay in the speed of remittances. Ordinary money shops and silver shops handled remittances mainly by issuing and honoring silver notes. But DeLong, using radio, could conduct wire transfers. Additionally, in all lines of business, DeLong implemented modern financial management systems, with management structures far more rigorous and efficient. Of course, Eunuch Yang would have difficulty understanding these things. Leng Ningyun mainly selected DeLong's distinctive features to discuss, which Eunuch Yang listened to with great interest. "Sir truly has the skills of To Hangzhou," Eunuch Yang said with narrowed eyes and a smile. "Surely your wealth must roll in like water. However, this humble eunuch must attend His Majesty day and night, already too busy to spare any time. I'm afraid I cannot offer assistance." He ha ha ha. Leng Ningyun knew this was waiting for him to offer the fattened meat. This had been agreed upon long ago, using the time-tested old method of official merchant collusion, phantom shares. According to regulations from the Colonization and Trade Department and the Commerce Department, all shops opened outside the green zone allocated their net profits into 14 shares. The plan for DeLong's Beijing branch allocated 11 shares to public ownership, 1 share for shop accumulation fund, 1 share distributed among all Western partners, and the last share was the offering to Eunuch Yang. Leng Ningyun stated, the phantom shares offered to Eunuch Yang would pay annual dividends according to profits without fail. Additionally, there would be gift offerings at the 3 major festivals, 2 official days of respects, plus Eunuch Yang's birthday. As soon as he finished speaking, Eunuch Yang fell into contemplation, gaze vacant, as if calculating something. "Sir comes from Guangzhou, correct? There is actually something I would like Sir's help with." After a long while, Eunuch Yang finally spoke. "Yes, please command me, Your Honor." Eunuch Yang yawned and said, "You Australians over in Guangzhou." "Yes, there are indeed many Australian goods sold in Guangzhou. Since you come from Guangzhou, you must have many friends and relatives there. Recently, the chief eunuch has a birthday coming up. This humble one needs to prepare some gifts as congratulations. You know, what hasn't the chief eunuch seen? Things must be novel and amusing. This humble one thought of Australian treasures. I have 10,000 taels of silver. Have someone in Guangzhou purchase some for me." Saying this, he produced a list. "Yes, this is within this student's duties. I will serve with all my effort. Please deliver the silver at your convenience, and this student will immediately dispatch someone to handle it." Hearing these words, Eunuch Yang gave a slight smile and raised his tea bowl. Immediately, the young eunuch at his side brought tea. Leng Ningyun had learned etiquette at the farm and knew this was the seeing-off tea. Once the tea was raised, the guest had to rise and take his leave. Leng Ningyun took his leave, got into his sedan, but the matter of offering Eunuch Yang phantom shares had been left unresolved. Leng Ningyun couldn't help feeling anxious. What exactly did Eunuch Yang mean? He pondered in the sedan for a long time but couldn't figure out what Eunuch Yang intended. This matter needed to be discussed with someone quickly. Leng Ningyun's residence was a small courtyard temporarily lent to him by Li Luoyu. The place wasn't large, used specifically by Li Luoyu to host important guests visiting Beijing. Furniture and amenities were complete, with servants to attend. Knowing that Australians preferred secrecy in their affairs, Li Luoyu had told his Beijing manager in advance that, except for the gatekeeper and purchaser, all servants should be withdrawn. Staff within the courtyard would be provided by Guangdong Master Leng himself. Leng Ningyun had also brought a small team of naturalized citizens to Beijing. Serving as manager was Wu Kaidi. Wu Kaidi was one of the rare northerners among the refugees taken in by the Elder Council, a native of Beiyang in northern Zhili. Originally a household servant, he had spent over 10 years in the capital with his master, a minor capital official. Later, his master was assigned to Guangdong, and he followed. A few years later, his master died of illness in office in Guangdong. On the journey home with the household, they were robbed by bandits and stranded in Guangdong, the whole family nearly starving to death. Because Wu Kaidi had previously served an official as a household servant, he was very familiar with bureaucratic ways. Combined with his northern background, he became an ideal candidate for the intelligence bureau's overseas deployments. Both he and his wife had received foreign assignment training. Wu Kaidi's reliability rating in the Political Security General Administration's evaluation wasn't very high, IIIC class. But his son was currently attending boarding school at Illumine Lingao, and the Political Security General Administration knew this man cared very much about his son. Leng Ningyun returned to his lodgings and immediately summoned Wu Kaidi to his study. Closing the door, he described what had happened in detail. Now this matter is hanging in midair. I have no idea how to proceed or where to even start. Isn't that frustrating? Leng Ningyun continued. Now I'm stuck whether I do it or don't, whether I find another path or not, caught between a rock and a hard place. Master, you really don't understand these worldly ways. Hasn't Eunuch Yang already named his price? He wants 10,000 taels of silver worth of Australian treasures. Ah, Leng Ningyun suddenly understood. No wonder, no wonder. He recalled the situation again. Indeed, it was exactly as Wu Kaidi said. All that about procuring Australian treasures was just an excuse. He himself hadn't caught on and had actually said Eunuch Yang should deliver the silver. Of course he'd be shown the door immediately. Offering him phantom shares, free silver every year just sitting at home counting money, and he still requires silver payment to accept. This is really beyond me, Leng Ningyun sighed. Does he think everyone's silver falls from the sky? No wonder Master can't understand. But in this Beijing city, these grandfathers' eunuchs are the ones who hold sway. Speaking frankly, plenty of people want to offer phantom shares to them but can't even find a way in. This bunch of grandfathers all have money fever. Never mind your phantom shares. Anything good that catches their eye, there's nothing they don't want. Silver, antiques, houses, fine horses, beautiful women, handsome boys, like flies on blood. Leng Ningyun said, everything else I understand, but why would they want beautiful women and handsome boys, to keep at home as decorations? Wu Kaidi gave a lewd smile. It's like fine horses, they can't ride them but they can still enjoy looking at them at home. Besides, it's not like they can't use them at all. Apparently feeling it wasn't quite proper to discuss such things with a chief, he quickly shut his mouth. Leng Ningyun very much wanted to know how they could be used, but this was somewhat embarrassing to ask. He changed the subject to how to deliver the money. Leng Ningyun hadn't brought much silver. Like Zhao Yingong, he had only brought 300 taels of gold to Beijing. However, he also carried several Delong bank bills of exchange of different denominations, totaling 50,000 taels. These could be exchanged for cash or bills from other silver shops at Li Luoyu's Beijing establishments. Delong bills had no exchange rate in Beijing. The hardest currency here were the silver notes from Shanxi banking houses. Before coming to Beijing this time, Leng Ningyun had done some background research on the Shanxi banking houses. In Beijing, these old Zai were his biggest competitors. Of course, the finance directorate couldn't possibly give 50,000 taels of silver to an overseas intelligence officer, nor would Li Luoyu pay out such a large sum at once to Leng Ningyun in the capital. In fact, the 50,000 taels were payment for a trade contract Li Luoyu had negotiated. Various goods produced in Lingao would be delivered in Guangdong and Jiangnan. The silver would be paid in installments in Beijing by Li Luoyu's Liaohai Trading Company. They had agreed that amounts under 10,000 taels could be withdrawn at any time. Amounts over 10,000 required advance notice, so silver could be assembled. Leng Ningyun took out a 10,000 tael Delong bank draft from his personal code cylinder and gave it to Wu Kaidi. The code cylinder was the kind from the Da Vinci Code. The External Intelligence Bureau had ordered a batch of Italian-made products through Macau. Compared to the document boxes and jewelry cases that people of the time used for carrying valuables, its security was much better, and there was no need to carry a key. Take this draft and this goods list to Liaohai Trading immediately. Have them prepare goods according to the list. They certainly won't have all these items. First have Liaohai send over an inventory list. Yes, this servant understands. Wu Kaidi left with his orders. The next morning, Leng Ningyun had Wu Kaidi deliver the inventory list to Eunuch Yang's mansion. By evening, a young eunuch was dispatched from Eunuch Yang's residence, bearing a red invitation requesting him to come for a chat in 3 days. The matter is settled, Wu Kaidi said. When you go in 3 days, Eunuch Yang will probably have some important matters to discuss with you. Chapter 864. Phoenix Villa, the Jiangnan inspection team's transportation discussion quickly moved into road construction planning. But building roads was also impractical. Even if Jiangnan were immediately brought under their control and all officials obeyed their commands, the Elder Council's current capabilities would still be insufficient. Building roads in a place like Jiangnan would be a nightmare for us, Lu Zhanghang said. The earthwork volume would be enormous, and there'd be countless rivers and ponds requiring bridges along the way. Labor would be manageable, but construction materials would be astronomical, Mei Lin sighed. Our production capacity, the gap is just too great. Although Lingao's industrial capacity had already begun to demonstrate its enormous power, and was a myth in this time-space, set against the vast backdrop of China, Lingao's production capacity was insignificant. The Lingao industrial system that the elders enthused about as playing the overture of industrialization couldn't match China of 1949 in production scale, let alone the heyday of the late Qing self-strengthening movement. Su Qi said, "Don't focus only on inland waterways and land. Shanghai to Hangzhou can also go by sea. Don't forget Hangzhou is right on the Qiantang River. Ocean-going ships can leave from Wusong, then enter the Qiantang River through Hangzhou Bay. As long as the hydrological conditions are surveyed, sailing ships of several hundred tons up the Qiantang River won't be a problem. After all, maritime transport is our strength." Zhou Dongshan said, "Sea transport is too conspicuous. Ocean-going ships going directly to a provincial capital might cause a commotion, might even stir up the whole province. Going to Jiapu would be more reasonable. After all, that's already a seaport." The group engaged in lively discussion about transportation issues throughout the journey. With topics to discuss, time passed quickly. Within a few days, the inspection team arrived in Hangzhou and disembarked at Gongchen Bridge, the terminus of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, a very famous location. However, at this time, Gongchen Bridge was still under construction. Sun Wangkai had received the coded scroll from the Shanghai branch and calculated that the ship should arrive around April 20th. So from April 10th, he sent people daily to watch near the Gongchen Bridge docks. When they spotted a ship with Qiwei's lantern markers approaching the dock, they immediately reported to the Zhao residence. Sun Wangkai immediately ordered Kai Shi to bring servants and sedan chairs to the riverside to respectfully receive them, transporting everyone and their personal luggage to Zhao Yingong's residence. The population of the Zhao household had swelled considerably in these days. For caution's sake, Sun Wangkai, the Hangzhou Intelligence Station's manager, had tightened security, dividing the residence into inner and outer compounds. Any newly pledged servants were forbidden from entering the inner compound. Only personnel brought from Lingao who had been vetted by the Security General Administration were permitted inside. The population increase was making the Zhao residents feel cramped. Even including the unused abandoned garden area, space was becoming insufficient. By now, Kaishi had already purchased a sufficiently large tract of land on Phoenix Mountain. Zhao Yingong was eager to begin building his estate there. He had already adjusted his strategy based on the telegram from the External Intelligence Bureau. According to the Bureau's instructions, Zhao Yingong decided to temporarily present himself as a gentleman scholar with a passion for agriculture. Managerial landlords were quite common in the late Ming. Many landlords no longer leased land to tenants for rent, but hired long-term and short-term laborers. personally managing the planting, cultivation, irrigation, and other agricultural matters, directly operating the land and agricultural products. In the new plan, he decided to build a farmstead villa on Phoenix Mountain, relocating Wang Xinyang's entire family there to specialize in sericulture. First, he would extensively plant mulberry trees on the estate and conduct small-scale silkworm raising and reeling, laying the foundation for personnel training for future large-scale industrialized reeling. He had already sent a telegram to Wu Nanhai requesting that sericulture specialists from the Tianshui be dispatched with silkworm eggs to serve in Nanjing. Phoenix Villa would in the future handle a series of tasks including personnel purification and transfer, serving as the Hangzhou station's headquarters and core. Zhao Yingong planned that once construction was complete, he would move most core personnel, materials, and equipment to Phoenix Villa. The Zhao residence in Qingyun Ward would serve as the Hangzhou station's front. The front would be the planned cultural bookshop. The plan was to use the abandoned garden land at the Zhao residence to construct a comprehensive building combining tea house, bookshop, garden, and printing office. Besides selling tea and books, Zhao Yingong also planned to sell and promote cultural products with Australian characteristics at this cultural bookshop. Initial ideas included Western and Chinese-style ship models, various tabletop games including chess and card games. Zhao Yingong also considered introducing billiards. He still remembered the billiard craze of the 1980s and 90s. The technology for manufacturing billiard equipment could be met in this time-space. The Pearl River Delta during the Ming period was famous for producing ivory handicrafts, and many billiard balls used in Europe were manufactured in Guangzhou and similar places. However, he wasn't sure what scholars would think of it, and manufacturing billiard equipment wasn't something that could be done overnight. He decided not to introduce it for now, first submitting the project to the Planning Commission and Light Industry Department for the record. Since the Planning Commission had equipped him with printing equipment, not publishing a newspaper or magazine seemed wasteful. Currently, besides the Lingao Times in Lingao, there was no true newspaper in the Great Ming. He could certainly do some pioneering in this area with newspapers and magazines. After all, there was no publication law in the Ming. Publishing required no registration numbers or ISBN, and there was no concept of copyright. The role of newspapers as a mouthpiece was very obvious. Zhao Yingong was prepared to exploit the gap in traditional society's news media to seize the propaganda high ground. As for magazines, he planned to use lithographic printing equipment to create a Ming Dynasty version of the Tianhui pictorial. Of course, all these things required a material foundation. Zhao Yingong had been eagerly awaiting the inspection team to bring him supplies and technical personnel for quite some time. Now that these people had finally arrived, he was overjoyed. He immediately arranged a banquet at the residence to welcome the group. At the welcome banquet, everyone divided up the work for their upcoming activities in Jiangnan. Zhou Dongshan would be accompanied by son Wang Kai and others to conduct a comprehensive survey of the book carving and publishing industries in Hangzhou, Suzhou, and Nanjing. Mei Lin and Zhao Yingong would be responsible for the construction of Phoenix Villa and the bookshop. Su Qi and Lu Zhonghang would be accompanied by Qiwei personnel to conduct a comprehensive survey of road and transportation conditions in the Jiangnan and northern Zhejiang regions. The terrain and geography of Jiangnan had changed greatly over the 100 years of the old time space, especially the rivers and marshes. There were far more in this time space than in the old one. If they ever needed to march and fight in the Jiangnan region, it was essential to prepare in advance. The next day, Zhao Yingong and the inspection team came to Phoenix Mountain. This was the future lair of the Hangzhou station, and quite possibly one of the central hubs for all Jiangnan activities. Everyone wanted to offer their opinions. Phoenix Mountain was outside Fengshan Gate. This city gate was quite deserted in the Ming Dynasty, as beyond it lay only Phoenix Mountain and the Qiantang River. With neither good farmland nor being a transportation hub, ordinary people rarely came here. Phoenix Mountain's terrain was gentle, mostly gradual slopes. Anyone with some knowledge of vegetation could tell this was typical secondary forest landscape. The hillside had been developed, the original vegetation long since destroyed. Among the thorny brush and thickets, one could occasionally see low, crumbling walls and ruins. In some places, stone pedestals that had once supported great palace pillars and stone beams and columns remained. Looking carefully, one could see many traces of Buddhist temples. "This is the ruins of the 5 temples and 1 pagoda," Zhao Yingong said, having walked until tired, sitting on a large stone pedestal and fanning himself. It said the 5 temples originally used many architectural components from the southern Song palaces. Some were simply Song dynasty halls themselves. A pity I don't understand archaeology, otherwise I could do a thorough excavation and survey here. The 5 temples and 1 pagoda had already fallen into ruin by the end of the Yuan dynasty. When Zhang Shicheng built the Hangzhou city walls, he demolished the remaining structures and used their building materials. Over the more than 270 years since the founding of the Ming, people had continuously removed various building materials from here. Besides broken tiles and rubble scattered among the thorns, only some large components too difficult to move remained. "How much land did you buy?" Mei Lin climbed onto a stone pedestal and surveyed the area, estimating the scale and size of the entire estate. "I told old son, the bigger the land the better. Most of the Phoenix Mountain area is ownerless government land, worth very little. There are some places with private graves, those are more troublesome to deal with. Buy what we can, avoid what we can't for now," Zhao Yingong pointed. "From the riverbank at the foot of the mountain all the way to here, this land definitely needs to be bought. I want to build a dock. There's a problem with building an estate here. Water supply isn't easy to solve." Mei Lin observed the area he indicated. "Drawing water from the river requires solving the elevation problem. Drainage would be very convenient, though. There are springs on the mountain. We'll need a water collection system." Mei Lin looked at the terrain. "Actually, water lifting isn't difficult either. Just set up a Lanzhou water wheel. It could be a scenic feature in the future." Zhao Yingong nodded. "That's a good idea because I'm also planning to farm at Phoenix Villa." He gestured grandly. "Fruit trees and tea on the slopes, mulberry trees on the land near the water, dig fish ponds, develop sericulture and fish farming. Then set up a tea processing workshop and fruit processing plant." "You're planning to play farming simulation games in Hangzhou," Mei Lin laughed. "We need to be self-sufficient. It's thousands of li from here to Lingao. We can't rely on the planning commission to ship everything." Zhao Yingong pondered for a moment. "Help me with a good design. Don't make it look like a bastion fortress. Just make it to the standard of local landlords' walled compounds. After all, this is a provincial capital. We can't attract too much attention." Mei Lin said, "First you need to give me the estate's definite boundaries. While Suki is still here, have him survey and draw a topographic map. I'm not good at that. Building houses is easy, but for layout and planning you absolutely need a detailed map. As for the estate buildings, I'll first draft a preliminary sketch according to your requirements. Once you approve it, I'll start construction." "Good," Zhao Yingong nodded. "I have one more request." "Go ahead, here you're the client. Everything for the client's consideration." "Build me an ancestral hall in the estate," Zhao Yingong said. "Make it as imposing as possible." Chapter 865, Future Planning and Ancestral Hall. Mei Lin was puzzled. Among the elders there were many architectural dreamers. Some wanted to build a Soviet palace, some wanted a Congress hall, others wanted their own vacation villas, estates, castles, museums, palaces. But not a single person wanted to build an ancestral hall. The elders had no interest in these symbols of clan society. Perhaps some elders wanted to become gods, but merely being an ancestor held no appeal for anyone. "What's the ancestral hall for?" Zhao Yingong's expression was very solemn. "Of course, it's for venerating my great Song's ancestral emperors." "I understand." Mei Lin realized Zhao Yingong was preparing to solidify his identity as a descendant of the Zhao Song imperial house. This ancestral hall for venerating ancestral emperors had originally been planned for the banks of West Lake, but it hadn't materialized due to land prices and the External Intelligence Bureau's disapproval of such ostentation. I don't know much about ancient architecture. An ancestral hall would definitely have to be built according to ancient forms, otherwise it wouldn't look dignified, and there's the issue of exceeding regulations. Building Phoenix Villa will certainly require local craftsmen, so be careful not to get reported. Mei Lin was somewhat worried. Zhao Yingong said, I've already had the design plans drawn up by someone. Don't worry, it definitely won't exceed regulations. I had people from the Grand Library's Historical Research Office, as well as Secretary Wang and others, all look it over. Mei Lin agreed. After all, he was only responsible for building. But he immediately proposed a counter-condition. He wanted Zhao Yingong to help keep Zhou Dongshan around for a while longer, waiting until he finished his current work before departing. He wanted to go to Nanjing with Zhou Dongshan. Having come all the way to Jiangnan, it would be too much of a pity not to go to Nanjing. I absolutely must observe how Nanjing is, where the dragon coils and the tiger crouches. Zhao Yingong, of course, knew what he was really thinking. He smiled tactfully. I'll definitely persuade old Zhou. Zhou Dongshan had been indifferent about taking Mei Lin to Nanjing anyway. Hangzhou was quite comfortable, staying a few more days eating and sleeping, and incidentally doing some internal vetting work. The Hangzhou station's population had increased substantially. Besides children, many servants had come. All these people needed appropriate secret investigation and evaluation. When the subjects didn't know they were being evaluated, one obviously couldn't assume an interrogation posture. Otherwise, word that some strange people had come to the Zhao residence would certainly spread widely. The inspection team was lodging as Zhao Yingong's friends, and their actions couldn't go beyond what friendship would allow. Zhou Dongshan had received training in body language reading. Just by casually saying a few words and observing the other person's expressions and movements, he could discern the general situation. As a consultant for the Political Security General Administration, he made contact with and observed every servant, particularly watching for any unusual behavior. A spy, once they began operating, would inevitably reveal traces that distinguished them from others. Several days later, he confirmed that none of the native personnel recruited by the Hangzhou station were spies. As for the native personnel's reliability, that couldn't be determined in a short time. However, except for the sedan bearers who had some of the rough ways of the rivers and lakes, most of the servants were honest and simple people, relatively easy to bind into a common interest chain with the Hangzhou station. As for how their reliability might develop in the future, that would depend on Zhao Yingong's own ability to cultivate and manage his subordinates. But loyalty first required forming a community of interest. Zhou Dongshan believed that no matter how strong one's ability to manage subordinates, one could never become a queen or overmind like the Zerg. Whether real interests or illusory ones, loyalty still needed to be built on the foundation of shared interests. Zhao Yingong's main approach was to start with the children. Besides the orphans collected from the streets and human markets, he also organized all the servants' children together. These children ranged from 5 or 6 to 13 or 14 years old. Zhao Yingong instructed son Wang Kai to give pocket money to all servants' children and have them attend the household school in the abandoned garden. He also planned that once Phoenix Villa was completed, all the children would live there in collective dormitories, experiencing complete communal life, eating together, living together, studying together, laboring together, thoroughly indoctrinating them in culture and worldview. Changing adults was not easy, but children were blank slates. How they were shaped was entirely in Zhao Yingong's control. By first capturing the children's hearts, their parents would follow. Their parents, being servants with basically no education, couldn't possibly have any influence on their children. They would only feel grateful for their master's behavior. Among the servants Zhao Yinggong had taken in, about half had children. He preferred entire families over single servants. People with children had greater survival pressures and greater concerns. Such people, once they had a safe and stable environment, wouldn't have many other ideas. A little kindness was enough to win their complete devotion. And for most people, children were the most effective hostages. The land preparation for Phoenix Villa was quickly completed. Sun Wangkai and Kai Shi purchased over 2,000 mu of land on Phoenix Mountain for not very much. Most of the land was barren hillside. The land near the river at the foot of the mountain was mostly sandy loam and at risk of occasional flooding. Whether government land or private, it wasn't worth much. All the land was purchased and deeded, with public and private expenses totaling less than 500 taels of silver. Zhao Yinggong hired a construction firm, a so-called Mugui carpentry cabinet, the ancient equivalent of a construction company, specializing in building projects. The Mugui's head was a Dongyang carpenter. He found the architectural drawings Mei Lin produced quite bewildering. Not that ancients didn't have architectural drawings, but ordinary building craftsmen rarely used them. Moreover, in his eyes, the buildings Mei Lin designed were all not according to proper form. For building houses, carpenters relied on the Yingzhou Fashi treatise on architectural methods. For various types of structures, how they should be designed, their dimensions, their external appearance, almost everything had established patterns. After studying Mei Lin's drawings for a long time, this carpenter finally said, "Building the houses themselves isn't difficult, but buildings of this appearance are quite strange. Is this how you build houses in Guangdong?" Mei Lin personally thought his design still had an ancient architectural style. He had just applied modern architectural principles to the structure and spatial arrangement. He hadn't expected the other party to find them strange. If that was the case, bastion-style architecture would be even stranger. He said carefully, "Back in our Tianshui, we build houses this way. I've heard some of the styles came from overseas." Eye-opening indeed. The carpenter muttered while looking, "Sir, I advise you to build according to proper form. Houses built like this will probably be laughed at." The two sides had a small dispute over this issue. The carpenter felt that building such unique, Guangdong-style houses would invite ridicule. Mei Lin naturally insisted on his architectural principles. After all, the estate's buildings were meant to serve practical purposes and couldn't accommodate so-called proper form. Mingqing architecture was certainly beautiful and full of character, but in terms of comfort and space utilization, it was quite poor. Having come to this time-space, he would naturally insist on advanced architectural techniques. In the end, they built according to Mei Lin's drawings. The Phoenix Villa construction project was substantial, and for the Mugui it was a big business deal. No matter how attached the old carpenter was to the Yingzhou Fashi, he wouldn't turn away money. What most surprised the old carpenter was the drainage system and water supply system in the design drawings. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with such things. Many Jiangnan towns and even villages had complete and reliable drainage systems, but he had never seen one designed so extravagantly. In his thinking, since this was just an estate, there was no need for overly complex drainage. Just laying a few covered stone drainage channels in the residence's courtyards would suffice. There was no need to dig such large channels that a person could almost walk through. As for water supply, digging several wells within the estate compound would be enough. There were already several mountain springs on the foundation. Once cleared and fitted with well curbs, they would make excellent wells with good water quality and sufficient supply. Why build such complex drainage channels and reservoir pools and ponds on the hillside? Bricks, tiles, and lime would be supplied by local kilns. Timber would be transported from Dingyang, Guizhou, and other places. The crumbling walls and ruins scattered all over Phoenix Mountain also provided a considerable portion of building materials, especially stone. During the clearing of broken bricks and rubble, large quantities of Song Dynasty roof tiles and glazed tiles were unearthed. Zhao Yingong instructed that they all be gathered and stored. He planned to use these materials to build the Zhao Song Imperial Ancestral Hall. Of course, anything that clearly violated regulations couldn't be used and would have to be kept aside for now. Construction progress was slow. The gap between Mei Lin's architectural concepts and methods and those of this time-space was too great. Every day, considerable time was spent communicating with the Muguis people. Procurement and transport of building materials were also very slow. 2 weeks after breaking ground, barely anything had been accomplished. Mei Lin had grown accustomed to Lingao's efficiency and found the local sluggish pace quite frustrating. He also worried that if he lingered too long on the project, Zhou Dongshan wouldn't wait and would depart without him. In the future, I definitely have to bring my own construction crew for the work. The natives can only serve as laborers, Mei Lin would complain every day returning from the site. They always think our methods are too strange. They keep telling me we're just wasting money. Some of them simply take me for a fool, Zhao Yingong consoled him. This is a generational gap. Wasn't it the same when you first had naturalized workers building houses? Setting all that aside, the overall layout of the Phoenix Villa that Mei Lin designed still followed traditional patterns. The estate's main residential building sat at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, facing Shiazhaowen, backed by Wansong Ridge. The estate itself was built in the style of rural fortified compounds common in this time-space, with some defensive capability. The residence proper, enclosed by walls, occupied 8 mu of building space, with multiple courtyards distributed throughout. It included the Hangzhou Station headquarters, Zhao Yingong's residence, a Hangzhou Station guesthouse, quarters for Hangzhou Station staff and servants, school and dormitories, warehouses, and more. Outside the residence, additional mu were set aside as reserve construction land, intended for future quarantine camps, factories, and several residential settlements for housing farm and factory workers. These would be at some distance from the estate residence but connected by roads, and would share a common drainage and water supply system. Chapter 866. Nanjing. Mei Lin, worried that delays on the project would make him miss the trip to Nanjing, was in such a state of anxiety every day that blisters broke out on his lips. This frightened Zhou Dongshan into not daring to mention going to Nanjing at all. He could only wander around the Zhao residence each day. Fortunately, by this time Qiwei had transported the printing equipment and machinery brought by the inspection team in batches. Zhou Dongshan began the work of assembling and testing the equipment. The printing office was set up in a small courtyard within the abandoned garden of the Zhao residence. For now, the ink and paper for the printing presses would still be shipped from Lingao. Zhao Yingong planned to source these locally in the future. The chemicals required for lithographic printing would be difficult to obtain locally and would still need to be imported from Lingao. Various types of native paper could be conveniently purchased in Hangzhou, though inferior to Lingao's writing and printing paper in smoothness and whiteness. As for ink, only water-based ink like pine soot ink could be obtained locally. Zhao Yingong would have to solve the oil-based ink problem himself. His solution was to grow flax at Phoenix Villa. Flax could be harvested to weave cloth, and flaxseed oil would serve as a suitable oil base. While assembling and testing the equipment, Zhou Dongshan specially selected 2 local young men who had recently been taken into the household, mature and reliable and literate, to serve as apprentices. The literacy rate in the Jiangsu region during the late Ming was quite high. To minimize literacy education work, Zhao Yingong paid attention to the basic educational level of applicants when recruiting servants and employees. Although some argued they should transfer printing workers from Lingao, Zhou Dongshan disagreed. First, operating a manual printing press wasn't particularly advanced technique, and maintenance was easy. He could teach everything himself in a month or 2. Second, excessive reliance on personnel transferred from Lingao could easily create alienation among local personnel. Zhou Dongshan taught them hands-on to operate the machines, including simple maintenance work. Because lead type was too heavy and inconvenient to transport, the Hangzhou printing office currently had no lead type. They only used the lead stereotypes of books that had been shipped over for printing. When independent typesetting and printing was needed, they used lithography. The two young men had originally been full of awe toward these iron contraptions covered with strange objects. At first it was a kind of fear, a deep apprehension that the thing might bite. Then, when Zhou Dongshan started the machine and demonstrated its powerful printing capability, their awe transformed into heartfelt admiration. Young people were quick to accept new things, and once they had accepted something, they often zealously defended what they had embraced. So Zhou Dongshan had no intention of recruiting workers from among the many unemployed old woodblock craftsmen to operate the machines. New things needed new people to use them. Both of these are printing machines from Guangzhou, reportedly from overseas, Zhou Dongshan said vaguely. Apart from Guangzhou, you won't find another like them in all the great Ming. The two young men were very excited. Everyone understood what it meant to master a technology that few in the great Ming knew. Even more valuable was that this master Zhou held nothing back, teaching everything unreservedly. Whenever they didn't understand something, he would explain as thoroughly as possible. Compared to this time-space where skills were jealously guarded and apprentices had to serve their masters like slaves for years just to learn a smattering of technique, this was practically saintly. This unconscious old time-space approach, practiced in any enterprise under the Elder Council's control, made the native workers overflow with gratitude. Zhou Dongshan wasn't worried they would secretly flee to set up their own shops or spread the technology. Industrial society's technology required a sufficient material foundation. Without equipment and raw materials, they couldn't replicate the Hangzhou printing office's production capability. In Lingao, there had been cases of workers attempting to steal certain technologies or products, especially among naturalized citizen workers who had been small handicraft producers before arriving in Lingao, but their attempts had all failed without exception. Lingao's production model was impossible for small producers to replicate. Even if they could replicate it, the costs would be unimaginably high. While Zhou Dongshan trained the printing workers, Mei Lin had basically succeeded in imparting his architectural concepts and construction methods to the Mugui's head carpenter. He could now rest assured about handing over the remaining construction work to the Mugui. In Nanjing, hundreds of li from Hangzhou, two two-bearer sedan chairs were passing along the main road beside Jiangnan Gate. The sedan stopped not far from Qingyun Gate, close enough but not yet in the restricted zone. The sedan curtains opened slightly. Two men were gazing through the sedan windows toward the magnificent forbidden city of Nanjing. Seated in the sedans were none other than Zhou Dongshan and Mei Lin. They had only arrived in Nanjing the previous day, escorted by Sun Wangkai's people. They were temporarily staying at the Qiwei branch office outside Nanjing City. Today's excursion into the city was specifically to survey local commercial conditions. When entering the city, Mei Lin had specifically requested to take a look around the Forbidden City. As a member of the architecture faction, he had intense interest in the Ming Palace, of which only a very few ruins remained in the old time space. He very much wanted to see it with his own eyes. Nanjing's Forbidden City was a complex of yellow-glazed tile-roofed buildings enclosed by high walls 5 li from north to south and 4 li from east to west. The vermilion palace walls of Qingyun had peeled considerably, looking mottled and shabby. Small trees and wild grass grew on the tower's roof, clearly not cleared for quite some time. At the palace gate, as expected, stood a few eunuchs and guards, but every one of them looked listless. Accompanying them into the city was a senior clerk recruited locally by Qiwei, a true old-timer who knew the place inside out. Seeing their interest in the Forbidden City, he began describing the conditions inside. Within the palace walls, Qingyun Gate served as the boundary. North of the gate was the Forbidden City proper. Passing through Duanmen and Wumen after, one was greeted in turn by the three great halls, Fengshan, Jinshan, and Huagai. On the east and west sides respectively stood Wenhua Hall and Wying Hall, along with the Wen Tower and Wu Tower. This was where the emperor received court officials and held grand ceremonies. North of the three great halls, all the way to Huzai Gate, was the rear court area. Inside were many palaces of various names, plus an imperial garden. The emperor's daily life and activities took place there. Besides the Forbidden City portion, south of the palace walls, a broad imperial way extended straight from the Five-Dragon Bridge outside Chengxiangmen Gate to the palace's main entrance, Hongwu Gate. On the east side of the imperial way were distributed the five ministries of personnel, revenue, rights, war and works, excluding justice, along with the court of the imperial clan, the court of state ceremonial, the imperial astronomical bureau, the Imperial Academy of Medicine, and other offices. On the west side of the Imperial Way were the headquarters of the Supreme Military Authority, the five military commands, as well as the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Office of Transmission, and the Court of Imperial Sacrifices. You know quite a lot. Have you perhaps been inside? Zhou Dongshan suddenly grew suspicious. How could this humble one go in there? But there are quite a few eunuchs in Nanjing. I've heard them talk about many things inside the Nanjing Palace at tea houses, so I know a bit. The clerk bowed and scraped. This magnificent great palace, since Emperor Chengzu moved the capital to Beijing, had experienced more than 200 years of disuse. By now, it had long since fallen into decay, completely unlike its former glory. Ming emperors very rarely left Beijing to visit this southern auxiliary capital. As a result, most of the palaces in the Forbidden City had fallen into disrepair. Even those government offices that still had officials assigned, whose so-called conducting business was nothing more than routine bureaucratic paper shuffling, only maintained somewhat presentable reception halls. Most walls and buildings were left to crumble without anyone caring. The whole place presented an utterly dilapidated appearance. Mei Lin felt a bit of regret and said, "Let's go." The sedan proceeded along the main road. After passing the examination hall, the streets became bustling and prosperous. The weather was clear. Warm spring sunshine slanted down from the azure sky, casting the shadows of the row of buildings on the left onto the spacious, flagstone-paved street surface and onto the passers-by. This main thoroughfare of Nanjing had originally been very wide, able to accommodate 9 carriages abreast. But since the Wanli era, the population had grown rapidly and business flourished. Residences and shops on both sides of the street had progressively encroached on the official road, and gradually the street had become less broad. Combined with the many pedestrians, the road seemed increasingly crowded. Shops lined both sides of the street one after another, densely packed. Most shops had low eaves but wide storefronts. On the black lacquered signboards at the shop fronts were painted words like Old Silk and Satin Store, Complete Line of Hair Nets, Famous Hangzhou Powder Soaps and Incense, Sichuan Guangdong Sundry Goods, Northwest Frontier Furs for Sale, East and West Ocean Goods Complete, Inner Corridor Lexian Hall Famous Books, Shunchang Trade Silver Shop, some even inlaid with gold powder. On the streets, people rode in sedans, on donkeys, or walked, coming and going in streams. Merchants from all directions gathered under the official galleries and before the Tafeng trade halls, hawking and displaying their wares, bargaining with customers. Gentry, great households, scholars, and literati from various regions held forth in tea-houses hung with lanterns and decorated with fresh flowers at the doors, their seats all occupied, business booming. From the upper floors of restaurants came the din of voices, the sounds of music and song drifting on the wind, punctuated by the titter of flirtatious laughter and the enticing aroma of wine and dishes. The accents in the streets and shops were no longer entirely the Nanjing Mandarin that was the common tongue of North and South. Accents from all regions filled the air. Besides common folk from Huizhou, the Jiangbei region, Shandong, and elsewhere who had come to this prosperous place seeking their livelihood. Among the crowds with their various accents, there were also many elegantly dressed gentry and great households. The turmoil and warfare of the late Ming, the defeats in Liaodong, the Xian rebellion in Guizhou, the various popular uprisings breaking out everywhere, had prompted local gentry to flock to the stable Jiangnan, seeking refuge in this land of gentle pleasures and gilded excess. Most arrived with large households of family members and servants and considerable gold and silver, buying houses and land inside and outside Nanjing, living lives of drunken, extravagant decadence. The two elders sitting in the sedans had quite different feelings at this moment. Zhou Dongshan was rather shocked by Nanjing's prosperity. In his view, this place was no less impressive than Hangzhou. It seemed the capital effect was still quite significant in this auxiliary capital of the great Ming. Such a flourishing market clearly didn't depend solely on Nanjing's local consumption capacity. Chapter 867, Three Mountain Street. The grandeur of Nanjing left an indelible impression on Zhou Dongshan. Lingao was a mere county seat, hardly worth mentioning, but even Guangzhou, where he had once completed an internship, and Hangzhou, which he had visited previously, were both first-rate cities of this era. Neither could compare with the sheer scale of Nanjing's walls. In the old timeline, Zhou Dongshan had traveled extensively, and Nanjing had been among his destinations. Even then, though the city walls lay in ruins, crumbling and weathered, they had filled him with admiration for the Ming Taizu's iron determination to fortify his capital, a vision he had pursued regardless of expense. Nanjing's walls had been constructed in perfect harmony with the local terrain. They incorporated earlier Yuan dynasty fortifications from when the city was called Yingshan Prefecture, while extensively utilizing the surrounding hills as integral elements of the defensive system. In some stretches, the mountains themselves served as foundations. The result was an irregular, organic outline, connected to Zhang Mountain in the east, anchored to Stone Mountain in the west, backed by Qiwei Lake to the north, and threaded by the Qingyun River to the south. Following the contours of mountains and embracing the curves of water, the walls possessed an extraordinary presence. Their foundations had been laid with extravagant quantities of granite and limestone blocks, while the outer faces were clad in massive bricks. The mortar binding them together was mixed with lime and glutinous rice paste, sometimes sorghum paste blended with tung oil, making the walls exceptionally solid. By now, many years had passed without war, and Nanjing's walls and defensive works inevitably showed signs of deterioration. Yet the fortifications remained fundamentally sound. Zhou Dongshan was no soldier, but he knew perfectly well that the army's current artillery could never breach these walls. Japanese artillery in the 1930s had failed to destroy them. The Fubo Army's smoothbore cannons, far more primitive than anything the Japanese had possessed, stood no chance whatsoever. If only the southern Ming court had resisted with determination, Zhou Dongshan sighed. The Qing armies could never have taken this city. When the Xiang army had besieged Tianjin during the Taiping era, 20,000 exhausted Taiping soldiers had held out for ages behind these very walls. Surely the southern Ming had been in better shape than the Taiping. What a tragedy that a court exhausted by factional struggle had lost the trust of its own people and the world beyond, ultimately surrendering without a fight. Mei Lin, meanwhile, was thinking about the Qingyun River. His dreams of meeting the 8 beauties of Qingyun had been temporarily shelved. Before their departure, Zhao Yingong had given him a quick historical primer. One of the 8 beauties had already passed away, and of the remaining 7, apart from Liu Rushi, born in 1618 and now barely 14, the others were genuine children. Could you really bring yourself to do it? Zhao Yingong had asked pointedly. Even Liu Rushi is too young. Mei Lin was a modern man, after all. There were certain limits. Still, though the 8 beauties were off the table for now, he remained eager to visit the Qingyun River. that famous pleasure quarter of Ming legend, supposedly a gathering place of extraordinary women. What was it really like? He wanted to experience it firsthand. He also wanted to test whether the ancients' aesthetic preferences were truly as peculiar as rumored. The prosperity of the streets made it difficult to believe this was the dying Great Ming, teetering on the edge of collapse. Though the activities of the Jianlu, the later Jin, and the roving bandits appeared with increasing frequency in everyday conversation, and disasters struck region after region year after year, news of lamenting geese everywhere and starving corpses lining the roads circulating constantly. Even the horrifying reports of people exchanging children to eat, once rarely heard, had become disturbingly common. Everywhere there was word of famine, military defeats, additional levies, and popular uprisings. The nation's situation grew more chaotic by the day. Even in Jiangnan, traditionally quite prosperous, rice prices had climbed to 3 taels of silver per shi. Never in the Ming Dynasty's history had Jiangnan rice been so expensive. Yet none of this seemed to cast even the faintest shadow over this great southern metropolis. And yet, the careful observer could find many unsettling shadows here too. The crowd speaking in accents from every corner of the empire included not only officials, gentry, and wealthy households, but also growing numbers of refugees and beggars. Their presence on the streets had clearly increased and continued multiplying. In winter, the ward patrols within the city were collecting far more road death corpses than in previous years. Refugees fleeing famine from all regions, especially from Jiangbei and Anhui, had swelled to such numbers that the human markets outside the city gates were packed with people selling themselves into slavery. As a result, the price of human beings had plummeted. The senior clerk from Qiwei's Nanjing branch, Kai Yibeng, had been accompanying the sedan throughout their journey. Now he called for a halt. Lifting the sedan curtain slightly, he addressed Zhou Dongshan. "Master, 3 Mountain Street lies just ahead. Which bookshop would you like to visit?" Zhou Dongshan hesitated, uncertain how to answer. His purpose here was to survey the local book-carving industry. He had long known that 3 Mountain Street was the publishing heart of Jiangnan during the Ming Dynasty, hence his journey. But as for which specific establishment to visit, he had no idea. After brief consideration, he said, "Let's alight here and walk along the street for a look. Have the sedan bearers wait." "Yes, master," Kai Yibeng replied. At his commands in the local Nanjing Mandarin, the sedan turned sideways. Zhou Dongshan emerged and stretched his limbs. The sedan bearers certainly had a difficult job, but sitting in a sedan for extended periods was hardly pleasant either. The interior wasn't a sofa, wasn't even a wicker chair. It was a standard hardwood straight-back seat. The passenger could only sit rigidly upright, unable to shift freely. To onlookers it appeared dignified and comfortable. In truth, prolonged sitting left legs and back equally numb. Stepping out of the sedan, Zhou Dongshan surveyed the street before him. 3 Mountain Street was considerably quieter than the bustling market district they had just traversed. The narrow flagstone lane had few pedestrians, and most were clearly people of status, predominantly dressed in long robes. The few in short working clothes were servants dispatched by their masters to purchase books. The moment the 2 men alighted, they drew the attention of passers-by. Compared to those around them, they were quite distinctive, robust builds, dark complexions, and noticeably taller than average. Mei Lin felt somewhat uncomfortable. He hadn't undergone specialized training at the Intelligence Bureau, having spent only a week in a crash course before departure. The long robe constantly felt ill-fitting, and the hair knot and headcloth seemed perpetually on the verge of falling off. His hands and feet had nowhere natural to go. Zhou Dongshan managed better. After all, he served in the intelligence community. According to Joint Security Council regulations, intelligence personnel were required to undergo a certain amount of cross-training, and he had studied within the farm system. "Let's go," Zhou Dongshan said to Kai Yibeng. "Lead the way, we'll simply browse around." "Yes, master." The air carried a delicate fragrance of ink, genuine ink with the scent of pine soot. Zhou Dongshan had once caught this same fragrance in the rare book vault of a library, the distinctive perfume of fine Song Dynasty block-printed books. Here it was even more intense. Both sides of 3 Mountain Street were lined almost entirely with bookshops, large and small. The largest establishments boasted 5 giant of storefront, the smallest had only 1. But regardless of size, every shop featured remarkably high eaves. Peering in from the street, one could see row upon row of tall bookshelves against the walls, filled with volumes of every description. Each bookshop displayed its own name and signboard. Most were comprehensive bookstores selling all categories of books. Some specialized in particular areas, Buddhist sutras, Daoist texts, and other religious works. Others focused exclusively on Weimo, the 8-legged essays, examination poems, and policy essays from successful imperial examination candidates. In old timeline terms, they specialized in supplementary examination materials. Though people of refined taste looked down upon Weimo, the demand created by the imperial examination system was substantial. In both Ming and Qing dynasties, book publishing was typically slow. From manuscript completion to carving and printing took at least 3 or 4 years. Only the imperial examination essays were selected, compiled, and carved immediately after each examination ended. This alone revealed how fierce the demand truly was. Zhou Dongshan knew from grand library lectures that these specialized Weimo bookshops were almost universally operated by Jiangxi natives. Beyond selecting, compiling, and carving examination essays, their other primary business was facilitating examination fraud, serving as intermediaries between chief examiners and examinees. Except for minor routine examinations and children's tests, they could arrange connections at virtually every level of the imperial system. By the Qing dynasty, this had become their principal business. Apart from some shops that only sold books, almost every larger establishment maintained its own carving and printing workshop, storing vast quantities of printing blocks. Such bookshops invariably followed a shop in front, workshop in back model. Standing outside the shop, one could hear the sounds of printing workers in the rear courtyard, rubbing, inking, brushing. Sometimes, when the doors between front and back stood open, one could even glimpse the carving and printing workers busily at their craft. Zhou Dongshan strolled along with keen interest, observing the various establishments. This place somewhat resembled the book markets in old timeline cultural districts, but without that chaotic clamor. The quiet atmosphere mingled with the faint fragrance of ink and paper, filling him with a sense of pleasure. But this pleasant mood would not shake his determination to personally destroy 3 Mountain Street's printing industry. As long as books were published and printed by traditional methods, they would forever remain cultural luxuries accessible only to a tiny elite. The Elder Council had to smash this system completely. Making knowledge cheap and universal was a necessary condition for all that was to follow. With such thoughts in mind, he wandered into a bookshop. Mei Lin and Kai Yibeng followed him inside. This establishment wasn't the largest on 3 Mountain Street, but its storefront was spacious, 3 giant wide, tall and bright. The book collection was abundant. Tall shelves covering 3 walls displayed volumes of every variety. Classics, histories, philosophical works, collected writings, examination essays, model compositions, plays, novels, medical texts, painting albums, wine records, tea treatises, truly comprehensive. The bearing and attire of Zhou Dongshan and Mei Lin marked them as no ordinary customers. The shopkeeper hurried over attentively, inviting them to sit. He instructed his clerk to brew tea and set out a fruit plate, then inquired after their names and native places. "My surname is Zhou from Guangdong," said Zhou Dongshan, "traveling here for study. By the look of you, Master Zhou must surely hold examination credentials." The shopkeeper's deferential expression betrayed a hint of pride. "My humble shop doesn't dare claim to have every book, but on this street, our selection is considered quite complete." Zipu, Chinese letter. At the time, residents in the 5 districts of Nanjing were organized into groups of 100 households under the Baijia system, numbered using the 1,000-character classic. The military-civil mounted patrol selected chief constables and fire wardens for each ward patrol, responsible for local fire prevention and public order. Chapter 868, Printing Workshop. I noticed your establishment's fine decor and came in specifically to take a look. Zhou Dongshan spoke in his oddly accented Guangdong Mandarin. Fortunately, Mandarin in this timeline wasn't too different from the Nanjing dialect, and as long as the shopkeeper spoke slowly, Zhou Dongshan could follow. The environment here was indeed pleasant. This Pan-Jianyuan bookshop had a small courtyard situated between the storefront and the rear workshop. Pebble-paved paths wound past several clusters of bamboo, with various potted flowers arranged on the ground. Under the spring sunlight, it was a riot of color. On bare sections of wall hung swords with blue-green patina. Below stood a small purple sandalwood table supporting a chin brick, upon which rested an ancient guqin. In a Wanli-era imitation Qiyuan censer, wisps of blue smoke rose and a rich, fragrant aroma drifted through the air. "You flatter me, master," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "By your appearance, you surely hold an examination degree." Of course he didn't. Zhou Dongshan wasn't an external intelligence agent and had no need to obtain credentials. But ancient times lacked any nationwide network degree verification system, and Guangdong was 1,000 li away. Fabricating a false identity and education wasn't difficult. Zhou Dongshan didn't dare claim to be a Juran. Provincial graduates were still limited in number per province, and with Nanjing being an auxiliary capital, people from every province were present. Careless boasting might get him exposed, and that wouldn't just mean losing face. So he claimed to be a Ziguang County. Graduates were far more numerous than Juran, and there was considerable variety among them as well. "Ah, from Master's radiant expression, you'll surely pass the provincial examination with flying colors. Congratulations in advance." "Thank you. Don't discuss essays in the examination hall. It all depends on luck." "Since Master Zhou has come to Jinling for study, might you be selecting some new examination essays?" the shopkeeper ventured. "This humble one has several personally annotated compilations of examination essays by Master Qishan. They're all splendid writings like clusters of flowers." Master Qishan was Zhang Zili. Few in the old timeline knew of him. But Zhou Dongshan did. While working at the printing office, he had printed books using modern equipment, including the Kangxi Dictionary. One of that dictionary's precursors, the Zhangzi Tong, was this Master Qishan's work. Zhou Dongshan knew that Zhang Zili was currently a national university student in Nanjing and had never passed the Jinqi examination. From the shopkeeper's tone, it seemed this Master Qishan was highly accomplished in 8-legged essay writing, so accomplished that the examination essay compilations he edited had become a major selling point. He waved his hand. "No need. Do you have any novel and interesting books?" "How could we not?" The shopkeeper, studying Zhou Dongshan and Mei Lin, concluded they were wealthy young merchants from Guangdong with examination degrees, probably having already greased the right palms in the examination system. Such people prioritized novelty. He thought for a moment, then retrieved a new book from the shelf. "I wonder if Master Zhou has seen this. It's a Western work." Zhou Dongshan looked. It was Su Guangqi's translation of Elements of Geometry. The book should have been published in 1607. That it was still available for purchase in Nanjing suggested sales probably weren't strong. Ancient Chinese mathematics was highly advanced in algebra, but relatively backward in geometry. A book filled with entirely new concepts and terminology would probably interest only a very small number of people. Few would bother with it. This book is truly extraordinary. It was compiled by Minister of Rights Su of Shanghai. I'm told it's a Western original, personally translated by Minister Su, but few can understand it. Zhou Dongshan opened it and began reading. The printing was very fine, and some chapters even included illustrations. Seeing references to right angle, obtuse angle, similar triangles, Zhou Dongshan felt transported back to middle school. So these terms already existed. He didn't know that these geometric terms, including the word geometry itself, had all been coined by Su Guangqi's translation. Seeing his interest, the shopkeeper hurriedly fetched several other books, piling them one by one on the desk. Zhou Dongshan examined them. Most were Su Guangqi's works or translations of missionary texts. A treatise on sweet potatoes, miscellaneous notes on agriculture, draft agricultural manual, Western hydraulic methods, illustrations of the celestial and terrestrial spheres, and quite a few others. The variety was diverse, including agricultural works, such as several of Su Guangqi's compositions, mathematical books like Guide to Calculation in the Common Script and Methods of Measurement, astronomical and hydraulic treatises, and finally even Matteo Ricci's on Friendship, a collection of aphorisms. Zhou Dongshan leafed through them one by one. He wasn't actually interested in the content. None of these books would be more advanced than those in the Grand Library. What he was examining was the binding and printing. A characteristic of ancient books was their unusually large characters. The font size in these volumes, by modern standards, was equivalent to at least size 1 type. Zhou Dongshan had always wondered about this. Why did ancient printed books use such large characters? Some said it was a printing technology issue. Others claimed ancient lighting was too poor, requiring larger characters for readability. Zhou Dongshan had no time to examine the content carefully, so he instructed Cai Yibeng to purchase everything and bring it all back. When paying, he discovered that book prices were quite steep. Given the price levels of the era, ordinary people could hardly afford them. Even buying a complete set of the 4 books and 5 classics wasn't easy for the poor. No wonder scholars in this timeline enjoyed all manner of privileges. The money and time required to obtain examination credentials ensured that knowledge would remain monopolized. The bookshop owner had made a handsome sale and was beaming with delight. Zhou Dongshan seized the opportunity to propose visiting the woodblock printing workshop. The workshop is all black ink. I'm afraid it might stain the 2 young masters' clothes. The shopkeeper seemed somewhat surprised by this request. Many scholars came to buy books from him, displaying all manner of personalities, but never had anyone expressed interest in seeing the printing workshop. No matter. These 2 gentlemen are book lovers and very curious about how books are printed. Please be so kind as to accommodate them. Cai Yibeng added his support. The shopkeeper considered for a moment. There was nothing in the workshop that couldn't be shown. Besides, woodblock book printing had no secret techniques worth protecting. Find a few carving, printing, and binding craftsmen and you'd learn everything. These 2 masters were curious and wanted to see no harm in that. Very well, this humble one shall lead the way. The shopkeeper rose, gave instructions to his clerk, and promptly led them toward the rear courtyard. The group passed through the back courtyard door, walked down a corridor, and faced a wind-fire wall worn by years of weather, crowned by an impressive gate tower with upturned eaves. This was the printing workshop. The buildings were predominantly gray brick, white walls, and black tiles. Pushing open the door, they entered a large courtyard paved with flagstones. The layout formed a character-shaped plan, symmetrical about a central axis, with the main hall as the focal point. Upper, middle, and lower halls connected together, with 1 to 3 rows of wing rooms flanking each hall, serving as workers' dormitories and workrooms. In the courtyard stood a pond for collecting rainwater, alongside drying platforms arranged on rows of racks. Zhou Dongshan noticed that the halls had remarkably high ceilings, and between courtyards rose very tall wind-fire walls. Printing books required storing vast quantities of wood, paper, and finished volumes, all highly flammable materials. The water reservoir in the courtyard and the wind-fire walls separating the courtyard served essential fire prevention purposes. People were busy in the halls and wing rooms, and workers periodically crossed the courtyard carrying materials. In one room, Scribes were transcribing manuscript copies based on selected source texts. Selecting a quality source text was the first step in carving a quality book. Source texts, besides commissioned manuscripts from authors, were selected from existing fine editions. Ancient times had no concept of copyright, and whether works by contemporary or ancient authors, as long as the bookshop owner found them suitable, they could be carved and printed. Because quality source texts were crucial, bookshop owners were often themselves textual scholars with discerning judgment, skilled at unearthing useful manuscripts from old bookshops and piles of dusty paper. Some owners befriended famous book collectors to obtain their privately held rare editions and unusual works. In Nanjing, Suzhou, and Hangzhou, there were also so-called book-carving experts, who combined the roles of literati and collectors. They were mostly learned scholars who were also wealthy and influential gentry, such as Hu Yinglong, the Nanjing collector who had carved and published the Compendium of Materia Medica. The Pan-Jianyuan bookshop employed about a dozen transcribers. Contrary to Zhou Dongshan's expectations, they were all essentially copyists. Though literate and capable of writing beautiful regular script and even mirror-reversed characters, they had little actual education. Their work was entirely mechanical. Therefore, in ordinary books, wrong characters, missing characters, variant characters, and even garbled text were common. So bookshop owners also had to hire, though invite was the usual term, several literati to serve as editors and proofreaders. Less fastidious bookshops would skip this expense entirely. In the main hall, carving workers bent over their craft. Stacks of blank printing blocks, cut to size, were piled beneath the corridor eaves awaiting use. Carved blocks were stacked on the opposite side. Various printing blocks rose in mountains under the eaves. The shopkeeper explained that better carving materials were mostly pear wood or jujube wood. These fruit tree woods were hard with fine grain and reasonably priced, ideal materials for carving printing blocks. The idiom, bringing calamity to pear and jujube, came precisely from this practice. The carving workers pasted the writing samples, prepared by the transcribers, onto the blocks. Then, using various types of carving knives, they carved the mirror-reversed ink characters into raised relief, while gouging out the remaining blank areas to create indentations. The characters had to protrude 1 to 2 millimeters above the block's surface. The finished blocks were carried to the courtyard, where casual laborers brought buckets of hot water to wash them, removing wood shavings and ink residue. The carving process was then complete. 1 page required 1 block. A book of 300 pages required 300 blocks. The labor and material costs were incalculable. Therefore, manuscripts with uncertain market prospects would rarely be published unless the author privately funded the carving. The scarcity and expense of books were hardly surprising. Chapter 869, The Vulnerability of Isolation in the Capital. There won't be more tribute payments, will there? Leng Ningyun remained fixated on this point. Wu Kaidi laughed. The terms have already been settled. Some routine demands are probably unavoidable, small sums, nothing for the master to worry about. But there are certain things the master should keep in mind. You can't wait for people to ask for everything. He enumerated examples. Though they had agreed on the 3 festivals and 2 tribute days, one had to constantly monitor developments at Eunuch Yang's residence. Small gifts should be sent every few days as gestures of respect. Fruit in winter, ice in summer. When Eunuch Yang's concubine celebrated her birthday, gifts absolutely must be sent. Eunuch Yang is a eunuch and he has concubines. Leng Ningyun frowned. Many eunuchs keep concubines, Wu Kaidi explained. Eunuch Yang has several, and concubine Bayan is the most favored. Gifts for her should be especially generous. The question of how eunuchs made use of their concubines became one of Leng Ningyun's unresolved mysteries. But at the moment, far more pressing matters demanded his attention. 3 days later, Leng Ningyun prepared 4 modest gift items and went to pay his respects at Eunuch Yang's residence. This time, the eunuch was warmth itself, every inch the gracious elder. Palace eunuchs who had risen to prominence were all old foxes who had honed their skills to perfection. They possessed a remarkable talent for winning people over through manner alone. If Leng Ningyun hadn't been a modern person who'd received thorough education at the farm and understood the nature of eunuchs completely, he would certainly have been charmed. At the banquet, Eunuch Yang introduced his adopted son, Yang Tianliang. Leng Ningyun didn't dare be casual and showed great deference to this young Eunuch Yang. Both parties toasted each other merrily. When they had reached about 70 or 80% drunk, Eunuch Yang finally spoke his mind. This humble eunuch grows old and must remain on duty at the palace at all times. I rarely have free moments. In the future, if business arises, my adopted son's word carries equal weight. Don't come to my residence lightly. When there's business, I'll send someone to fetch you. Yes, I shall follow Eunuch Yang's every command. Leng Ningyun replied respectfully. Eunuch Yang was actually only in his 50s, yet he appeared far older. His hair had turned entirely white, and his face was deeply furrowed with wrinkles. Having drained this cup together, this humble eunuch no longer considers you an outsider. Eunuch Yang reclined lazily against his chair. Two young eunuchs, heads bowed, massaged his legs and shoulders respectively. He issued several comfortable grunts before continuing. What you people are doing over in Guangzhou Prefecture, this humble eunuch doesn't know and doesn't wish to know. But you should understand. This is Beijing, the capital, the model for the realm right beneath the sun of heaven. Even the dogs running in the streets might be drawing a salary. This isn't your Guangdong, that southern barbarian region far from heaven and emperor, where you can do whatever you please. Here, if you say even a few wrong words, one misstep and you'll lose a layer of skin. Yes, this humble one understands. Leng Ningyun played the grandson all the way, quickly rising to bow. Thank you, Eunuch Yang, for your guidance. Good that you understand. Eunuch Yang nodded. I'm old now, there's much I can no longer attend to, be careful yourselves. With that he gestured, and a young eunuch brought forth a visiting card case. Inside is a visiting card, Eunuch Yang said, pointing at the case. For an ordinary person, even if they offered tribute of 1,000 taels, this humble eunuch wouldn't give them one. But you're great merchant Gao's man, not ordinary. Take it and conduct your business well. Yes, thank you, Eunuch Yang. Leng Ningyun quickly stood, bending to receive the case. Wu Kaidi kept making urgent eye signals, and Leng Ningyun hurried to kneel and kowtow. Inwardly he was deeply unhappy, thinking this life was far too miserable. Had he known, he'd never have clamored for an overseas posting. This business of constantly kowtowing did not sit easily with him. May your business thrive and prosper from now on. Eunuch Yang said with narrowed eyes and a knowing smile. Leng Ningyun murmured his assent. After the banquet concluded, he hurried into his sedan and returned to his lodgings. He immediately summoned Wu Kaidi to confer. Young Eunuch Yang also needs to be cultivated, at least 1,000 taels. Wu Kaidi had been attending at the banquet's periphery throughout. What? More money? Leng Ningyun nearly leapt from his seat. The Beijing branch hadn't even begun operating, yet silver was flowing out in a constant stream. Didn't you say that once the terms were settled we wouldn't need to spend more? That was Eunuch Yang. This is young Eunuch Yang. Wu Kaidi reminded him. Are they the same thing? Didn't you catch his honor's meaning? Wu Kaidi, born a servant, addressed everyone of higher status than himself as his honor. Of course I understood. From now on, young Eunuch Yang will serve as the intermediary. Exactly. Consider this: can you slight the middleman? Whether a matter is reported favorably or unfavorably depends entirely on his tongue. Wu Kaidi continued. Besides, he's Eunuch Yang's adopted son. He was specifically introduced at today's banquet. The importance placed on him is self-evident. Leng Ningyun pondered this and realized it was indeed correct. His heart remained unwilling. He paced several circles around the study before saying with resignation, "Fine, we'll give him a generous gift as well." Wu Kaidi reminded him, "For the regular 3 festivals and 2 tribute days as you give to Eunuch Yang, you must prepare a share for him too, just half the amount. Does that mean he'll also get half a phantom share?" Leng Ningyun thought this would throw off the original plan. That won't be necessary. Eunuch Yang doesn't intend that either, Wu Kaidi said. You have to account for Eunuch Yang's face, but being too accommodating isn't wise either. He'll think you're weak and pushable, and he'll push further inch by inch. Eunuchs are all scheming, you have to stay on guard. I understand. When we open the gift ledger, I'll note everything down. Lang Ningyun nodded. Suddenly, a wave of unease swept over him. He now seemed unable to function without Wu Kaidi. Since arriving in Beijing, he had followed this naturalized citizen assistant's every word. The problem was, Wu Kaidi was almost never wrong. Over the following days, Lang Ningyun searched for a suitable building for the bank, accompanied by Li Luoyu's manager. In the old timeline, Lang Ningyun had visited the great capital more than once. Now he came to its predecessor, the same place but looking completely different. Even standing outside the Forbidden City, he found far too many differences from the Forbidden City he had known. The Forbidden City's exterior was old and grimy. Though the streets were wide, most were unpaved dirt roads. After several spring rains, mud was everywhere. Without riding in a sedan or carriage, one would be splattered to the knees. On the main streets, strings of camels plodded unhurriedly along, bearing heavy loads, mostly coal from the Mentaugu region. Beijing survived its harsh winters thanks to this coal. Only the sweet and sour candied hawthorn looked just like it did in the old timeline, though of course Lang Ningyun didn't dare eat any. Not merely out of hygiene and safety concerns, but also because the hawthorn skewers were often coated with sand and dust blown in by the spring wind. Yet despite the filth and mud, from the day he entered Beijing, he had sensed the extraordinary scale and grandeur of this largest city in the nation, the political and economic center, its aura of dominion radiating over all. Riding in his sedan through the streets, gazing at the distant upturned eaves of the gate towers, this feeling only intensified. This imperial capital will someday fall into our hands, he thought silently. Capturing this ancient capital would carry immense political symbolism, but most elders had no plans to establish their seat of power here. First, the natural conditions and geography were far from ideal. Second, many elders still viewed Beijing as the headquarters of feudal remnants. Too much filth and stagnant water, Lang Ningyun muttered, thinking of his dealings with Eunuch Yang over recent days. His hatred for the Ming and for Beijing was growing. The aftershocks of the Jianlu invasion had gradually subsided. No further actions from the later Jin beyond the passes had been observed. The riotous people in Shanxi hadn't yet coalesced into any real force and could only cause trouble in the west. As for popular uprisings in various regions, though numerous, most arose and were suppressed quickly without major impact. The Xian rebellion, though once shocking the southwest, had ceased to pose a significant threat since Shi Changming's defeat and flight to Shuixi. Suppression was merely a matter of the next few years. Zhang Zhilong along the southeastern coast had also accepted imperial pacification. So for the past several months, Beijing's situation had remained relatively calm. Accompanied by Wu Kaidi and Li's manager, Lang Ningyun toured the Forbidden City, strolled through Chessboard Street, where he recalled that Li Zicheng had encountered resistance when entering Beijing, and visited the east and west four archways, the city god temple, Lantern Market Junction, and other famous bustling places, conducting field surveys for suitable bank locations. A bank didn't need a very bustling location. Banks didn't operate from storefronts, but it couldn't be too distant from commercial districts to facilitate merchants coming to exchange notes. Finally, they selected a location outside Qianmen, in an alley just off the main thoroughfare, easy to find. It had formerly been a pawn shop, property of one of Wei Zhongxian's eunuch faction members. After the 9,000 years downfall, the pawnshop had been confiscated. Valuables were seized, worthless items stolen, leaving only an empty building. Lang Ningyun inspected the premises. Including the rear courtyard, it comprised 3 courtyards in total, plus 4 side courtyards. Having been a pawnshop, the construction was extremely solid, with walls and foundations built entirely of stone blocks. At the rear were special storerooms for pawned items, tall and sturdy. The back courtyard even had its own well, though the water was bitter. Beijing's groundwater was essentially all bitter water, high in minerals and unfit for drinking. Potable water, called sweet water, had to be purchased from specialized sweet water depots, with water carriers delivering daily. For Beijing residents, purchasing water constituted a major household expense. Leng Ningyun surveyed the building and was quite satisfied. A bank had stringent security requirements. An ordinary building would require substantial renovation funds. This one would need relatively little modification. He made the decision on the spot. Through Li Loyu's manager, he purchased the building for 400 taels of silver. Chapter 870. Jiangnan General Office. As Zhao Yinggong's work in Hangzhou gradually gained momentum, the External Intelligence Bureau's network across Jiangnan began taking shape. The land and sea route enterprises also established themselves in various locations, though this work progressed slowly. Opening branches in unfamiliar territory was no simple matter, let alone conducting actual business. Of all the trading houses, the External Intelligence Bureau placed the greatest strategic importance on Qiwei's positioning. As the transportation and logistics arm of the land and sea routes, Qiwei Escort Bureau would play a crucial role in future refugee transshipment. Preparations had to be made well in advance. Qiwei's expansion in Guangdong had been so aggressive that even after Sun Keqiang recruited every usable fellow villager and relative from his Jiangxi hometown, they still couldn't adequately staff every branch with sufficient clerks and escort guards. Running actual escort operations was even more challenging. Training a qualified escort guard took many years, and only those who had practiced martial arts from childhood could handle the work. Such people were scarce to begin with. Under the direction of Zhang Xin, who effectively controlled Qiwei's business operations, the company had no choice but to open its doors wide for recruiting escort guards. Most escort bureaus in Guangzhou and the Pearl River Delta had been barely surviving under Qiwei's competitive pressure. Had Sun Keqiang not insisted on maintaining some measure of Jianghu righteousness and refused to drive his competitors to drink the northwest wind, leaving some escort business for them, they would all have gone bankrupt long ago. Now, under Zhang Xin's command, this benevolence took on a different character. Qiwei extended an alliance olive branch to its competitors. This so-called alliance was annexation, merely cloaking the merger in more palatable garments. Starting from the second half of 1630, riding the prestige of the great victory at Chiangmai, Qiwei embarked on a campaign of absorbing its rivals. After 3 or 4 months of integration, Qiwei had absorbed every escort bureau in the Pearl River Delta. Though the other bureaus' business names were all retained, without exception they had become alliance branches. For Zhang Xin, the greatest acquisition wasn't the network of branch offices extending throughout Guangdong and reaching into Guangxi, Fujian, and Jiangxi. It was the escort bureau's most valuable asset, their escort guards. Escort guards embodied the most concentrated expression of traditional Chinese social ethics. They were a remarkably reliable and loyal group, and their involvement in commerce meant they weren't as conservative and hidebound as Confucian pedants. Such people, with just a little cultivation of loyalty, would become a dependable force at one's command. These were exactly the personnel most urgently needed by elders posted abroad. The elders required such individuals, skilled in martial arts, versed in worldly wisdom, knowledgeable about local conditions, and fundamentally trustworthy, to serve as attendants and field operatives for the Intelligence Bureau. Zhang Xin first deployed massive numbers of Jiangxi origin personnel from Qiwei's Guangdong branches to Jiangnan and the capital as advance scouts, deliberately creating a personnel shortage. He then used the opportunity of depleted Guangdong branches to rapidly integrate these new alliance forces, thoroughly dismantling the dominance of Jiangxi origin personnel within Qiwei. Subsequently, he transferred in a batch of naturalized citizens who had previously engaged in commerce from Lingao, placing them in managerial and operational positions at the various branches. After this comprehensive restructuring, Qiwei had fallen completely into the elder council's hands. Though Sun Keqiang still held half the shares in terms of equity, he no longer possessed any control over overall operations or personnel. The Political Security General Administration had previously been promising young people from Qiwei to Lingao for training, and now this program was entirely transparent. Zhao Mengsheng had formulated a rotating training schedule for Qiwei personnel, aiming to complete registration, political vetting, and training of all Qiwei Escort Bureau personnel by the end of 1632, ultimately bringing Qiwei entirely under elder council control. Simultaneously, Qiwei, as a critical piece on the land and sea routes chessboard, continued its expansion. Because escort guards were no longer sufficient, newly opened branches and outlets mostly appeared in the guise of inns, warehouses, and carriage and boat companies. Escort guards served only as security forces protecting their own facilities and transportation vehicles. The External Intelligence Bureau had positioned Qiwei as a transportation and logistics enterprise. Escorting was merely one of its business lines. To prepare for the next phase of work, Jiang Shan and Li Yan of the External Intelligence Bureau, Zhang Xin of the Guangzhou Station, and elders from the Commerce Department and Planning Commission together made further adjustments to Qiwei's layout, equity structure, and organization. The restructured Qiwei would retain the Escort Bureau name, reorganizing into Qiwei Escort Bureau United Limited Company. Besides the Elder Council and original Qiwei personnel shares, additional shares were carved out for the absorbed alliance bureaus. After intensive maneuvering, a new allocation emerged. The new Qiwei Escort Bureau United Limited Company shares were distributed as follows: Elder Council 51%, original Qiwei Escort Bureau personnel 40%, alliance personnel 9%. Of each year's net profits, 14 shares would be distributed as dividends. Elder Council 6.5 shares, Development Fund 1 share, Charitable Accumulation Fund 1 share, all Bureau personnel 5.5 shares. All personnel listed in the company register would follow Lingao's salary system. Naturalized citizen workers operating outside the green and blue zones, and simultaneously outside the circulation certificate currency zone, would be paid in silver and copper coins. All personnel would be compensated according to the Provisional Occupational Classification and Salary Guidance, Standard 1630 edition, and Provisional Vocational Technical Rating, Standard 1631 edition, promulgated by the Civil Affairs People's Committee. Since escort guard wasn't originally listed as an occupation in these documents, the Labor Management Bureau specially formulated professional categories and technical grades for escort guards. Under the new system, every employee in the Bureau would receive a salary slip on the 10th of each month, itemizing compensation components: monthly salary, night shift allowance, travel allowance, seniority allowance, and finally skill allowance. Liu Muzhu had assembled a team to create a martial arts rating table. The higher the level, the higher the skill allowance. Besides payments, there were also deductions, primarily for welfare purposes. The financial sector had officially rolled out a social insurance system among naturalized citizens. Currently, 2 items were deducted monthly from compensation: pension and work injury insurance. Since the Elder Council wasn't yet prepared to establish an insurance company, insurance business was handled by DeLong Bank. Organizationally, Qiwei Escort Bureau United Limited Company established a board of directors and general management bureau in Guangzhou. 3 general offices were created beneath it: Guangzhou General Office, Shanghai General Office, and Capital General Office. Each general office had 1 general manager, with general managers appointed from naturalized citizens dispatched by Lingao. Each general office reported directly to the General Management Bureau and Board of Directors, conducting local business under General Management Bureau direction. In terms of specific jurisdiction, the Qiwei Escort Bureau General Management Bureau fell under the Colonization and Trade Department. The Guangzhou General Office was directed by the Guangzhou Station. The Shanghai General Office was managed by the Hangzhou Station. The Capital General Office was managed by the Beijing Station. Under this new management system, the Guangzhou General Office was demoted to merely one of 3 general offices, effectively becoming a branch. It had completely lost its original influence. For management convenience, the General Management Bureau Director and Board Chairman was Zhang Xin of the Guangzhou Station. Sun Keqiang held the title of Chief Escort and Vice Chairman, but effectively controlled no specific affairs. Zhang Xin had done substantial work to transform Qiwei Escort Bureau into a large-scale transportation and logistics enterprise. Based on the social conditions of Guangdong in this timeline, he had formulated a comprehensive management system for Qiwei's transportation and logistics operations. This system had proven highly successful in practice. The network that Qiwei had established in Guangdong, particularly in the Pearl River Delta, was continuously refined through operation. In just 3 or 4 years, Qiwei had extended its reach throughout Guangdong Province and into the adjacent, conveniently accessible regions of Guangxi, Fujian, and Jiangxi. In the Pearl River Delta, Qiwei Escort Bureau had achieved near monopoly over the transportation and logistics market, with strong support from the External Intelligence Bureau and Commerce Department, of course. Now, as the person in charge of the Shanghai General Office, Zhao Yinggong was preparing to replicate this model in Jiangnan. This wasn't just preparation for the coming wave of refugee transport. It also aimed to control local economic circulation. Zhao Yinggong knew the Elder Council would next digest Guangdong, thoroughly incorporating it into Lingao's new economic order, while simultaneously beginning to develop Jiangnan. Laying the groundwork beforehand was one of his essential tasks. The Jiangsu-Zhejiang region was relatively stable in the late Ming, making it possible to establish large-scale logistics and transportation enterprises. So even before Zhao Yinggong arrived in Jiangnan, the first batch of Qiwei personnel had already set out to develop the situation, laying groundwork for subsequently dispatched elder intelligence agents. To ensure Zhao Yinggong's work could proceed smoothly, Zhang Xin not only dispatched several of Qiwei's business veterans to establish operations in Jiangnan, but also requested that the Elder Council select willing-to-travel elders to go to Shanghai and personally oversee this work. To ensure smooth progress, he also requested that several special reconnaissance unit squads be dispatched to Shanghai to await deployment. The first expansion initiative of Qiwei Escort Bureau in Shanghai was establishing a long-distance passenger transport company centered on the city. In this timeline, long-distance travel already generated certain demands, especially in densely populated regions like the Pearl River Delta, where population movement was very frequent. Wealthy people naturally had their own carriages, horses, and sedans. Ordinary people either relied on their own feet or hired boats or sedan chairs. Sedan chairs and boats already had specialized sedan companies and boat companies throughout Jiangnan, but these operations were all small-scale, with low service levels. The sedans and boats they employed were old and worn, with poor sanitation. Most owners in this industry cared little about service quality, focusing only on exploiting customers and workers alike. Sedan and boat workers received meager compensation and could only seek extra income by extorting travelers en route. Inns and porters along the way similarly viewed travelers as meat on the chopping block. So ordinary common people universally dreaded long journeys. Chapter 871. Qiwei Depot. Qiwei's original breakthrough in Guangzhou owed much to Zhang Xin's introduction of modern transportation concepts, providing convenient, comfortable, and safe passenger and freight services at relatively affordable prices. Though Shanghai was merely a small county town in this timeline, it occupied a crucial position in the Planning Commission's transportation plans. setting Qiwei's Jiangnan General Office in Shanghai rather than Nanjing or Hangzhou fully demonstrated Wu's emphasis on this location. When the naturalized citizen manager of the Shanghai General Office, Mao Sansheng, learned through coded scroll messages from the General Management Bureau that his superior had arrived in Hangzhou, he didn't dare delay. Shortly after arranging for the inspection team to proceed to Hangzhou, he personally brought his staff to report on operations. As the Hangzhou station chief, Zhao Yingong held supreme supervisory authority over the entire Shanghai General Office's operations. But in terms of external identity, he had no connection whatsoever with Qiwei Escort Bureau's Shanghai General Office. So Mao Sansheng's visit to Hangzhou wasn't a subordinate meeting a superior, but rather a business owner paying respects to a major client. Zhao Yingong's actual identity was unknown to everyone in the general office except Mao Sansheng himself, naturalized citizens included. Zhao Yingong received Mao Sansheng at his private residence in Qingyun Ward. Between building Phoenix Mountain Estate, preparing the sericulture operation, and opening the bookshop, he was already overwhelmed. But he also had to attend to the long-distance transportation company. After all, the coming phase of refugee collection and transfer would rely entirely on Qiwei's network. From Mao Sansheng, he learned that Jiangnan transportation relied primarily on boats. Travelers going long distances, regardless of wealth, rarely took overland routes. The sedan business could be deferred for now. They should concentrate on water transport. Inland river boat services in Jiangnan were basically individual operations, one family running one vessel. Larger boats capable of carrying dozens of passengers traveled between towns and counties. Smaller ones were like the swift Wuxi boats. Besides individual operators, some boat companies existed, but they were small-scale, mainly operating on the Grand Canal and Yangtze River. But entering the shipping business wouldn't be easy. The most valuable route for north-south transport in southern Zhili and Zhejiang was the Grand Canal. Countless people depended on this waterway for their livelihoods. The most formidable were the tribute grain transport boats. In the Ming Dynasty, there was no tribute transport gang. The personnel responsible for tribute grain transport were officially soldiers, belonging to the garrison battalions of counties along the river. Each garrison had fixed quotas for tribute boatmen, as well as designated official farmland. Tribute boatmen bore heavy transport duties. Due to various systemic flaws, they often suffered losses when transporting tribute grain and were greatly burdened. But they had official status and enjoyed special privileges of passage and toll collection on the canal. Whether hauling grain northward or returning south with empty hulls, taking on cargo and passengers along the way was a vital source of income. If Qiwei's boat company were to operate on the canal and compete for their business, it would certainly face resistance. The tribute boatmen were numerous and united, and possessed official status as tribute grain carriers. Once conflict arose, whether through official channels or private fighting, Qiwei would surely lose. Zhao Yingong frowned. So you're saying we can't touch this canal at all? Mao Sansheng replied, Hangzhou to Nanjing and Guangzhou is manageable. Tribute boats heading north are heavily loaded, even carrying passengers and cargo, their capacity is limited. People with any money don't want to squeeze in among grain sacks. But from Guangzhou southward, the boats travel empty. That business, they definitely won't surrender. Whether heading north or south, tribute boats took on cargo and passengers as a matter of course, keeping their fees relatively low. They could compete effectively with Qiwei's mass-market approach. Even if the tribute boatmen caused no trouble, pure competition wouldn't guarantee Qiwei's victory. After arriving in Shanghai, Mao Sansheng had already toured the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, investigating local conditions. He wasn't confident about starting a boat company. If we're to start one, we probably can't get involved in canal business. There are too many squeeze payments at the locks and checkpoints, Mao Sansheng said. Zhao Yingong said, since the canal is difficult for us to enter, we'll start with the Yangtze. Mao Sansheng said hesitantly. The Yangtze probably won't be easy either. The Yangtze was a natural golden waterway, but in this timeline, navigating it involved considerable risk. Besides the water bandits roaming its waters, the Yangtze Channel had never been dredged, nor were there any hydrographic records. Everything depended on sailors' orally transmitted experience. Those unfamiliar with navigation conditions risked running aground or striking rocks even in the broad, deep Yangtze section. The sailors who worked the Yangtze similarly formed cliques and stuck together. Recruiting navigators and sailors capable of piloting boats wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Ancient society's structure possessed superstability. Ordinary people rarely left their groups to join outsiders, let alone complete strangers like Qiwei. No matter, Zhao Yingong said. Others can sail boats. They've just spent a few more years on the river, that's all. Just a bit of experience. If they won't apply, we have ways to survey the channel ourselves. Surveying the Yangtze Channel was already one of the Hangzhou station's important missions, so Zhao Yingong wasn't concerned about possibly lacking pilots. They had channel surveyors trained with modern technology. They didn't need purely experience-based traditional sailors. After a full day of discussion, Zhao Yingong and Mao Sansheng finally decided to first establish directly operated branches in 5 cities: Shanghai, Nanjing, Hangzhou, Suzhou, and Hezhou. The directly operated branches would primarily handle passenger and freight transport. They would display the name Qiwei Depot with small characters underneath noting Qiwei Escort Bureau Alliance. Each Qiwei depot would include a warehouse, an inn, sedan and porter services, and boat services. Besides transportation, they would also provide accommodation for travelers and merchants, and storage for cargo. In the future, they planned to add DeLong remittance services and mail services at the depots, creating true one-stop service. According to Zhao Yingong's instructions, wherever possible, each branch should be located as close as possible to waterway docks, preferably building their own docks to facilitate ready access to boats. Since building their own fleet couldn't be accomplished overnight, at this stage the boat company's business would primarily adopt an alliance model. Boat owners would provide their own vessels for alliance participation, with Qiwei Depot responsible for soliciting business. Passenger and freight transport would follow unified prices set by the General Office. Boat owners would transport according to passenger and freight manifests issued by each branch, delivering along specified routes to designated destinations. They would collect no fees from shippers or travelers. All payments would be made directly to the branch. From the Guangdong era onward, Zhang Xin had abolished the custom of tips. The rule was that all charges would follow the price list, with no collecting or demanding of gratuities. The reason vehicles, boats, inns, and porter services were so universally despised was largely because owners paid workers extremely meager wages. Some provided no wages at all, with workers' income depending entirely on tips. So whenever they had leverage, workers would inevitably demand tips, until it became industry custom. Escort bureaus never demanded tips, though customers giving gratuities after completing an escort was also customary and an important source of escort income. When Zhang Xin abolished the practice, he explicitly built personnel salaries and allowances into transportation prices, thoroughly eliminating this abusive custom. After boat owners completed deliveries, they would present stamped manifests from the destination station to the dispatch station for fare settlement, calculated monthly. From each month's settled fares, 2% would be deducted as transportation accident insurance. If a boat operating on designated routes and schedules encountered sinking, damage, bandit robbery, or accidental death of owner or sailor, Qiwei would provide compensation. This insurance fund was actually collected and underwritten by DeLong Bank's Shanghai branch. Besides shipping insurance, Qiwei also sold cargo damage insurance and passenger personal accident insurance on consignment. Insurance premiums were included in transport prices, and compensation would be provided immediately if accidents occurred. Originally, when Zhang Xin promoted this insurance system in Guangzhou, he had wanted to list the insurance premium as a separate explicit charge, allowing travelers and shippers to freely choose whether to purchase. But Sun Keqiang thought it unnecessary. In this timeline, boat transport operators had no obligation to ensure the safety of cargo and passengers. When cargo damage or death occurred, whether boat owners compensated depended first on the shipper's status. If they were officials, gentry, or powerful local figures, boat owners would have to pay even if it bankrupted them. If they were ordinary people, it depended entirely on the boat owner's reputation and conscience, with no enforcement of compensation amounts. Escort bureaus, by contrast, had always maintained rules about compensating for lost escort items. Of course, escort bureau fees were considerably higher than boat and porter services. So Sun Keqiang suggested there was no need to mention insurance fees explicitly. Just build them into the transport prices, then clearly state that cargo damage would be compensated and injury or death would receive condolence payments. This way, not only would they avoid arguments about whether to purchase insurance, but it would also build Qiwei's commercial reputation. Boat owners participating in alliance transport had to uniformly accept dispatch from the dispatch center and branches, loading passengers and cargo according to branch-issued manifests, with no private carrying. Boats had to navigate on designated routes and schedules. Departure and return times were logged, with clear arrival and return windows for each trip. If returns were delayed without justifiable reason, delay fees would be deducted, ensuring alliance boat owners didn't take detours for private carrying. Boats would receive minor maintenance every 3 months and major maintenance annually according to condition. Maintenance included not only hull repairs but also repainting and refurbishing, keeping vessels consistently clean and orderly. During maintenance periods, Qiwei's boat company would pay living expenses, and maintenance costs would also be covered by the company. Boat owners would be paid according to output, more work, more pay. To encourage long-term service without frequent turnover, Zhao Yingong stipulated that during the slow season, when there were no trips, Qiwei Depot would still pay basic living expenses. Every boat participating in Qiwei Escort Bureau's alliance would fly Qiwei's escort flag, with Qiwei's insignia uniformly embedded at the bow, indicating the branch it belonged to and whether it carried passengers or cargo. Boats would also be numbered using the 1,000-character classic for easy identification at a glance. Chapter 872, Tianshui Bridge Church Beyond Chartered Boat Services. Each branch would have scheduled daily departures. Passenger boats would depart on time whether full or not, ensuring timely arrivals. Freight boats would travel in convoys whenever possible, 6 to 12 vessels per convoy. Each convoy would have a manager responsible for purchasing supplies and handling checkpoint negotiations en route. A water route escort guard with several dedicated security personnel would be responsible for navigation safety. Passenger boats traveling through areas with poor security would also be equipped with protective escort. Because passenger boats departed on schedule, each branch could also use them for receiving and delivering mail. This wasn't Zhang Xin's innovation. Private boats in this timeline had long offered such services. Commercial activity in Jiangnan was frequent, with high population mobility. Besides private letters, demand for various commercial correspondence was substantial. Zhao Yingong naturally wouldn't pass up this business opportunity. If conditions permitted, he also wanted to open passenger and cargo transport routes and mail service between Beijing and Jiangnan, and between Jiangnan and Guangdong. Of course, such cross-general office business would require coordination from the General Management Bureau in Guangzhou. Mao Sansheng was intensively organizing the Jiangnan General Office's passenger and freight transport company according to this approach, particularly working to recruit alliance boat owners. Zhao Yingong knew well this wouldn't be easy. If he couldn't provide boat owners with sufficient benefits, why would they join the alliance and submit to Qiwei's management? He understood that talk of joining the alliance increases business volume rang hollow at this stage. To attract boat owners, the first priority was finding backing for them, making them feel secure. The Duke of Yansheng's estate in Ming and Qing times had taken in large numbers of common people as estate households. Many fishermen around Weishan Lake had voluntarily pledged themselves, willing to serve the Kong family delivering fish and shrimp, all to gain the protection of the Duke of Yansheng's authority. The Australian name couldn't be invoked in Jiangnan, and Eunuch Yang had no influence here. He would have to find local powers to serve as a protective umbrella. For this purpose, he went with Trigault to pay respects to the Hangzhou Catholic Church. Hangzhou's Catholic Church was located near Tianshui Bridge. The land had been purchased in 1627 by Yang Tingyun, who then built a small church with an attached priest's residence and monastery. It was presided over by the missionary Lazaro Cataneo. At this time, Cataneo oversaw all missionary activities in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, essentially serving as the highest Catholic authority in the Jiangnan region. From the outside, the Tianshui Bridge Catholic Church didn't resemble a church at all, since it had originally been converted from a residence. If not for the cross visible above the courtyard wall atop the chapel roof, passers-by wouldn't notice this was a Temple of the Cross. This was the headquarters of the entire Jiangnan Catholic Church. Trigault couldn't contain his excitement, and despite still being on the street, made the sign of the cross. Zhao Yingong instructed his personal servant Jai Ying to present his calling card at the gate. Before long, the main entrance opened wide, and two people emerged to welcome them inside. The buildings within the courtyard differed dramatically from the exterior. Here stood a structure with subtle Gothic styling, a door with stone steps, numerous windows on all sides, decorated with various curious patterns. Through the open doors and windows, one could see the ceiling soared remarkably high. Beside the church was a residence for the priests. After the visitors were announced, Cataneo soon appeared. He was a tall, robust Italian with a long beard that had turned gray yet remained handsome, and a prominently arched nose. However, his curly hair was combed straight up in Chinese style, and like a Chinese scholar, he wore a square cap. His body was clothed in a white cloth straight robe. Cataneo was renowned among missionaries for his long and beautiful beard and imposing stature. Born into a noble Tuscan family, his bearing and appearance were excellent, so much so that during the Cataneo incident that caused a stir in Guangdong in 1606, rumors spread among officials and commoners that the Portuguese intended to enthrone him as Emperor of China. Though now over 70 years old, a very advanced age in this timeline, he still appeared quite healthy. He had specifically studied Chinese in Macau and had preached in Shaizhou, Nanchang, Nanjing, Shanghai, and other places. Since his first arrival in Macau in 1594, this missionary had been in China for nearly 40 years. He spoke very fluent Nanjing Mandarin. His status among missionaries was exceptionally high. When Matteo Rixai had gone to Beijing, church affairs in Nanjing and elsewhere were handled by him. Seeing Zhao Yingong and Trigault arrive, he smiled and descended the steps to greet them. When Father Trigault beheld this priest, he couldn't contain his emotion. Among the first missionaries who had pioneered the way into China, Matteo Rixai, Sabatino de Ursus, Nicolas Trigault, and others had successively passed away. Of the original pioneers, only Cataneo remained alive, continuing to preside over church affairs. "Padre, hello, my brother," Cataneo smiled in greeting. Seeing Zhao Yingong, he quickly came forward to bow with Chinese-style courtesy. "Ah, Mr. Zhao, a pleasure to meet you. This humble one has been awaiting you for quite some time." His Chinese ceremonies were very practiced. "Padre, this is Mr. Zhao." "This is a letter I brought from Macau," Father Trigault said. "Ah, very good, very good. I've already received the president's letter." He smiled, then asked solicitously, "Please, Mr. Zhao, come to my humble abode first for tea." News of Trigalt's coming to Hangzhou had been sent by letter from the Jesuits in Guangzhou months earlier. The letter had again instructed Catinio to help as much as possible the Chinese person traveling with Father Trigalt. Catinio was a foreigner and naturally couldn't provide direct assistance. The so-called help meant leveraging the Hangzhou church's influence. Zhao Yingong smiled. "I'd like to visit the church first." "Certainly, please come this way." Catinio led the way and the group crossed the courtyard, ascended the steps and entered the church. In the old timeline, Zhao Yingong had never been to a church. He had only seen them in books and television dramas. He found this church, designed and built in Western style, matched his basic expectations. The entire hall was narrow and long with a remarkably high ceiling, decorated with simple religious paintings. On both sides were carved windows, very Chinese in style, with window paper, so the church was somewhat dim. At the very center stood a shrine decorated with altar lamps and curtains, displaying an oil painting of Jesus. Though Zhao Yingong didn't attend church, he had seen many such images in ordinary life and wasn't particularly impressed. This surprised Catinio somewhat. Chinese visitors to this place were usually intensely interested in the Jesus painting, not only because it depicted a Westerner, but also because of Western painting's accuracy and realism. The Australians' nonchalant attitude wasn't feigned disinterest. Catinio could tell. Oil paintings were nothing new or strange to this Australian. Besides the central altar, altars stood on each side, each displaying a statue of a saint. "This is St. Peter," Catinio explained, seeing Zhao Yingong show interest in the side altars. "He holds 2 keys pointing to the gates of heaven. The other is St. Paul in the posture of a preacher, one hand holding the Holy Cross, the other pointing to a Latin phrase. The priest recited it in Latin, then translated, 'We preach Christ crucified.'" Zhao Yingong then followed him to visit a small chapel of Our Lady on the right side. The chapel's arrangement was similar to the main hall but smaller, by modern standards, about the size of a large conference room. Inside was also a painting depicting the Virgin Mary holding the infant Jesus. He estimated the main hall could accommodate roughly 200 believers, and the chapel of Our Lady about 20 or 30. The Hangzhou Catholic Church's membership probably didn't exceed 1,000. In scale, it was pitifully modest, but this church included many officials, gentry, and scholars, and its social influence was considerable. After touring the church, Catinio invited Zhao Yingong and the others to his residence for tea. The residence was very simple. Furniture and decor were entirely Chinese. Thread-bound books were piled on the bookshelves and desk. Were it not for the crucifix hanging on the wall, it would be difficult to imagine this was a European missionary's dwelling. He immediately invited Zhao Yingong and Father Trigalt to sit. Then a young servant brought tea, only in his 20s, dressed in blue cloth and a small cap with delicate features, clearly Chinese. A small cross hung on his chest, apparently already converted. The tea was green tea. It seemed this priest had thoroughly adopted local customs. Zhao Yingong had prepared gifts tailored to his tastes. Although missionaries came to China with the determination of martyrs ready to sacrifice everything, dedicating their lives to spreading the gospel in foreign lands, this didn't mean they didn't miss their former living environment. The gift Zhao Yingong had prepared was a case of red wine. This had been brewed by Zhu Ziliang in the small winery at the farm. Of course, the grapes used weren't specialized wine varieties like Cabernet or Pinot Noir, but ordinary table grapes. Still, for Catinio, who had lived in China's interior for decades and rarely encountered Europeans, this was a precious gift, allowing him in his twilight years to somewhat soothe his homesickness. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Catinio was quite moved. Zhao Yingong took the opportunity to inquire about Hangzhou church affairs. Besides wanting to learn himself, Diorwenzi also wanted to understand just how much influence the Hangzhou Catholic Church truly wielded. Catinio was quite open about this. Although the Hangzhou church wasn't as important in status as the Beijing church, in terms of stability it surpassed other locations. Though Yang Tingyun and Li Zhizhao had both passed away, their children and former students remained deeply devoted to the church. The Yang family especially had not only purchased land and built the Tianshui Bridge Church, but also donated land at Dafengjing for burying missionaries. His daughter, called Irene, had done much for the church. Thus the Yang family's influence on the Hangzhou Catholic Church was greatest. Currently, near Tianshui Bridge in Hangzhou, there are two churches. One, Tianshui Hall, is a Protestant church. Leighton Stewart's father was once the pastor of this church. The one mentioned in this chapter is now called Hangzhou Catholic Church, less than 50 meters away. Please do not confuse the two. Chapter 873. Hangzhou Church. The entire Hangzhou Church had approximately 14 or 1,500 baptized members. Catinio baptized about 200 people on average each year. He spoke of the various difficulties and peculiarities of preaching here, emphasizing that securing the support of the gentry class was paramount for missionary work in the Great Ming. Their influence was extraordinarily extensive. Not only could they protect the church's security, but common people often looked to them as models. Frequently, when a local gentry figure was baptized, many people around them would follow suit. Many scholar-official converts would have their entire households baptized, not just themselves and their immediate family, but even the servants would be baptized alongside them. When gentry and scholar officials converted, this immediately solved the church's funding problems and the question of buildings for preaching stations. Without gentry converts' donations, poor converts couldn't contribute enough, nor were there sufficient numbers to build a tower from grains of sand. The church would have to rely on remittances from Macau to survive and would struggle to purchase buildings and land. The Hangzhou Catholic Church, with the support of a group of Catholic gentry represented by the Yang and Li families, had always maintained a stable state in Hangzhou. Missionary work was rarely disturbed, and so developed rapidly. Spreading the faith by starting with Confucian scholars and scholar officials was the missionary strategy formulated by Matteo Rixai after entering China. In Zhao Yingong's view, Rixai truly deserved his reputation as the first European to genuinely understand Chinese society. Earlier Europeans, including Marco Polo, if he had truly even visited China, were merely curiosity-seeking tourists passing through. But this strategy, Zhao Yingong felt, was too fixated on the upper-class route. Although many people from poorer classes had also been baptized into the church, quite a few had even martyred themselves during religious persecution cases. The first Catholic martyr in China was a cake vendor during the Nanjing religious case. Overall, the Catholic Church in the Great Ming lacked social roots and floated on top. The result was that, when the Yangzheng Emperor banned Christianity, it was quickly eradicated throughout the country, the Catholic faith having had few adherents to begin with. After the Second Opium War lifted the religious ban, Protestant Christianity surged ahead in missionary work, largely because of their popular approach. Protestant churches opened hospitals, schools, took in orphans, and conducted various charitable works, achieving remarkable results. But this observation was something Zhao Yingong wouldn't share with Catinio. The grassroots route was the elder council's specialty. Of course, Catinio might not be entirely unaware of the drawbacks of the upper-class route, but under the social conditions of the time, taking that approach was an unavoidable choice. Without the accumulated prestige of Britain and France after the Second Opium War, the Protestants' grassroots route might not have succeeded either. Though based in Hangzhou, Catinio wasn't isolated from church news. The Macau Catholic Church sent messengers to the mainland churches every few months bearing letters. Local churches would also send correspondence back with the messengers. Some letters destined for Europe were loaded onto ships in Macau. Though letters might spend years in transit, the church's communications had never been interrupted. Even during the Yangzheng and Qianlong reigns, when missionary work was completely suspended, Beijing missionaries still maintained contact with the churches in Macau and Europe. Catnio had carefully read the Jesuits' letter. This old missionary, who had weathered many storms, understood China's national conditions thoroughly. Through news from Hangzhou church members and Beijing missionaries, he knew perfectly well the true identity of this Cantonese Chinese. They were the Australians, in whom the president placed great hopes. The Australians' war with the great Ming in Guangzhou, and their unstinting efforts to spread the holy teachings there, both surprised and delighted Catnio. His brothers, Father Lu Ruohua and others, in their 3 years of pastoral work in Guangzhou, had achieved more than they had in 40 years of hardship elsewhere. He didn't quite understand why the Australians were interested in the Jesuits and missionary work. Letters from Macau indicated that, although a small number of Catholics existed among them, the Australians did not come from a Catholic country. They couldn't really be said to possess any religious faith at all. The letters specifically mentioned their atheistic tendencies. At the same time, the head of the church in Lingao among the Australians was clearly not a qualified clergyman. Obviously, their assistance in spreading religion in Guangzhou wasn't motivated by religious zeal, but by some practical interest. Now this mysterious Australian appeared before him, and his exact purpose greatly intrigued Catnio. Zhao Yingong made no secret of his intentions. Evasive or cryptic language was worthless here. The Jesuits were willing to help the Elder Council precisely as a manifestation of the Elder Council's power. As long as the Jesuits still intended to preach in Guangzhou, Catnio had no choice but to assist him. "You mean, to use the power of our Hangzhou church members to protect your commercial interests?" The Italian listened quietly to his explanation, then spoke. Zhao Yingong said, "Yes, you've been in the Great Ming for many years. You should understand the difficulties and interference an outsider like myself faces in conducting business here, and you certainly know the influence a gentleman wields in Ming society." Catnio nodded thoughtfully. "You're quite right, so I must ask the Hangzhou church for assistance." Zhao Yingong looked into the dignified Italian elder's eyes. "What kinds of commercial projects do you want to conduct in Hangzhou?" Catnio was very interested. He knew from letters from Macau that the Australians were a group of skilled craftsmen capable of manufacturing many novel and inexpensive goods. "Many," Zhao Yingong said. "For example, raw silk." Catnio said nothing more, just nodded slightly. The raw silk trade was an important source of income for the Macau Jesuits. Before trade with Japan was cut off, the Jesuits purchased Nanjing silk through merchants each year to resell in Japan for enormous profits. The priest naturally knew that so-called Nanjing silk was actually lake silk from Zhejiang and southern Zhili. That the Australians had come to Zhejiang to involve themselves in silk production and trade didn't surprise him. That they asked the church to leverage its influence for protection was also expected. Australian warships and cannons, no matter how formidable, wouldn't appear at the mouth of the Yangtze. Of course he would agree to the Australians' request. This was not only his duty as a Jesuit but was also necessary for spreading the gospel in China. He made the sign of the cross, murmuring, "Let God's will be done." In the subsequent casual conversation, Zhao Yingong mentioned Sun Yuanhua. Catnio spoke highly of him, considering him a future mainstay of the Ming Church. Li and Yang had already passed away. Su Guangqi was advancing in years. Only Sun Yuanhua was in his prime. He was already governor of Dengzhuleizhu, and apart from Su Guangqi, was the highest-ranking official among Chinese converts. Sun Yuanhua's home was in Jiaxing, not far from Hangzhou. In Jiaxing, he had prepared a quiet, comfortable villa for the missionaries. Catnio had once retreated there to write for a period. The two maintained a good personal friendship. Without much effort, Zhao Yingong obtained Catnio's promise to write a letter of introduction to Sun Yuanhua. His reason for wanting to meet Sun Yuanhua was quite legitimate. He wanted to sell military supplies to this regional official, who was most deeply immersed in Western military theory and technology. From Qingyun, he obtained all the support he sought. Thus, when Zhao Yinggong subsequently visited the principal gentry converts of the Hangzhou Church, he was received with great hospitality. The heads of both the Li and Yang families held family banquets for this catechumen. Zhao Yinggong knew that, with the Jesuits' letters of introduction and Qingyun's referral, he could gain the trust of the Hangzhou Church's key members. But proper social courtesies still had to be observed, so he had prepared a substantial quantity of gifts in advance. Considering that recently baptized converts and church organizations tended toward fundamentalism, overly luxurious personal items shouldn't be given as gifts lest they create offense. So the bulk of the gifts were religious books. He had the Jiangnan inspection team bring a large case of Chinese-language religious books printed in Lingao when they departed. These Chinese editions were mostly small religious pamphlets compiled by the Old Timeline Chinese Catholic Patriotic Association, including commonly used works like catechism questions and answers and compilation of essential prayers. For converts desperately short of quality Chinese Catholic books, this was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. He also donated 300 taels of silver to the church, using DeLong notes, and promised to ship plate glass to renovate the church windows. He additionally distributed a batch of simple, practical Australian goods among the church's leading figures and ordinary members. Matches, small knives, windproof oil lamps with glass chimneys. These items had actually begun appearing on the market in small quantities recently, but their high prices kept ordinary people from purchasing them. These gifts indeed won the Hangzhou Church's considerable goodwill. Setting aside Qingyun himself, even ordinary church members were won over by this far-traveled catechumen's generosity. Zhao Yinggong remained quite modest in conversation, occasionally letting slip his admiration for the holy teachings. This increasingly endeared him to the church's power figures. The arrival of a new priest also created a small ripple in the calm church. People always prefer fresh things. On the first Sunday after Trigault arrived at the Hangzhou Church, he celebrated Mass for everyone. Because word had spread that a new missionary had arrived, many of Hangzhou's Catholics attended. The small church actually received 400 or 500 people. Trigault was moved to tears during his sermon. Zhao Yinggong found it rather tedious, but to cultivate favor with the local church, he still maintained a respectful appearance. In the end, his efforts achieved complete success. Although Zhao Yinggong wasn't a convert, his status as a catechumen was recognized by the Hangzhou Church. With remarkable ease, he gained the support of several gentry within the church, especially the Li and Yang families. He collected several visiting cards and Qingyun's letter of introduction to Sun Yuanhua. Chapter 874, Traditional Printing Technical Article. The accompanying shopkeeper enthusiastically guided them through the entire printing process. In one hall, printing workers were busy at their craft. The carved printing blocks were numbered according to the 1,000-character classic, arranged piece by piece on shelves. Apprentices carried blocks one by one to specialized large worktables, following the numbers called out by the masters. In the center of the hall stood several large water vats filled with ink. Apprentices scooped ink with wooden buckets and carried them to each printing master, ladling the liquid into ink trays. When printing, the master used a specially made cylindrical flat-bottomed brush to dip in ink and apply it evenly across the block's surface. Then paper was carefully laid over the block, and a brush was used to press the paper lightly. The text or images were thus printed onto the paper in positive form. The paper was lifted from the block and laid on a rack to dry in the shade. The shopkeeper told Zhou Dongshan that a skilled printer could produce 1,500 to 2,000 sheets daily. A well-made printing block could endure 10,000 impressions. In Zhou Dongshan's view, the woodblock printing process resembled seal carving, just with more characters. The printing process itself was the reverse of seal stamping, With seals, the seal is placed on top and the paper below. Woodblock printing's procedure more closely resembled rubbing, but the characters on woodblocks were raised reversed characters, while a typical stone inscription had incised regular characters. Also, in rubbing, ink is applied to the paper. In woodblock printing, ink is applied to the block. Woodblock printing incorporated techniques from seals, rubbings, and textile printing. Its invention in China was no coincidence. If books sold well, then the bookshop's investment in printing was one time only, and after that, aside from paper, ink, and labor costs, everything was pure profit. If they didn't sell, the money invested in carving blocks was essentially lost. The carved blocks either had to be planed flat for reuse or would simply sleep in the warehouse. Once times became turbulent or a bookshop went bankrupt, vast quantities of printing blocks would end up as firewood. Bookshop owners were very careful about carving new books, ensuring each one would sell. Thus, how many block plates a bookshop possessed became important capital, especially plates for guaranteed bestsellers. The shopkeeper proudly informed Zhou Dongshan that his establishment stored over 10,000 plates that were printable year-round, ranking among the highest in Nanjing's bookshop circles. Zhou Dongshan wasn't impressed. The National Academy in the southern Song capital had supposedly stored over 200,000 plates, which was an impressive number in physical terms. 200,000 blocks stacked up would require an astonishing amount of space, not to mention the labor and materials needed to carve them. But in terms of information content, 200,000 plates represented merely 200,000 book pages. Calculating at 200 to 300 pages per book, that was only about 1,000 books. Considering that each page of block-printed books contained fewer characters than modern printed materials, the information content was even less, only about the level of a small institutional library. Even in the late Qing, the Hangzhou Government Printing Bureau stored only about 160,000 plates. A complete Sikuquanchu collected 4,000 types of books, barely enough to match a neighborhood library in a small or medium-sized city. Zhou Dongshan understood that the scale of anything in the handicraft era was inherently small. Even using 19th century technology, the printing industry of this timeline was utterly outmatched. Zhou Dongshan gazed at the plates piled like mountains in the courtyard, feeling quite moved. China's printing technology had remained stuck on expensive woodblock printing from beginning to end in large-scale application. Publishing was difficult, and books remained scarce and expensive. Many works were lost or forgotten because they never received the chance to be published or reprinted. This couldn't help but be cited as one of the reasons for China's gradual decline relative to the West. Strolling along, he came to a second hall, which immediately sparked his interest. This was where image blocks were being carved. The shopkeeper explained they were currently carving portrait illustrations for use in novels. The bookshop was preparing a new edition of Water Margin. This is a complete version that I painstakingly collected, not one of those abridged versions out there, the shopkeeper said with evident pride. It includes the 3 expeditions. Zhou Dongshan wasn't very familiar with water margin textual criticism and didn't really understand what abridged and complete meant. He just murmured sounds of vague agreement. Mei Lin suddenly asked, "Do you print Jin Ping Mei here?" After asking, he somewhat regretted it. Wouldn't this affect his image? Yes, the shopkeeper replied, finding nothing unusual in the question. This humble shop has a fellow trade publisher's edition of newly carved illustrated and annotated Jin Ping Mei for consignment sale. Not only is the carving excellent, but there are also 200 portrait illustrations in the book, a rare treasure. When the price was quoted, 1 tael of silver, it was quite expensive. Mei Lin decided to buy it. This book is in classical characters, without even punctuation marks. You really want to buy it to read? Zhou Dongshan asked while the shopkeeper had stepped away briefly. Of course I won't be able to understand it, but collecting a copy means having a precious document for the future, a rare edition. After a while, the shopkeeper came trotting back with the book. It was packed in 4 bookcases, quite heavy and substantial. Zhou Dongshan casually pulled out a volume and flipped through a few pages. A rich ink fragrance filled his nose. The paper quality was fine. Both carving and printing were above average. Because water-based ink was used and pages were single-sided, the finished volumes were especially numerous, 36 in all. Each chapter was accompanied by 2 portrait illustrations. The carving was much better than the posters Zhou Dongshan had seen outside. Some illustrations contained rather explicit content, exquisitely detailed and extremely graphic, very much like an illustrated erotic novel. If we were publishing this, our illustrations would be 100 times better, he thought. Just the human figures alone would be far superior. Producing an illustrated erotic manga version of Jin Ping Mei should have a substantial market, right? But if it was original work, that would be too much trouble. He wondered if Japan had ever produced manga on this theme, and if anyone had brought copies. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Who is the author of this book? Could this historical mystery be resolved in this timeline, not long after the work was published?" The book is signed Lanling Xiaoxiasheng, but everyone says it's the work of Master Fengzhu. Master Fengzhu was Wang Shizhen. This rumor had circulated shortly after the book's publication and remained the most popular theory right up to modern times. This wasn't news to Zhou Dongshan. He was slightly disappointed. There are also those who say it was written by a certain eunuch. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. But that's hard to say. Zhou Dongshan nodded. Clearly, no definitive answer would be found in this timeline either. Late Ming morals were quite open. Matters of pleasure between men and women weren't considered shameful. Seeing that both gentlemen were quite interested, the shopkeeper immediately brought out a pile of similar novels for their selection. From the famous The Carnal Prayer Mat to the obscure biography of the Foolish Woman, there were 20 to 30 different titles, some already lost in the old timeline. According to the shopkeeper, these books all sold quite well and were perennial favorites. Zhou Dongshan flipped through several and thought this represented a promising business opportunity. He immediately paid 10 taels of silver and bought them all. The bookshop's owner had made another handsome sale and became even more attentive, answering every question comprehensively. Zhou Dongshan turned his interest back to the wood-carving workshop. He noticed the workers' carving illustrations were different from before. They seemed to be carving incomplete patterns. After a moment's thought, he suddenly understood. They were carving blocks for multicolor printing. Going into the next hall confirmed his suspicion. This was multi-block color printing. Woodblock printing generally used only single-color printing. Starting in the 5 dynasties, people began attempting color printing. The technique was to apply several different color inks simultaneously to different parts of a single block, then print onto paper in one impression to produce a colored print. This method was called single-block multicolor printing. The famous Yangliuking woodblock prints of Tianjin used this method. This approach was low in cost and fast, but the printing inks were prone to mixing and bleeding, and the color boundaries were sharp, making images appear stiff. Starting in the Yuan dynasty, multi-block multicolor printing emerged, also called register printing. Basically, as many blocks as colors would be carved, each block coated with a different color ink, printed in sequence on the same sheet of paper. Register color printing technology persisted for a very long time. Besides printing plants, it was used in textile printing well into the 20th century. Nanjing in the Ming Dynasty had already become a center for color register printing. Most bookshops possessed color register printing capability. Because register printing was considerably more expensive, requiring as many identical blocks as colors, books in the Ming and Qing generally used only vermilion and black in color register printing. Only New Year prints employed more colors. The illustrations currently being printed at the bookshop used only 3 colors, but the shopkeeper was already very proud, stating he was sparing no expense in pursuit of perfection. Throughout the tour, Zhou Dongshan learned from the shopkeeper that all of Nanjing could print about 1,000 types of books, divided into 9 categories. Several tens of thousands of craftsmen, clerks and traders made their living from this industry. Business was quite brisk. Books were sold not only throughout the provinces but also exported extensively, especially to Japan and Korea. But the best sellers remained contemporary essay collections, essentially civil service examination prep books. Despite new compilations being carved every year, such books remained enduringly popular. Zhou and Mei couldn't help but sigh at this. Kai Yibeng, guessing that these two chiefs were so interested in bookshops because they probably intended to open one, took the opportunity to recommend his services. He was a Nanjing native with several poor relatives in this business. He seized this chance to make suggestions to Zhou Dongshan. Zhou Dongshan thought this wasn't a bad idea. After all, woodblock carving masters were still needed. He had actually come to Nanjing with the intention of recruiting skilled block carvers for the Lingao printing plant, and the Hangzhou printing plant also had needs. He readily agreed and asked Kai Yibeng to recruit as many printing workers as possible. Water Margin has abridged and complete versions. The abridged version heavily cuts content, particularly omitting the campaigns against the Liao, against Tianhui, and against Fang La. Chapter 875, Qingyun Temple. Qingyun Temple was a modest Daoist temple outside Hangzhou's Yangjin Gate. For anyone accustomed to the grand scale of temples in the old timeline, Qingyun Temple was almost utterly ordinary. An unremarkable facade, grounds that were not extensive, standing alone on the shore of West Lake outside the Yangjin Gate. Beyond the gate lay the shore of West Lake itself. Though the scenery here was pleasant, this wasn't a busy commercial district. There were very few residences. Zhang Yingchen wasn't entirely satisfied with Qingyun Temple's location. It was genuinely quite remote, but its virtue was quietude, which suited the image of tranquil cultivation. Small though it was, Qingyun Temple had all the proper features. The entire complex was arranged along a central axis, extending front to back and spreading left and right. The first courtyard housed the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, with the Wencheng Hall and Lingyuan Hall flanking it on either side. Behind the Hall of the Three Pure Ones lay the second courtyard, where a stage was set up for ceremonies and theatrical performances. On both sides of this courtyard were smaller courtyards, elegantly arranged specifically for wealthy pilgrims to rest and stay overnight. Behind it lay the third courtyard, the quiet chambers where the Daoist priests lived. The fourth courtyard was the rear garden, with a door opening onto a vegetable plot. Lay Daoists grew vegetables and raised chickens there, supplying food for the temple's residents and selling surplus for extra income. Zhang Yingchen was quite satisfied with Qingyun Temple's living environment. Though the temple was small, there were few priests. Besides the young apprentices, everyone had their own private chamber. The surroundings were also remarkably tranquil. Lush trees within the temple grounds, abundant flowers and plants, and West Lake lying just beyond the walls. In the old timeline, this piece of land couldn't have been purchased for even tens of millions. Qingyun Temple wasn't particularly prosperous in terms of incense offerings, nor did it possess much property. But successive abbots had developed their own business acumen. Taking advantage of the temple's excellent location, they had cultivated relationships with many wealthy gentry households in the city. At the three major festivals and various Daoist holidays, they received generous gifts from the great households. In summer, wealthy family ladies and young masters who found the city stifling often came to the temple for religious ceremonies and theatrical performances, enjoying themselves and relaxing. The temple earned considerable income this way. This was how it sustained itself. Unlike the old timeline, temples and monasteries in this era, except for the very few that enjoyed court backing, whose abbots held official monastic or priestly positions and received government stipends and financial support, mostly had to sustain themselves through business activities. For temples like Qingyun, which lacked substantial landholdings and couldn't generate long-term income, survival pressure was immense. Thus temples rarely added another mouth to feed. Daoists who wanted to take refuge and cultivate at a temple, if they didn't bring property with them, would have to wander outside for many years, wandering being essentially begging, before possibly gaining formal admission. Had Zhang Yinchen not saved Abbot Ma's life with his miraculous medical skill and demonstrated superior healing abilities, he couldn't have stayed, temporarily, at this temple indefinitely. Zhang Yinchen found this phenomenon fascinating. He observed that the abbot and priests rarely studied Taoist scriptures. Besides custom orders from clients, they didn't conduct many religious activities. Their main daily occupation was generating income, visiting major and minor patrons to cultivate relationships, operating a tea stall outside the temple gate, receiving pilgrims who came for ceremonies. The temple employed a lay Taoist cook of considerable skill, whose dishes and pastries were excellent. At this moment, Zhang Yinchen was writing his work report while enjoying the excellent pastries made by that lay Taoist cook, ham puff pastry. Beside him sat a pot of fine pre-rained tea. His privileged treatment was of course related to his excellent medical skills. Since saving the abbot and gaining permission to stay as a guest, he had also treated other Taoists in the temple, winning considerable goodwill. A few days ago, a gentry family connected to Qingyun Temple had an elderly matriarch gravely ill and on the verge of death. They had summoned all the famous physicians in Hangzhou, but all were helpless. Abbot Ma had recommended Zhang Yinchen. Using a combination of traditional observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking, along with modern medical diagnostic methods, Zhang Yinchen quickly identified the cause of illness. He administered 2 types of prepared Chinese medicines that he carried with him and wrote a few prescriptions, achieving what seemed like a miraculous cure. Within days, word spread that Qingyun Temple harbored a master of medicine. Several more patients with difficult cases arrived, and Zhang Yinchen cured them all appropriately. His reputation soared immediately. Abbot Ma, with his business-minded thinking, immediately recognized how beneficial Zhang Yingchen's medical skills were for Qingyun Temple. So he became even more solicitous, not only providing premium living conditions, but trying to meet all his requests. Zhang Yingchen took the opportunity to request permission to practice medicine at the temple. This would greatly help expand his reputation. Since ancient times, all new religions had used healing as a means of spreading their message. Whether the healing actually worked wasn't always the point. At minimum, this was what most easily moved ordinary people. Abbot Ma readily agreed. After all, this enhanced Qingyun Temple's prestige. Since Zhang Yingchen began practicing at the temple, incense offerings had become much more prosperous. Zhang Yingchen practiced giving according to one's heart for consultation fees and medicine costs. He set out a single money box, let people contribute freely, and never asked for payment. His reputation thus soared. The fees deposited in the money box he didn't keep either, giving everything to the temple. Before long, everyone in the temple admired his medical skills and moral character. Word spread, and everyone knew that a Taoist master of both superior healing ability and moral character had come to Qingyun Temple. "I've finally established myself here," Zhang Yingchen thought as he wrote his report. "Next step is to expand my reputation and develop followers. First, I need to bring Qingyun Temple under our influence." He was pondering how to seize leadership of Qingyun Temple when a bright-eyed young Taoist novice named Ming appeared at the door of his quiet chamber. "Taoist Zhang, are you still keeping your medical case records under the stage in the second courtyard?" he asked. "Same as usual." Zhang Yingchen put his quill pen into the stationery box, blew on the report, folded it, and placed it in a small lockbox. The report was written in English. In this timeline, this counted as the simplest handwritten cipher. In all of Hangzhou, probably not a single person could understand it. Church missionaries were all language prodigies, but Zhang Yingchen didn't think they would know English, let alone modern English. He stood up, took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and picked up the medical kit that never left his sight. No matter how great his fame, Zhang Yingchen still wore the ordinary Daoist attire of blue robe and cloth belt. But his tall figure, built on the old timeline foundation of meat, eggs, and milk, was quite visually striking even in the relatively prosperous To Hangzhou region of this era. Moreover, having formally organized religious activities for over a year, he had gained some understanding of how to project the air of an immortal sage. The miracle doctor of Qingyun Temple, rivaling pure yang, had gradually spread through the marketplace. The most obvious evidence was that among recent patients, several matchmaker-type women had specifically asked whether he was a lay Daoist who observed thunder fasts, and whether he might consider marrying into a local family. Apparently, Zhang Yingchen's value wasn't appreciated only by Abbot Ma. In the late Ming, Buddhist and Daoist temples in the To Hangzhou region had become highly secularized. Father-to-son hereditary temples were quite common in Hangzhou alone, and every year there were romantic scandals of young women eloping with handsome Daoist priests or monks performing ceremonies. Apart from a few highly renowned so-called eminent monks like Lianqi of Yunqi Temple and Yuan of Tiantong Temple, priests openly marrying and having children was a widespread phenomenon. Compared to those hereditary temples with their very Japanese-style clerical family enterprises, the Lotus Hermitage in Guangzhou with its Xuanjiesque traditions could only be considered a minor player in specialized services. Zhang Yingchen carried his medical kit to the second courtyard. Beside the stage stood several century-old camphor trees casting thick shade that blocked the sun, where he had established his medical practice. In his kit were dozens of prepared Chinese medicines manufactured according to modern formulas and processes by Runchitang. There were also several Western medicines produced in Lingao, most importantly sulfonamides and oxytetracycline. Without these two antibiotics, his reputation wouldn't be so formidable. Traditional Chinese medicine was relatively weak when it came to fighting infection. Several cases where local famous physicians had been helpless had been saved by antibiotics. Medicines were being consumed very quickly, though the inspection team had brought him a large case as replenishment. Recently, Zhang Yingchen had greatly reduced his use of modern medicines from Lingao. Whenever he could find local substitutes, he used them. So recently, he was writing more prescriptions and dispensing less prepared medication. Some patients actually didn't need prepared Chinese medicines anyway. They could be treated just following his prescriptions. But because they superstitiously believed this Daoist Zhang possessed divine medicine, they wouldn't leave without receiving a few pills. So Zhang Yingchen had made many pills of glutinous rice flour mixed with honey as placebos to distribute to patients, supposedly with excellent efficacy. However, dispensing medicine remained essential. Zhang Yingchen found many common people couldn't afford to purchase medicine. If he wrote a prescription, they had no money to fill it. Such people wouldn't even take his prescriptions. They only asked for a few divine pills. Glutinous rice flour honey pill placebos had no therapeutic effect. If he didn't dispense real medicine, he would have difficulty generating sufficient influence among the lower classes. Runchitang was also part of the land and sea routes, but establishing pharmacies proved harder than other shops. So far, the great Ming Watson's chain hadn't even completed its layout across Hainan Island. On the mainland, only one store had opened in Guangzhou. The reasons for slow expansion were numerous. There was resistance from localities, where people of all classes remained very wary of outside pharmacies. Some places outright prohibited outsiders from opening drug shops. Secondly, there was Runchitang's production capacity. Though the pharmaceutical factory in Lingao's private industrial park had begun preliminary production, the medicines produced were largely consumed within Guangzhou. Insufficient production meant they couldn't satisfy the basic stocking requirements of new stores. Chapter 876. Zhang Chunyang of all people, Zhang Yingchen was most invested in opening pharmacies, yet he couldn't make decisions on this matter. Even having Zhao Yingong wire for medicines from Lingao was like distant water that couldn't quench immediate thirst. Fortunately, during his time working at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he had frequently gone in and out of the preparation room. Typical Chinese medicine hospitals routinely prepared some commonly used Chinese patent medicines. The ingredients were generally inexpensive, but were proven formulas refined through years of application. Zhang Yingchen planned to establish a small handcraft medicine workshop in the temple to prepare his own medicines. In the second courtyard, over 100 people seeking treatment had already gathered. Seeing Zhang Chunyang, Zhang the Pure Yang emerge, there was an immediate stir. Zhang Yingchen glanced around. The crowd was substantial today. To prevent medical examinations from consuming too much of his time and leaving none for preaching and writing, he had stipulated that he would only see patients on even-numbered days of each month. "Ladies and gentlemen, please don't crowd. Come one at a time." The young Daoist Mingren called out to maintain order. Zhang Yingchen cleared his throat lightly and strode with his immortal bearing to the long table beneath the trees. Mingking arranged the medical kit and case records neatly on the table. This immediately drew murmurs of surprise from the nearby crowd. Zhang Yingchen was using a quill pen, an ink bottle, and thick paper. Zhang Yingchen seated himself behind the table, calmly adjusted his sleeves, and Mingren promptly offered freshly brewed pre-rain tea. He took a sip before giving instructions to begin. Zhang Yingchen's diagnostic methods remained the traditional observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking, but with the addition of 3 tools common in modern medicine: stethoscope, thermometer, and blood pressure cuff. Though simple, these 3 devices greatly improved diagnostic accuracy. Therefore, many people who had been confused by conflicting opinions from physicians or so-called scholar physicians received more accurate diagnoses here, and treatment proved especially effective. He diagnosed while writing prescriptions. Unless circumstances absolutely required otherwise, he prescribed only medicines available locally and Chinese patent medicines. In the earlier period, Zhang Yingchen had sent the young Daoists to purchase samples of various patent medicines sold at city pharmacies, analyzing drug composition by looking, smelling, and tasting, so he could utilize locally produced medicines. Ming Dynasty pharmacy, raw drugs, were mostly similar in types and names to the old timeline, but patent medicines differed considerably. Many commonly used patent medicines from the old timeline only appeared and were perfected during the Qing dynasty. To maintain his mystical aura, and as a placebo, even when prescribing medicines that could be filled locally, he would add a packet of pills, actually just honey rice flour pills that he made himself. This charade of distributing placebos was something Zhang Yingchen had performed many times during his missionary work in Hainan. Once in a Li village, he had cured quite a few people's illnesses this way. Practice proved that this method worked just as effectively in Hangzhou. Plenty of people got better after taking the placebos. Though these rice flour pills solved the immediate problem, a more troubling issue had emerged. In the past, most who came to Qingyun Temple for medical consultation were poor people who couldn't afford doctors or medicine, arriving with a trying everything attitude. Since his reputation as a divine healer had spread, officials and wealthy families had started coming more frequently. Some came for treatment, but most came seeking life cultivation techniques. Certain idle minds had begun spreading rumors that Zhang Yingchen understood the art of external alchemy. Many scholars and wealthy men whose heads were filled with fantasies about transmuting metals and condensing tin into silver repeatedly visited to consult, wanting to discuss the arts of longevity. Zhang Yingchen now faced just such a person. This man was the steward of some local gentry, essentially the master's lackey. He had visited Qingyun Temple more than once, asking Zhang Yingchen to come compound the great elixir for his master. The offered terms were extremely generous, since Zhang Yingchen had saved several patients that all the famous physicians in the city had given up on. word had spread of his ability to raise the dead. This gentleman had naturally heard about it, and thus proposed that Zhang Yingchen move into his Westlake villa, receive a generous monthly stipend, and devote himself to tranquil cultivation and elixir refinement. Additionally, handsome boy servants and beautiful maidservants would attend him. Daoist master, how much of a future is there in giving consultations here? The steward, having come many times without closing the deal, was growing impatient. If you compound the elixir well for my master, building an entire temple for you would be easy. Zhang Yingchen maintained an expression of inscrutable depth while inwardly quite impatient. He would rather provide basic health education for those poor souls who couldn't afford doctors or medicine than study how to compound the great elixir, with some 60-year-old debauched fellow still mired in pleasures. If it concerned genuine pursuit of immortality, Zhang Yingchen wouldn't be so averse. Though he had always scorned alchemy, he did harbor some interest in actual elixir making. But this old reprobate's approach to elixirs differed from the norm. He followed the theory of using women as the furnace, practicing the arts of gathering and battle. To prolong his life through such techniques, he had already ruined a reinforced platoon's worth of girls. Zhang Yingchen had read many documents on this topic and knew that the girls this old lecher used were typically just past their first menstruation, only 12 or 13 years old. If the Lolicans back in Lingao knew about this, they would surely cry divine punishment and tear him to pieces. Zhang Yingchen knew that Ming Dynasty gentry, especially in the end times of the late Ming, had a quality of demons dancing wildly. Luxury and debauchery among gentry households had reached an extreme. The great Ming, like the great Qing, had no concept of human rights, no bottom lines whatsoever. Zhang Yingchen had seen plenty when studying Daoist history, so he really didn't want any involvement. Originally, he had made excuses, saying he only knew a little about medical techniques and wasn't versed in the great way of elixirs. But for some reason, the other party assumed he was a true master concealing his abilities. Not only were the steward's entreaties earnest, but gifts arrived continuously in large quantities. Zhang Yingchen had refused many times, yet the other party remained persistent, making the situation rather difficult to handle. Moreover, this gentleman wielded considerable power. Zhang Yingchen was merely a wandering Daoist. If the old fellow grew angry, one card sent to the authorities could prosecute him for deluding the masses with demonic words. At minimum, he would be hauled into the yamen to taste the great Ming gentry's bamboo boards, then be escorted back to his home district. Physical suffering aside, he wouldn't be able to play the immortal anymore. Zhang Yingchen decided not to refuse again this time. After all, he had read quite a few classics on elixir making and gathering techniques. He could manage to fool them, so he agreed to go talk. They agreed that in 3 days, the household would send a sedan chair to fetch him. Finally sending off this haughty servant, Zhang Yingchen concentrated on resuming consultations. He observed with his eyes, asked with his mouth, pressed on pulses, and occasionally needed to examine daily habits. His quill pen wrote rapidly. Mingren and Minking assisted on either side, one specifically grinding ink and spreading paper, the other distributing elixir pills to those who had received prescriptions. Consultations ended at 2 in the afternoon. Afterward, Zhang Yingchen instructed the young Daoists to pack up, then returned to his quiet chamber first to organize case records and sort medicines. "Sir, the abbot asks whether we should leave the gate open for you tonight." When bringing tea, the young Daoist Mingren gazed at the tall wandering Daoist before him and asked respectfully. Today he was going to Zhao Yingong's place. He had informed Abbot Ma early in the morning that dinner needn't be prepared for him. "No need. A certain successful candidate is hosting a banquet to thank me. There's no need to leave the gate open. Just close up the doors and windows properly and go to rest." Zhang Yingchen gently rubbed the youth's head and answered with a slight smile. After giving the youth a few more instructions, he strolled out of Qingyun Temple. At the gate, Kai Shi, sent by Zhao Yingong, was already waiting with the sedan bearers. Though Shi didn't know the background of this Daoist nicknamed rivaling Pure Yang, he was aware that Daoist Zhang possessed superior medical skills and was an old acquaintance of his young scholar master. He immediately stepped forward to pay respects, invited Zhang Yingchen into the sedan, and the party headed toward Phoenix Villa. This banquet wasn't for catching up. The first phase of Phoenix Villa's construction was complete, and Zhou Dongshan and Mei Lin had returned from Nanjing, bringing many books, over a dozen craftsmen and servants. Zhao Yingong planned to use this opportunity for the inspection team members to gather and discuss the next phase of work. According to data from the Grand Library, disastrous weather in Zhejiang would begin breaking out gradually from summer onward. And the Dengzhou Rebellion was about to unfold. Unlike the Guangzhou Lizhu faction who founded enterprises through hard work and focused on industry, the elders posted to the Zhejiang had a mission centered on dealing with the coming refugee tide, absorbing more manpower for the Transmigrator Collective to meet second five-year plan requirements. The Zhejiang work priority wasn't in sericulture, printing, or other industries. In Zhang Yingchen's view, Zhao Yingong's various plans still aimed at providing revenue for the Hangzhou station. The Zhejiang wasn't Guangdong. The Navy Department's force projection capability couldn't ensure the Hangzhou station could operate as boldly as the Guangzhou and Lizhu stations. Hangzhou's gentry, if divided by religious affiliation, could roughly be categorized as pro-Jesuit gentry, anti-Jesuit gentry, and neutrals. Due to the exemplary influence of Yang Tingyun and other so-called pillars of Hangzhou Christianity, the proportion of Christianity-friendly gentry in Hangzhou was quite high compared to other places. Combined with the open-minded atmosphere of the Zhejiang, there were also many enlightened scholar bureaucrats like Huang Zongxi of Yuya who were interested in novel learning and Western learning. This gentry circle was one Zhao Yingong could enter with the Jesuits' assistance. The only question was how well old Zhao had crammed on contemporary essay writing and regulated verse. Whether reciting, those who would be truly great at banquets, or silently copying Nanjing's poems while picking up fallen petals in courtyards, both were situations to be strenuously avoided. The tragedy of over a dozen elders using Nanjing's poetry to woo local gentry daughters in Lingao, only to discover they had all been using the same poems, had become required negative case study material in the posted elder training course. Setting aside old Zhao, that fake successful candidate, Mei Lin, the fellow who kept staring at the 8 beauties of Qiwei, was also a focus of attention for the Grand Library's Time-Space Copyright Office Leadership Group. Who knew whether his Nanjing trip had fulfilled his wishes? Chapter 877, Driving the Tiger to Swallow the Wolf Beyond his vast trove of electronic Daoist scriptures, Zhang Yinchen's hard drive and optical discs harbored the richest collection of BL erotica in the entire Elder Council, a library that put even the Grand Archive to shame. I recall Hong Kong once published a manga adaptation of Jin Ping Mei, Lu Zhongxing mused. The art style was quite realistic. I read it years ago. The aesthetic differs markedly from Japanese works, so it might appeal more to local tastes. The tragedy, of course, is how they warped the original plot. Zhao Yingong bit into a piece of fried bean curd roll. That's not the issue. The issue is reproducing electronic manga onto woodblock or stone. We can't simply print everything out. Surely you're not suggesting workers carve while squinting at a screen. Printing isn't impossible, Zhou Dongshan replied. Or tracing from the display. Electronic formats will degrade eventually. Physical copies on paper remain essential for preservation. When I return, I'll explore photolithography, assuming the chemical engineers can deliver. Photolithographic plates are far more convenient than stone lithography. If that fails, I'll produce sample copies via stone lithography in Lingao first, then bring them as masters, woodblock or lithograph, your choice. As the meal progressed, conversation drifted toward securing support from the Hangzhou church. Though Zhao Yinggong had established initial contact, he hadn't yet reached the point where he could freely request favors. His occasional visits were designed to cultivate relationships with key figures, his primary goal being to connect with Su Guangqi's family as soon as possible. Progress, however, remained sluggish. After several visits, Zhao Yinggong sensed that the church leaders' enthusiasm for converting him far outweighed their willingness to help him reach Su Guangqi. And to avoid alienating non-Christian gentry who might take offense at too close an association with Catholics, he couldn't visit too frequently. Zhang Yingchen, however, exuded quiet confidence. "I have a solution." "What solution?" Zhao Yinggong asked, intrigued. "It's simple, really." A mysterious smile played across Zhang Yingchen's face. "Are you familiar with the Hangzhou religious case of the 8th year of Changzhen?" "Religious cases?" "I only know about August Chapdelaine and the Tianjin massacre, the one that brought old Zhang such spectacular humiliation. The late Ming had several of its own. The most prominent was the Nanjing religious case. Get to the point. This can be considered Catholicism's second major setback in China," Zhang Yingchen continued with obvious relish, savoring a piece of spring bamboo shoot between words. The controversy originated from a debate between Giulio Aleni and the Confucian scholar Huang Zhen in Jiangnan, Fujian. Afterward, Huang Zhen traveled from Fujian to Zhejiang, recruiting Confucian scholars and Chan masters throughout the region to critique Jesuit doctrines. These polemics were eventually compiled into the collection for destroying vicious doctrines, known as Poxy Jai. The religious debate in Hangzhou ignited in the third month of 1635. Huang Zhen visited Chan master Mian Yuanwu at Tiantong Temple in Ningbo. Yuanwu then composed first discussion on discerning heaven and entrusted it to his only lay disciple, Puran, for public posting in Hangzhou. The Catholic Church offered no response. In the 8th month, Zhang Tian, religious name Guangshan, a disciple of the late eminent monk Yunqi Lianqi, carried the first discussion directly to the Jesuit church at Guangxiang in Hangzhou, presenting it to the priest Alfonso Vagnon. According to records in second discussion on discerning heaven, the Jesuits declined to respond. Consequently, in the 9th month, Yuanwu authored his second discussion and again posted it publicly in Hangzhou. The church continued to avoid confrontation. Only a few converted Confucian scholars declined debate on grounds that Lianqi's explanation of heaven, written during his lifetime to refute Matteo Rixai, had already proven unsuccessful. Subsequently, monk Yuanwu penned his third discussion on discerning heaven. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian, examining the church's missionary document Posthumous Letters on Discerning Learning, determined that the author of the earlier 4 points in response to Grand Master Lianqi's bamboo window explanation of heaven was not actually Matteo Rixai. Furthermore, the Fujian woodblock edition of Posthumous Letters contained a preface by Michael, the baptismal name of censor Yang Tingyun, in which Yang fabricated a story about monk Yunqi repenting to God on his deathbed. Thus Zhang Tian composed discussion proving falsehoods, launching another attack on the Catholic Church. Throughout this siege, the Catholics maintained a posture of deliberate withdrawal, refusing to engage in debate. Though some Confucian converts within the church attempted to mount counterattacks, the leadership adhered to a policy of studied silence, evidently having learned harsh lessons from the Nanjing religious case. They adopted the stance that the innocent need not defend themselves. The strategy proved effective. Before long, ordinary scholars, neither Buddhist nor Catholic, stepped forward to criticize the Buddhists themselves. Master Yunqi's virtue in benefiting the world shines bright as the sun in heaven. Who can obscure it? Those who slander only slander themselves. How can they damage his light? Have you not heard the ancient sages say, "Of all rights and wrongs debate none"? Why then chatter on so? Clearly, the Catholics' tactical retreat successfully cast them as victims, shielding the vulnerable Hangzhou church from further assault and allowing them to weather the storm unscathed. But right now it's only the 4th year of Changzhen, Zhao Yingong reminded him. By the 8th year, the entire situation may have transformed. Hear me out. Zhang Yingchen savored the suspense. Late Ming scholars commonly embraced escaping into Chan Buddhism to flee social reality. The Chan sect commands enormous influence here. The Ningbo Hangzhou Jiaxing region is the Linji school's heartland. Spreading our new Taoism here will prove extraordinarily difficult, and Buddhists regard Taoism no more kindly. If I squeeze in to preach now, I'll face challenges every bit as formidable as the Catholics. You understand how hard it is to poach customers in a mature market? Everyone nodded. New Taoism's success in Guangzhou had simply exploited the vacuum in Li minority areas that lacked any established religion. On the mainland, conditions would be far less favorable. In the Zhejiang region, where Buddhist roots ran deep, New Taoism couldn't seize territory from entrenched rivals in a single stroke. But by provoking early conflict between Buddhists and Jesuit missionaries, they could first weaken Catholic influence. Though small, the Catholics possessed dedicated priests and fervent believers willing to sacrifice everything, granting them considerable potential. Second, they could use the religious case to tarnish Buddhism's reputation. After all, throughout the controversy, Buddhists had consistently displayed aggressive postures that would inevitably alienate neutral observers. If I want a slice of this pie, the only path forward is driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, ruining the influence of both religions through mutual destruction. Zhang Yingchen raised his wine cup and took a sip. I intend to trigger this debate ahead of schedule and profit from the struggle between tigers. So you want to trigger the religious case early and muddy the waters. I understand that, Zhao Yingong said, raising his eyebrow. But how does this help us win the church's assistance? Old Zhao, you're wise your whole life but confused for a moment. Zhang Yingchen smiled. Right now, the Hangzhou church is stable and the world is at peace. You're merely icing on their cake. If I stir things up, I'll dump a blizzard on them. Then when you offer a single piece of charcoal, they'll weep with gratitude. Zhao Yingong wouldn't need to exert much effort, certainly not to debate publicly on the church's behalf. He would simply need to suggest to church leadership the historically proven strategy of meeting all changes with constancy, allowing them to weather the crisis safely and earning their goodwill. Daoist, you truly are black-hearted, Mei Lin remarked approvingly, though privately he harbored doubts. Many events required accumulated conditions to occur. Rashly triggering events prematurely might prove mere wishful thinking on Daoist Zhang's part. For one thing, how would they locate the instigator Huang Zhen in this vast sea of humanity? Historical records identified him only as a scholar from Jiangzhou, Fujian. No address, no profession. Furthermore, a person's thoughts were always evolving. This man might not have even conceived of debating Catholicism yet. Not black-hearted, but if this succeeds, everyone's mission benefits. Zhang Yingchen's expression turned smug. And I'm not speaking idly. Huang Zhen arrived in Hangzhou a few days ago. How do you know? Mei Lin was astonished. Yesterday, someone sought me out to treat a patient at an inn. The patient's name is Huang Zhen, also from Jiangzhou, Fujian. Who else could it be? Zhang Yingchen replied. I'm currently stalling him, claiming I have too many patients and will visit in a few days. I wanted to discuss this with all of you first. How could he have come to Hangzhou? Zhao Yingong's surprise was evident. According to the history you cited, he should still be in Fujian. The butterfly's wings may have already caused deviations in history's trajectory, Zhang Yingchen said. His sudden appearance in Hangzhou is truly an opportunity delivered to our doorstep. If we fail to exploit it, we would simply be letting down the butterfly. The group fell into contemplation. Zhang Yingchen's plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, to provoke conflict and fish in troubled waters, was undeniably creative. Creative deduction suggested high odds of success, yet no one knew whether unforeseen consequences might spawn other complications. Events might not proceed entirely according to their wishes. Zhang Yingchen looked to Zhao Yingong. All present were senators, and Zhang Yingchen possessed the authority to act as circumstances dictate, but he remained part of the Hangzhou station. This was no minor matter. Without the station chief's approval, unilateral action would be inappropriate. To achieve great things, one must not be hindered by trifles. Zhao Yingong gave his nod. This is feasible. However, this means I shouldn't visit here frequently. Zhang Yingchen's tone grew cautious. Though I won't personally step forward, careful investigation might reveal certain clues. Too much association with you might arouse the church's suspicions about you as well. I understand. Zhao Yingong nodded. We'll communicate by letter henceforth. When detailed discussion becomes necessary, I'll visit Qingyun Temple to offer incense. Though we needn't absolutely avoid meeting, that would appear too deliberate. Chapter 878. Provocation. Huang Zhen lay supine in bed, staring vacantly at a long-legged spider in the corner of the bed curtains, weaving a half-finished web. The Shun Old Inn was a reasonably respectable establishment. Each day the innkeeper dispatched a young servant to tidy the room, and this spider's web had been torn down several times. Yet nothing deterred the creature from stubbornly squatting in what it evidently considered prime real estate. Surface attacks on Buddhism while deceiving Confucianism, hidden attacks on Confucianism while exalting oneself. The stubbornness of their heresy and poisonous fallacy exceeds even this insect. Mumbling a favorite passage from his essay Unbearable Not to Speak, Huang Zhen couldn't resist raising his hand to brush away the half-woven web. To cleanse the world, must one not begin with a single room? Unfortunately, the moment he lifted his arm, a wave of dizziness swept through him. The dull ache in his abdomen intensified, forcing his arm back down. The exertion left him drained, and he could only watch helplessly as the detestable spider continued spinning its web before his eyes. World-honored one, Shakyamuni Buddha above, your lay disciple Huang Tianxiang bows in reverence from the south. This disciple journeyed north yet has failed in his sacred duty to reject the demon Rixai. Is he now to die a stranger in this foreign land? Huang Zhen's premature arrival in Hangzhou was indeed due to the butterfly effect, just as Zhang Yingchen had surmised. Qiwei Depot had recently launched overland passenger and freight services connecting Guangdong, Fujian, and Zhejiang. Though Qiwei hadn't invested in road construction and still relied on existing routes, its transportation organization far surpassed anything else in this time-space. Journeys previously deemed perilous had become acceptably routine. It was precisely this improvement that inspired Huang Zhen, distant in Jiangsu, to travel to Hangzhou ahead of schedule and debate the missionaries. Like many of his contemporaries, Huang Zhen would never have left his hometown without compelling necessity, let alone crossed mountains to reach Zhejiang. Gazing at the spider going about its business, the torment of illness left scholar Huang silently praying, entirely oblivious to the footsteps approaching his door. Sir, mind your step. Allow this humble one to carry the medicine chest. Zhao Tong of Qiwei Escort Bureau led the way. This Mr. Zhang was a wandering Quanzhen Daoist currently residing at Qingyun Temple outside Yangjin Gate. Though a Daoist, his medical skills were superb, and he had earned a reputation for compassionately aiding the poor. Most importantly, he lacked the unsavory habit of those sitting doctors who held patients hostage for fees. Moreover, this Mr. Zhang was highly favored by Master Zhao, an important client of the Bureau. Zhao Tong knew that his own shopkeeper treated Master Zhao with extreme respect and consequently extended the same courtesy to this Daoist. No need. Cultivating the body is also cultivating the mind. Zhang Yingchen spoke pleasantly. They had walked nearly half an hour from Qingyun Temple. He had declined the sedan chair Zhao Tong brought, insisting on traveling by foot. For a new religion, projecting an image of pure heart, few desires, and simple living helped establish the preacher's reputation. Zhang Yingchen, half a head taller than Zhao Tong, carried his medicine chest while sizing up the young man the Qiwei Escort Bureau had assigned to accompany him. Though Qiwei's compensation was unique in this time-space, the lean as a bamboo pole Zhao Tong wasn't his preferred type. And whether this young man practiced Sha family style or Shaolin style remained unclear, but he walked with 10 toes visibly gripping the ground, a habit that inevitably disrupted the body's natural harmony, which was rather unlovely. Clicking his tongue softly, Zhang Yingchen banished his observations about the young escort to the back of his mind. This house call to shun Old Inn was an exception. To elevate his status and avoid being equated with itinerant, bell-ringing doctors, he generally refused house calls, even though he charged no fees. When wealthy gentry families requested his services, they had to send at least a formal invitation card before he would deign to attend. This exception was made entirely because Scholar Huang was a crucial element of his plan. Lay Buddhist Tianxiang, Huang Zhen, initiator of the great debate between Confucian Buddhist scholars and Christianity in the Zhejiang region during the 8th year of Changzhen. According to old time-space records, he shouldn't have arrived in Hangzhou until 1635. Yet the development of Qiwei Depot had enabled Huang Zhen, far away in Fujian, to travel north to Zhejiang years early. The transmigration group's subtle influence on this time-space had reached a point where historical records from the old timeline were beginning to show significant deviations. According to materials from the Grand Library, this Huang Zhen was a quintessential late Ming scholar who had sought refuge in Chan Buddhism. Beyond the self-appointed guardianship of orthodoxy typical of scholars in this era, he was also a fanatical Buddhist. In his open Chan letter Unbearable Not to Speak, besides hostility toward Matteo Ricci, Western learning, and the Jesuits, Taoism was equally among those he found objectionable. In this regard, he and Catholicism actually shared common ground. Zhang Yingchen calculated that he would need to find ways to gradually eliminate such people later, but for now, he still needed to use him. As long as this fuse fulfilled its purpose as a fuse, that sufficed. While formulating the details of his next move, Zhang Yingchen followed Zhao Tong into the inn. The innkeeper and staff of Shun Old Inn had been waiting anxiously. A guest falling ill was the last thing any innkeeper wanted. Travelers falling ill for months, exhausting their funds, and becoming stranded in inns was not uncommon in this era, a considerable burden for established, reputable establishments. For the sake of reputation, they couldn't simply eject the ailing. Inevitably, they would lose money. If a guest died on the premises, there would be expenses and complications involving officials, inquests, and burial. So as soon as Huang Zhen fell ill, the innkeeper immediately sent for doctors and medicine. When the illness showed no improvement, and word reached him of a Daoist at Qingyun Temple with brilliant medical skills, he hurried to dispatch someone with an invitation. The gentleman's ailment arises merely from dampness trapping the spleen and stomach. Away from home, consuming coarse fare, combined with not being acclimated to the local water and soil, some discomfort is inevitable. This illness isn't severe. This poor Daoist will prescribe a remedy. Follow the prescription, rest for 2 days, and you'll be able to leave your bed. For quicker recovery, adding a dose of Hu Xiang Zhengqi San will suffice. Zhang Yingchen checked his pulse and observed his complexion, quickly grasping the situation. Holding a quill pen, he wrote the prescription while offering medical advice to Huang Zhen lying in bed. But the prescription Jinan Hall wrote previously was Banksia Hu Po Tang. Scholars of this era often enjoyed discussing medicine. The era when Confucian medicine replaced Taoist medicine had become established trend. Huang Zhen had read some medical texts and could hold his own in conversation. Though in Zhang Yingchen's eyes this Huang Tianxiang was a standard amateur, he still couldn't resist showing off before this professional. Huang Zhen's gaze landed on the quill pen in his hand. That pen is rare, Taoist master. This is a pen used by people of the far west. It is convenient to carry. This poor Taoist is one who wanders the 4 directions. Carrying it offers certain advantages. Zhang Yingchen steered the conversation back. Banksia Hu Po Tang can soothe liver qi, a decent formula, but in this poor Taoist's view, The gentleman's liver qi stagnation has not developed overnight. Since the illness stems from the 7 emotions, it should be addressed through the 7 emotions. Banksia Hupo Tang can address the surface but cannot address the root. Zhang Yingchen continued writing while replying to this evidently stubborn Fujian pedant. I hear there is a great monk Yuanwu at Tiantong Temple in Ningbo whose Chan methods are profound. Once the gentleman recovers, a visit to this venerable Chan master might prove beneficial. Through the give and take of Chan wit, casting off all worldly cares, even without this poor Daoist's medicine, this illness would be 70 or 80% resolved. Tiantong Temple. Huang Zhen shook his head gently. He had fallen ill immediately upon arriving in Hangzhou. Tiantong Temple lay far away in Ningbo. Though monk Yuanwu was indeed among those he intended to visit on this journey, petitioning him to lead the rejection of the Rixai demon might not meet with easy acceptance. That great monk of Tiantong Temple commands enormous prestige. Even here in Hangzhou City, many scholars and gentry follow and rely upon him. As though unaware of the patient's silence, Zhang Yingchen spoke casually while writing the prescription. There happens to be a philanthropist in Hangzhou who shares this poor Daoist's clan name. Due to ancestors' military merit, he inherited 100 households' position. This philanthropist Zhang once took the Bodhisattva precepts under Grand Master Lianqi as a disciple, receiving the generation name Guang. Now that Master Lianqi has entered nirvana, he often associates with Chan Master Yuanwu of Tiantong Temple. If the gentleman wishes to visit the Chan master, seeking this 100 households master's assistance might prove helpful. Picking up the prescription and blowing gently on the ink, Zhang Yingchen's gaze swept across Huang Zhen's face. The wedge had been driven into this Fujian scholar's mind. The drama was about to begin. When Zhang Guangshan returned from Jingsai Temple, a residue of indignation lingered in his heart. This was hardly surprising. When monk Guangdi, the supervisor of Jingsai Temple, saw him out, they happened to encounter scholar Fan from Fengshan Gate overseeing the burning of wood with several servants. Not ordinary wood but gilded and painted statues of gods. Several burly laborers had hauled an entire cartload. Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Wencheng, the god of wealth, all chopped into kindling without discrimination. Using scrolls depicting Buddhist and Daoist figures as tinder, they were conducting a cremation ceremony. Only a celadon guanyin of exquisite craftsmanship was spared. Monk Guandi couldn't bear to watch and spent a string of cash to redeem it from the Fan family servant's hands, saving it from destruction. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Guangshan frowned. He felt no particular sanctity toward religious statues. Chan Buddhism had never placed much emphasis on worshipping Buddhas and burning incense. Many Chan temples didn't even install Buddha statues. But as a Buddhist believer, witnessing someone burn statues of Bodhisattvas and Buddhas was still rather distasteful. Does senior brother not know? Guandi knew this 100 households. Zhang had also taken the Bodhisattva precepts under Chan Master Yunqi. They were disciples of the same generation. Though Zhang was 10 years his junior, addressing him as senior brother was appropriate. The stout supervisor monk held the porcelain bodhisattva and gave a dry laugh. This scholar Fan conversed several times with those Western priests last year and borrowed a few books to copy and study. Just like Master Yang Qiyuan before him, he converted. Once he converted, it became no small affair. Now the entire Fan household venerates that far Western teaching. They say the far Western teaching establishes no idols, so the old mistress of his house sent word to dispose of all these heaven-deceiving wood and stone dolls. Chapter 879. Standardized ships. Zhang Guangshan heard this but held his tongue. The Fan family burning and smashing Buddhist and Taoist statues was, after all, their own property to waste. Several other prominent scholar gentry families had previously converted en masse and burned Buddha statues as well. One couldn't control such matters. The Chan sect in its heyday had proclaimed, "Scold the Buddhas and revile the ancestors." And there was the famous tale of Chan Master Dangxia burning a wooden Buddha for warmth. Though Zhang Guangshan held a hereditary military post, he had read extensively in Chan koans during his leisure hours and wasn't as alarmed by such blasphemous acts as monk Guangdi. What troubled him was that recently, those flocking so eagerly to this far Western teaching were mostly people of the Confucian orthodoxy. If such people truly prevailed, there would inevitably be another persecution like those of the 3 Wu emperors who destroyed Buddhism, perhaps even more devastating. As he mused thus, monk Guangdi, accustomed to ingratiating himself with others, sensed that this white-robed senior brother was in a foul mood and dared not prattle on. He accompanied him for another half-li before bidding farewell and returning to Jingsai Temple. Zhang Guangshan returned home. Though a hereditary 100 households military officer of the local guard, Zhang Guangshan was already a stranger to matters like fighting wars. Ordinarily, he was merely an ordinary scholar delicately devoted to Buddhism. The Zhang family wasn't particularly wealthy, living the life of a so-called plowing and reading middle-class household, though of course he didn't plow himself, but subsisted on rents collected from land attached to the guard post. Shortly after returning home, while still troubled by this matter, the gatekeeper suddenly announced that a Mr. Huang from Fujian had requested an audience. Huang Zhen did indeed visit Zhang Guangshan's residence. Zhao Tong, feigning illness, whispered to Zhang Yingchen as the Daoist took his pulse. Zhang Yingchen nodded slightly, indicating he had heard. Huang Zhen remained at the Zhang residence for over 2 hours before departing. Zhao Tong continued his report. After returning to the inn, his spirits were noticeably elevated. He didn't even touch his dinner gruel. Zhang Yingchen nodded again. The seed he had planted in Huang Zhen's heart had sprouted far more quickly than even he had anticipated. Since Huang Zhen had sought out Zhang Guangshan, subsequent events required no inquiry. Zhang Guangshan would certainly introduce him to monk Yuan Wu of Tiantong Temple in Ningbo. Even if Yuan Wu didn't compose that first discussion on discerning heaven precisely following the historical trajectory, he would take similar measures. The placid spring waters of West Lake were about to be disturbed. Does he intend to travel to Ningbo? Not at present, Zhao Tong replied. But if he does, we'll certainly know. Huang Zhen traveled by our depot's sedan chair when he came to Hangzhou. For the journey to Ningbo on foot, he'll most likely purchase tickets from us again. Keep close watch on him, monitor his activities, notify me immediately once he departs for Ningbo. Zhang Yingchen spoke with barely moving lips, then wrote a prescription and handed over another packet of pill medicine, raising his voice. Take 1 dose first, then return in 3 days. The following day, a telegram was dispatched from Hangzhou Station to the External Intelligence Bureau in Lingao. Center. I have introduced Huang Zhen to Zhang Guangshan. Zhang will likely introduce him to monk Yuan Wu of Tiantong Temple. It appears the drama is about to raise its curtain. What joy to participate in such a grand event. Please have the Grand Library locate a copy of posthumous letters on discerning learning printed by Giulio Aleni and others in Fujian. Absolutely must include the preface signed by Yang Tingyun with his religious name Michael. Daoist, I'll prepare all the ammunition, Zhang Yingchen thought after transmitting the message. I needn't worry you won't fight. Yet an unresolved matter still plagued him. That gentry member who wished to compound the great elixir with him haunted him like a persistent ghost. Despite Zhang Yingchen's repeated insistence that he knew little of bedroom arts and had only taught him some guiding techniques for strengthening the body, the other party had somehow become even more convinced that he contained another universe within. His respect intensified accordingly. He frequently dispatched servants to give alms and extend invitations to come sit and discuss the Tao again. Zhang Yingchen still hadn't devised a satisfactory method of ridding himself of this old reprobate. Pity Jai Tuisi can't produce Viagra, Zhang Yingchen muttered to himself. With that drug in hand, in a wealthy, prosperous place like Jiangnan, plenty of people would fight to purchase it even at 50 taels of silver. While Daoist Zhang sowed discord, the Hangzhou station had commenced a series of preparatory operations. Zhao Yingong found himself juggling over a dozen projects simultaneously. Phoenix Villa Construction, the villa's agricultural operations, silk reeling, King He Ward's cultural bookstore, the printing office, Qiwei depot's layout across Jiangsu and Zhejiang, preliminary preparations for the Nanjing Delong branch, educating orphans, and negotiations with the Hangzhou Church. Though some projects were delegated to inspection team elders, every elder now worked 16-hour days. Mei Lin complained incessantly, claiming he'd thought coming to Jiangnan was a cushy assignment only to find it busier than Lingao. Not only did he travel daily between Phoenix Villa and King He Ward to direct infrastructure and renovation, but nights when he wasn't working, he also had to assist with various affairs and serve as a teacher for the orphans. Su Qi and Lu Zhongxing fared even worse than Mei Lin. At least Mei Lin enjoyed excellent food and a warm bed each day. They spent most of their time rushing about outdoors, eating field rations and sleeping in boat cabins. Protected by escort guards, the two conducted road and river surveys along the refugee transport and collection routes, drawing accurate transportation maps with each route's capacity carefully annotated. They conducted field surveys of locations along the route that could serve as refugee rest stops, estimating reception capacity at each location. All of this had to be incorporated into contingency plans. Amidst this frenetic activity, they also rotated through visits to Qiwei's various branches across Jiangnan. Currently, even naturalized citizen personnel and local employees were working like bees. Qiwei's burden was especially heavy, with construction tasks at 5 branches urgent as brushfire, expanding alliances, purchasing boats, recruiting hands. Mao Sansheng and the others spun like tops. To prevent errors amidst the chaos, the elders adopted this patrol system to discover and solve problems promptly. As the Dengzhou Rebellion's opening act approached, Zhao Yingong anxiously awaited the arrival of population work team personnel. These elders and naturalized citizens were staff prepared for both the Dengzhou Rebellion and the northern Zhejiang drought of 1632. Before formally intervening in the Dengzhou Rebellion, they could all be utilized as Hangzhou station manpower. For this purpose, he repeatedly wired the executive committee, urging speedy dispatch of population work team personnel. While Hangzhou Station was intensively establishing operations to prepare for tomorrow's flood of refugees, the executive committee engaged in endless debates over details of refugee collection and transport. The Planning Commission racked its brains formulating plans. The greatest bottleneck was insufficient current transport capacity. Shipyards were producing at full speed, but they were building warships. Hybrid-powered warships could transport people, of course, but this operation involved cold, hungry, disease-ridden refugees. Using warships was obviously unsuitable. Specialized transport vessels were essential. Navy ships could provide some capacity. As for Great Wave shipping, its freight commitments were already substantial. Diverting excess tonnage for passenger transport would be extremely difficult. Moreover, transporting people differed fundamentally from transporting cargo. Time at sea was lengthy, and round trips were numerous, making efficient utilization of vessels challenging. Thus, the Planning Commission's urgent priority became shipbuilding to expand capacity. Wu De knew that expecting anything from Lingao shipyard was unrealistic. The yard's entire production capacity was consumed by construction of the 854 modification, 901, and 621 projects. Arranging construction of specialized transport ships was completely impossible. At this juncture, Shi Jiantao, responsible for establishing the shipyard in Hong Kong, voluntarily requested to build the transport ships. For this purpose, he returned specially to Lingao and requested an audience with Wu De. Can the Hong Kong shipyard handle this? Wu De was deeply skeptical. On the Planning Commission's priority list for material and personnel allocation, Hong Kong Shipyard occupied a distinctly unimportant position. The facility had been established primarily for ship repair and maintenance. It possessed only one dry dock for small vessels and several slipways, essentially equivalent to a beach shipyard. Large equipment was scarce, and trained labor insufficient. After arriving in Hong Kong, Xi Jiantao had worked strenuously to recruit local Cantonese shipwrights. Xi Jiantao's proposal to drop dumplings, mass-produce standardized transport ships in Hong Kong, had been floating around for some time. The Planning Commission, seeking to expand ship production capacity, had approved his expansion plan, and a simple gantry crane had recently been installed. A timber processing plant with Planning Commission investment had also recently commenced trial production in Hong Kong. This factory hadn't been conceived as a supporting facility for the shipyard, but to process forestry resources from nearby Guangdong and Fujian, thus avoiding transport of large quantities of raw logs and saving freight tonnage. Having a timber processing plant constituted a favorable condition for the shipyard. "I'm confident we can succeed." Xi Jiantao had long prepared a complete set of plans and blueprints. He now presented them eagerly. "Our approach is standardized shipbuilding similar to Liberty ships." MN, Wu De nodded. Standardized shipbuilding was nothing novel. The currently produced 854s and 901s were also standardized ship types. "You understand well that our greatest shortage is transport capacity. To expand capacity, we must expand shipbuilding. To expand shipbuilding volume, we must improve production efficiency." Xi Jiantao spoke with confident assurance. "Therefore, we designed the Harmony Wheel, implementing the Liberty ship concept." Harmony Wheel. Wu De's expression momentarily went blank. Despite the name, the Harmony Wheel was neither particularly harmonious nor were most examples steamships. They were simply cargo vessels built in large batches using standardized blueprints, mass-produced standard parts, and assembly line methods, referencing the concept of American Liberty and Victory ships constructed during World War II. Just as American Liberty ships weren't confined to a single type, Lingao's Harmony Wheels encompassed several standard designs. On the Planning Commission's schedule, Lingao Shipyard's shipbuilding program was designated Class A shipbuilding, while Hong Kong Shipyard belonged to Class B shipbuilding. Clear gaps existed in allocated materials, personnel, and technical level. Thus the Harmony Wheels were almost entirely wooden structured, sail-powered small and medium auxiliary vessels not exceeding 800 tons. Chapter 880, Model H800. This is our H800 design. As the name suggests, it's an 800-ton vessel, a pure sailing ship with 3 masts utilizing Chinese-style rigging. Xi Jiantao continued his presentation. The H800A removes 1 mast to become a 2-masted ship, with a small boiler installed at the stern to power a steam winch. The H800A1 strips out the boiler and mounts cannons on both fore and aft decks. The H800S is a steam sail hybrid. Functionally, the vessels could be further divided into subtypes: specialized agricultural and mineral bulk carriers, liquid transport ships, standard cargo vessels, and mixed passenger cargo ships. The design implemented modular concepts, facilitating both modification and repair. Beyond the most common H800 series, we also have H500, H1300, and H2000. As Xi Jiantao spoke, he placed the complete Harmony Wheel Series manual compiled by Hong Kong Shipyard on Wu De's desk. Each ship type featured beautifully rendered line diagrams, color illustrations, and technical specifications. This immediately captured Wu De's attention. He leafed through the album carefully. If they could truly mass-produce transport ships like dropping dumplings, as Xi Jiantao claimed, the Planning Commission's greatest headache, transport capacity allocation, would be substantially alleviated. Wu De came from a fishing background and had served many years in the Navy, lending him modest shipbuilding knowledge. He observed that these Harmony Wheels shared a common basic hull form, with many featuring identical hull cross-sections, ideally suited for standardized production. The concept resembled how the A320, A319, and A321 airliners in the original timeline were essentially the same aircraft with different fuselage lengths and slight engine power variations. The first-generation Harmony wheel hull was designed based on a small wooden cargo ship type built by Japan at the end of World War II. During the mid-war period, American submarines had pushed into the Western Pacific, systematically attacking Japanese merchant ships. Unlike Britain, which grouped merchant vessels into convoys to counter the U-boat threat, consolidating scattered assets, Japan fragmented its fleet, constructing tens of thousands of wooden transport ships to scatter across the ocean, forcing Americans to hunt them down piecemeal. Though most of these wooden ships ultimately fell victim to American Catalina patrol planes and carrier-based aircraft, by Lingao's industrial standards, this remained a design of excellent practicality, manufacturability, seaworthiness, and damage resistance. Moreover, the operating environment was identical, the same waters stretching from Southeast Asia and China to Japan, carrying largely similar cargo. Of course, the Harmony wheel Shi Jiantao and his team developed wasn't a direct copy of the Japanese design, considering that this timespace possessed almost no qualified ports and docks, and most river mouths and bays serving as harbors featured shoals and hidden sandbars. Ship draft couldn't be too deep. The vessels they currently needed were primarily for coastal transport, reaching at furthest the Korean Peninsula, Vietnam, Siam, and Japan. The hull form adopted was wide, flat-bottomed, and shallow draft, similar in effect to the flyboats the Dutch used extensively on their routes. While striving to maximize cargo capacity, they minimized draft depth to maximize use of natural harbors and ensure easy refloating in case of grounding. Regarding propulsion, Shi Jiantao understood that as Class B shipbuilding, Hong Kong shipyard couldn't be allocated premium items like high-horsepower marine steam engines and fire-tube boilers. The Japanese had primarily used hot-bulb diesel engines, but Lingao currently could neither manufacture diesel engines nor had access to diesel fuel. Thus, the power source Shi Jiantao selected for the Harmony wheel remained sails. Considering that for some time to come, Harmony wheels would mainly serve the Zhejiang and Dengzhou operations, plus incidental coastal trade, they adopted Chinese-style sails, more efficient for coastal sailing and less demanding on manpower. However, the Chinese-style sails employed on the Harmony wheel were designed according to blueprints provided by the elder club, Junk Rig Association. These designs actually derived from decades of accumulated experience by 20th-century Anglo-American junk rig enthusiasts, combined with modern aerodynamics and structural mechanics. They incorporated canvas, winches, blocks, pulley systems, and modern craftsmanship, and had undergone simple wind tunnel testing. Their reliability, maneuverability, and efficiency exceeded those of traditional Chinese sails. Shi Jiantao had discovered several specialized European and American research studies on Chinese sails in Lingao. Originally, he had wanted to establish a dedicated sail laboratory in Hong Kong, but met explicit opposition from the Grand Library, Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Navy. The sail laboratory must be located in Lingao. According to Elder Council resolution, any research department involving technological development could not be situated outside Hainan Island. However, Zhou Qi, who oversaw Lingao shipyard, showed no interest in establishing a sail laboratory. Though completely ignorant about sails, Zhou Qi worshipped European rigging and sneered at junk rigs. Naturally, he was unwilling to lead any sail laboratory. Shi Jiantao searched high and low until he found the Ministry of Technology. The ministry housed a central fluid dynamics laboratory in the Gaishanling area. From their perspective, a sail laboratory was essentially a wind tunnel laboratory. Ultimately, based on the fluid dynamics lab's test results, Shi Jiantao selected an appropriate Chinese sail rig as the Harmony wheel's standard configuration. Shi Jiantao seized the opportunity of his return to Lingao to promote the Harmony wheel, perfecting the design of the ship, Chinese rig, and control systems. Armed with a complete set of blueprints and process data, Shi Jiantao brimmed with ambition, awaiting only the Planning Commission's final approval. Though the Harmony wheel followed guiding principles of structural simplicity, its specific design and construction concentrated various new technologies the Transmigration Group was promoting in this time space. Iron keels and ribs, assisted manual steering wheels, improved Chinese rigging, hand-cranked winches. It even utilized an ironclad wood structural material they had previously employed only in construction. For certain structural members bearing high loads that traditionally required large, dense timbers, the ironclad wood structure allowed splicing multiple pieces of wood together, or using inferior wood types. The iron sheet provided extremely high tensile strength. This ironclad wood material was common building and ship material in old time-space America, Germany, Northern Europe, and Russia. Lingao's Construction General Company had also extensively used ironclad wood I-beams in buildings. The technique was once criticized by the Lingao Times as new time-space tofu-dreg construction, until a group of architects from the Construction General Company stormed into the newspaper office and gave Dingding a loving science education, finally restoring its reputation. "What's the construction cycle for your ships?" Wu De asked after finishing the album and technical data. For the H800 standard model, if all parts are manufactured, assembly to launch and commissioning won't exceed 60 days. With increasing proficiency, it will accelerate further. Final assembly time won't exceed 30 days. Shi Jiantao had specifically visited Lingao shipyard during this trip to observe the construction process of Project 901 ships, which claimed readiness in 90 days. He was confident that following his approach, completing final assembly, and launching a standard Harmony wheel in 60 days was entirely achievable. "Then, where do you plan to manufacture these parts?" Wu Du inquired. He understood the Harmony wheel production concept. Components manufactured in satellite factories everywhere, with Hong Kong handling only final assembly. Claiming 60 days to complete construction probably already concealed some buffer time. But in 20th century America, this had been possible. Americans possessed the largest, most complete industrial system of their era. Though Lingao in this time space also commanded the world's largest and most complete industrial system, it simply couldn't provide such massive production capacity. Currently, production tasks at Lingao's various factories were already at full load, especially the main raw material supplier for wooden ships, the wood processing plant. Their ship timber production line was already running 24-hour shifts. Supplying raw materials for Hong Kong shipyard was highly unlikely. Clearly, Shi Jiantao could only rely on Hong Kong's own timber processing plant. But that facility was severely limited in both capacity and technical level. "I plan to leverage local Cantonese capacity." Shi Jiantao finally revealed his strategy. Hong Kong shipyard's Phase I project lacked a complete ecosystem of part-supporting enterprises. Aside from a timber processing plant as the major supporting facility, all varieties of metal parts, cables, canvas, putty, grease, and paint depended entirely on Lingao supply. Shi Jiantao's calculation was to gradually expand the local Guangdong parts supply ratio. Raw materials requiring low processing difficulty or minimal processing would be procured locally from Guangdong first. For example, filling putty was merely lime, hemp fiber, and tung oil, entirely outsourceable to Guangdong for manufacture. For parts, beginning with the Harmony wheel's wooden structural components, local Guangdong shipbuilding workshops would provide support. But this was no simple undertaking. Shi Jiantao had conducted field visits to several shipbuilding workshops near Huangpu. Upon seeing the crude tools and rough components, his heart had nearly sunk. However, After carefully observing their construction process, Shi Jiantao discovered that, although the shipwrights' work was primitive and they possessed no blueprints, they built ships strictly according to established patterns. The vessels they constructed followed several standard types. Clearly, modular ship manufacturing wasn't alien technology to them, but something that had existed for generations. Requesting that they mass-produce identical components shouldn't prove difficult. According to common indigenous ship types of the Guangdong coast, compiled by the External Intelligence Bureau, ships exceeding 100 tons came in only 7 or 8 varieties. Hull structures between same model ships were virtually identical, but subsequent in-depth observation poured cold water on his optimism. The tolerances of various ship parts manufactured by the shipwrights were alarmingly large, or rather, in their understanding, the concept of tolerance didn't exist. Given the crude tools they employed, and the absence of specific numerical dimension concepts, everything residing in their heads, manufacturing parts within allowable tolerances at scale was simply impossible. Chapter 881, National Stock Number. My plan is to first establish standardization for Harmony wheel parts, then implement this standardization system through procurement contracts, Shi Jiantao explained. The indigenous Guangdong workshops certainly won't meet our requirements initially, but they possess a desire for profit. As long as we propose quantifiable standards while simultaneously helping them achieve compliance, after a period of training, they'll be able to produce according to our specifications. Chinese enterprises before the 1980s had also performed poorly in controlling tolerances. Even in the relatively precise aviation industry, complete interchangeability of parts for the same aircraft model remained elusive. If 20th century China, with 3 decades of industrialization, couldn't achieve it, how could the Ming shipbuilding industry, still entirely in a state of handicraft production? Wu Du expressed considerable doubt. In his experience, handicraft workshops in this time-space, unless directly under elder management and operation, fell far short of industrial requirements in both product quality and production efficiency. Honestly, I'm not optimistic about your proposal. This process is too lengthy. I'm afraid it won't happen overnight, Wu Du said. Raising the technological level of indigenous shipyards requires too much training and retooling. Most shipwrights were illiterate. Parts' dimensions and shapes relied entirely on memory, with skills passed down orally. Establishing part standards for such a group of artisans and making them produce according to precise specifications, Wu Du considered the investment excessive. Rather than painstakingly cultivating them through such a laborious process, it would be more expedient to simply annex the indigenous shipbuilding workshops, merge all their manpower, and retrain the craftsmen according to the new model. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about your proposal, Wu Du reiterated. I've observed plenty of indigenous craftsmen. Their hands are skillful and their minds sharp, but making them comprehend weights and measures, understand the significance of modern metrology, instead of relying on their hands or crude measuring tools, is extraordinarily difficult for them. The retraining alone will consume enormous manpower and time. Do you think we can afford to wait? Naturalized citizen craftsmen are under our direct management. We can supervise and correct them constantly. Now you want to issue orders to independent workshops one by one, requiring them to follow a system they don't understand at all. I'm deeply concerned about the practical results. You're right. Shi Jiantao acknowledged Wu Du's reasoning was sound. Refutation proved difficult. But I believe we should attempt it. Even a 1% success rate would significantly alleviate our production pressure. Let's try outsourcing some small parts for manufacture. Even if it fails, the impact won't be catastrophic. After prolonged deliberation, Wu Du agreed to the plan, though he restricted it to initial trials within a limited scope. Through Shi Jiantao's persistent efforts, the Planning Commission finally issued an order for Hong Kong Shipyard to construct 24 H800s, all standard models. Per requirements, Shi Jiantao had to complete at least 2/3 of the order before the end of 1631. Wu De issued the approval documents for material requisition and the usage permit for shipbuilding funds. In the fiscal budget for 1631, established at the beginning of the year, the Planning Commission had secured a sum for purchasing or constructing ships, specifically to acquire a transport fleet. Part of these funds had been successively allocated to Lingao shipyard for constructing Type 901 tugs and several coastal barges. The remaining funds remained untouched because shipyard capacity was limited. Originally, Wu De had intended to convert part of the funds into foreign exchange to purchase ready-made large-tonnage Guang ships or Fu ships from Guangdong, but because the Elder Council's current foreign exchange, silver reserves, was strained, this hadn't materialized. The funds were denominated in circulation notes, but Shi Jiantao was based in Hong Kong, and according to his plan, many raw materials had to be procured from Guangdong. Circulation notes possessed an extremely narrow circulation range in Guangdong, barely extending beyond Guangzhou city proper. Their limited acceptance in Guangzhou was largely due to the Purple House's prestige and financial clout. Beyond the city gates, circulation notes held no purchasing power whatsoever. Wu De therefore reminded Shi Jiantao to apply to DeLong Bank for a certain amount of foreign exchange to pay for raw materials imported from Guangdong. Now that foreign trade volumes have increased, using grain circulation notes is genuinely inconvenient, Wu De remarked. I don't know what the finance and financial people plan to do about it. They only think of ways to conserve silver, but many things simply require silver expenditure. I'll make revolution through thrift. I've given you the order, you must complete it on schedule, Wu De emphasized. You understand, I originally planned to purchase some large Guang ships and Fu ships directly from Guangdong to participate in the Dengzhou and Zhejiang operations. If you fail in this, the situation will become extremely difficult to rectify. Understood? Yes, I understand. I guarantee mission completion, Shi Jiantao declared firmly. Guarantees mean nothing to me. Deliver the ships on time. Wu De waved his hand. If you can't, I'll have to petition the executive committee to implement wartime mobilization of all subordinate vessels, which will seriously disrupt imports, exports, and supplies for foreign stations. Shi Jiantao's ambition to implement outsourced production brought the issue of industrial standardization, compilation, and management, which executive committee members and elders had emphasized countless times since Lingao's industrial construction began, to the forefront as an urgent problem demanding resolution. Industrial standardization, compilation, and management wasn't required solely by the shipbuilding industry or industrial enterprises. When the Planning Commission and General Staff drafted plans for the Dengzhou and Zhejiang operations, they had already encountered massive difficulties in material mobilization, transport, storage, and distribution. During the Sanya development operation, both the Planning Commission and military had experienced all manner of inconveniences in transport and supply. Though Lingao's industrial and agricultural system could produce product types and specifications that, by old time-space standards, were inferior to a single hypermarket, the complexity of organizing supply had far exceeded the elders' expectations. Without Han Huangnan, who at least possessed considerable theoretical foundation in logistics work, handling the compilation of supply tables and formulation of supply procedures, the Sanya development supply effort would have devolved into disaster. Even with professionals in command, various errors occurred frequently during supply. Urgently needed materials weren't shipped while materials already abundant in Sanya arrived batch after batch. Goods meant for Sanya went to Lizhu, while goods destined for Hong Kong ended up in Sanya. There were even mix-ups where bills of lading didn't match actual contents upon opening crates. Incidents also occurred where goods drifted away, becoming lost or embezzled. During Planning Commission inventory checks, certain goods were found to have whereabouts unknown, and months later, These goods declared not in planned location would mysteriously reappear in inventory checks at locations no one had anticipated. In the Dengzhou and Zhejiang operations, logistical supply would prove even more burdensome. Not only would they need to supply rations for over 100,000 refugees, but also provide clothing, medicine, shelter materials, drinking cups, eating utensils. Organizing ships for long-distance round-trip transport also required establishing rest stops and supply points along the route. These stations needed construction materials and supplies for staff and garrison troops. Ships required refitting and replenishment of ship materials during shipping operations. Not only was the quantity of supplied materials large and the variety diverse, but supply had to reach multiple nodes. According to the plan, multiple rest stops would be established along the route from Dengzhou to Lingao for turnover. Each of these rest stops had to supply various materials based on the daily number of refugees detained, arriving, and departing. To ensure orderly and accurate material supply, a joint meeting of various departments convened in the Executive Committee Compound Conference Room. The meeting topic: establishing a standardized code system. The Planning Commission led the meeting, but the suggestion to use standardized codes came from Scartle and Hong Huangnan. Hong Huangnan's idea was straightforward: to supply materials for the ever-expanding army and foreign stations. A standard code system was urgently needed to support logistics. Otherwise, he and his pitifully small logistics staff of several dozen couldn't handle large-scale logistics operations. A phrase Hong Huangnan frequently invoked was, among Lingao's various military departments, the logistics command is an invisible organ. It not only lacks a commander but doesn't even have a single guard. Scartle's vision was considerably more ambitious. He proposed implementing this system comprehensively across all fields. In the standardization construction promoted by the Elder Council, this represented a critical component. At the meeting, Scartle distributed a pile of materials to everyone, a U.S. military code system standard that appeared completely unrelated to immediate concerns. This is our important reference model, U.S. Military Standard Code, NSN, National Stock Number. When the U.S. military decides to adopt any item, it assigns a stock code. Thereafter, any warehouse and unit of the U.S. military and NATO worldwide will use this code as the item's identification number, Scartle explained. An item refers to, for example, facing the skeptical elders, Scartle continued. For example, this M65 khaki jacket of mine, size L, constitutes one item. Whether manufactured in Taiwan or Mexico, as long as it passes certification, it's the same item. But size M, or desert camouflage color, that's a different item, because Americans don't want to send desert camouflage uniforms to troops in Alaska. Now, for every part in the shipyard, we can assign a code. This code connects to a file containing all blueprints, performance data, quality standards, failure and supply records, lists of qualified suppliers, and blacklists of unqualified suppliers. Whether it's a screw or a mast, when someone needs the same item in the future, they can locate it by retrieving the file. Chapter 882, Operational Process. Lingao's standard code system was, in essence, a knockoff of the NSN, National Stock Number. The NSN sorting rule followed a 4+2+7 digit pattern. The first 4 digits served as the classification code. Prior to 1974, a 4+7 pattern was used, with the latter portion being a serial number. From 1951 to 1974, a 7-digit code called FSN, Federal Stock Number, was employed. After 1974, a 2-digit country code was inserted before the serial number. The system could now support between 100 million and 1 billion item types. The Americans themselves used codes 0, 1, 2, meaning they utilized over 20 million types in total. Before FSN, there was no classification code, merely serial numbers. It was 5 digits during the early World War II era and expanded to 6 digits by the war's end. Even the U.S. military only used 20 million types. Even if we expand to the entire industrial sector, our total variety count won't exceed 20 million. We'll remain in the 5-digit range for a considerable time. So for now, a 4 plus 2 plus 5-digit system will suffice. Later we can add digits, just like upgrading phone numbers. The greatest advantage of the American coding is the pre-assigned category structure. Following the category number makes it easy to retrieve any class of items, then quickly locate any specific item within that class. Adopting a standard code system laid the foundation for future electromechanical card database management, even if electronic computers couldn't be employed for management temporarily. Scartle took a sip of water. Aren't we short of manpower right now? We should minimize repetitive labor wherever possible. Code all existing parts and establish files. When anyone needs something, they check first. If an existing common part can be used, use it. Doesn't this save manpower, especially for elders working as designers and engineers? It's also extremely convenient for organizing logistical supply. Judging by the internal trial situation in my Ministry of Colonization recently, we're currently using only a few thousand types of raw materials and parts in total, fewer varieties than in a single small sedan from the old-time space. 2 or 3 indigenous clerks can manage the entire archive. If I want to check the file of any commodity, someone brings it to my desk within 3 minutes. Even when there are more items later, it'll simply function as a human-powered database. I propose establishing a centralized standardization information archive where all departments can come to retrieve and consult information, improving efficiency. You're too idealistic. Without the support of modern IT infrastructure, barcodes, automatic scanners, databases, standard codes can only achieve rudimentary functions. Just compiling a cross-reference index will become a complex project by then. An elder who had worked in ERP expressed concern that this was an impractical great leap forward. It's not that complex, Scartle argued. This system existed during World War II. Where were the things you mentioned back then? He continued to elaborate. The purpose of classification codes is to assign different items to different handlers. A major category is assigned to a logistics department, such as the electronics section or hydraulics section. A minor category or several minor categories are assigned to a person or team. Specific management is directly assigned to individuals. Whoever manages items with problems, non-standard files, or failure to keep pace with development gets their pay docked. The original serial numbers remain serial numbers, continuing to be arranged in sequence. This portion is managed by a master catalog. Although we lack computers, these codes can be perfectly managed by naturalized civilian staff using human labor. Train them simply in library retrieval skills, mastering the use of card indexes and file compilation. At our current level of technological development, we'll use at most a dozen major categories and fewer than 100 minor categories. The total code volume will be tens of thousands at most. A professional team of 20 or 30 people can manage it quite effectively, requiring at most a few supervisors to check for errors. Before IT systems existed, FSN had operated on a complete paper-based system run via forms. This system had been used for decades. Even after IT equipment and software appeared, the paper system continued to exist as a backup, now printed directly from the database for preservation. To further illustrate how this system operates for everyone, I'll use Hong Kong Shipyard as an example, Scartle continued. Actually, it's primarily form operations. Different activities have different forms. For instance, if the shipyard needs a certain model of 20-centimeter ship nail, they can send a requirement form to Guangzhou Station. Guangzhou Station then notifies qualified indigenous workshops or artisans to submit quotes, then signs a contract to purchase the goods. Great Wave Shipping, acting as receiving agent, signs for items one by one using the form, then transfers them to Jiangnan. DeLong pays based on the signed receipt documents. Every day, Each workshop in the shipyard reports its requisition plan to the warehouse. The warehouse determines inventory plans based on consumption rates and stock levels. After the plan receives approval, it's transferred to the supporting department to coordinate with Guangzhou Station for order placement. After Great Wave Shipping receives the ships, it also accepts maintenance parts. Based on the consumption rate of parts, warning lines are set. Orders are placed when those thresholds are reached. Similarly, we can apply this to logistical supply, trade management, and many other areas. I was doing all this work manually when I first started my career. Implementation without complex computer management is perfectly feasible. Efficiency simply decreases somewhat. The purpose of the NSN code is to ensure that transmitted information doesn't distort at any stage of the process. Simultaneously, all additionally generated information, such as a supplier's capability or the fault and damage records of the part itself, can be entered into the archives based on this unique identifier, then forwarded to those who should receive it. In that case, the speed of information exchange becomes critical, Shi Jiantao expressed concern. We have wireless and wired telegraph. Data can be exchanged via telegram. More complex tables can be delivered by mail. I harbor deep doubts about such data exchange. First, the timeliness is problematic. Second, I think you're underestimating the complexity involved. Both sides debated this issue for over 10 minutes. Finally, all eyes fell on Wu De, who had assumed a contemplative state. As meeting host, he held the final word on this matter. Everyone makes valid points. He suddenly awoke. To cover his momentary distraction, he coughed once. I believe the standard code system should still be implemented. Better early than late. Take advantage of our currently limited material types to establish the system first. It will save considerable trouble later. Let's proceed with Skardle's plan and give it a trial run. The meeting decided to use Hong Kong Shipyard and the Logistics Command of the Fubo Army as pilot units for implementing the Imperial Standard Code System. After the meeting concluded, Wu De gathered his faux boss briefcase and departed the Planning Commission conference room. Another meeting awaited. At that moment, someone hurried up from behind, taking 3 steps where 2 would suffice. Wait up. What is it? Skardle said. With this standard code implementation and shipyard parts outsourcing preparation, can the letter of credit system also be rolled out in Guangzhou? Let's discuss that later. I don't foresee any problems. Wu De had always maintained an indifferent attitude toward matters like letters of credit. The Planning Commission had never been particularly keen on financial matters anyway. Just get it passed at the Executive Committee meeting. The problem is that everyone seems to lack understanding in this area. Promoting the letter of credit system offers great benefits for import-export trade. It's advantageous for both parties, not some financial trickery. Wu De paid little attention to Skardle's complaints. He had been somewhat absent-minded since the meeting began. The Imperial Stock Code's concept was something he strongly advocated. Originally, he had known nothing about the FSN concept. It was entirely the result of Hong Huangnan and Skardle constantly lobbying him. And the weekly thoughts compiled personally by Wen Daisy, circulated weekly to the Executive Committee, Standing Committee of the Elder Council, and department heads, also frequently mentioned the concept of standardization across all domains. It was under this dual influence that he had developed keen interest in the FSN system and taken the lead in organizing its implementation. But having only a code system merely facilitated management. The objects to be managed were still far from sufficient. The launch of the Dengzhou and Zhejiang operations was imminent. The Elder Council had set no precise numerical target for population to be obtained from these operations, only saying, transport with all effort, transport as many as possible. Despite this phrasing, in private conversations with Ma Qianju, Wu De believed these 2 operations would only be worthwhile if they yielded at least 200,000 people. Currently, the number of refugees in Guangdong, Fujian, and Jiangxi had declined. and the pace of absorbing population at various stations had slowed considerably. Without artificially engineering a crisis, absorbing large numbers of new population from Guangdong would become increasingly difficult. Those who come voluntarily are certainly welcome, but compared to voluntary arrivals, I prefer indentured servants, Ma Qianju had observed. They're more diligent than average workers and easier to manage. Furthermore, we also need to alter the demographic structure ratio. The Elder Council was also deeply dissatisfied with the current situation where Guangdong and Fujian natives constituted too large a proportion of naturalized citizens. Most naturalized citizens had been recruited from Guangdong. Due to geographical factors, this inevitably resulted in Cantonese and Fujianese being the largest populations. In Lingao, Cantonese and Minnan dialects not only had the potential to displace the local Lingao dialect, but even the official Mandarin language was losing ground. Although the elders vigorously promoted Mandarin in schools and government offices, in production enterprises, these two dialects showed a tendency to gradually become the lingua franca among workers. In the finalized refugee transport plan, the Planning Commission prepared to transport 100,000 people from northern Zhejiang and at least 100,000 from Dengzhou, the vast majority to be brought back to Lingao, with 10,000 settled in Taiwan and Hong Kong. Additionally, 2,000 or 3,000 would be settled locally in Zhejiang as labor for Zhao Yinggong's Jiangnan enterprises. Chapter 883, Simple Rations. Food is the first necessity of the people. Recruiting refugees required sufficient grain, and supplying meals for the long-distance journey of 200,000 people imposed an even heavier burden. Even sailing from Shanghai or Jiapu to Lingao, the sea route stretched 900 nautical miles. Sailing ships required 10 days. Even for healthy individuals, completing this sea voyage on crowded, pitching sailing ships was no simple feat, let alone for a population of starving, historically malnourished refugees. Without rations providing adequate nutritional content and sufficient calories, few would survive to see their destination. Based on years of experience accepting refugees, supplying thin gruel with added vegetables proved most beneficial for these people's weakened stomachs. Once their digestive systems gradually adapted, protein-rich foods, primarily seafood, would be added to the gruel to strengthen their physical constitution. In quarantine camps, simply using unpolished rice and sweet potatoes to prepare gruel or other foods was straightforward enough. But ordinary grain not only failed to meet Lingao's management and nutritional requirements, but also proved quite impractical for transport and usage. Cooking gruel for hundreds of people in a tiny ship's galley was extraordinarily difficult. Simple, easy-to-consume food was essential. Hong Huangnan's supply plan referenced the earlier Operation Pillar, landing at Sanya, equipping each ship with sufficient grassland instant rations. This series of instant rations had matured considerably. 3 major series with 12 varieties now existed. Including different flavors and ingredient combinations, the sub-varieties were even more numerous. This series not only completely met nutritional and caloric standards, but also offered substantially improved taste. But Wu vetoed this plan. Distributing grassland rations in large quantities was too expensive. Moreover, stocks of grassland rations were insufficient, including the portions stored in army warehouses. Only 1.5 campaign stocks existed. The nutritional structure was also ill-suited. Grassland rations were high-calorie rations designed to replenish physical energy consumed in intense combat marches, so the ingredients contained relatively high protein and fat. Rich protein and fat would be difficult for refugees' weakened stomachs to tolerate. Furthermore, human digestion and metabolism of protein required extra consumption of copious fresh water, easily causing thirst. This would add water supply pressure to refugee ships already crowded with people and possessing limited water storage. Wu therefore handed this matter to the Agricultural Committee and the Food Factory, requesting they develop a relief ration specifically designed for relieving vagrants and refugees. The primary difference between relief rations and the Grassland series was cost. Compared to the varied and comprehensive Grassland series, relief rations prioritized mass, low-cost production while still guaranteeing sufficient energy and basic nutrition. This responsibility fell to Zhang Suji. As director of the food factory, he was naturally duty-bound. Zhang Suji was married with a family. At home, both his first wife and concubine served him attentively. More remarkably, no family fighting drama had erupted between Liu Meilan and Kim Hee-sun. The household relationship remained relatively harmonious. With domestic harmony, everything prospered. Factory director Zhang not only enjoyed the blessing of 2 wives, but also brought boundless energy to his work. After receiving the assignment, he immediately gathered the group who had originally developed the Grassland rations to discuss how to manufacture relief rations. The Relief Ration Conference convened at the Lotus Pavilion in Nanhai Farm. Unlike the cafe, this venue had been deliberately designed as rural scenery. Compared to past years, the environment surrounding the Lotus Pavilion had undergone intentional renovation. Beside the pond brimming with lotus leaves, the large gazebo originally constructed of bamboo and straw had been rebuilt into a 3-room waterside pavilion with a wooden terrace, surrounded by fruit trees and willows. The bamboo fence was draped with green pumpkin vines. Being there evoked memories of certain heavily manicured agritainment resorts from the old-time space. Besides the original developers from the Agricultural Committee and enthusiastic individuals, Bai Duolu also participated. His enthusiasm for relief rations derived entirely from the needs of missionary work in Li minority areas. Agricultural production among the Li was more backward than in Han regions, especially among the raw Li, who practiced slash-and-burn cultivation. Food shortages in villages were commonplace. The church frequently used distributing relief grain as a means of proselytizing. Thus, Lingao Monastery urgently needed inexpensive relief rations. Those who had developed the Grassland rations back then were essentially a collection of military ration enthusiasts. Plenty of elders had sat at home in pajamas eating military instant rations purchased at premium prices, familiar with everything from MREs to British 24-hour rations, French heating rations, and Type 6 individual self-heating food. Now, developing a relief ration struck everyone's enthusiasm. Many people converged on the Lotus Pavilion. Some who weren't on the attendee list took time from their busy schedules to attend. According to refugee supply standards established by Chen Saijian, the daily food supply standard for a refugee during transport by vehicle or vessel was 1,790 kilocalories. This roughly corresponded to supply standards in German POW camps during World War II, sufficient to prevent starvation. Naturally, refugees being transported performed neither drills nor labor. Children, pregnant and nursing women, and the sick had separate supply standards. Wu Nanhai suggested prioritizing sweet potato flour as the primary raw material, not sweet potato starch. Sweet potato starch is pure starch, whereas sweet potato flour is ground directly from sliced and dried sweet potatoes, retaining substantial fiber content. Lingao's reserves of dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato flour were enormous. The Heaven and Earth Society had promoted improved sweet potato cultivation on a large scale throughout Lingao. Both state farms and ordinary farmers produced massive quantities of sweet potatoes. Raw material supply was exceptionally abundant. It had become a vital raw material for Lingao's food industry. Besides sweet potato flour, a modest amount of protein was needed. Wu Nanhai suggested adding small quantities of bean flour or bean dregs. Leguminous crops were widely cultivated in Lingao's new crop rotation system as nitrogen-fixing crops, except for soybeans designated for pressing oil and making tofu, which remained in tight supply. Reserves of broad beans, peas, black beans and chickpeas in the grain depots were still considerable. Add sugar and salt, mix in some dried vegetables. If bean dregs are insufficient, incorporate fish powder. Finally, dry into blocks, Wu Nanhai concluded. Yuan interjected. Why make bricks? That's wasted labor. I think it's unnecessary. Purely considering low cost, dried sweet potatoes work fine. We have vast reserves of this stuff and it doesn't spoil easily. Load a few hundred gunny sacks on each ship. Distribute some to refugees at each meal. Guarantee 500 grams of dried sweet potatoes daily and no one starves. But we must provide soup. Refugees cannot go without salt. He proposed manufacturing concentrated dehydrated seasoning bricks, a 3-in-1 concentrated soup block of miso, kelp, and dried vegetables. Miso soup made from this block was a common dish in both Japan and Korea, nutritious, though the taste left something to be desired. If one desires variety, we can add dehydrated vegetables or dried fish to the miso soup to supplement nutrition. Sweet potatoes are high in fiber, so there's no need for additional cellulose. Han Huangnan continued advocating his potato flour plan. He harbored a particular fondness for potatoes and consistently pushed for the army and laborers to consume more of them. Same plan I mentioned before: dehydrated potato flour, animal fat and spices mixed together. Add water and boil into mashed potatoes when eating. Potatoes are nutritious and can completely replace rice and grain. If we calculate replacing the supply for 5,000 soldiers, with each person consuming half a kilogram of rice grain daily, eating mashed potatoes one day a week saves 2,500 kilograms of rice weekly, 10,000 kilograms monthly. That figure is quite impressive. Refugees can certainly eat it too. I think protein is unnecessary for sea-transported refugees. Digesting protein requires water. Better to add fat. I want the fat myself, General Staff Representative Dongmen Chuyu objected. Fat is something even elders don't get enough of, and you want to give it to refugees. Besides, we haven't planted potatoes on any significant scale. Potatoes have short growing cycles and high yields. They can serve as vegetables or staple food. Surplus potatoes can be dehydrated into flour for long-term storage. I've never understood why the agricultural department doesn't prioritize promoting potatoes. Lingao's climate isn't suitable for growing potatoes. Better to promote them when we reach the north, Wu Nanhai explained. The experimental fields at Nanhai Farm did contain potato plantings, purely to maintain seed stock, with no intention of broader promotion. Based on small-scale cultivation, yields weren't as high as in northern climates, offering no advantage over the sweet potatoes already being grown. Potato yields are high, but potatoes contain substantial water content. The actual grain-equivalent ratio suffers heavy discounting. According to old time-space standards, 5 jin of potatoes equaled 1 jin of rice. After extensive discussion, the finally approved relief ration plan was named the Simple Rations series. Simple Ration number 1 was a sweet potato flour biscuit. In a half-jin standard brick containing 2 biscuit blocks, there was a mixture of salty, sweet, and plain flavors. Simultaneously finalized for production was number 1 instant soup block, the miso soup Yuan had championed. Manufacturing miso required beans or rice and wheat. Raw materials were limited, restricting production to small quantities. One number 1 instant soup block could prepare miso soup for 10 people. The Simple Ration series later developed into comprehensive supply rations comparable to the Grassland series. However, its varieties remained fewer, classified simply by usage: on-site relief, camp relief, vehicle vessel transport relief, and hiking relief. Each variety was further divided into winter type and ordinary type. Each ration type featured different caloric and nutritional content. However, the content of relief rations produced in each batch varied considerably. Depending on the season of production, the expansion of territory controlled by the Elder Council, and improvements in agricultural production levels, ration content underwent constant adjustment. There were luxury versions incorporating unpolished rice flour and whole wheat flour mixed with minced dried meat, and simplified versions during lean periods containing merely sweet potato flour, plus some sweet potato leaves and fish powder. Overall, the weight, dimensions, calories, and nutritional content of each batch of relief rations didn't differ significantly. Chapter 884 Simple rations continued to facilitate preservation. Relief rations were thoroughly dehydrated, rendering their texture excessively hard. Consumers generally had to smash them with a hammer and wash them down with water. Swallowing without water was virtually impossible. More commonly, consumers would add vegetables and boil them directly in a pot, producing a gruel. Relief rations were essentially simplified individual rations, unable to compare with ordinary military MREs in taste or nutrition. Due particularly to their hard, rough texture and peculiar flavor, almost no one praised them except starving refugees. Once, due to a logistics department error during a business trip, Skardal had been forced to subsist on relief rations for a week. His assessment was acidly succinct. A person can survive for half a year on the grassland series, can live 7 days without eating at all, but can only endure 3 days eating only relief rations. During the mainland campaign, relief rations earned the nickname teeth-grinding bricks. Some efforts were made to improve the taste of relief rations. Within a few months of development, the R&D team patterned their work after modern instant noodles, adding various spices and seasonings to develop cumin, spicy, numbing spicy, seafood, and scallion flavors. Naturally, changes in flavor didn't significantly increase appetite, except for the starving, ordinary soldiers and laborers still gave them poor reviews. As Dongmen Chuyu, who had sampled every instant food produced or in development during R&D, observed, "For starving people, varied flavors can't fill an empty stomach. For people who eat their fill normally, no amount of seasoning can make relief rations palatable." From the commencement of Operation Engine, transporting refugees, until the conclusion of the mainland campaign, tens of millions of relief rations were produced, saving millions of refugees from starvation. These rations were wrapped in oil paper and neatly stacked in standard 20-liter wooden crates constructed of nailed planks. These crates were identical to ammunition crates, so they were generally painted in alternating red and yellow colors for distinction. Later, when the Imperial Army embarked on expeditions, they sometimes carried supplies to stabilize public sentiment or compensate migrant workers. During this period, striking bold characters were printed on relief rations, a gift from the Senate and the imperial people. The shelf life of relief rations was established at 3 years. In practice, in relatively low temperature and dry environments, some batches produced later under improved processing conditions remained safe to consume after 20 years of storage. Such rations, of course, became incredibly hard, almost unchewable. They had to be boiled with copious water into paste before consumption. Due to their exceptional storability, in some remote imperial border outposts with extended logistics lines, or in trading posts and expedition stations deep in wild territories, relief rations were sometimes tightly sealed and used as internal non-load-bearing walls in certain rooms, serving as ultimate emergency reserves. This measure saved the lives of numerous soldiers and exploration personnel stationed in remote locations, enabling them to hold out under barbarian siege until rescue forces arrived. Because relief rations are exceptionally sturdy and troublesome to eat, expired rations frequently appear in military and planning commission warehouses everywhere due to insufficient consumption. The standard disposal method is handing them to the agricultural department for grinding into earthworm feed. However, some with better appearance are selected out. Some soldiers in their leisure time carve relief rations with bayonets into various crafts or small daily items. For example, this pipe you see was carved personally by Elder Shijiki, Admiral of the Marines, using a relief ration. Additionally, Elder Panda, General of the Engineers, collected relief ration pipes from every year since their introduction. Please observe, these are private collections donated to our museum by Elder Pan. They carry distinctive scents, the seafood flavor of Year 5, the cumin and numbing spicy notes of Year 6, the coconut scent of Year 7. As for the Year 8 vintage, due to the bumper harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes resulting from expanded fertilizer plant capacity the previous year, which in turn stimulated animal husbandry, granules of corned beef were added. This was unprecedented at the time. We can still observe whole corned beef granules on the pipe's surface. Therefore, pipes made from Year 8 relief rations are also called bumper harvest pipes. Commentary on relief ration pipes by the guide at the Imperial Military Museum. Whether naturalized citizens or indigenous people, everyone in Lingao understood. The Australians were preparing for a large-scale operation. This wasn't baseless speculation. Anyone with even slight knowledge of the Australians, or short-haired thieves' methods, recognized the unsettling omen revealed by the frantic activity at the Ministry of Light Industries food factory. In the new workshop of the food factory along the Wenlin River, relief rations were entering large-scale production, and grassland dry ration output had also increased threefold over normal levels. Beginning in March, the food factory's mandate was to produce 100,000 portions of No. 1 relief rations and 20,000 portions of grassland series dry rations every month. The Planning Commission's directive: complete 400,000 portions of No. 1 relief rations and 50,000 portions of No. 1 instant soup blocks by the end of June 1631. Complete total annual orders of 1.2 million portions by year-end. Additionally, orders for other instant foods were issued, including fish sauce, salted fish, pickles, kimchi, biscuits, and candy. All food enterprises under the Ministry of Light Industry and the Agricultural People's Committee, Grain Processing Plant, Seafood Processing Plant, Food Factory, expanded their scale and increased personnel. Some 850 naturalized employees were divided into 2 shifts, with all leave canceled. Production proceeded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Roads from Bapu to the various food factories were renovated, all upgraded to high-grade cinder-hardened surfaces. Heavy ox carts and lighter purple lightning hand carts traversed these roads, wheels rolling continuously. Except for the constant stream of vehicles entering and exiting factory gates from morning to night, the facilities appeared no different from those in other industrial zones. However, when producing instant foods containing large amounts of added spices, people nearby could smell potent aromas. Many vehicles entered and exited the food factory daily to transport goods. Some even delivered in vehicle-mounted refrigerated cabinets, 150-kilogram baskets of vegetables, 50-kilogram bags of unpolished rice, rice flour and beans, 100-kilogram packs of dried sweet potato and flour, 50-kilogram baskets of fruit, 50-kilogram packs of cane sugar and salt, 5-kilogram packs of spices, 50-kilogram crates of salted and fresh fish, 5-liter packs of fish sauce. Finally, the scarcest food category, fats and oils. Packaged in 5-liter wooden barrels or ceramic jars, the contents varied. Besides common soybean oil and lard, there was pungent fish oil and various edible vegetable oils. The floors and walls of newly constructed workshops were completely tiled. Lighting came from rows of glass windows. Ventilation windows were fitted with multi-layer screens, progressing from coarse mesh to fine mesh fine enough for making clothes, capable of blocking even the tiniest flying insects. Workers entering and exiting workshops had to wade through lime water pools, change clothes, and wash hands meticulously. Workers wore white work clothes, head covers, and masks, with oilcloth overshoes for processing raw materials. Most raw materials were ground into powder. Vegetables and fruits were processed into paste or dried products. Then various ingredients were constantly poured into large pots according to formulas for processing. Water was added in mixing pots for stirring. Mixing pots were powered by steam engines transmitting force via overhead drive shafts. A newly installed large mixing pot could stir 250 kilograms of raw materials at once. The industrial sector couldn't produce stainless steel yet, and couldn't manufacture aluminum due to cost and energy constraints. Thus most processing equipment in the food factory used tin-plated iron sheet. A few smaller pieces used copper, while some utilized glass or ceramics. The evenly stirred paste was steam-heated to 100 degrees C, ensuring the food was completely cooked. Then the paste was poured into molds. Molds installed on rotating chain plates were conveyed into gas-heated continuous kilns for drying. Biscuits shrinking during drying automatically fell from the molds onto large tin plate trays when the chain plate turned around. Lacking latex gloves, workers disinfected hands with disinfectant before entering workshops and were prohibited from touching food and wrapping paper with bare hands during packaging. All operations were performed with tongs. Packaged relief rations were placed in sterilization rooms, heated to 120 degrees C with superheated dry steam from specialized boilers, then cooled to 40 degrees C. After sterilization, rations were packed into standard 20-liter wooden crates. Crates were lined with oil paper coated with persimmon oil, ensuring water impermeability. A packet of lime was inserted into each crate as desiccant. The lime packet was printed with striking black characters, "Recyclable material, note for recovery." Not just lime packets, paper boxes and wooden crates bore similar warnings. Besides relief rations for individual immediate consumption, the food factory also produced relief rations for multiple persons. The composition was identical, but manufactured in 2.5 kilogram blocks. When used, they were smashed and boiled with water into paste, designated number 1 on-site relief ration. This ration was employed when recruiting refugees at relief stations established in disaster areas. To guarantee vitamin supply and prevent beriberi and scurvy from monotonous diets lacking vitamins, besides producing instant soup blocks, the food factory would also manufacture 15,000 kilograms of dehydrated vegetables and dried fruits. Additionally, the grain processing plant had to prepare 50,000 kilograms of brown rice for preparing meals at transit camps. Brown rice was also processed, first cooked into rice, then thoroughly dried. This allowed it to be boiled into porridge with minimal fuel. In emergencies, it could also be eaten directly without cooking. Chapter 885 Joint Operations Command Schneider walked beneath the scorching spring sun, sweating profusely as he carried his own luggage. As a Navy lieutenant from a background emphasizing dress, etiquette, and bearing, his image personally hauling baggage stood out on the road. The Navy maintained specific regulations regarding the use of orderlies. Navy Lieutenant Schneider had formerly been known as Shishisi. A certain elder in naval circles had felt the name Shishisi was too inauspicious and too bland. There were simply too many naturalized citizens named so-and-so 14 or so-and-so something something. So he was bestowed a new name. Schneider was immensely satisfied with it. It was far superior to the original 14, and he had secretly petitioned a scribe in East Gate Market to begin composing a genealogy for him. Composing a genealogy was, in practice, fabricating one. Schneider came from humble origins, knowing only that his ancestors had all been fishing folk. To make the genealogy presentable, he needed to attach himself to famous figures, which required finding a learned gentleman. The first generation of elites among naturalized citizens had emerged. They had either secured military or administrative positions or struck it rich. After their fortunes turned, they inevitably succumbed to the vulgar desire to compile family histories and bring glory to their ancestors. Knowing the chiefs greatly detested ancestral halls, they dared not entertain thoughts of constructing ancestral shrines. Moreover, Most were outsiders who had recently arrived in Lingao alone, with no foundation for building any shrine locally. But fabricating genealogies featuring prominent ancestors brought substantial psychological satisfaction. Several ghostwriters in Eastgate Market had made tidy sums from this trade. Compared to other seasons, Schneider preferred Lingao's winter. In winter, temperatures dropped, allowing him to wear the smart, well-fitted navy winter uniform, which made him feel like a person of distinction. The winter uniform was tailored from thin woolen cloth purchased from Westerners, without a single wrinkle. The Navy Distinguished Service Medal hung polished and gleaming on his chest, earned for counter-espionage and combat performance during the Pearl River Estuary Campaign. The Navy was intent on distinguishing itself from the Army rustics regarding medal designations, resolutely avoiding generic labels like Class X merits, and pursuing ornate, professional medal nomenclature. Now whenever Schneider ventured out, he invariably wore his full Navy officer uniform and complete set of decorations. The various admiring and awed glances on the road filled his heart with satisfaction. As part of his reward, and as preparation for the military struggles preceding the upcoming Operation Engine, Schneider was recommended to attend the naval officer promotion training held at Bapu. Compared to the punishing naval engineering and tactical command courses, Schneider preferred seamanship and leadership courses. He was skilled in the former, while the latter made him feel like a true officer. Compared to being beaten senseless in map exercises, Lieutenant Schneider thoroughly demonstrated to the greenhorns what a veteran was in live drills, though those young rascals learned quickly after suffering a few losses. After the 3-month fully closed intensive training concluded, he was promoted to Navy lieutenant. 2 days after returning home, paper orders summoned him to Maniao Fort for short-term training, what the chiefs called on-the-job training. The notice listed no specific subject names. Schneider understood this was for secrecy, but he was certain this temporary training was 9 times out of 10 connected to the recent active war preparations. The Fubo army was preparing for war, though this preparation wasn't as massive as before the second counter-encirclement campaign. Schneider grasped this every time he took sailors to the shipyard for support labor. He had never seen so many large ships under simultaneous construction. Some new vessels, though not comparable to the Holy Ship in displacement, exceeded the largest Western galleons he had ever encountered. Various ship materials piled up mountain-high in factories, workers toiled without rest, laboring day and night. Sailors had been drilling since the new year. In the squadron he commanded, sailors on every special service boat had been reduced by half, vacancies filled with raw recruits fresh from boot camp. Clearly, the transferred sailors were personnel preparations for the new ships. At the recruit camp, Schneider discovered some old acquaintances from his pirate days. They had all been gathered during the recent recruitment expansion. There were men from Zhu Kailau's subordinates and subordinates of other defeated sea lords. Many had fled back to their hometowns after the Great Gang collapsed, but lacking means of livelihood. Recruitment officers, working from data gathered through captive interrogations and conversations, led by former pirate chiefs who had defected to naturalized status, recruited these scattered soldiers and stragglers extensively along the Guangdong and Guangxi coasts. Clearly, if not for expanding the Navy, the chiefs wouldn't recruit so many hands at once. It seems we're going to fight again, Schneider thought. When he arrived at Maniao Fort Pier aboard a Navy transport boat, the place was completely transformed. The Maniao Peninsula had become the Elder Council's core heavy industry base, and the original Maniao Army base had been formally upgraded to Maniao Fort. According to the new military system, Army base locations were all suffixed with Fort. This new regulation was considered the formal infiltration of American school bad taste into the Army and Navy system, following the German school, Soviet school, and Japanese school. The gun tower that once served as He Ming's Field Army headquarters had vanished, replaced by enormous bamboo fences and massive buildings scattered within. Maniao Fort occupied a vast area. Inside and outside the walls were distributed several barracks and various army technical training grounds. The road network was substantially complete. Army soldiers conducting drill and tactical training could be seen everywhere. The entire Maniao Fort was a military-restricted zone. Schneider's orderly was blocked at the first sentry post. The reporting certificate didn't include the orderly's name. Thus Lieutenant Schneider could only carry his luggage and continue alone. Arriving at the main gate, two large wooden signs with black characters on white background hung there. Maniao Fort Army Base, Joint Operations Command. The Joint Operations Command was a recently established command organ, replacing the duties of the former temporary Field Army General Headquarters. Currently, the Field Army maintained a long-term state of security warfare and garrison duty. There had to be an organ coordinating and commanding the Navy, Army, and all other armed forces. Similar needs had been preliminarily proposed during the Southern Qiangzhou Security War. If in northern Qiangzhou the Navy's main task was transporting army troops and supplies, in southern Qiangzhou, naval operations were no longer as simple as ferrying the army ashore. They frequently needed to join combat personally. Villages in southern Qiangzhou counties were almost exclusively spread along the coast, and bandit and warlord forces often utilized boats for maneuver. Considering the characteristics of the upcoming Operation Engine, requiring joint Army-Navy action, the General Staff had concluded from several strategic exercises that for a considerable phase, Fubo Army military operations would constitute joint Army-Navy operations along the coastline. Establishing a cross-service Joint Operations Command became essential. The newly established Joint Operations Command was situated in Maniao Fort. It fell under the jurisdiction of the Military Affairs Directorate, composed jointly of personnel dispatched by the Army General Staff and Navy Admiralty, and operationally commanded by the General Staff. Schneider followed signs along the newly paved road to the compound, housing the Joint Operations Command. Several Army clerks and officers stood at the command entrance handling reception. Yang Zheng was among them. Due to excellent performance during the Chiang Mai campaign, Yang Zheng had also been recommended to attend the officer promotion training course at Maniao Fort. He had likewise recommended his orderly Wei Darong to attend NCO training. After experiencing closed training, Yang Zheng felt the chief's lives were extraordinarily busy. Not a single elder officer had leisure time. Whenever Yang Zheng encountered them, they were either on the training ground, in classrooms, or holding endless meetings. Naturally, he was busy too. As a naturalized officer about to be promoted to vice battalion commander, Yang Zheng had too many subjects to master. He not only had to cram cultural courses but also acquire higher-level, more complex combat subject training and logistical organization support. He occasionally missed the leisurely days of hugging a matchlock musket and sunbathing uselessly at Gu Family Village. Seeing Schneider approaching in that crisp Navy dress uniform with the eye-catching Navy Distinguished Service Medal, Yang Zheng unconsciously straightened his back, wearing his Class II Military Merit Medal and Special Grade Marksman Skill badge on his chest. Schneider was among the latest arriving batch. The entire Maniao Fort guesthouse was full. Yang Zheng had to arrange for Schneider and others to stay temporarily in vacated barracks. Nearly 100 Army and Navy officers were summoned to Maniao Fort simultaneously. They were all naturalized officers circled by the General Staff Cadre Department to participate in Operation Engine. The environment facing Operation Engine was extraordinarily complex. At sea, they had to pass through territory controlled by Liu Xiang and Zheng Zhilong. The Dutch and Spanish also wielded power in the Taiwan Strait, a necessary route. Except for the Dutch, who had just signed a trade agreement, all other forces were unfriendly. On land, despite Zhao Yinggong paving the way and building relationships, predicting what problems would arise when transporting massive numbers of refugees directly under the Ming Dynasty's nose was impossible, especially when involving themselves in the Dengzhou Rebellion, collecting and transporting refugees on a chaotic battlefield. In this environment, action without sufficient military protection was impossible. In the process of organizing marching and camping for masses of refugees, a well-trained army could play an enormous role. Without trained soldiers responsible for organizing and leading, tens of thousands of refugees probably couldn't form orderly columns to move. When the plan for Operation Engine began formulation, the Planning Commission had secretly consulted the Army and Navy People's Commissars regarding the number of ships and troops that could be mobilized at that time. Chapter 886, Logistics Training Team. Both Army and Navy People's Commissars provided assessments that were far from optimistic. He Ming was especially frank, telling Wu Du that the Army's current condition was poor. Troops continuously executing security war combat missions had become severely exhausted. Though casualties in security warfare remained minimal, a death report only every several days, the endless cycle of combat and duty had eroded troop morale. Currently, security operations in northern Guangzhou had concluded entirely. Southern Guangzhou's sparse population meant security warfare there was smaller in scale. The army intended to withdraw some units for rest and reorganization. Under these circumstances, immediately committing them to another long-range combat operation was probably inadvisable. Nevertheless, He Ming still promised to deploy 2 infantry battalions and some support troops to participate in Operation Engine. The Navy promised to provide 1 Marine battalion and furnish all necessary ships for the operation. Chen Haiyang expressed no certainty about exactly how many vessels could be committed. Old ships were undergoing comprehensive refits, and the number of ships the Navy could deploy depended heavily on the construction pace at Lingao and Hong Kong shipyards. While Yang Zheng busied himself receiving Schneider and others, Zai Shu was leading NCOs of the Maniao Fort Logistics Training Team to queue up and proceed toward the logistics warehouse. Their assignment was to count and organize newly arrived materials while learning new management procedures in real time. In the promotion wave following the Chiangmai campaign, Zai Shu had the word probationary removed from his probationary staff officer title. However, his rank remained second lieutenant. He had also joined the training course and, owing to excellent grades, transferred from battalion logistics staff officer to logistics command. The transfer displeased him. Logistics command sounded prestigious, but in reality consisted of merely 1 office, 1 elder chief staff officer, and several staff personnel, possessing little presence within the army. But recently he had received news. Logistics Command was about to undergo major adjustments. A dedicated logistics teaching unit had opened at Maniao Fort to train professional logistics officers, while a logistics training team was established to train all Army logistics NCOs. Zai Shu served as a squad leader in this training team. Though Zai Shu hadn't served in logistics long, he was literate, understood arithmetic, and was young and eager to learn. He had experienced the second counter-encirclement battle, so he possessed both knowledge and experience. During his studies, he earned deep appreciation from Hong Huangnan and Thorpe having recently transferred from the Planning Commission to the Army to supervise logistics work. Thorpe was young, but in the old-time space he had authored a work titled Theoretical Logistics. He possessed a background in operations research and had been a key capable member of the Planning Commission, typical of academic logistics cadres. If not for his desire to wear a uniform, combined with the Planning Commission's intent to cultivate a professional, capable logistics organization, Wu Du wouldn't have been willing to release him. Because his theoretical foundation was solid, Thorpe was responsible for teaching most logistics officer and NCO training courses. He maintained a subtle relationship with the pragmatic Hong Huangnan. The two observed a polite reserve, But whenever Yuan expounded upon his increasingly remote plan for a carriage 4S shop, Thorpe invariably listened silently with an accommodating smile. Though young, Zai Shu came from a landlord family and had received formal education. He found the peculiar relationship between these two chiefs not difficult to comprehend. Thus he maintained equal respect for both teachers. Zai Shu's sleeve now displayed a new service arm patch. This was affixed personally by his military academy instructor, Elder Major Thorpe. His former superior Dongmen Chuyu joked upon meeting him. Little Zai, transferred to the 4 General Headquarters, Zai Shu was thoroughly confused by this. Australian chiefs like to address people as Little X, even calling each other that. Zai Shu felt it sounded like the way great households addressed domestic servants or unmarried young men. He preferred others to call him Staff Officer Zai. As for 4 General Headquarters, it was even more baffling. He could recite regulations backward but had never heard of this organ. Returning home and flipping through organization regulations, he discovered no unit called 4 General Headquarters. In the loading and unloading work area fronting the warehouse zone, various new vehicles and tools were neatly arranged. Screw-type manual forklifts, trailers, standard military animal-drawn carts, Purple Lightning improved hand carts, towed field kitchens, water purification carts, even movable wooden ramps. The animal carts and Purple Lightning improved hand carts had been redesigned. The load-bearing concave iron chassis could fit exactly a 1-ton or 200-kilogram transport crate, with fasteners for easy securing. These materials had required considerable effort from Thorpe to pry out of the Executive Committee and Planning Commission. Had the blast furnace not commenced operation, the second standardization of cart axles, proclaimed by Thorpe, couldn't have begun implementation so early. Zai Shu first explained the general purpose, usage methods, and vehicle structure of these logistics vehicles. Depending on the logistics units NCOs served in, the vehicle types they encountered differed, but training regulations required every logistics commander to be familiar with usage methods and understand vehicle structure of common vehicles. Adjacent to the warehouse stood the animal shed, containing donkeys, oxen, and hinnies. The only animals missing were horses and mules. To address the long-term shortage of horses and livestock in the troops and insufficient related training for artillery, logistics, and engineer soldiers, the Planning Commission and Agricultural Committee organized a joint investigation team. Disregarding Nick's strong opposition, they screened horses, donkeys, and mules at Mapenling Horse Farm. Aside from retaining breeding studs and sufficient dams for population expansion, all other horses, donkeys, and mules unsuitable for breeding were transferred from the farm for allocation, part to the Agricultural Committee, part to the Fubo Army. According to the latest Fubo Army Planning Directive, most draft horses and mules were prioritized for artillery units, with a small number reserved for cavalry units currently being formed. Though horses remained scarce, at least troops now had horses, transport troops especially. Because the Fubo Army lacked horses and mules, long-term land transport had relied on oxen hauling bulk, humans carrying small loads. Ox carts were too slow. For urgently needed cargo, militia and migrant workers had to be requisitioned to use hand carts or simply carry loads on their shoulders. Labor consumption was extraordinarily high. The warehouse guard meticulously examined Zai Shu's identification and authorization documents, counted the number of logistics training team members entering, and registered each one with a dip pen. Zai Shu signed his name on the entry and exit registration card with a brush. Pitifully few naturalized citizens could write with a brush, and even fewer in the army. Though the warehouse garrison was deployed by Zai Shu personally, and sentries were familiar with most people in the various teaching units and training teams studying at Manil, since a certain soldier had been made an example of during a surprise inspection, no one dared to be careless anymore. The warehouse at Manil Fort was a new standard facility constructed according to the new military material storage regulations. The warehouse employed an ironclad wood truss structure, with glass windows open near the ceiling. The entire structure was high, with excellent air circulation. It had sufficient natural lighting while avoiding direct sunlight. Warehouse walls were built with hollow bricks for heat insulation. Insulation materials were also laid beneath the roof to reduce heat from solar radiation. Hundreds and thousands of crates were neatly stacked on racks and pallets. Crates were painted different colors with numbers written on them. Different colored crates were stacked in different areas according to regulations. Zhou new stacked crates came in 1,000 kilogram, 200 kilogram, and 20-liter types. The 1,000 kilogram crates were used on animal carts. The 200 kilogram and 20-liter crates were primarily used on Purple Lightning improved hand carts. Each crate model featured identical dimensions. Crates had pull rings on 4 sides and fasteners at the bottom for connecting and securing to chassis. Crate frames used riveted angle steel. Crate panels were wood coated with coal tar. Crate lining was a layer of oilcloth. Stamped on top in red paint were the mark colloquially known as Iron Fist violating chrysanthemum and a serial number. Finally, a row of small characters, property of the Senate. In Lingao, packaging crates were not consumables. Every crate was registered and required recycling for reuse after use. With standard packaging crate dimensions established, future design dimensions for shipbuilding and vehicle manufacturing would have certain reference values. The purpose of Zhou bringing the training team NCOs here was to teach cargo classification management and distribution procedures. Though the National Stock Code was advanced, in an era relying entirely on manual operation with data transmission via telegraph or courier, mastering and proficiently utilizing this system required substantial effort, especially since this system currently ran on forms. The workload and calculation volume were immense. To facilitate management by NCOs with limited education, besides the code system, Thorpe and Hong Huangnan invented a color and pattern recognition system, using various colors and patterns for simple category marking. While Zhou was busy explaining the color and pattern recognition system to the training team, his current direct superior Thorpe was sitting straight in the Joint Operations Command conference room, where several senior officers of the Fubo Army were also gathered. If there are no further questions, it's decided. We'll report to the Executive Committee and Organization Department immediately, Chen Haiyang declared. What about Staff Officer Hong? Thorpe inquired. He's going to Guangzhou to establish the Carriage 4S shop. Chen Haiyang waved his hand. Someone in the Ministry of Colonization and Trade has expressed interest in that Carriage 4S shop. We consulted with the Planning Commission and decided to let Staff Officer Hong travel to Guangzhou first to establish a pilot Carriage 4S shop together with Ministry of Colonization and Trade personnel. This pilot station belongs to the Ministry of Colonization and Trade. Naturally, Staff Officer Hong's personnel establishment remains in Logistics Command. Doing this is his specialty. Besides, his proposal to purchase horses from the southwest via Guangzhou also passed. Let him acquire some horses while in Guangzhou first. Yunnan horses are small, but securing a few hundred to pull carts is still worthwhile. Chapter 887, Taiwan Island. For the refugees gathered from Zhejiang, the General Staff proposed establishing a transit point on Taiwan. The plan was straightforward. Refugees would first be transported to camps on the island, held there for a period of quarantine and acclimatization, then shipped onward to Lingao. Some might remain permanently to develop the land, forming a second colony. Taiwan's political situation, however, was rather more complicated. Multiple powers had carved out footholds along the coast. The Dutch held Taiwan in the south, the Spanish occupied Keelung in the north, and Zhang Zhilong controlled Beiyang. Indigenous Formosans, Malay settlers, and Japanese traders also maintained small pockets of influence scattered across the island. Yet the scale of these foreign presences remained remarkably modest. The Dutch, Spanish, and Zhang Zhilong each centered their power on one or two fortified strongpoints, controlling only the immediate surrounding territory. Beyond trade, they collected tribute from Fujian immigrants and indigenous peoples, though the latter contributed little. Apart from Zhang Zhilong's agricultural colonies, the Europeans viewed these outposts primarily as trading stations and collection points for local products, particularly the prized Taiwan deerskins. Given the transmigrators' military strength, sweeping these forces from the island would prove trivially easy. Historical records painted a clear picture. The Spanish garrison at Qilong numbered fewer than 90 Europeans, supplemented by 100 or 200 Filipino auxiliaries. In 1631–1632, the Dutch were still constructing Fort Zeelandia, their total European garrison not exceeding 400. Their effective control extended barely 30 kilometers beyond the castle walls. As recently as 1630, they had nearly been driven off by the Madao tribe. Only after the East India Company massively reinforced in 1635 did they begin punitive expeditions against surrounding indigenous villages to expand their territory. The land threat from these forces was therefore negligible. One reinforced infantry battalion with light artillery could sweep the entire island. The situation at sea, however, demanded more delicate handling. The Dutch were current trade partners, and their naval presence in East Asia remained limited. They would not risk antagonizing the Senate with hostile action. The Spanish were barely a presence in Taiwanese waters. The only real obstacle was Zhang Zhilong. The Fujian coast was his domain, and any naval convoy passing through those waters, or landing on Taiwan to establish a base, could hardly escape his notice. Should he choose to intervene, Operation Engine would face serious disruption. For convoys merely transiting the Taiwan Strait, the threat remained manageable. Given the tonnage and firepower of the Harmony ships and their escorts, only a major fleet action by Zhang Zhilong could pose any danger. In the Navy's war games, the side playing Zhang Zhilong rarely managed to intercept the transport convoys. With the communication and navigation capabilities of the era, even if he wanted a fight, catching the right opportunity would prove difficult. Establishing a permanent base on Taiwan was another matter entirely. Docking and anchoring meant regularly entering and departing coastal harbors, giving Zhang Zhilong ample opportunities for attack. This consideration could not be ignored. Despite these concerns, everyone agreed a Taiwan base was essential. In terms of development potential, the island surpassed Hainan. The debate centered on location. Several sites were evaluated: Qilong, Tainan, Hualien, and Kaohsiung. Qilong and Tianshui, held by the Spanish, were rejected first. Though the region boasted rich mineral deposits, the famous Qilong coal mines and Jingguashi gold-copper deposits, the development challenges were severe, the geographical conditions harsh. Any exploitation would require massive investment in manpower and infrastructure. Contemporary accounts offered no praise for the area. Qilong and Tianshui are not excellent anchorages. Moreover, the nearby savages are fierce and cannot be dealt with. Another source was even more damning. Haven't you heard of the evil water and soil of Qilong and Tianshui? People fall ill upon arrival, and illness leads to death. All servants hearing of assignment to Qilong or Tianshui sigh and lament as if sent to a land of death. Naval regulations rotate garrisons in spring and autumn, considering it fortunate merely to return alive. If even sturdy soldiers and servants fare thus, how could others survive? Both locations lay in northern Taiwan, the island's wettest region, with annual precipitation exceeding 3,000 millimeters. Taipei experienced rain for half the year. Such excessive moisture favored plant and microbial growth, but proved deadly to humans. Fujianese in the Ming and Qing dynasties called Taipei a land of miasma, and immigrant mortality rates ran appallingly high. Establishing a transit base there would mean accepting catastrophic losses. Northern Taiwan would also suffer a major earthquake in 1694, powerful enough to create the 30-square-kilometer Lake Taipei in the basin. By any measure, the Taipei region was no place for the transmigrators to establish themselves. Hualien garnered considerable support. Its primary advantage was security. Located on Taiwan's eastern coast, separated from the rest of the island by mountain ranges, the surrounding terrain was precipitous. Most of the coastline could not accommodate landing ships. Only river mouths offered suitable berthing. Controlling the river mouths would render the area virtually impregnable. Before the coastal road opened in 1932, Hualien remained connected to western Taiwan only by sea, a land island. Throughout the 17th century, apart from a brief Spanish expedition to mine placer gold in 1622, no one showed interest in the place. Hualien also possessed relatively rich mineral resources. 3 types could be mined immediately: silicate, serpentine, asbestos, marble, and limestone. Even in the 21st century, Hualien remained Taiwan's most important cement production area. High-grade cement could be manufactured on-site to supply development projects across the island. Local iron ore deposits, though modest in scale, were easily accessible. Additionally, Hualien serpentine formations were often associated with chromite, magnetite, and aluminum-magnesium deposits. The surface probably contained nearly everything except coal, ideal for small-scale development by a group like Lingao. For freshwater, Hualien had 3 substantial rivers and considerable alluvial plains, offering genuine agricultural potential. Yet ultimately, Hualien was eliminated for the same reason as the north: excessive rainfall. The climate remained unsuitable for large-scale immigration. During the Japanese occupation, plans to establish agricultural settlements in Hualien had failed due to disease and climate. The final candidates were Pingtung and Kaohsiung in the south. This region on the Tainan Plain offered relatively hospitable conditions for habitation and agriculture. Kaohsiung possessed a natural harbor. Though undredged and unable to accommodate large vessels, it could still berth sailing ships under 1,000 tons. To the south lay mountains. To the north, the Dutch sphere of influence. The Dutch currently maintained a commercial agreement with the Senate, a relationship of peaceful cooperation. They possessed neither the strength nor the inclination to risk offending a major trading partner by attacking the Pingtung Kaohsiung base. Their presence would also serve to buffer against Zhang Zhilong. And given Zhang Zhilong's current preoccupation with internal conflicts along the Fujian coast, he would hardly have time to deal with the short-haired thieves. "We transport Zhejiang immigrants to Kaohsiung and Pingtung," Luo Duo argued at the conclusion of his presentation. "Not only do we gain a suitable location for quarantine and purification, but we can also begin agricultural development immediately. The Qiannan Plain is Taiwan's finest agricultural region. Sunlight, rainfall, and soil are all first-rate. We can implement intensive development through large-scale farming operations, far superior to the smallholder economy dominating Hainan. This represents a quantum leap for our agricultural production and will drastically reduce our dependence on grain imports." "What if Zhang Zhilong moves against us?" someone objected. "His base is right in Fujian. He has official status. His power cannot be underestimated." "We need not fear his fleet," Li Dai of the Navy staff responded. "By late 1631, after refitted 854 and our first batch of Type 900 ones are complete, our fleet will be godlike in the Taiwan Strait. We forward deploy the steam fleet to Kaohsiung for area escort of all shipping through the strait." He paused. "Currently, our Navy commands the seas from Hainan to Hong Kong. Stationing the steam fleet at Kaohsiung will deter any force along the Fujian and Zhejiang coasts from acting rashly, guaranteeing safe passage north to Jeju Island and south to Hong Kong." The specific plan called for 2 detachments. The Taiwan detachment, centered on refitted 854 and 4 Type 901s, would be stationed at Kaohsiung, responsible for monitoring the Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong coasts. Their priority was ensuring freedom of navigation through the Taiwan Strait and escorting transport convoys. The Dengzhulai detachment, built around 3 Type 901s, would be based on Jeju Island, ready to execute intervention missions along the Shandong coast and into Bohai Bay. In addition to the hybrid-powered warships, several refitted large-tonnage sailing warships would be incorporated into each detachment. The combined forces would employ a zonal escort system, with transport convoys sailing in formation, each vessel equipped with adequate self-defense armament. These 7 steam warships would operate in these waters until early 1633. By then, the second batch of Type 901s under construction at Lingao would enter service, allowing the first batch to rotate home for maintenance. Both detachments would use Kaohsiung as their main base. The port facilities and stockpiles required to support hybrid steam sail warships were far more complex than those for traditional sailing vessels. Ships heading north to collect refugees would therefore not sail with empty holds. The supplies needed for refugee transport, combined with the materials required to establish the Kaohsiung and Jeju Island sub-bases, would fill every available cargo space. Chapter 888 Grain supply. Grain constituted the bulk of the supplies. Jeju Island and Kaohsiung would require 6 months to achieve self-sufficiency. The Taiwan base in the Kaohsiung-Pingtung region would need at least 4. This meant that from the launch of Operation Engine, 5 months' worth of grain for 200,000 refugees had to be secured, along with provisions for approximately 10,000 operational personnel. Calculated by caloric requirements, each refugee needed 350 grams of brown rice daily, a relatively modest ration, justified by the fact that most refugees would not be assigned labor and would focus on recuperation. This translated to 70 tons of rice daily, 2,100 tons monthly, and 10,500 tons over 5 months. Operational personnel, meanwhile, would receive an average of 750 grams daily, consuming 225 tons monthly, 200 tons for the duration. The Ministry of Health also recommended adding 10% vegetables and protein to ensure refugee health, necessitating a steady supply of fresh produce and seafood. Most of this supplementary food could be produced on-site by organizing the refugees themselves, with the Heaven and Earth Society providing technical guidance, seeds, and tools. These calculations did not include rations for Jeju Island's indigenous population. While the island surely maintained some grain reserves, it was never a significant agricultural producer. Even in the 21st century, citrus remained its primary crop, with most land devoted to horse breeding. The island's grain had always depended on external supply. According to our intelligence, Thorpe said, the Joseon dynasty maintains a substantial superintendency on Jeju Island. Official slaves number at least 10,000. To support them, the superintendency must maintain 1 or 2 months' grain reserves. The small commoner population should also have some stores, so immediate supply isn't necessary, but future provisioning must be planned. Jeju Island lay relatively close to both the Korean peninsula and Japan, making small-scale grain purchases from either feasible. Japan had begun restricting silver exports, but there was no indication of similar restrictions on rice. Taiwan presented the greater challenge. No local grain purchasing channels existed. Indigenous agriculture remained primitive, with no surplus capacity. The Dutch focused on trade rather than cultivation. Although Fujian immigrants had been developing the Beijing area since Yan Siki's time, and Zhang Zhilong continued sending settlers, Taiwan's grain production had never approached self-sufficiency. Even into the Qing dynasty, external supply remained necessary. Purchasing from Zhang Zhilong was unlikely. Buying grain from the mainland was equally impractical. Fujian had always been a grain-deficit province. The bulk of grain supply would have to be transported from Lingao. The logistics department needed to prepare massive reserves, and the Planning Commission had already made contingency arrangements. The refugees extracted from Shandong and Zhejiang would require food and clothing, all of which had to be planned centrally. The Lingao regime no longer controlled just Lingao County. Following the Summer Awakening campaign, local governments across Guangzhou had been fully brought under Senate control through the Ming Skin, Australian Heart model. The grain situation had improved, but only marginally. The southern Guangzhou counties possessed little arable land and contributed negligibly to grain reserves. Their tax figures told the story. Yazhu's grain tax reached 3,000 shi, but counties like Jiangnan and Huicheng produced barely 1,000 or even a few hundred. Northern Guangzhou fared better, particularly Qiangshan and Wencheng, where agriculture was most developed. These constituted the prefecture's primary grain-producing regions. Work teams from the Civil Affairs People's Committee had begun tax cleanup operations in northern counties since the second half of 1630. The total standard land tax and surcharges for all of Guangzhou Prefecture amounted to 85,459 shi, collected partly in grain and partly in silver. Since Guangzhou's commodity economy remained weak with limited silver circulation, most taxes were still paid in grain. Of this quota, more than half, 40 to 50,000 shi, had to be shipped to the capital, provincial departments and Lianzhou. The remaining 40-odd thousand shi stayed in the prefecture for military pay, administrative expenses and reserves. This remainder was what the Planning Commission could actually dispose of. Of course, the actual grain paid by commoners far exceeded the official figure. Based on the Civil Affairs People's Committee and Tax General Bureau's cleanup work in Lingao, actual collections likely reached at least 140,000 shi. The surplus was simply embezzled at every level. In other words, while maintaining existing burden levels, the Senate could collect 140,000 shi from Guangzhou Prefecture. After paying the rated tax of 40-odd thousand shi to the Ming Dynasty, approximately 100,000 shi of brown rice remained for Senate use. Beyond the land tax, the Planning Commission intended to acquire another 10 to 20,000 shi through direct purchases from farmers and landlords. However, completing these purchases required stimulating demand for currency. Until Senate enterprises could provide sufficient industrial goods to market in rural areas, this could only be achieved through taxation reform. The economists at Wujiaku believed that in the long term, monetized taxation represented the correct direction. Collection, processing, and storage were long-term undertakings, not instantaneous. Fortunately, gathering and transporting refugees was equally gradual, not a sudden influx of 200,000 people at once. The Planning Commission still had adequate time to prepare. Beyond the Senate's own reserves, the Summer Awakening campaign had brought additional stocks under Planning Commission control. The 5 major official warehouses on Hainan Island. Qiangshan's Guangfeng warehouse was rated for 16,000 shi annually, Danju's Dafeng warehouse for 3,000, Chenghua's Guangzhou warehouse for 5,600, Wanzhou's Guangji warehouse for 4,000, and the Zhengchu and Qingyun warehouses together for 13,000. These warehouses were supposed to maintain reserves of tens of thousands of shi, primarily for guarding against the Li. In the event of a major Li rebellion, imperial forces crossing the sea to suppress it could draw supplies locally. Yet, like all institutions in this world, the reality fell far short of the design. According to official records, accumulated grain in these warehouses should have totaled hundreds of thousands of shi. The actual situation proved devastating. The Planning Commission's special search team, moving through the warehouses of every prefecture and county with troops and work teams, had grown accustomed to embezzlement. But the scale of the deficit in these 5 major warehouses still left the leading elder dumbfounded. The actual usable inventory, after removing aged grain fit only for fodder, amounted to less than 1/10 of the recorded figures. The special search team subsequently conducted concentrated interrogations to recover stolen property from clerks, managers, and warehouse workers, seizing large amounts of property, grain, and land in the process. A modest harvest, all things considered. In the first phase, taking over the various official warehouses yielded 10,000 she of brown rice and miscellaneous grains, approximately 9,000 tons, Wu De reported. This is sufficient for startup reserves. Currently, our relief rations draw on our dried sweet potato stockpiles, of which we still have considerable quantities. This should roughly cover refugee consumption. This makes things rather tight. It feels like we're gambling our entire foundation, Ming said, concern evident in his voice. Grain was the army's lifeline, and the thought of shipping away such quantities left him deeply uneasy. Zhan Wuya shared the concern. Beyond the army, we have large numbers of non-productive personnel in Lingao, administrators, students, workers. Supply for this group cannot be allowed to fail, or we risk shaking the very foundations of the state. Wu De had already worked through these calculations. Grain security is assured. First, the grain allocated to Operation Engine represents a net gain. We obtained it without adding to the population we support. Using it for refugees doesn't reduce existing reserves or increase our originally planned expenditure. Second, gaining political control over the entire island means gaining the power to collect the whole island's land tax for 1631. The revenue increase is significant and stable, unlike one-time spoils of war. Furthermore, the Planning Commission planned to expand grain imports as a key security measure, with Siamese rice as the focus. Vietnamese rice, once a reliable source, had become increasingly expensive and scarce as the Northern-Southern Dynasty's war intensified. Cheap, plentiful Siamese rice became the Commission's next target for bolstering reserves. This would consume shipping tonnage, but overall grain pressure was less severe than feared. Wu De elaborated. Refugee transport was a long-term operation. From the first shipment to final conclusion would take 4 or 5 months at minimum, possibly 1 or 2 years at most. As long as the first wave of refugees was organized promptly to clear land and plant fast-maturing crops at the transit camps, harvests could begin within 3 or 4 months. That grain could then replace a portion of the transported supply, meaning not all refugee rations needed to be shipped from Lingao. The Agricultural Committee's early maturing sweet potato varieties could be harvested in 80 to 90 days. Potatoes and buckwheat also had suitable fast-growing cultivars. The Kaya Seongpingtung area, with average temperatures as high as 25 degrees C and abundant rainfall, permitted year-round planting. Through rolling cultivation and staggered harvesting, by the time large-scale immigration from Zhejiang concluded, Kaohsiung's agriculture might not be able to supply Jeju Island, but a considerable degree of local self-sufficiency was achievable. If a supply shortage does occur, Wu De concluded, we can also utilize the Hong Kong base. Purchasing grain directly in Guangdong and shipping it to Kaohsiung is straightforward. The distance is only 350 nautical miles. A round trip takes barely a week. Chapter 889, The Difficulty of Outsourcing Hong Kong Island. The Hong Kong Shipyard. Sea breezes swept across Saint-Test Bay, where rows of sand slipways and simple gantry cranes lined the shore in a display of industrial ambition. Several Harmony-class ships already taking shape stood on the slipways, their massive ribcage pointing skyward like rows of skeletal saplings. Workers swarmed the scaffolding, hammering and fitting materials into place. 6 Harmony ships had their keels laid. Workers were now installing the ribs, both keels and ribs supplied by the Manil Iron and Steel Complex. To conserve labor, the keels used wrought iron rather than steel. Not far from the slipways stood a cluster of simple bamboo sheds serving as the shipyard's temporary offices. In his drive to complete the Harmony ships on schedule, Shi Jiantao had funneled every available labor quota and material into factory construction, non-essential, infrastructure like proper offices had been ruthlessly cut. Your sample is unqualified. Shi Jiantao sighed and set down his tape measure and protractor. He glanced at the wooden rack along one wall of the shed, piled with the latest batch of sample components submitted by various indigenous shipyards for testing. He sighed again. Before him on the workbench lay a rib plate for Harmony's ship, bearing a standard code from the newly implemented classification system, a hull plate for the Harmony 800 standard model, port midship section, material fur. Since January 1631, the Hungshan shipyard had been producing while still under construction. Before the Planning Commission formally issued its quotas, Shi Jiantao's Hong Kong shipyard had already completed the first Model 800 Harmony ship as a prototype. That vessel was experimental, meant to test whether his concept was viable. The results had proved encouraging. From manufacturing the first standardized component to final launch, the entire construction period took less than 50 days. A considerable portion of the parts had been produced at Lingao's wood processing plant and then shipped to Hong Kong. By then, Hong Kong was already constructing its own timber processing facility. Shi Jiantao's master plan envisioned utilizing Guangdong's abundant timber resources. Logs could be floated directly down the Pearl River to Hong Kong on rafts. It was precisely this calculation that had given Shi Jiantao the confidence to pound his chest and accept the Planning Commission's order. The speed displayed by Bapu Shipyard on Project 901 had only strengthened his conviction. The prototype 901 was supposedly combat-ready in 3 months. Though Bapu lacked sufficiently skilled workers and experience in building such vessels, mechanized production and modern management had enabled the lead ship to complete launch within roughly 90 days. Fitting out naturally required additional time afterward. According to Shi Jiantao's plan, only keels, ribs, and components requiring high precision would be manufactured in Lingao. Everything else would be outsourced to Hong Kong shipyard and indigenous workshops throughout the Pearl River Delta. Currently, rib installation was halfway complete. Hong Kong's timber processing plant had successfully begun production. Purchasing shipbuilding materials, timber, flax, cloth, lime, tung oil, and oakum, proceeded smoothly in Guangdong with assistance from the Guangzhou station. Through the station, a batch of shipwrights and carpenters had also been recruited from the Pearl River Delta, receiving training while working. By all appearances, the Harmony ship program was progressing well. Yet beads of sweat had begun appearing on Shi Jiantao's forehead, multiplying drop by drop. It had started during the delivery inspection of the first batch of outsourced samples the previous month. The shopkeepers of the recruited shipbuilding workshops had shown great enthusiasm for the outsourcing contracts, who didn't want to do business with the Australians. Their reputation alone, demonstrated by their siege of Guangzhou and the burning of the 5 Rams relay station, made everyone eager to curry favor. Moreover, Australians were famous throughout the business world as honest and reliable young gentlemen who kept their word. Now, the opportunity to supply parts for their ships seemed like fortune falling from the sky. The Australians' reputation for possessing strange and wonderful vessels had spread far and wide. Everyone hoped to learn something from the association. Furthermore, rumors claimed the imperial court would soon issue a decree blockading trade with Macau, which had already caused a decline in shipbuilding orders throughout the Pearl River Delta. Many yards had gone months without commissions. The Australian contracts represented a lifeline everyone wanted a share of. Shi Jiantao had provided sample parts of each outsourced component along with precise dimensions to the contracted shipyards. Blueprints he withheld, not for secrecy, but because the shipyard artisans couldn't read them. Many were completely illiterate. The outsourcing effort proceeded disastrously. When the first batch of parts arrived on schedule for inspection, dimension discrepancies appeared immediately. Ship components for wooden vessels had relatively loose tolerance requirements and didn't demand extreme precision. But this batch of outsourced parts didn't merely deviate slightly. The curvatures were completely wrong, and the dimensional tolerances exceeded any acceptable range. Even among the 3 trial products submitted by each workshop, the variations between them were wild. Comparison with the samples was almost laughable. Jiantao issued a yellow card on the spot and sent them back to rectify. He emphasized repeatedly that he wanted parts exactly the same as the samples. The shopkeepers patted their chests, expressing complete understanding, and departed. Days later, they returned with 3 new samples each. The results, still unacceptable. However long that board is, you make it that long. However wide, you make it that wide. Not a hair's breadth of error. The shape must be exactly identical, understand, he said, wearying of repetition. And so came this 3rd round of sample submission. Jiantao felt like a student with bad grades still hoping against hope for a passing mark. This time they're definitely the same, the shopkeeper assured him repeatedly. All made by our master foreman. The inspection results still showed unacceptable deviations. Jiantao looked at the shopkeeper, terrified and craning his neck to watch the verdict, and could only shake his head. It can't be wrong, look, isn't this piece exactly like your sample, sir? The shopkeeper was afraid of the Australian, but 3 consecutive failures had made him anxious. His shipyard had 30 to 50 men waiting for work and pay. They hadn't had business in a long time. If they couldn't secure the Australian contract, forget making money. Just keeping the operation alive would be impossible. To the naked eye, the shape and dimensions this time appeared close to the sample. Under measuring instruments, however, the dimensional gaps remained evident. Still off. Jiantao wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression troubled. What now? The beautiful vision of outsourced production was bursting before his eyes like soap bubbles, colorful but insubstantial. Sending them back for another round of rectification would only produce the same results. And then it struck him. He had consistently overlooked a fundamental problem. Though the parts he was outsourcing were all simple, rough work, the simplest components in the ship, standardized manufacturing, demanded relatively tight tolerance requirements even for rough work. Meeting tolerance requirements demanded better production tools and precise measuring instruments, neither of which these indigenous shipyards possessed. Jiantao had conducted on-site inspections of their facilities. Watching carpenters work with nothing but crude saws, axes, and primitive iron tools made the quality of their output inevitable. Without precision measuring instruments, accurate dimensional control was simply impossible. This was not the 21st century, where standardized production equipment and measuring tools could be purchased off the shelf. Even a small electronics or machinery workshop in the countryside, however poorly equipped, could quickly acquire whatever was needed from the market once orders came in. The shipyards of this era had nothing, not even the basic concept of standardized production. Making their output usable would require enormous effort, retraining workers, upgrading process equipment, establishing entirely new protocols. Which brought him back to the old path of training workers himself. Jiantao wanted to tear his hair out. He had worked so hard on this approach. If he stumbled on the H800, he would become a braggart forever, bearing a stain that could never be washed away. After all, it was he who had proposed coming to Hong Kong to establish a shipyard, building the Harmony ships, and achieving outsourced production through standardization. Report for retraining starting tomorrow, Jiantao said at last, the decision forced upon him. Bring all your workers, we'll teach them how to work, understand? Yes, yes. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, though muttering internally. Learning how the Australians worked would be interesting, but who was paying for food? Dozens of people traveling to this small island needed to eat, drink, and take care of necessities. All of that cost money. Jiantao understood his thoughts perfectly, though it rankled. By old-time standards, inspections were charged. Training required payment in the opposite direction. Even in this era, apprentices only ate for free. They certainly never received wages. But right now, he needed these people. Though the shipyard artisans weren't particularly skilled, they were still better than naturalized citizens with zero woodworking foundation. Besides, he couldn't get many naturalized citizens allocated to him anyway. Your people come here, food and lodging fully covered by us. They'll learn on the job. And so, by evening, he had reached a commission training agreement with the shopkeeper and foreman of the first indigenous shipyard accepting outsourcing work. The term was 1 month. During this period, Hong Kong shipyard would cover all food and lodging expenses while the shipwrights learned by working. Shi Jiantao thought grimly, even if they couldn't learn, at least they would do a month's work. If it still didn't work out, he would have to think of something else. Chapter 890, GoNoGo Gauge to ensure indigenous workers could correctly master production essentials. Shi Jiantao found himself investing far more than anticipated. After consulting with elders in the industrial sector, the consensus was clear. Merely training workers wouldn't suffice. The key lay in providing simple, foolproof inspection equipment that would enable indigenous workshops to accurately determine whether their products met standards. Standard measuring tools wouldn't solve the problem. Teaching workers to use them properly would itself consume enormous time and effort. After extensive discussion, the most practical solution emerged: dedicated GoNoGo gauges for inspection. A GoNoGo gauge is an industrial measuring device. When producing large batches, using standard instruments like vernier calipers and dial indicators to measure each piece individually is cumbersome and slow. Since qualified products typically fall within an acceptable range, manufacturers often use paired go gauges and no-go gauges designed to specific tolerances. The principle is straightforward. Different go-no-go gauges are manufactured according to different specifications. For inspecting hole diameter, for instance, the upper tolerance limit becomes the no-go end, and the lower limit becomes the go end. During inspection, if the no-go end passes through, the hole is too large, unqualified and unsalvageable, only fit for scrap. If the go end cannot pass through, the hole is too small, also unqualified but potentially correctable through rework. During the Sino-Soviet split, a story circulated widely in Chinese folk tradition about repaying debts to the Soviet Union with agricultural products. When exporting apples, allegedly, the Soviets required every apple to be placed in a testing box. Only those fitting exactly were accepted. Those that wouldn't fit, or rattled loosely inside, were all rejected as unqualified. Whether this legend was true or not, the principle was sound. In that story, the box functioned as a go-no-go gauge. This system had been applied in European military industry since the 18th century, originating in efforts to standardize shell and cannonball specifications for improved range. European artillerymen of the era had realized that the smaller the windage between projectile and bore, the greater the range and accuracy. To inspect cannonball quality on a large scale, arsenals began employing dedicated measuring tools, snap gauges, ring gauges, that function precisely as go-no-go systems. The transmigrators now applied the same method, but engineered to be even more idiot-proof, ensuring anyone could understand completely after a single demonstration. These specialized gauges were all fabricated from iron to ensure material stability and minimal deformation. Tolerance specifications were adjusted to account for the fact that wooden structural components naturally expanded and contracted with temperature and humidity. Beyond promoting the dedicated go-no-go gauges, Shi Jiantao also placed orders with the General Machinery Plant for several specialized production tools and pieces of equipment, including improved woodworking implements and pedal-operated wood-turning lathes for use by the indigenous workshops. When indigenous workers training in Hong Kong tested the new equipment and measuring tools on site, the results proved dramatic. Shi Jiantao was so delighted, he seized the hand of the General Machinery Plant elder delivering the goods and shook it vigorously, like the Northern Shanxi Red Army greeting the Central Red Army at Wuki. The shopkeepers and foremen of the indigenous workshops were equally overjoyed. Just when all hope of working for the Australians seemed lost, they discovered they could still earn money after all. Australian lords truly lived up to their legendary reputation for having clever solutions. One by one, they declared they would absolutely produce according to standards. The shipped GoNoGo gauges, woodworking tools, and lathes were all sold to the workshops at a price, not cheap, but within their means. Jiangnan generously stipulated that payment could be deferred and deducted from future processing fees. Riding this wave of momentum, Jiangnan pushed through an entire outsourcing management system. All ship component suppliers received a material code authorization, which required a one-tael silver certification fee. Each workshop designated as an outsourcing manufacturer for Hong Kong shipyard had to pass a qualification inspection, with an inspection fee of 10 taels. Naturally, if a workshop didn't purchase the shipyard's tools and equipment or undergo worker training, passing this qualification was virtually impossible. The shipyard therefore also offered qualification review consulting and training agency commercial services, which of course also carried fees. These fees could likewise be offset against processing payments, which held considerable appeal for indigenous workshop owners with limited capital. Jiangtan's vision was to attract as many Pearl River Delta shipbuilding workshops as possible, gradually improving their production technology and management capabilities until they could fully support the Senate's main industries. He aimed to transform the entire region's indigenous shipbuilding industry, excepting a few workshops specializing in small boats, into outsourcing enterprises for Hong Kong shipyard. The ultimate goal, extending Senate shipbuilding standards across all of Guangdong, bringing the indigenous shipbuilding industry under Senate control. Despite these improvements, a handicraft industry rooted in agricultural society keeping pace with industrialized production remained extraordinarily difficult. Though the outsourced parts now included qualified products, the pass rate persistently hovered around 40%. Delivery schedules routinely slipped. Jiangnan was forced to focus his primary energy on patrolling and rectifying the outsourcing enterprises. He traveled by steam launch or schooner patrol boat, moving through the Pearl River estuary under marine protection, visiting the various workshops. He provided improvement requirements and suggestions wherever needed. Within 2 months, Hong Kong shipyard had issued 13 rectification yellow cards and dispatched over 100 technician visits to provide guidance at various facilities. Multiple training classes were held. By the time summer arrived, the qualification rate for outsourced parts had finally climbed to 60%. This figure at last allowed Jiangnan to breathe easier. Completing the planning commission's orders on time would still prove difficult at this level, but at least it was now possible. While Jiangnan devoted himself entirely to shipbuilding, a new wave of construction surged across Hong Kong Island. This time, the focus was comprehensive expansion of logistics and shipping facilities. Hong Kong Island's geographic position made it the natural logistical hub for Operation Engine. Supplies destined for Zhejiang, Taiwan, Jeju Island, and Shandong would all be staged from here. The warehouses and freight facilities, originally built for a small military land reclamation team and modest reserves, were now grossly inadequate. New warehouses, cargo yards, and wharf trestles rose in rapid succession. Hong Yuan had spent over 10 days busy in Guangzhou, trying to establish his carriage 4S shop there. But Guo Yi, head of the Guangzhou station, showed little interest in the concept itself, or rather, thought Hong Yuan was dreaming. He had superficially expressed enthusiasm, declaring he would make the 4S shop a key project in the newly planned Great World Complex. But the Great World project was still at the stage of digging foundations and laying groundwork. By any reasonable estimate, it wouldn't be finished until 1632. The 4S shop had effectively become a castle in the clouds. Hong Yuan sighed over his proposal daily. Nor did the news of the Joint Logistics Headquarters establishment and his appointment as minister bring him any joy, even though this position was equivalent in rank to Dongmen Qiuyu's status. Previously, as chief staff officer, he had merely contributed ideas and plans, someone who exerted effort but bore no responsibility. Now he was a formal department chief with extraordinary responsibilities and appointed right before Operation Engine launched. "This is harboring malicious intent," Han Huangnan muttered to himself, gazing out from the fortress window on Hong Kong Island. Because he happened to be in Guangzhou, extremely close to Hong Kong Island, the Military Affairs Directorate's order had made him directly responsible for Operation Engine's logistical support. Standing in the suite reserved for elders on the upper level of the 5-story fortress and watching over Saintess Bay was certainly pleasant. But contemplating the weight of the entire logistical operation for Operation Engine made Han Huangnan's head feel several sizes too large. Hong Kong Island's so-called logistical advantage existed only in geographic terms. Compared to Hainan Island tucked away in a corner, Hong Kong was moderately distant, possessed a natural deep-water harbor, had some freshwater sources, and was situated in the resource-rich Pearl River Delta. Beyond these natural endowments, the material infrastructure for logistical operations was non-existent. Extra warehouses, wharves, and all corresponding support facilities, none of it existed. Everything had to be rushed to completion before Operation Engine formally commenced. Building construction wasn't his responsibility, of course. The General Construction Company already had a team on Hong Kong Island under Shidafu. New construction crews and elders were being sent as reinforcements. Han Huangnan estimated completion on schedule wouldn't be a problem. The problem was that reserves, allocation plans, and transport schedules for supplies remained blank sheets. The Planning Commission had informed him days earlier that 9,000 tons of brown rice and miscellaneous grains could be prepared for Operation Engine. But total quantities of other materials required, how much each point needed, how varieties should be distributed, all of this depended on him, as Minister of the Joint Logistics Headquarters, to formulate specific supply plans. "Damn it, I have one orderly and one female secretary. How am I supposed to handle something this big?" Han Huangnan voiced his frustration again in the elder's bedroom. Days earlier, he had already telegraphed Thorpe requesting a logistics staff team be transferred to Hong Kong Island to form a forward command. Thorpe had replied with an "handling immediately" telegram at the time, and then nothing. Han Huangnan couldn't help growing paranoid. Was the man plotting something? When the Joint Logistics Headquarters was established, he had been in Guangzhou while Thorpe attended the ceremony. Did his vice minister have other tricks up his sleeve? Recalling how Thorpe often assumed the posture of "you're the leader, do whatever you want anyway, here's my opinion," when dealing with Fubo army heads and planning commission leaders, his suspicions seemed increasingly reasonable. Chapter 891. New Life Uniforms. Contemplating all this, Minister Han couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret. The lieutenant colonel shoulder straps had only just been pinned on. Officers wearing lieutenant colonel rank were few among the elder officer corps, most still being majors. Besides himself, only Dongmen Qiuyu, permanent secretary of the General Staff, and Wei Awen, director of the General Staff Political Department, shared that distinction. And this Joint Logistics Department, in terms of status, was one of the 4 general headquarters. Promotion to Major General in the first batch was virtually assured. Had he left the army and transferred to ministry organs instead, his specialty would have landed him in the Planning Commission, facing piles of operation charts and reports every day, guiding a bunch of naturalized citizens in making tables. Never mind the exhausting workload. His presence among the elders would have been far too inconspicuous. He mulled over how to prod Thorpe into quickly establishing the Hong Kong Forward Command. He knew Thorpe's type: young, full of theories, author of a book, brimming with ideas, constantly citing the U.S. military, a typical scholar. But theories alone were useless. Han Huangnan thought somewhat resentfully that at least he had brought a box of various pamphlets and notes from the old man who had worked logistics in his youth, all core content from actual PLA logistics operations. Only by studying those notes had he realized just how different theory and reality were. Han Huangnan was still secretly fretting when the sound of a steam whistle pierced the harbor, not a steamship whistle, but the central pier signal announcing an incoming vessel. Recently, ships arrived at Hong Kong Island almost daily. The frequent traffic had once aroused the concern of Guangdong officials. The Nantu water fortress had even dispatched a squad leader with wine, pigs, and sheep just days ago to visit Lilin and reaffirm their traditional friendship. Lilin had dutifully assured them that the increased shipping had nothing to do with them. Ships brought construction materials, supplies, and personnel in steady streams. The overture to Operation Engine had already begun. Han Huangnan wondered what this ship carried. Though he held little hope, it was the personnel he needed for the forward command. Tomorrow, he planned to return personally to Lingao and settle the matter directly with the Military Affairs Directorate. He walked slowly to the office adjacent to his bedroom, gathered his thoughts, and began drafting the Operation Engine Logistics Memorandum. Although considerable logistics construction had begun on Hong Kong Island, most facilities remained rudimentary, dedicated wharves, warehouses. These were necessary but insufficient. He also needed logistics factories. A military food factory was temporarily out of the question. The Planning Commission couldn't provide him such massive infrastructure investment at present. But a water purification plant was mandatory, supplying safe, clean drinking water to ships plying these waters. Of course, when demand was low, surplus capacity could produce kvass, soda, and similar soft drinks. Finally, a clothing factory. Long-term reliance on Lingao for military garments meant significant logistical inefficiency, long-distance transfers requiring massive storage space. A clothing factory on Hong Kong Island could leverage Guangzhou's port advantages for cloth procurement and tap the female labor resources of the Pearl River Delta. If the water supply could be resolved, a military food factory should also be built here. Fresh fruits and vegetables remained essential for seagoing ships. As he organized his thoughts, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a crisp report. "Come in," he shouted without looking up. His life secretary appeared at the door in uniform, sporting the rank of Fubo Army Corporal. To care for the daily needs of elders serving in the military, Zhao had proposed, and the Military Affairs Directorate and General Office had jointly issued a document stipulating that all life secretaries of elder military officers would be incorporated into active service with logistics corporal rank, promoted according to the Fubo Army rank system, up to a maximum of captain. Officers' life secretaries didn't occupy formal army establishment and weren't granted actual posts. Once the subordination relationship between elder officer and life secretary was dissolved, she couldn't continue serving and had to retire to local placement to avoid undermining morale. During service, the life secretary's pay, food allowance, clothing stipend, and serviceman insurance matched equivalent ranks, but this expenditure wasn't listed in the military budget. Instead, it was deducted from the elder's personal account. After the elder retired from active service, the life secretary must also retire. "Minister, Second Lieutenant Zai Peng of the Joint Logistics Headquarters has arrived," the secretary reported, standing at attention. This ship had brought not construction materials but the staff personnel and equipment Han Huangnan had been longing for day and night, the team to form the forward command. Several large crates were packed with specialized logistics charts and boards. Besides the naturalized staff team, a batch of temporarily seconded elders from the Planning Commission and Finance had come as well, now under his command. Zai Peng delivered the written order from the Military Affairs Directorate appointing Han Huangnan to form and command the Operation Engine Logistics Forward Command. The seconded elders came mostly from coordination, accounting, and logistics backgrounds, professionally appropriate matches. This brought Han Huang in considerable relief. Naturalized citizens had limited fundamental capabilities. They could execute orders by following examples, but matters requiring strong professional skills could only be handled by elders themselves. The forward command occupied several large rooms in the base fortress. With its formal establishment, the basic framework fell into place. The Planning Commission had already secured the grain supply. Ships were largely accounted for. He simply had to compile specific distribution plans and ship operation charts, the latter primarily the Navy's responsibility, requiring less of his attention. After food and transport came clothing. From the first vagrant they took in, the established practice had been to recycle refugee garments after disinfection for paper pulp and issue new clothing instead. This was partly for hygiene. On the other hand, what the vagrants wore could hardly be called clothes. With few exceptions, most arrived in little more than rags. Without basic clothing, refugee camps would become nudist camps. Initially, the garment factories seriously imitated Type 87 cotton training uniforms, commonly known as migrant worker uniforms, for quarantine camp inmates. As refugee numbers increased, production increasingly failed to keep pace with supply requirements. After Mo Zhao took office as People's Commissar of Light Industry, he improved the quarantine camp uniform to boost output, codenamed the New Life uniform. Though Mo Zhao was neither a tailor nor a fashion designer, he understood the basic principles of refugee clothing supply, simplification and applicability. Lingao's climate rarely froze anyone to death, so materials didn't need to be thick. Refugees in quarantine generally didn't engage in heavy physical labor, so fabric didn't need to be tough or wear-resistant. Dyeing was entirely unnecessary. Lingao's textiles, beyond the cotton, kudzu, and linen cloth woven by the Li people themselves, came mainly from imports off-island, including Songjiang cloth and Indian cotton. Indian cloth was the bulk. Mo Zhao selected the thinnest and cheapest cotton yarn available. The style of the New Life uniforms was radically stripped down. Buttons and pockets were all eliminated. Eventually, even the belt fastener was cancelled. The final design became a pullover pocket shirt with a thin strap at the neckline to adjust collar size. New Life uniforms made no distinction between genders or seasons. The upper garment was uniformly a long-sleeved pullover. The lower garment was trousers. Sizes came in large, medium, small, and children. Generally, Lingao manufactured clothing didn't include hats except for military and police uniforms, but New Life uniforms all came with a straw sun hat. Refugees had their heads shaved bald during purification, so their smooth scalps required protection. The New Life uniform series also included standard undergarments, commonly known as Type 30 boxers, because universal issue began in 1630. Like the outer garments, these were distinguished only by size, not gender. Type 30 boxers were issued not only to refugees in purification, but also to the army and naturalized citizens. Even elders in the military system wore them. Issuing undergarments was specifically requested by Ryan of the health department responsible for epidemic prevention. Not wearing underwear easily caused skin diseases and parasitic spread. Additionally, supplying underwear reduced the quantity of outer clothing needed. Quarantine camp regulations issued 2 sets of underwear and 1 set of outer clothing per person. Now, transporting 200,000 people requiring 2 complete sets of basic clothing each, calculated at 3 meters of cloth per set, demanded 1.2 million meters, equivalent to approximately 100,000 bolts of Songjiang cloth. Increasing import quotas by 100,000 bolts over more than a year wasn't difficult for the Senate, whether sourcing from India or the mainland. Now that they held strongholds in Zhejiang and Shanghai, right next to Songjiang's production areas, supply was abundant and prices low. Zhao Yingong could acquire sufficient cloth quite cheaply, but the clothing supplied this time would be worn in places much further north. Kaohsiung posed no problem, average temperature 25 degrees C, so Lingao standard clothing would suffice, but refugees collected in Shandong would be sent to Jeju Island for winter. Minimum winter temperatures there could drop to 1–2 degrees C. Issuing only 2 sets of unlined clothes would obviously freeze people to death. Even sheltering in camps, refugees couldn't survive without bedding and wearing only single layers, unless they were roasted constantly by fires like meat on a barbecue. Furthermore, once they reached Shandong and Jeju Island, not only refugees, but also troops and administrators executing Operation Engine would require cold weather gear. Currently, Lingao's army and administrative cadres came almost entirely from Guangdong, Guangxi, Fujian, and Jiangxi. Even during the Little Ice Age, temperatures in those provinces ran far warmer than Shandong or Jeju Island. Sending these personnel north would inevitably cause widespread frostbite. Hong Huangnan came from a PLA logistics family and knew such situations intimately. New recruits from the south assigned to the north almost invariably suffered frostbite, with many cases festering badly. That was in an environment with adequate clothing support. The current Fubo Army winter gear consisted merely of lined jackets made from thicker cotton cloth. Never mind cotton-padded jackets or greatcoats, they didn't even have a single wool sweater. Chapter 892. Yuan Ziguang to ensure refugees could survive winter on Jeju Island and allow the Fubo Army to operate freely on the Shandong Peninsula, the Joint Logistics Headquarters had to solve the cold weather clothing problem. The cheapest and most convenient solution was cotton-padded jackets and greatcoats, low cost, excellent insulation. Under conditions of material abundance, this would have been the obvious choice. The Planning Commission had adequate cotton cloth, but not much cotton wadding for filling. Hainan Island's cotton cultivation was primarily managed by the Li people. They planted extensively, but yields were limited, and they had no tradition of making padded clothes or quilts. Consequently, no cotton wadding was available locally. If padded garments were to be made regardless, kapok could substitute for the filling. Kapok wasn't particularly suitable for spinning, but its hollow fibers provided excellent buoyancy. The elders already used it to make life jackets. Processing it for padded jacket filling was probably acceptable. The insulation should prove sufficient. Kapok reserves were deemed adequate for producing some quantity of padded jackets. The Planning Commission also maintained down reserves, high-quality feathers selected from slaughtered ducks and geese, cleaned and stored for future down jacket production. However, Zhang Shangji and other female elders in the fashion club had failed in their attempts to create down jackets. Though down jackets appeared to be simple padded garments filled with feathers, the technical content was considerable, particularly regarding the fabric which had to prevent feathers from escaping. In the old-time space, this was achieved with specialized synthetic fibers. Using pure natural textiles in Lingao, whether cotton, linen, kudzu, woolen cloth, or rare banana fiber, none could meet the requirement. Zhang Shangji, AI Bebe, and the others had tried every material they could find, even considering lining the garments with old paper, but all attempts ended in failure. Recreating down jackets was out of the question for the foreseeable future. Finally, there was woolen cloth. The Planning Commission had purchased some in Macau in the past and seized more from the Gu family village spoils. After signing the trade agreement with the Dutch East India Company, the Dutch had shipped additional woolens to Lingao. The total came to about 5,000 or 6,000 bolts, mostly in cyan, black, and red. The original purpose had been autumn and winter clothing for the Fubo Army and dispatched personnel heading to northern regions. Excluding the high-grade fine woolens that were too thin for the purpose, the remaining coarse woolens made excellent material for military greatcoats and blankets. Hong Huangnan knew that compared to cotton-padded jackets, which readily absorbed moisture, woolen greatcoats offered considerable water resistance. For operations in high-humidity coastal areas, woolen clothing was far superior. The Navy's fondness for short woolen heavy coats, pea coats, wasn't merely about looking Western or stylish. Hong Huangnan organized the Joint Logistics Forward Command Team to draft a memorandum to the Planning Commission, requesting allocation of sufficient materials for Operation Engine's winter clothing requirements. Woolen cloth would be used for military greatcoats and winter uniforms for both Army and Navy. At least 4,500 sets of woolen winter uniforms had to be prepared before the winter of 1631. Additionally, warm military boots, preferably with some waterproofing function, had to be readied for the Fubo Army. To reduce costs and conserve materials, both Army and Navy woolen greatcoats would be made in the short coat style. Matching supplies included woolen or cotton military caps, plus warm gloves and socks. By old time-space standards, soldiers' warming gear and socks were generally made of wool for its lightness, warmth, and water resistance. But Lingao had no wool and certainly no knitting yarn. Hong Huangnan settled for the next best option, using labor protection cotton yarn gloves currently in widespread use throughout Lingao's factories as substitutes. For warm socks, a similar approach was adopted, knitting thread socks from coarse cotton yarn. Such equipment would pose no problems on Jeju Island, but Hong Huangnan didn't know how cold Shandong would get during the Little Ice Age. These hand and foot warming measures could make do above 0 degrees, but if temperatures dropped to -5 or 6 degrees, they might clearly prove insufficient. Cotton-padded jackets were designated for refugees. In his memorandum, Hong Huangnan specified that dimensions might as well run larger. The garments would serve not only as clothing but also as quilts. Padded jackets had to be as durable as possible, especially the outer fabric. This way, after transporting one batch of refugees south, the jackets could be disassembled, washed, and reused for the next wave. The Forward Command estimated 10,000 sets of padded jackets would need to be prepared before year's end. The problem of warm footwear for refugees was difficult to solve, so Hong Huangnan decided to ignore it. Destitute farmers typically couldn't afford shoes in winter anyway. As long as they endured until reaching Jeju Island, they wouldn't freeze their feet off. Given the crude quality of the clothing and the inevitable quantity shortfalls, sufficient buildings capable of sheltering from wind and rain had to be constructed on Jeju Island and in Shandong. Structures that could protect refugees from the elements while providing minimum safety guarantees. The camp areas also required transport facilities for moving personnel and supplies. In this era, port infrastructure barely existed. Piers allowing Fubo Army vessels to dock directly didn't exist anywhere. The Forward Command planned to build one simple 1,000-ton class pier each at the transfer points in Dengzhou and Jiangnan, and one 3,000-ton class pier each at Jeju Island and Taiwan's Kaohsiung area. Shandong required a temporary camp capable of holding 20,000 to 30,000 people. Jiangnan required one for 10,000 to 20,000. Per the Ministry of Colonization and Trade's recommendation, Jeju and Kaohsiung would need reception and quarantine camps capable of holding 50,000 people each. Construction materials would be partly procured locally and partly shipped from Hong Kong. Approximately 3,000 tons of building materials and equipment would need to be transported. Additionally, the Ministry of Health assessed that monthly medical supplies and water purification agents for refugees would total about 10 tons. Water purification plants would be established at each location, a facility processing 20,000 liters daily in Shandong, and plants processing 50,000 liters daily each in Kaohsiung and Jeju Island. To guarantee steam power equipment requirements and civilian fuel needs in both areas, each location would require 1,000 tons of steam coal monthly. Ship supply stations would be established at both Kaohsiung and Jeju Island, also capable of performing simple repairs. The shipbuilding industry currently lacked capacity to establish widespread facilities or deploy sufficient workers and heavy machinery. Yuan planned to construct only minimal infrastructure locally, sand slipways, simple winches and booms, while stockpiling ship materials. Additionally, 3 repair ships would be refitted, equipped with professional workers, equipment, and tools, taking turns on duty at Kaohsiung and Jeju ports to maintain and repair vessels. Yuan finished reviewing the draft supply plan the forward command had just compiled and felt momentarily startled. The scale of Operation Engine was truly immense. Compared to Operation Giant, though the variety of transported materials had decreased, the quantity and transport distances far exceeded those of the previous campaign. The organizational complexity was no less daunting than anything from the old-time space. Just have to take it one step at a time, he thought. Solving food, clothing, shelter, and transport is already half the battle. Dawn light spread across the land of Lingao. Melodious bells rang out ding-dong. In Lingao, where serving the nation through industry was the rule and all metal belonged to the Senate, metal bells were extremely rare items. With the ringing of the bell, commands rang out from throughout a large complex of red brick and wooden buildings beside the Wenlin River. Stand up, salute, sit down. This was Fangqiati National School, the hub of the Senate's education system, the cradle of the empire's future elites and backbone. Accompanied by the orders of class monitors, students began their first class of the day. A crude, unpainted wooden classroom door swung open, and a young man in his 20s walked in hurriedly. He wore a blue local cloth cadre suit and possessed all the hallmarks of an otaku: glasses, obesity, messy hair, roughly resembling Kota Hirano from High School of the Dead or Itaru Hashida from Steins Gate. Yet he was indeed one of the few genuinely qualified teachers among the elders. Stand up. Since Fangqiati National School's founding more than 2 years ago, daily classroom etiquette had become fixed habit. This transmigrator named Yuan Ziguang was long accustomed to the routine. He returned a 45-degree bow to the second-year senior primary students who stood and bowed 60 degrees to him. Then he surveyed the classroom. The class of 30 sat in silence. Fangqiati National School implemented co-education. In the old-time space, separated classes or even separate schools for boys and girls had been gradually becoming a retro trend for the petty bourgeoisie and the wealthy. But in this era, breaking social barriers between men and women and promoting modern gender relations was an important task in the elders' campaign to change customs and habits. Except for a few specialized single-gender classes, all were split evenly between male and female students. The classrooms at Fangqiati looked remarkably like the rural primary schools in underdeveloped areas Yuan Ziguang had once visited on exchange. Crude whitewashed lime walls, wooden windows, unpainted wooden desks and chairs. Even the rough wooden board with peeling black paint at the back of the room, specially designated for blackboard newspapers,